Chapter 1. The Undercover of the Spirit Hall. On the Douluo Continent, within the Tiando Empire, lies the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School. As the sun rises, a magnificent castle is filled to the brim with thousands of soul masters who have traveled from various regions. The annual recruitment conference of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School is about to commence. Who would not wish to join one of the most prestigious factions on this continent and ascend to the pinnacle of soul masterhood? May the heavens protect me, please. Do not let me be chosen. A young man clad in gray attire, with striking features, muttered to himself. Those who have served as undercover agents throughout history have met with dire fates. I refuse to undertake such a burdensome task. I hope they do not take a liking to me otherwise. Bibi Dong will have no excuse to trouble me. Jiang Yu has traversed to the Douluo Continent for 6 years now. Initially, Bibi Dong brought him, a mere infant, back to the Spirit Hall, raising him with great care. Whenever he was hungry, delectable soul beast meat was promptly provided. When thirsty, Bibi Dong herself would nurse him. However, by the age of 3, upon noticing Jiang Yu's robust physique, Bibi Dong ceased to nurse him. In summary, Jiang Yu's life over the past few years has been quite enjoyable, free from worries of sustenance. Moreover, with his senior sister, Xianjian, providing protection, life has been exceedingly comfortable. Perhaps fate has conspired to test Jiang Yu. The turning point occurred 3 nights prior when Jiang Yu intended to rest with Xianjian. Suddenly, a thunderous noise startled him as the door to his room was flung open. Entering was none other than the Pope herself, who promptly expelled Xianjian from the room. That night, Bibi Dong and Jiang Yu engaged in a lengthy conversation by candlelight, lasting until dawn. No one knew the content of their discussion, but it was evident that the following morning, Jiang Yu departed from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss who could fathom why Bibi Dong, suddenly inspired, insisted he infiltrate the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School as an undercover agent. He firmly declined at first, but upon witnessing Bibi Dong reduce a passing cockroach to dust, he reconsidered and ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. It was not fear that swayed him, but rather the recollection of Bibi Dong's kindness towards him. She had treated him well, and if he could not fulfill this modest request, what kind of person would he be? Thus, Jiang Yu resolutely arrived at the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, still harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps his talent was so mediocre that no one would take notice of him. In that case, he could return to the Spirit Hall and resume his leisurely life. The recruitment ceremony of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School is about to commence. A middle-aged man in splendid attire struck a gong nearby and proclaimed, "Please have your identification ready and line up for verification." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone instinctively formed a queue. The reputation of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School as one of the top 3 sects was not to be taken lightly. Among those present, though many hailed from noble families, none dared to act arrogantly in this setting. Ever since the Xianjian sect had been forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall years ago, the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School had begun to emerge as a contender for the title of the foremost sect in the world. No one dared to provoke trouble here. Time passed swiftly, and before long, several hundred individuals had successfully completed their identity verification. As Jiang Yu approached the front of the line, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The household registration document in his possession was counterfeit. Although it had been crafted by the Spirit Hall to facilitate his infiltration, its authenticity could not be guaranteed. What if the people of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School discovered he was an undercover agent from the Spirit Hall? That would spell disaster. Fake identification. At that moment, the individual ahead of Jiang Yu was discovered by the administrator, who immediately yanked him aside. "Take him away for a thorough investigation." The administrator's command was swiftly executed by a burly man clad in armor, who dragged the child away without a hint of consideration for his age. Next, Jiang Yu then realized it was his turn. At this juncture, retreat was impossible. He could only submit his identification to the administrator. He steeled himself, determined not to show any signs of fear. Name, Jiang Yu. Registration, Fasnuo Province, Nodding City. Town code. The administrator examined Jiang Yu's identification document, scrutinizing the city lord seal and cross-referencing it with the code for Nodding City. Finding no discrepancies, he returned the document to Jiang Yu. "At last, I have managed to pass through undetected." Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief, finally allowing himself to appreciate the surroundings. In the center of the vast plaza stood a towering pagoda, soaring to a height of 100 meters. The entire structure was constructed from precious gems and boasted 7 levels. It was evident that this was the hallmark spirit of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, the continent's premier auxiliary spirit, the seven-treasure Glazed Pagoda. The marble-paved ground shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, nearly blinding Jiang Yu. In that moment, he grasped why Bibi Dong maintained such caution towards the seven-treasure glazed tile school, even resorting to sending an undercover agent. Such astonishing wealth could only rival that of the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. Jiang Yu could not help but admire Bibi Dong's foresight. She was indeed the first female pope of the Spirit Hall in millennia, and the only one not of the Angel clan. Her vision extended far into the future. It was not until noon that the entire selection process concluded, leaving only half of the original crowd in the plaza. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. The seven-treasure glazed tile school understood that the recruitment ceremony would inevitably attract various figures from across the factions. Thus, they exercised utmost caution in their selection of soul masters. With a creak, the enormous stone doors at the end of the plaza began to slowly open. Out stepped 100 figures. Welcome to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. I am Ning Fengji, and I hope you all succeed in this assessment, said the foremost man, whose youthful and elegant visage radiated an air of affability. You will officially become part of the seven-treasure glazed tile school family. His words instantly incited a stir amongst the crowd. I never expected to see Ning Fengji, renowned as the continent's foremost auxiliary spirit master, today. Even if I fail, this trip will not be in vain. Ning Zhongzhu, how handsome. Some young women even swooned. I hope I can join the seven-treasure glazed tile school that way. I could see him every day. Noticing the murmurs below, the administrator, Xiao, swiftly called out, silence. Not at all. Ning Fengji waved his hand, a warm smile gracing his face. Xiao Guan, sure. Please leave the subsequent awakening ceremony to my esteemed colleague, the steward Su Cha from the Tiando Holy Hall. Yes, Zhongzhu. After bowing in acknowledgement, Xiao tactfully refrained from further comment. Ning Zhongzhu, shall we commence? A figure stepped forward from the crowd, bowing respectfully to Ning Fengji before leading a dozen individuals clad in white attire, draped in black cloaks, with a large character for soul emblazoned on their chests, towards the front. People from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu recognized the attire worn by these individuals. Only those directly affiliated with the Spirit Hall held the privilege to wear such garments. According to the customs of the Douluo Continent, only personnel from the Spirit Hall were qualified to preside over the awakening ceremony for soul masters. This practice originated a millennium ago when the Spirit Hall developed a new method for awakening martial spirits, significantly reducing the costs associated with the awakening process. Therefore, even a significant sect like the seven-treasure glazed tile school adhered to this tradition. Su Cha briefly introduced himself and the accompanying personnel from the Spirit Hall before commencing the ceremony. The individuals he brought along were all elite members of their respective families. To Jiang Yu's surprise, among them was Su Yuntao. In a bid to save time, the officials from the Spirit Hall each produced 2 items from their packages. These were 6 black, round stones and a gleaming blue crystal ball. They placed the black stones on the marble floor in a hexagonal formation, preparing to unleash their martial spirits. Lone Wolf possess. The most striking among them, Su Yuntao, was the first to summon his martial spirit. A faint azure glow emanated from his forehead, swiftly coursing upwards through his hair. His once jet black hair transformed into a striking gray, rapidly elongating, while the hair on his arms mirrored the same hue. Simultaneously, his physique expanded considerably. The transformation was remarkable. What had once been an average-looking man now appeared as a muscular giant. The changes brought about by the martial spirit did not end there. His eyes shifted to a vibrant green, resembling those enhanced by colored contacts. Even more astonishing, sharp claws sprouted from his fingers, while 2 dazzling rings of white and yellow light emerged from beneath his feet, swirling around him from foot to head. Upon witnessing the transformation of Su Yuntao, some of the children exhibited expressions of sheer terror. Jiang Yu, however, remained largely unperturbed. He had witnessed Bibi Dong manifesting her martial soul shortly after his arrival in the Douluo Continent, and the memory was still vivid in his mind. Indeed, it was striking, truly astonishing. But let us not misconstrue the implications. What Jiang Yu intended to convey was that Bibi Dong's visage, upon the embodiment of her martial soul, resembled that of someone adorned with a white facial mask, and her form had indeed expanded considerably compared to before. In comparison, the spectacle unfolding before him paled in significance when juxtaposed with the moment Bibi Dong had released her martial soul. Fire Wolf embody, Tooth Wolf embody, Nether Wolf embody, Wind Wolf embody, Husky embody. Engrossed in his reverie, Jiang Yu's attention was drawn by the familiar name, prompting him to cast his gaze in that direction. The frail soul master who had just summoned his martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to that foolish creature known as a husky. Initially, Jiang Yu thought that utilizing a chrysanthemum as a martial soul was already bizarre enough. Yet here stood an even more astonishing instance. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. As individuals from a spirit hall unleashed their martial souls, a few timid children were so frightened that they attempted to flee. Strangely, no one intervened to stop them, allowing them to escape one after another. Those who cannot withstand such trivial matters will never become exceptional soul masters in the future. Su Cha lamented, shaking his head. To the officials of the spirit hall, this was merely a minor episode each year. Children who could not cope with the state following the embodiment of their martial souls would run away, and such occurrences were hardly surprising. Soon, the individuals called forth proceeded in different directions, each awakening a unique martial soul, none of which were duplicates. Regrettably, most were rather commonplace martial souls, such as bricks, stools, and blue-silver, grass utterly useless and deemed inferior. The sole exception was a young boy who awakened a scythe martial soul, which could be considered somewhat useful, yet his innate soul power remained at zero. Next group. For these seemingly worthless soul masters, no one extended any courtesy. They were promptly escorted away from the square. Their fates were already sealed. They would most likely lead lives as lowly commoners. Such is the harsh reality. Before long, the awakening ceremony for the second group commenced. This time, several children displayed commendable potential, each awakening beast martial souls, specifically those of lions, tigers, and leopards, creatures known for their formidable offensive capabilities. Though their innate soul power was not excessively high, they had surpassed the threshold of innate level 5. Even within the esteemed 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, a soul master with innate soul power at level 5 was regarded as possessing modest talent. Thus, these fortunate children successfully passed the trial. Jiang Yu. After a brief interval, Jiang Yu finally heard his name, proceeding forward with composed determination. Look at him, dressed in rags, daring to come to a place like the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. He's clearly overestimating himself. Indeed, he's clearly a commoner soul master. How could such a person possibly inherit a powerful martial soul? A mere clown. In the face of such disparagement, Jiang Yu remained silent, for he was confident in the strength of his martial soul. The reason for his certainty was simple. The individual awakening his martial soul was none other than Su Yuntao. Fear not, young one. I am Su Yuntao, a great soul master. Simply follow my instructions, Su Yuntao said with a warm smile. This is a sure win. Jiang Yu could not help but marvel. Having perused numerous fanfictions set in Douluo, he was well aware of Su Yuntao's esteemed reputation. Any soul master awakened by him was destined for greatness, likely beginning as a level 1 deity, with the possibility of even ascending to the rank of God King. Chapter 2. Chixiao Sword. Standing amidst 6 black stones, Su Yuntao infused them with 6 streams of soul power, causing a soft golden light to radiate instantly. Warmth enveloped Jiang Yu, an unprecedented sensation that was beyond verbal expression. It was an experience to be felt rather than described. Only those who personally underwent it could comprehend its exquisite nature, far more exhilarating than any game. As the warm energy continued to permeate his being, Jiang Yu distinctly felt a transformation occurring within him. Guided by this warm energy, it felt as if something within him had shattered, allowing the warmth to surge unabated toward his palms. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuntao's countenance brightened, for he observed a multitude of golden light points within the golden barrier, indicating that this child's martial soul was indeed promising. However, as Jiang Yu's martial soul manifested, Su Yuntao's expression swiftly turned cold. Jiang Yu raised his right hand, revealing a red glow emanating from it, with an unremarkable iron sword resting in his palm. Just as disappointment threatened to overwhelm him, a fleeting glance caught his eye. Carved upon the iron sword were the words, Chixiao. Upon discerning the inscription, Jiang Yu was struck with astonishment. While most might not recognize its significance, he, a student of history, knew the name all too well. The Chixiao Sword was one of the 10 famous swords of China, renowned as the supreme sword of the imperial path, ranking among the top 3. Legend has it that this sword was wielded by Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. Liu Bang rose to prominence through the Chixiao Sword during the uprising against the White Serpent, subsequently establishing the illustrious Han dynasty. It was difficult to fathom that this seemingly ordinary sword before him was the fabled Chixiao Sword. Even Jiang Yu could not help but harbor doubts. Yet, what transpired next solidified his belief in the authenticity of the Chixiao Sword. What prompted such a dramatic shift in his perspective was a golden technique gradually materializing in his mind. It was a sword manual, illustrated with figures wielding long swords, accompanied by several lines of text. The manual contained only 3 sword techniques: Heaven Sword Style, earth sword style, and human sword style. Each technique represented a distinct form of swordsmanship, specifically, heaven-slaying sword technique, earthly fiend sword technique, and the unity of man and sword. Though Jiang Yu was perplexed as to why the Chixiao sword had manifested in such a manner, he understood that a sword imbued with its own technique could not be ordinary. Perhaps this truly was the legendary Chixiao sword. Alas, Su Yuntao sighed, unable to restrain himself. It appears to be a useless martial soul. I had hoped you would awaken a powerful martial soul, yet it is merely a poorly embroidered iron sword. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Jiang Yu did not feel anger. Rather, a sense of joy blossomed within him. Who among them was unaware of Su Yuntao's moniker as the blind god of judgment? Those who were deemed to possess a worthless martial soul by his own lips invariably transformed into celebrated legends throughout the Douluo Continent. With this unexpected turn of events, Jiang Yu was destined to achieve at least the status of a divine king in the future. Now, focus your mind and retract your martial soul. Then place your palm upon this crystal ball to ascertain the extent of your innate soul power. Although somewhat disheartened, Su Yuntao nonetheless presented the blue crystal to Jiang Yu. For this was not akin to the trivial villages. He dared not be negligent in the prescribed procedures. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, Jiang Yu retracted the Chixiao sword into his being. The moment his palm made contact with the crystal orb, his body began to tremble violently. Jiang Yu discovered that the exquisite blue crystal orb possessed an immense gravitational pull, firmly anchoring his palm to its surface, rendering him powerless to break free. Surprised, Su Yuntao had initially expected little from Jiang Yu, merely going through the motions. However, to his astonishment, the blue crystal orb began to glow, the radiance expanding from a faint point to illuminate the orb like a resplendent diamond in an instant. According to traditional standards, any reaction from the blue crystal orb indicated the presence of soul power within the tester. The shimmering light emanating from the orb suggested only one possibility: innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao quickly released a stream of azure light into the crystal, causing Jiang Yu's hand to be released. When he glanced at the young boy again, his eyes were filled with profound astonishment. How peculiar it was that a seemingly useless martial soul could possess innate full soul power. Was it mere luck? Yet, what was the use of innate full soul power if it was tied to a worthless martial soul? Su Yuntao lamented, recognizing that a useless martial soul was still a useless martial soul. Have you not heard the saying? Jiang Yu replied with a smile, there are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters. True strength is not confined by martial souls. Though the master's words were somewhat one-sided, Jiang Yu found them fitting for his purpose and adopted them. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Ning Fengji, who had been observing Jiang Yu's commotion, felt a spark of intrigue at this statement. Were it not for hearing it with his own ears, he would never have believed such wisdom could come from a child. Inform Elder Xiao to bring Jiang Yu to the Seven Treasures Hall. I have matters to discuss with him. Ning Fengji directed his gaze toward his subordinate, dismissing those who had been gossiping behind the scenes from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Ning Fengji's dedication to attracting talent was commendable, as he even attended to such minute details. No wonder the Seven Treasures Glazed sect had developed so rapidly over the years. Yes, sect master. The lean, tall soul master did not hesitate and promptly departed toward Elder Xiao's direction. A genius with innate full soul power was exceedingly rare. Even after many years in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he had yet to encounter one. Across the continent, only a single genius disciple from the Wind Sword sect had awakened innate full soul power in recent years. The Wind Sword sect had boasted about this achievement for quite some time, even flaunting it to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Now, it seemed, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect also had a genius with innate full soul power. It would be interesting to see how the Wind Sword sect reacted now. Well then, it is time to see how fortunate you are, Su Yuntao noted, recording Jiang Yu's situation before gesturing for him to leave. Indifferent to whether the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would recruit Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, congratulations on passing the assessment. Elder Xiao stepped forward, beaming with a broad smile. The young lad before him was favored by the sect master, with a future brimming with potential. Establishing a good rapport with him would only serve advantageous purposes. I passed. Jiang Yu pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Before him lay two choices. First, to heed the task entrusted by Bibi Dong and join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, trusting that Ning Fengji would undoubtedly treat him with special favor. Second, to continue executing Bibi Dong's mission, acting as an undercover agent to aid the Spirit Hall in secretly undermining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. To be candid, The first option was undoubtedly the safer route, as the perils of being an undercover agent were not insignificant. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself unable to make a definitive choice. He was reluctant to betray Bibi Dong, a woman who had shown him kindness, even though he was aware that the spirit hall would eventually be uprooted by Tang San. He could not bring himself to stand opposed to Bibi Dong. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain, even if it meant facing Tang San. What did it matter? Jiang Yu believed that since he could be reborn in this Douluo Continent, his fortune would undoubtedly be no less than that of Tang San. Perhaps the fate of the spirit hall could be altered by his presence. Who knows? He might be able to change everything in the future. With him in the spirit hall, success was certain. Chapter 3. The Sword of Gods and Demons. Under the guidance of Manager Xiao, Jiang Yu arrived at the rest area, where a colossal long table was laden with an array of fruits and pastries. This feast was prepared for the children who had passed the trials. Standing beside the table were several youthful and radiant young women, all adorned in crimson, slit robes that accentuated their figures exquisitely. It must be said that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School excelled in understanding human desires. After all, both men and boys are naturally drawn to beautiful and well-proportioned older sisters. Even Jiang Yu could not help but steal a few glances. Please indulge in some refreshments shortly. The sect master will summon you personally. This is indeed a tremendous honor, Manager Xiao remarked, casting a glance toward Jiang Yu. Thank you, Uncle, Jiang Yu replied. Though Jiang Yu felt a tinge of surprise, he concealed his emotions and began to feast heartily on the food laid before him. The steward, Xiao, merely smiled, for it was evident that children were often gluttonous. Consequently, he shifted his focus away from Jiang Yu and turned his attention to the awakening statuses of the other children. He wondered what other prodigies might emerge next, his face alight with anticipation. Just as he turned away, an unexpected phenomenon occurred with Jiang Yu's left hand. A faint purple glow erupted from his palm, startling Xiao into a crouch beneath the table. Fortunately, the surrounding children were engrossed in the food, and the elder sisters clad in kipayos were too preoccupied to keep a constant watch on Jiang Yu. Before long, the radiant light coalesced, revealing a uniquely designed long sword in his grasp. This sword was crafted entirely of pure silver, its blade adorned with enigmatic engravings. The hilt bore a resemblance to the handle of a feather duster, entwined at the end with a vine-like material, albeit made of pure silver. Embedded within its midsection were 3 vibrant rubies. The junction of the grip featured a gem as large as a diamond, while each side of the blade was embellished with 5 smaller rubies, akin to beads. Notably, the edges of the hilt resembled the fangs of a fierce beast, imbuing the otherwise serene sword with an air of menace. Jiang Yu gazed at the sword in his hand, increasingly struck by a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. At that moment, a sudden influx of memory surged within his mind, revealing a constellation of golden-hued characters that coalesced into a martial technique. It was inscribed, "The primordial purple chi is indeed the origin of the great Tao. Born before heaven and earth, the first breath of the primordial chaos, a supreme essence capable of devouring myriad energies for one's own use. This technique is known as the path of primordial purple chi, created by the celestial general Faping. And the refined primordial purple chi is the highest grade of true energy across the 3 realms." Following this was a series of hundreds of seal characters, inexplicably recognizable to Jiang Yu. Faping, the celestial general. Wasn't he a character from the game's Sword of the Immortal 3? Could it be that this sword is the legendary demon-suppressing sword? Jiang Yu suddenly lowered his head to scrutinize the sword in his hand, realizing it was not the demon-suppressing sword. Wait a moment, this is the divine demon sword. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the sword of divine and demonic powers that Jing Tian wielded at the conclusion of the legend of Sword and Fairy 3. This blade, the most formidable divine sword across the 3 realms, was born from the fusion of the demon sword and the demon-subduing sword. Even the wicked sword immortal, who could not be subdued by the celestial emperor, was no match for the sword of divine and demonic powers. Jiang Yu never anticipated that such a formidable sword would become his martial soul, leaving him with a sense of surrealism. Before the divine sword, even the Haotian hammer seemed insignificant. Even Tang San's protagonist aura held no sway. As long as he wielded his sword, Tang San would be left powerless, prostrate beneath him, devoid of any capacity for resistance. The very thought of that scene was exhilarating. Jiang Yu could no longer suppress the vivid imagery of delivering a kick to Tang San and striking the Shrek 7 monsters. Release me. I clearly possess innate soul power at level 7. Why have I not passed the assessment? It is unjust. My martial soul is none other than the king of beasts. The tiger, There must be some foul play at hand. A sudden outcry disrupted Jiang Yu's reverie, prompting him to swiftly retract the divine demon's sword into his body. Although possessing dual martial souls would undoubtedly ensure his prominent cultivation by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he had no intention of revealing this secret, as it was prudent to retain some cards close to his chest. It was only after Jiang Yu emerged from beneath the table that he comprehended the unfolding events. To his astonishment, the talents of the few children were quite commendable, yet none had succeeded in passing the assessment of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji was indeed meticulous in his observations. Jiang Yu recognized the individuals before him as those who had previously spoken ill of him. He understood that Ning Fengji had abandoned them to win his favor. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt a flicker of gratitude. Ning Fengji was remarkably skilled in human relations. Had he not been an undercover agent, he might have genuinely pledged loyalty to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After approximately an hour, the recruitment ceremony finally concluded. Only about 1/10 of the candidates passed the assessment. Following a heartfelt speech from Ning Fengji, he entrusted the remaining matters to Xiao Guanshi and departed. Once Xiao Guanshi had organized the others, he led Jiang Yu to the Seven Treasures Hall as per Ning Fengji's earlier instructions, thus attracting numerous envious glances. Upon arriving at the Seven Treasures Hall, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the edifice, which sprawled over 1,000 square meters. The imposing structure towered several dozen meters high, with a magnificent seven-tiered pagoda adorning the central circular wall. Flanking it were twin towers, and the entire building exuded an aura of ancient dignity, steeped in a profound sense of history. Dozens of armored warriors stood guard on either side of the hall, each emanating a palpable aura of bloodlust. It was clear that these individuals had emerged from the crucible of battle, far more formidable than the average soul master. Under Xiao Guanshi's guidance, Jiang Yu entered the grand hall, which could only be described as resplendent. Every piece of furniture was crafted from pure gold. After traversing a lengthy corridor and passing through 3 jade-green doors, Jiang Yu finally arrived at Ning Fengji's location, only to discover that it was the dining hall. At a massive long table sat only 4 individuals, with Ning Fengji at the center, dressed in a violet suit adorned with a verdant brooch, exuding an air of opulence. Flanking him were 2 elderly gentlemen. The one on the right wore a pristine white robe, his silver hair neatly tied behind him. His visage was ancient, with an infant-like delicacy, yet his expression was exceedingly indifferent, his eyes seemingly oblivious to his surroundings as he sat in silence. The elder on the left donned a gray robe, his hair matching the color, appearing as though he were little more than a skeleton, exuding a sense of exhaustion and demise. "Daddy, is this the so-called genius with innate full soul power?" A little girl, seemingly 5 or 6 years old, suddenly leaped from her chair, pointing at Jiang Yu with a mischievous smile. "He looks no different from the others." "Rong, do not be rude," Ning Fengji interrupted her. "Rong." The little girl, clad in a simple white dress, radiated purity. Her short hair framed a face reminiscent of a delicate princess, her skin as fresh as lychee, and her smile like a warm spring breeze, refreshing to the soul. However, Jiang Yu was not easily deceived by her enchanting exterior. He knew that Ning Rong possessed a haughty and unruly character, akin to a little demoness. "Fengji, Rong is merely curious. What if you frighten her?" "Indeed. Do not scare our little treasure, Rong." The 2 elderly men immediately defended her, concerned for Ning Rong's feelings. Ning Fengji, accustomed to this, could only smile helplessly. For these 2 elders were the pillars of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Even as the sect leader, he had to treat them with the respect one would afford a father. This book has received a signing notice. Those wishing to invest should act swiftly. Chapter 4. Ning Rong. Among the myriad female characters in Douluo Continent, Jiang Yu's favorite was undoubtedly Zhu Qing. However, unlike those with superficial interests, what captivated him about Zhu Qing was not her youthful appearance or ample figure, but her character. Though born into the noble Luo family, Zhu Qing was not afforded the privileges typically enjoyed by a noble lady. From the moment of her birth, she faced ruthless competition from her siblings. Regardless of her reluctance, she had no choice. The consequence of failure was the erasure of life itself. Though fate was cruel, Zhu Qing stood resilient like a plum blossom blooming in winter, confronting all hardships alone. Who could truly comprehend the depths of her struggles? As Jiang Yu immersed himself in the pages of a novel, he yearned to envelop Zhu Qing in a warm embrace, offering her solace. Who could resist the allure of a girl who exudes an icy exterior yet harbors a passionate heart? Conversely, his sentiments towards Ning Rong were rather indifferent. He perceived her as merely a supporting character, lacking the vibrancy of even Huowu. Xiao Yu, please don't take offense. My daughter has been rather spoiled. Ning Fengji remarked with a smile that radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Uncle, it's quite all right. I'm not upset, Jiang Yu hastily replied, waving his hand. Indeed, Ning Fengji's charismatic presence was formidable, evoking a sense of admiration even from him. It is noteworthy that Ning Fengji is one of the most powerful figures on the continent, and his ability to treat an inconspicuous child with such kindness is truly remarkable. What a good child, Ning Fengji exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he observed the charming young boy with commendable character, deeming him worthy of cultivation. You must still be hungry. Come, have some more to eat. Before Jiang Yu could decline, Ning Fengji took him by the hand and led him to the dining table, personally placing a bowl of abalone chicken porridge before him. Faced with such hospitality, Jiang Yu felt no hesitation and promptly began to savor the porridge. I heard you possess innate full soul power, Ning Rongrong interjected, her small hand pointing towards Jiang Yu, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. May I see your martial spirit? Of course, Jiang Yu responded with enthusiasm. Jiang Yu readily acquiesced to her request, for Ning Fengji had indeed sent him here to gain a deeper understanding of her. Jiang Yu extended his right hand, and in an instant, a flash of crimson light revealed the Chixiao Sword before the assembled crowd. The sword martial soul. Sword Douluo furrowed his brow, taken aback by the sight. Logically, since Jiang Yu had awakened his innate full soul power, one would expect the quality of his martial soul to be exceptionally high. Yet, the rusted iron sword before him exuded no discernible might. For decades, Xianjian had pondered the path of the sword. Though he may not possess an exhaustive knowledge of all sword martial souls, he was certainly well acquainted with them. Jiang Yu possessed a sword martial soul that was merely an ordinary iron sword, its quality at best classified as low level. However, he was perplexed by the origin of Jiang Yu's innate full soul power, which evidently contravened the established norms within the realm of soul masters. Beside him, Bon Douluo wore a look of astonishment. According to the theoretical framework proposed by Master Yu Xiaojiang regarding the 10 core competencies of martial souls, innate soul power is intrinsically linked to the quality of the martial soul. The more formidable the martial soul, the greater the innate soul power upon awakening. Could it be that Jiang Yu's martial soul harbored secrets unbeknownst to them? Yet, its appearance did not suggest such hidden depths. Nonetheless, as prominent figures within the soul master community, they quickly regained their composure despite their confusion. Regardless of the nature of Jiang Yu's martial soul, the presence of innate full soul power was indisputable. Historically, those endowed with innate full soul power had at least a 90% chance of eventually ascending to the rank of titled Douluo. This alone rendered Jiang Yu a candidate worthy of their dedicated cultivation. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed sect currently basked in glory, this was fundamentally underpinned by the presence of Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo, with the two titled Douluo safeguarding their sect. Only the Martial Soul Hall and the Haotian sect could rival them across the continent. Ever since the Haotian sect had closed its gates, the 7 major sects had rallied around the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and the pressure on Ning Fengji was palpable. To counter the Martial Soul Hall, he had no choice but to forge an alliance with the Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor, in an effort to win him over, even conferred upon him the title of National Teacher and First-Class Protector of the Nation. It was precisely for this reason that the Martial Soul Hall had temporarily abandoned its plans to encroach upon the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. However, Ning Fengji was acutely aware that the Martial Soul Hall would never truly relent. Although Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo were formidable, their advancing age limited their capacity to protect the sect indefinitely. Thus, the urgent priority was to recruit more talents, especially those exceptional individuals with the potential to reach the rank of titled Douluo. Jiang Yu's emergence filled him with hope. Xiao Yu, you are just a year older than Rongrong, so I shall address you as such, Ning Fengji said with a warm smile. He appeared remarkably well preserved, his actual age indiscernible from his youthful visage, resembling a friendly older brother. Welcome to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. From this day forth, we shall be a family. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in your uncle. Uncle, are you saying that I have passed my assessment? Jiang Yu feigned a look of delight, and one could hardly discern the thoughts swirling within his innocent expression. Indeed, Ning Fengji nodded gravely, then retrieved a blue token inscribed with the image of the Seven Treasures Glazed pagoda from his robes and handed it to Jiang Yu. Xiao Yu, from this moment forth, you shall be a core disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and in the future, Jian Douluo shall be your esteemed mentor. The token bestowed upon Jiang Yu was the blue Seven Treasures token, representing the 5th rank within the sect. This token was a privilege granted to fewer than 100 core disciples within the entire sect, in comparison to the outer and inner disciples. The core disciples represented the very essence of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, as all resources of the sect would be prioritized for their benefit. This signified that from this moment onward, Ningfengji had wholly embraced Jiang Yu as one of his own. By the way, Xiaoyu, who else resides in your home? Ningfengji inquired casually. No one. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly shifted to one of melancholy. I am all alone. Do not be disheartened, Ningfengji. Taken aback by the revelation of Jiang Yu's orphan status, knelt down and gently patted his shoulder, smiling as he reassured him, from now on, this place shall be your home, and we shall all be your family. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to weep, resting his head upon Ningfengji's shoulder. His performance was quite commendable, even stirring the hearts of the seasoned sword Douluo and bone Douluo. There. Ningfengji gently patted Jiang Yu's back. Soon, Grandfather Jian will take you to hunt for spirit rings, and from this day forth, you shall be a formal spirit master. After their meal, Sword Douluo led Jiang Yu on their journey. As they exited the grand hall, he unleashed his martial soul. With a dazzling burst of light, a long sword materialized in Sword Douluo's hand. It was an ancient, formidable blade, approximately 2 meters in length and half a foot wide, exuding an aura of boundless menace. 9 luminous silver spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, encircled the long sword. This was Sword Douluo's martial soul, the 7-killing sword, a rare and powerful weapon soul that rivaled the Xianjian hammer. Reciting a series of mysterious incantations, the 7-killing sword rapidly expanded, growing at least a full circle larger. Once the incantations were completed, he effortlessly cradled Jiang Yu with one arm and stepped onto the sword, which levitated in an instant. Ascending to a height of 100 meters, the 7-killing sword transformed into a radiant arc, soaring towards the Soul Beast Forest. Chapter 5. The Crimson Steel Serpent. In the setting sun forest, a blinding beam of sword light sliced through the air, sending the Soul Beast into a frenzied retreat. Moments later, 2 figures descended from the colossal flying sword, Sword Douluo and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu has already attained a full innate soul power, and to continue enhancing this power, he must acquire additional soul rings. Young one, tell me what type of soul ring you desire. Although the variety of soul beasts here may not rival that of the Stardew Forest, there is still a commendable selection available for your needs. The Sword Douluo spoke with an air of commanding authority, as if he possessed the means to procure any soul beast Jiang Yu set his sights upon. Esteemed elder, I wish to select a fire attribute soul beast. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before resolutely making up his mind. According to legend, the Chixiao Sword is a divine weapon imbued with the essence of fire. Regardless of the veracity of this tale, it is worth a try. Fire attribute. The Sword Douluo nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, and immediately led Jiang Yu deeper into the forest. The surrounding soul beasts, sensing the aura emanating from the Sword Douluo, instinctively retreated. It is no jest, with the Sword Douluo's formidable cultivation, he could easily contend with the 2 great soul beast kings of the Stardew Forest, the sky blue bull python and the Titan great ape. Not to mention the soul beasts present, which were merely a few centuries or even a millennium old. The Sunset Forest rightfully stands as the largest wild soul beast forest near Tiando City, boasting an astonishing variety of soul beast species. Throughout his journey, Jiang Yu encountered a myriad of soul beasts, including the likes of the mandala snake, the combat rabbit, and the nether wolf, all of which appeared in striking numbers. As for fire attribute soul beasts, numerous specimens could also be found in this region. For instance, he observed no fewer than 10 of the Earth King, which Ma Hongjun absorbed in the original narrative. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against selecting the Earth King as his first soul ring. The Earth King's ability merely served as a restraining skill, lacking the capacity to target enemies directly. Such a soul ring skill is more suited for maximizing its potential with the assistance of allies, rendering it less appropriate as a foundational soul technique. Jiang Yu first contemplated the potency and endurance of the soul skill, both of which held significant importance for him as a wielder of a sword spirit. After traversing for over half an hour, he finally stumbled upon a soul beast that aligned with his expectations. It was a colossal serpentine creature, entirely enveloped in a fiery crimson hue, resembling a being forged from rock. Its length extended to a formidable 5 meters, segmented into 5 distinct sections, each adorned with a massive circular pattern, exuding an impressive aura. Senior, I wish to choose that soul beast. Jiang Yu pointed firmly ahead, declaring, the red steel serpent. Sword Douluo furrowed his brow, acknowledging, "You have a keen eye, young man. This soul beast possesses not only fire attributes, but also a fragment of steel attributes. However, I advise you to reconsider. This red steel serpent has lived for over 500 years. While a soul master can only absorb a spirit ring with an age of approximately 423 years, which exceeds your capacity. 500 years. Jiang Yu was taken aback by Sword Douluo's words, realizing that the soul beast he had finally discovered was beyond the acceptable age limit. Yet, he felt reluctant to give up on it. Tang San can absorb spirit rings beyond his level. I too possess twin martial souls and innate full soul power. Why should I not be able to? Although he has the advantage of the Xianjian gong for protection, I have the Hongmeng purple qi. While I have yet to practice it, I am still one who bears the halo of a protagonist. If I do not dare to take this chance, what sort of soul master would I be? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The path of cultivation is fraught with trials. Without risk, how can one achieve success? Moreover, I am not attempting to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, so I should be fine. After all, my years in the Spirit Hall have not been wasted in terms of physical training. Furthermore, during my time there, I consumed ample soul beast flesh rich in life essence, making my body inherently stronger than my peers. Thus, I am resolute in my choice of the soul beast before me. Senior, my mind is made up. This red steel serpent aligns perfectly with my martial soul. Even if it exceeds the age limit slightly, I wish to give it a try. I ask for your assistance. With free labor at hand, Jiang Yu would not hesitate. Sword Douluo's expression hardened. He had not anticipated Jiang Yu's stubbornness. Absorbing a soul ring was no trivial matter. And should anything go awry, it would be too late. He was about to persuade Jiang Yu to abandon this choice again. But as he gazed upon the youthful face brimming with determination, he found himself speechless. Within Jiang Yu's eyes lay a conviction and will to grow that many young talents lacked, stirring something even in someone of Sword Douluo's caliber. Thus, he ceased to impede Jiang Yu. 7 Killing Sword. Sword Douluo immediately unleashed his martial soul, wielding a long sword as he charged toward the red steel serpent. A sudden gust of wind rustled his robe. In that moment, Sword Douluo resembled a chivalrous swordsman from a fantasy novel, awe-inspiring. In the distance, upon seeing someone approaching, the red steel serpent's first instinct was not to defend itself but to retreat. However, Sword Douluo was no pushover. If he could not subdue a mere 100-year soul beast, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him, completely suppressing the serpent's urge to flee. Realizing it was faced with a formidable adversary, the serpent abandoned all hope of escape, ready to fight to the death. Flames ignited upon the red steel serpent's body, its rocky scales soaring into the air. The already razor-sharp scales, enveloped in flames, gained even greater destructive power. Like a fiery meteor shower, the stone-like scales rained down upon Sword Douluo. In the face of such a fierce assault, Sword Douluo did not even flinch. He merely swung his sword lightly upward. The yellow soul ring on the sword radiated a dazzling light, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that seemed to tear the sky apart. First soul skill, Sword Chi Storm. The fiery stone scales were obliterated in an instant, turning to dust and scattering away. Sword Douluo had performed the weakest of soul skills, yet its power was utterly terrifying. Truly, he was a formidable opponent, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Haotian Douluo. His aura was not inferior to Tang Hao's. The remaining sword energy sliced toward the red steel serpent, but Sword Douluo momentarily reduced his soul power output. With a swift strike, the massive serpent's body was severed. You may go, Sword Douluo stated emotionlessly, gesturing to his ring. A flash of light revealed a sharp dagger, indicating that the ring was indeed a soul guide device. Grasping the dagger, Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. He took the dagger and approached the red steel serpent. As he drew nearer, his breath quickened. To be honest, as a sheltered individual, he had never even killed a chicken, let alone a snake. Today marked his first encounter, and he felt a surge of excitement. For this was a genuine life. The red steel serpent lay on the ground, letting out a pained wail, having lost its earlier ferocity. Observing its suffering, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a pang of compassion, a sentiment noted by Sword Douluo. He recalled his own first hunt of a soul beast, experiencing similar feelings. Yet, this was the first step to becoming a soul master that everyone must undertake. If you lack the courage to do this, how can you aspire to be a soul master? Sword Douluo's tone softened for once. Chapter 6. The anomaly of the red sky sword. The world of soul masters is inherently filled with bloodshed. If you do not possess the courage to wield a sword, it would be best for you to turn back. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not suited for you. Sword Douluo's words struck Jiang Yu like a wake-up call, dispelling his hesitation. Indeed, this was not a peaceful world. The weak did not even deserve the protection of the law. Looking back at the millennia of history on the Douluo Continent, no matter how it changed, it could be distilled into two words: cannibalism. In this brutal world, if one does not kill, one will be killed. Only the strong can earn the respect of all. Becoming stronger is the only path. Just like the red steel serpent before him, which had reached 100 years through countless killings of other soul beasts and even human soul masters, it was hardly deserving of sympathy. With newfound clarity, Jiang Yu's gaze toward the red steel serpent shifted. He seized the dagger and plunged it fiercely into the serpent's head. In moments, the red steel serpent ceased to breathe. As it closed its eyes, a radiant yellow soul ring emerged from its body. Sit cross-legged and draw the soul ring towards you with your mind. Do not resist. Allow the power within the soul ring to enter your body, Sword Douluo instructed loudly. Jiang Yu immediately followed the words of the Sword Douluo and settled into position. As soon as his consciousness was released, he felt the force of the soul ring surge inward, striking against his body. It was as though he had been subjected to a violent collision, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. Indeed, the challenge of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level was far from simple. The overwhelming agony nearly caused Jiang Yu to lose consciousness. Fortunately, his soul power was formidable, and it was through sheer will that he managed to withstand the immense force contained within the soul ring. Jiang Yu recognized that this was a pivotal moment. If he could not endure, all would be lost. Thus, even though he felt as though he were ensnared in a furnace, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Observing Jiang Yu drenched in sweat, Sword Douluo was somewhat astonished. Logically, he should have cried out in agony, yet he remained silent to this moment. The resilience of this youth surpassed all expectations. At long last, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had produced a contender capable of rivaling the so-called geniuses of the Spirit Hall. Sword Douluo smiled genuinely, relieved for Fengji. In recent years, the younger generation of the Spirit Hall had seen the emergence of talents like Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Tuoba Jun. However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School appeared to be lacking in successors, with not even a single individual capable of matching the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan's Blue Electric Twins. This reality caused Sword Douluo, Ning Fengji, and the old fellow Gu Rong to feel an undeniable sense of concern. Jiang Yu's performance instilled hope in Sword Douluo, as it became evident that there was finally someone capable of leading the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and confronting the looming threat from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu did not disappoint the expectations of the sword-fighting Douluo. Although the power of the soul rings was formidable, he persevered through wave after wave of attacks. As the energy within him merged with his body, the expression on his face grew increasingly relaxed, and before long, he was completely at peace. He had succeeded. As Jiang Yu felt a remarkable surge of power coursing through his body, he abruptly opened his eyes and eagerly summoned the Chixiao Sword. Filled with anticipation for the prowess of his soul skill, the moment the Chixiao Sword manifested, an unforeseen event transpired before he could fully comprehend it. The blade, once encrusted with rust, shed its tarnish instantaneously, and a dazzling golden light erupted from within. The Chixiao Sword underwent a tremendous transformation, evolving from an unremarkable iron blade into a resplendent sword adorned with colorful orbs and exquisite jade, exuding a chilling radiance. Its edge as pristine as frost and snow. The inscription of Chixiao on the blade shifted from a dull hue to a brilliant gold. What could this possibly mean? Even the Sword Douluo wore an expression of disbelief. He had never witnessed such an occurrence. It was impossible for a martial soul mutation to manifest in this manner. With years of extensive theoretical knowledge surpassing that of the half-baked Yu Xiaojian, even he found himself at a loss for words. The enigmatic nature of this phenomenon would remain unexplainable, even to Yu Xiaojian. Little did they know that the self-proclaimed erudite master had never even heard of the Nine Hearts begonia, underscoring the heights of his ignorance. This was the true essence of the Chixiao Sword. Although Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. If his conjecture was correct, it was perhaps the power of the Crimson Steel Serpent that had restored the former glory of the Chixiao Sword. History records that when Liu Bang first acquired the Chixiao Sword, it was merely a broken blade. It was only after he vanquished the obstructing white serpent that the sword transformed into a magnificent weapon. Thus, Jiang Yu had resolutely chosen the Crimson Steel Serpent. Seeking to validate his hypothesis, it appears that this choice was indeed judicious. The Chixiao Sword. Although Jiang Yu's voice was faint, how could a Sword Douluo with such cultivation not hear it? Upon hearing this name, his expression changed dramatically. Young man, you claim that your martial spirit is the Chixiao Sword? The Sword Douluo inquired loudly. Indeed, senior, came the reply. Jiang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that the sword Douluo was aware of the origins of the Chixiao Sword? Heaven! He never imagined that he would have the honor of witnessing the Chixiao Sword with his own eyes. The sword Douluo's voice suddenly choked with emotion, and tears could not help but well up in the corners of his eyes. This was, after all, the Chixiao Sword, renowned as the foremost among the top 10 sword martial souls in the world. For over 3 millennia, this martial soul, hailed as the monarch of swords, had finally made its appearance. Jiang Yu was taken aback that the sword Douluo was aware of the legends surrounding the Chixiao Sword. Clearly, tales of the Chixiao Sword had circulated on the Douluo Continent. Senior, could you share with me the story of the Chixiao Sword? I wish to gain a deeper understanding. At this point, the chapter had not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. The sword Douluo's lips trembled involuntarily as he recounted. 3,500 years ago, the foremost sect on the continent was not the Houtman sect, but rather the Chixiao Sword sect. The signature martial soul of their sect was the Chixiao Sword that you hold in your hand. At that time, the Chixiao Sword sect was brimming with talent, capable of rivaling the Spirit Hall solely with their own strength. This stalemate persisted for approximately 5 centuries. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, the Chixiao Sword sect eventually saw no one capable of awakening the Chixiao Sword martial soul, leading to their rapid decline. A millennium later, they vanished from the annals of history, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Today, few remain on the continent who possess knowledge of the Chixiao Sword sect. With a sigh, the sword Douluo continued, were it not for the ancient texts passed down through my family, I would remain unaware of this matter. People often claim that our family's Chixiao Sword is the mightiest sword martial soul across the continent. However, I alone know that it ranks merely 3rd among the legendary top 10 sword martial souls. Had the top 2 sword martial souls not been absent for a millennium, the title of the world's premier sword martial soul would never have fallen to the Chixiao Sword. Furthermore, it would never have allowed the wind sword martial soul, so undeserving, to infiltrate the current top 10 sword martial souls ranking. The world's foremost sword martial soul, the sovereign among swords. Jiang Yu's face displayed a look of astonishment, as he had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the Chixiao Sword in the Douluo Continent. It appeared that neither the Xianjian sword nor the Zhanlu sword existed here. Thus, it could be concluded that the Chixiao Sword was the preeminent weapon spirit of the continent. Not to mention the divine and demonic swords. Tang San's Haoyan hammer seemed insignificant in comparison, and one could only wonder how he could maintain his arrogance, as it was merely a battered hammer alongside the blue-silver emperor. What was there to boast about? Jiang Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 7. The First Soul Skill. The Crimson Sky Sword Formation. Kid, has your mind collapsed? The sword Douluo, unable to bear it any longer, tapped Jiang Yu's forehead. Now, unleash your first soul skill. Let me witness its power. Is this really appropriate? Jiang Yu spoke with a hint of embarrassment. What if I accidentally injure you, esteemed elder? Ha ha ha, what a jest. The sword Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back and remarked, if you are capable of harming me, I shall withdraw from the realm of soul masters henceforth. Indeed, Jiang Yu exclaimed in a moment of bewilderment, questioning the identity of the sword Douluo. A formidable figure among the titled Douluo, comparable to the likes of Douluo, who could easily vanquish 10 opponents of his caliber. The disparity between himself and the sword Douluo was insurmountable, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Coming to this realization, Jiang Yu shed his hesitations and promptly unleashed his first spirit ability. The soul rings adorning his sword illuminated, and seizing the Chixiao Sword, he lunged towards the sword Douluo. Instantly, numerous fiery sword shadows coalesced and erupted from the long sword, surrounding the Chixiao Sword. The first spirit ability, Chixiao Sword Formation, was activated. Jiang Yu immediately channeled his soul power, propelling the shadow of his sword forward at an astonishing speed, aiming directly for the center of sword Douluo's forehead. The crimson sword shadow was as sharp as a sword formation, prompting Jiang Yu to name his soul skill the Chixiao Sword Formation. Merely a trivial skill. Sword Douluo stood there calmly, not even activating his own soul skills, yet an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him. The speed of the sword shadow was remarkable, reaching mere inches from sword Douluo's brow in an instant, yet it could not advance any further. The flames that surged were burning intensely, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden hue, distinctly different from ordinary flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. The grayish gas surrounding sword Douluo diminished rapidly under the influence of the flames, just as the sword shadow seemed poised to pierce his forehead. Jiang Yu's moment of triumph was abruptly halted as the gray gas swiftly restored itself, repelling the sword shadow in the process. Is this the ultimate fire? Sword Douluo felt a flicker of astonishment. Although it appeared that he had the upper hand moments ago, the reality was quite the contrary. The murderous aura he released had been disrupted by a mere boy who had just acquired his first soul ring, compelling him to exert more force to suppress Jiang Yu's assault once again. This was quite the blow to his pride. Youngster, retract your soul skill, Sword Douluo said with a hint of displeasure. I have matters to inquire of you. What is the matter, senior? Are you already unable to hold on? Jiang Yu was taken aback by the apparent cowardice of the Sword Douluo, who, at the very onset, cried out in defeat. This utterly shattered his previous impressions. Wasn't the Sword Douluo supposed to be resolute and unwavering? Yet, here he was, displaying a weakness that paled in comparison to Ma Hongzhun. What utter nonsense! For the first time, the Sword Douluo erupted with vulgarity, completely abandoning his usual composure, demonstrating just how deeply Jiang Yu had provoked him. Youngster, should you dare to jest with me again, I shall strip your skin and then dismantle your bones for the ancient one to play with. No, please. Jiang Yu startled with a jolt, hastily retracting the Scarlet Sky Sword formation at Sword Douluo's command. That's more like it. Sword Douluo's anger melted into delight. Young man, I never imagined your Scarlet Sky Sword spirit would possess the ultimate fire attribute. No wonder the Scarlet Sky Sword sect could rival the Spirit Hall back then. In comparison, the 7-kill sword's metallic gold sword Qi still falls short of reaching ultimate power. No wonder it lost to the Scarlet Sky Sword. The surprises you bring me grow ever greater. His gaze suddenly turned icy as his tone shifted. Boy, I demand you swear an oath before me. Pledge eternal loyalty to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile clan and vow never to betray the sect. Swear it. Jiang Yu inwardly recoiled at such futile superstition. Moreover, as a spy dispatched by the Spirit Hall, pledging allegiance to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile clan was out of the question. Yet, with Sword Douluo's imposing stance, clearly ready to strike him down at the slightest defiance, he dared not refuse outright. But to swear such an oath was equally unacceptable. What should he do now? Jiang Yu was immediately engulfed in turmoil. The Sword Douluo gazed at Jiang Yu's countenance, refraining from hastening his words, merely resting his hand upon the 7-killing sword. He was a man of unwavering integrity, never one to coerce others into making choices. Yet, if Jiang Yu were to refuse to pledge loyalty to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, he would find himself in a position of sorrowful resignation. However, he would only do so as a last resort, for exceptional talent is a rare gem. Jiang Yu understood that without making a vow, it would be exceedingly difficult to pass the trial of the sword-fighting Douluo. The elder before him had devoted everything to the 7-treasure Glazed Tile school and was capable of achieving anything. A thought struck him. After all, there were so many people named Jiang Yu. It did not refer solely to him. After contemplating deeply, Jiang Yu raised 4 fingers and vowed to remain ever loyal to the 7-treasures Glazed Tile school, pledging never to commit any act that would harm the sect. Jiang Yu employed a clever ruse, replacing the term betrayal with harm. Henceforth, as long as he refrained from personally inflicting harm upon the 7-treasure Glazed Tile school, it would not constitute a breach of his vow. Indeed, remember well the words you have spoken today. Sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. By the way, let us bestow a name upon your flame. The ultimate fire encompasses various forms, such as the true fire of the phoenix, the Southmingli fire of the legendary vermilion bird, and the triumvirate fire possessed by the fire dragon king. Let us call it imperial fire. Jiang Yu swiftly conceived a name, for the Chixiao Sword is indeed a sword of imperial essence. The name Dihua not only exudes grandeur, but also embodies the notion of a sovereign among flames, the emperor of countless fires. Upon returning to the sect, the Sword Douluo escorted Jiang Yu directly to the Chibo Hall. The surrounding guards exhibited utmost reverence, with none daring to obstruct their passage. It could be said that within the Chixiao Sword sect, the status of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo rivaled that of the sect master. Ningfengji, being astute in matters of propriety, promptly appointed the 2 elders as the supreme elders of the Chixiao Sword sect, placing their authority on par with his own as sect master. After all, he could never hope to ascend to the realm of Sword Douluo. The current achievements of the sect are largely attributable to the steadfast support of these 2 titled Douluo. Thus, Ningfengji has never adopted an air of superiority in their presence. The 2 elders were permitted entry into the Chibo Hall without the need for formal announcement. This was merely a customary formality. Once inside, the Sword Douluo instructed Jiang Yu to wait while he proceeded alone to meet Ningfengji. Jiang Yu understood that the Sword Douluo must have gone to report to Ningfengji regarding the status of his martial soul. Before long, Ningfengji hurriedly emerged from within. followed closely by both the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo. The evident excitement of this esteemed figure underscored Jiang Yu's remarkable worth. Xiao Yu, may I have another look at your martial soul? Ning Fingji exclaimed, his face alight with eagerness, clearly yearning to witness the changes that had occurred to the Chixiao Sword martial soul. Uncle, look! Jiang Yu unleashed his martial spirit. And upon the emergence of the red sky sword, Ning Fingji displayed an expression of uncontained joy. Even the bone Douluo cast a sidelong glance. He was well aware of the aura exuded by a top-tier martial spirit. Undoubtedly, the martial spirit before him was of the highest caliber, and upon further examination, it appeared to surpass the 7-killing sword of that old coot, Xianjian, in quality. This was indeed a fortunate find. Although the bone Douluo maintained an impassive facade, he felt a flicker of delight within. Soon, there would be someone capable of restraining that old sword master. While I may not be able to defeat you, this lad's extraordinary talent will inevitably lead him to the realm of title Douluo, at which point, someone shall take you down a peg. The bone Douluo even began to envision scenes of Jiang Yu soundly thrashing Jian Douluo. After all, he had always been at a disadvantage against that old man. And now witnessing someone with superior talent to Xianjian made him unavoidably excited. That old coot constantly put him through the ringer. It was about time that the illustrious Jian Douluo, on par with the illustrious Hotian Douluo, faced some retribution. Chapter 8. The Undercover Diary, June 1st. Sunny today. I successfully joined the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and met Ning Fingji, Jian Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Recognizing my exceptional talent, they promptly welcomed me as a core disciple. At last, the Pope's plan has taken its first step. June 3rd, overcast after undergoing a soul power assessment. My soul power reached level 13 following the absorption of a soul ring. Jian Douluo was elated and began imparting the secret techniques of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, including the mind control method in his original soul skill, the 7-killing sword technique. The mind control techniques of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School are categorized into 5 stages: the heart of the 3 apertures, the heart of the 4 apertures, the heart of the 5 apertures, the heart of the 6 apertures, and the heart of the 7 apertures. Overall, they bear a resemblance to the mind control techniques of the Spirit Hall, each with its unique advantages. July 3rd. Light reigned during the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's new disciple competition. I emerged as the undisputed champion. Notably, several prodigies surfaced in this tournament, warranting special attention. Su Linya, with the martial spirit of the Purple Lightning Hammer, possesses innate soul power at level 8. Commanding explosive, thunderous power with formidable destructive capability and a mature intellect coupled with charisma. Lin Gang, wielding the martial spirit of the Earth Barbarian Dragon, is a power-type soul master with virtually no flaws. Fang Yuan, with the martial spirit of the Golden Phoenix Wingclaw, is a swift fire attribute agile attacker, proving difficult to defend against. Yi Huang, with the martial spirit of the Golden Dragonvine, is a control-type soul master, composed and decisive in combat, making him exceptionally skilled in his craft. Xiao Fan, with the martial spirit of Ice Fire, is another agile attacker with a unique martial spirit, remaining quite low-key at present. Yet I sense he is far from ordinary. July 5th, Sunny Jian Douluo wished to observe my cultivation progress. Thus he dispatched his eldest disciple to spar with me. Although merely 13, he possesses soul power at level 29, and his name is Jun Xijian, with a martial spirit known as the Kuan Mountain Sword. According to Jian Douluo, this martial spirit is nearly on par with the Windsword martial spirit of the Windsword sect, and the outcome of our match was predictable. Given the vast disparity in soul power, I was soundly thrashed by Jun Xijian. Noticing the mischievous grin on Jian Douluo's face, I realized that this old coot had orchestrated the match deliberately. He must be envious of my talent. Indeed, that must be the case. For only the mediocre are free from jealousy, while the gifted must endure burdens beyond ordinary comprehension. After the match, the master and disciple departed, and unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong appeared at that moment. She held a tube of healing ointment, and as she extended it towards me, I felt as though she radiated a divine light, resembling the goddess Athena in her purity. However, upon applying the ointment to my injured thigh, I realized my folly. How could this little demonish genuinely be so benevolent? The ointment she offered contained itching powder, and in an instant, her saintly image shattered in my eyes. Consequently, I seized Ning Rongrong and delivered a dozen smacks to her rear, as she wept and vowed to have Ning Fingji and Jian Douluo avenge her. July 6th. Cloudy to sunny today, my mood mirrored the weather. Should Ning Fingji and the others discover that I had struck Ning Rongrong, they would likely seek retribution immediately. However, as I prepared myself for the impending storm, I was astonished to find that Ning Rongrong did not report me. Thus, I narrowly escaped a calamity. December 13th. Sunny. Since that day, Ning Rongrong has taken a stance against me, consistently opposing my every move. Faced with the relentless pranks of this little demoness, I must remain vigilant. Throughout our ongoing battle of wits, we have each claimed victories. Nevertheless, our relationship has consequently grown closer. I have come to see this little demoness in a new light, recognizing her merely as a spoiled child with a kind heart. However, I was unprepared for her to sneak chili powder into my porridge when I was tea-looking, prompting me to retract my previous sentiments. Next year, March 10th, overcast. After more than 6 months of practice, I have finally mastered the first 3 forms of the 7 killing sword technique imparted by Jian Douluo, and I am proficient in the heart of the 3 apertures. Truly, I am a genius, haha. Next year, April 1st, sunny today, while practicing with Ning Rongrong, she unexpectedly collapsed onto me in an exceedingly awkward position, leaving me quite flustered. Yet, following this intimate encounter, our relationship noticeably strengthened, which is highly advantageous for my undercover mission. Next year, May 31st, sunny tomorrow, Ning Rongrong will awaken her martial spirit. So I intend to retire early this evening. Jiang Yu set down his feather quill, closed the undercover journal, and placed the small blue notebook into a small iron box, securing it with a lock. He then crawled beneath his bed and lifted a marble tile to conceal the box within. Fortunately, as a core disciple, he had his own private chamber. Had he shared a room with someone else, he would have been unable to pin his undercover diary. Yet documenting the events that transpired was an essential task for any infiltrator. If he were to cohabit, it would undoubtedly be unfeasible. However, now he was spared that inconvenience, free to manage his own space as he pleased. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Jiang Yu emerged from beneath the bed, brushing the dust from his garments. Come in. The door creaked open, allowing the luminous moonlight to pour in, revealing none other than Ning Rongrong. Her smile, illuminated by the moon's glow, radiated an extraordinary warmth. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. What brings you here? Jiang Yu felt somewhat perplexed, for he was not in the mood to indulge in playful banter. You insufferable Jiang Yu, there are shooting stars outside. I came specifically to invite you to witness them with me, yet I am met with such disdain. Ning Rongrong pouted, her large, doe-like eyes glistening innocently, presenting an appearance utterly harmless. Were the outside world to behold the little enchantress in such a state, they might very well be rendered speechless in astonishment. However, Jiang Yu was not easily deceived by her act. I have no time for this frivolity. Go and enjoy the spectacle on your own. I am going to sleep now. Farewell. Jiang Yu leapt onto the bed like a hawk, pulling the covers over himself, and reminded to close the door. After a while, noticing the room had fallen silent, he assumed the little witch had finally taken her leave. However, just as he turned around, he was met with the peculiar grin of Ning Rongrong. What are you doing? As soon as Jiang Yu's words fell, Ning Rongrong grasped his hand and guided it towards her own body. If you do not accompany me to watch the shooting stars, I shall inform my father that you have acted improperly. Jiang Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. If Ning Fingji were to discover that he had behaved improperly towards Ning Rongrong, the consequences would be dire. I am truly intimidated by you. Jiang Yu hurriedly withdrew his arm, which had been firmly grasped by Ning Rongrong, and swiftly leaped off the bed. Ning Rongrong smiled with satisfaction. She had few friends within the sect, as most either feared her or spoke ill of her behind her back. Only Jiang Yu dared to disregard her commands, often imparting some profound wisdom, despite the playful chaos. Ning Rongrong understood that Jiang Yu's intentions were rooted in care for her well-being. After a year of companionship, she had come to regard Jiang Yu as a true friend. Chapter 9. Ning Rongrong's concerns. Ning Rongrong led Jiang Yu to a secluded patch of grass and sat down. The night sky was breathtaking, with stars twinkling and meteors occasionally streaking across the heavens. A gentle breeze caressed them, bringing immense comfort to Jiang Yu. Tomorrow, I shall awaken my martial soul. How much innate soul power do you think I will possess? Ning Rongrong's face was etched with worry. Though my father and grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu treat me with great affection, I am acutely aware that my brothers look down upon me. They believe I am the offspring of a concubine, lowly in status yet brazenly exploiting my father's favor. Suddenly, a flicker of terror crossed Ning Rongrong's eyes. Jiang Yu, do you think that if my innate soul power is low tomorrow, my father might cease to love me? You silly girl. Jiang Yu never anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be preoccupied with the fear of losing Ning Fingji's affection. It was utterly unfounded anxiety. There was no cause for concern whatsoever. Jiang Yu settled beside Ning Rongrong and swiftly plucked a few droplets-laden strands of blue-silver grass to craft a ring of grass. Here, wear it on your hand. Tomorrow, this ring shall bestow its blessings upon you. With it, without further ado, your innate soul power will surely reach at least level 9. Are you trying to deceive me? Ning Rongrong retorted, recalling her father's words that since the establishment of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, the highest recorded soul power had only ever reached level 8. Level 9 has never been attained. Are you not even going to do your homework before attempting to fool me? Despite her words, a smile involuntarily graced Ning Rongrong's face. At least someone was there to offer her consolation. If you don't want to, that's fine. Jiang Yu intended to reclaim the ring, but Ning Rongrong swiftly snatched it back. That simply won't do. How can one take back a gift once given? With a hint of reluctance, I accepted it, as I beheld Ning Rongrong's haughty demeanor. I couldn't help but chuckle. This little enchantress was indeed amusing. What are you laughing at? She retorted. In truth, if you remained silent, you would appear rather charming. Jiang Yu replied with a serious expression. It would be best for you to speak less. Who are you to dictate? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. This was the first time Jiang Yu had praised her, yet his subsequent words incited her annoyance. What did he mean by speak less? Was her voice truly unpleasant? Throughout the entire 7-treasure Glazed tile school, who was unaware of her sweet and delightful nature, her words flowing like the melodious song of a golden oriole? Fine. I suppose I was being too meddlesome. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that when a girl was angry, it was wise to refrain from speaking. For excessive words often lead to misfortune. The most prudent course of action was to keep silent, allowing her to calm down in due course. Hey, can't you comfort me? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, frustrated by Jiang Yu's inaction, as she playfully pinched his shoulder. Jiang Yu was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's unexpected behavior. Not only did she not calm down, but she also resorted to physical confrontation. Indeed, she was a little devil, unable to shed her penchant for impulsive actions. Fortunately, my temperament is composed enough not to hold it against you. Jiang Yu feigned pain before adopting a demeanor of graceful composure. However, Ning Rongrong was not so easily deceived. Your performance is so exquisite. Should I bestow upon you an Oscar award? Jiang Yu has stated that this is the highest accolade bestowed upon actors, typically awarded to those with exceptional acting skills. In her view, Jiang Yu's performance surpasses that of anyone else, making her truly deserving of such an honor. How delightful that is, Jiang Yu said with a playful grin. The trophy should be made of pure gold, and a few diamonds would make it even better. Oh, please. Ning Rongrong turned her head and lightly tapped Jiang Yu's shoulder, then chuckled. You think you're so clever. Your acting is far inferior to mine. I was merely teasing you just now, and you actually believed it. What a fool you are. Jiang Yu retorted, if I'm a fool, then you must be the biggest fool of all. In a moment of vengeance, Jiang Yu tugged at Ning Rongrong's hair, discovering that her strands were more supple than anticipated. Oh, don't pull my hair. Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks, pouting as she feigned a threat. Are you not aware that a girl's hair should not be carelessly handled? Be cautious, or I shall summon Grandpa Jian to deal with you. No, please. I was wrong, can't we let this go? Jiang Yu hastily released his grip. After all, the sword Douluo was his esteemed mentor, and there were numerous ways to challenge him. Within the entire 7-treasure Glazed tile school, the only person he truly feared was the sword Douluo. Ning Fengji, known for his amiable disposition, had never shown anger even towards his attendants. Whereas Jiang Yu held no fear of him. Humph. I knew you were afraid of Grandpa's sword. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of pride within her. Wow. Such a magnificent meteor. Fearing further entanglement, Jiang Yu quickly shifted the conversation. Ning Rongrong looked up and saw several meteors streaking across the sky, one of which appeared significantly larger than the others and bore a unique purple hue. Make a wish. It is said that wishes made during a meteor shower tend to come true. In Jiang Yu's eyes, a profound sense of longing shimmered. Once, he had shared the experience of a meteor shower with a girl. Unfortunately, she ultimately chose to pursue her career, and eventually, she achieved her aspiration of becoming a leading streamer in the dance category on Bilibili. Subsequently, she married a top-tier supporter, and with his assistance, she transitioned into an actress. Really? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Meteor, oh meteor, may you bless me with the awakening of the 7 treasures Glazed tile tomorrow. And may my innate soul power reach level 10. She hesitated, realizing the audacity of her wish. No, that is too greedy. She quickly amended. Level 9 would suffice. Innate soul power at level 9. As if the colossal meteor had heard Ning Rongrong's desire, it erupted in a brilliant blaze of light, eclipsing even the surrounding starlight. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong had yet to react when the meteor hurtled towards their direction. Oh no! Run! As Jiang Yu attempted to pull Ning Rongrong away, he was startled to realize he was utterly immobilized, unable even to extend a finger, as if he were ensnared by some divine force. The blinding radiance drew ever closer, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. If he were truly struck by a falling star, it would be an embarrassment for a traveler from another realm. Fortunately, two beams of light shot forth from the luminous orb, brushing past their shoulders before soaring back into the heavens. Glancing at the jade pendant in his hand, Jiang Yu couldn't help but squeeze it, only to discover that he had regained the ability to move. What could this be? Jiang Yu wore a look of skepticism. Could it be that this was refuse discarded by a celestial being? The green jade pendant was intricately carved with a lifelike ancient tree, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship without a single flaw, appearing not as a product of human hands but rather a creation of nature itself. Furthermore, the jade pendant exuded an extraordinary warmth, instantly revitalizing the somewhat fatigued Jiang Yu. Look, Jiang Yu, this jade pendant is so beautiful, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, lifting the pendant suspended from a green cord with one hand, shaking it excitedly. This must be a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens. I am certain I will succeed tomorrow. Wait a moment. Jiang Yu discovered that two jade pendants appeared to be a matched pair. Hastily, he held the one in his hand alongside Ning Rongrong's and examined them closely. To his astonishment, he found that the two pendants could indeed be combined. They were, without a doubt, a pair. As Jiang Yu sighed, the jade pendant emitted a brilliant glow, from which two emerald points of light emerged, each entering the bodies of Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong. Moments later, the pendant sprang open once more. Jiang Yu, caught off guard, suddenly felt an inexplicable connection with Ning Rongrong. To his astonishment, she looked back at him with a similar expression of surprise, indicating that she too sensed it. This left Jiang Yu somewhat bewildered. The operation of this jade pendant felt oddly familiar. Was it not the case that in Sword of the Immortal the characters Jing Tian and Tang Xuejian were brought together by a jade pendant? Moreover, having awakened the divine demon sword, could it be that Jing Tian truly existed in history and that he, Jiang Yu, was a descendant of him? Yet, his father had never mentioned anything of the sort. Furthermore, he had been reborn in the Douluo Continent. Was this extraordinary ability arriving rather late? Regardless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts, for pondering them would yield no answers. Ultimately, as long as it did not disrupt his life, he would let it be. Jiang Yu felt no desire to delve further. Perhaps, in due time, the truth would unveil itself. The contract had been dispatched, and those wishing to invest should act promptly. As per the usual custom, I kindly request your support in terms of collections and recommendations. The rules at the starting point have recently changed, so I urge all patrons nurturing this work to at least glance through it, as it pertains to the recommendation rankings. Thank you for your support. Chapter 10. Awakening of the Martial Soul in the Grand Hall. Ning Fengji sat upon the golden throne, casting his gaze down upon the assembly. Flanking him were the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, both intently observing the martial soul awakening ceremony below. This year, the Tiando Palace had once again sent the familiar Su Cha to preside over the proceedings, though this time he was accompanied by a new group of young men, who bore somewhat of a resemblance to Su Yu Tao. They were all members of the Su clan. While the Su family may not hold significant power within the Martial Soul Hall, they still possess a modicum of status, bolstered by a unique advantage, their prolific lineage. The vitality of a family is an essential metric of its strength, and the current generation of the Su family boasts a remarkable 300 to 400 young members, all inheriting commendable martial souls. Those present today were cousins of Su Yuntao. Su Cha often took advantage of his position to bring them along on official duties. And the Tiando Palace's leader, the Platinum Bishop Salas, had refrained from reproach, acknowledging that Su Cha had been diligent in his responsibilities. Ning Ke. Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Innate Soul Power, Level 7. Ning Hengji, Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Innate Soul Power, Level 6. Ning Chong. Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, Innate Soul Power, Level 7. Cheng Dalong, Martial Soul, Mountain Cleaving Axe, Innate Soul Power, Level 6. Pei Min, Martial Soul, Ice Soul Sword, Innate Soul Power, Level 7. As half an hour elapsed, dozens had successfully awakened their martial souls, yet only a few evoked genuine astonishment. While their martial soul quality and innate soul power were commendable, they paled in comparison to the prodigies of the Martial Soul Hall. Next, Linjing. A young girl emerged from the crowd. Jiang Yu, observing from his position in the hall, could not help but direct his gaze towards her. She donned a crimson top, complemented by a red vest, and her lower attire consisted of a flowing red dress. Around her neck was a string of pearls, from which hung a copper mirror adorned with colorful gemstones. Her long, raven hair was intricately braided, held in place by a hollow gold crown embellished with rubies. The girl's fair complexion and exquisite features drew the attention of many. However, Lin Jing cast a glance in the direction of Jiang Yu. Despite having joined the Seven Treasures Glazed sect for merely a year, Jiang Yu has already eclipsed many of the young talents within the sect. In terms of both appearance and aptitude, Jiang Yu is unparalleled, garnering a multitude of admirers, including Lin Jing herself. Jiang Yu could not help but acknowledge the beauty of Lin Jing, whose allure was only slightly inferior to that of Ning Rongrong. However, he was not a person of shallow nature. Shortly after Lin Jing stepped into the hexagram formation, a brilliant yellow radiance emanated from her being, and a shadow gradually materialized above her head, revealing a massive yellow dragon. The dragon measured an impressive 5 meters in length, adorned with 2 enormous horns atop its head. The Earth Barbarian Dragon. Jiang Yu promptly recognized Lin Jing's awakened martial soul as the esteemed elder of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Lin Jian. Possessed the Earth Barbarian Dragon martial soul. This young woman before him must belong to the Lin family. Lin Jing's talent was indeed striking. Her innate soul power had astonishingly reached level 8, nearly rivaling that of Xianjian from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. At this revelation, a smile finally graced Ning Fingji's face, for an innate soul power of level 8 was remarkably high, a rarity even within the martial soul hall. Lin Jing's entrance cast a shadow over the subsequent participants until Ning Rongrong's appearance altered the atmosphere. Today, Ning Rongrong donned a charming aquamarine gown, accentuated by a white jade belt at her waist, exuding an air of cuteness. Her demeanor appeared cheerful, a smile consistently adorning her face. Undoubtedly buoyed by the events of the previous night that instilled her with newfound confidence in her abilities, Ning Fingji gazed at his beloved daughter with eager anticipation. He had many sons, but only this one precious daughter, and he sincerely hoped for her to possess extraordinary talent. Even the sword Douluo and bone Douluo were visibly excited, their affection for Ning Rongrong matching that of Ning Fingji. As Ning Rongrong stood amidst 6 black stones, radiant, multicolored light erupted from her being, converging into the palm of her right hand. Gradually, a colorful pagoda, over a foot tall, took shape. This dazzling tower, resplendent with brilliance, was the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, the premier auxiliary martial soul of the continent and a source of pride for all auxiliary soul masters. Upon seeing the pagoda in her palm, a broad smile illuminated Ning Rongrong's face. "Milady, please place your right hand upon the crystal ball." The young soul master assisting with Ning Rongrong's martial soul awakening spoke with utmost respect. Having evidently done his homework and aware of her status as Ning Fingji's most cherished daughter, with confidence, Ning Rongrong extended her right hand, adorned with the grass ring Jiang Yu had gifted her. As her hand made contact with the blue crystal ball, it instantly radiated a brilliant light, almost overwhelming the sphere with its luminosity. Innate soul power level 9. Ning Fingji momentarily lost his composure, bursting into hearty laughter. Ah ha ha. Heaven bless our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Who would have thought Rongrong's talent would rival that of our founding ancestors? The revival of our sect is now within reach. It was evident that Ning Fingji was genuinely overjoyed, completely shedding his usual calm and scholarly demeanor. "Fingji, now you need not worry about the future of the sect. It has been a millennium since anyone awakened with innate level 9 soul power," remarked the sword Douluo and bone Douluo, equally elated. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." The excitement only intensifies. Although a smile graced Jiang Yu's face, he was not particularly surprised by the outcome. He had long been aware of Ning Rongrong's remarkable talent, for she was indeed a member of the protagonist group. It would be unthinkable for her not to possess extraordinary abilities. One could assert that none among the Shrek 7 monsters were weak. Aside from Ma Hongjuan's somewhat flawed martial spirit, the others were rather impeccable. However, with Jiang Yu's arrival, it was uncertain whether Ning Rongrong would still be able to remain a part of the Shrek 7 monsters in the future. Who could have anticipated that she would possess such formidable potential? In the corner, a young boy who had recently awakened the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile manifested a face filled with jealousy. Ning Hengji, despite being a half-brother to Ning Rongrong, had always looked down upon her. This disdain stemmed from the fact that Ning Rongrong's mother was merely a lowly concubine, while his own mother hailed from one of the prestigious 10 families of the Tiando imperial city, the Shin family. How could he accept being overshadowed by this seemingly inferior girl? Their father had always favored her, and now it seemed that the Seven Treasure Glazed sect would soon become her domain. Though young, Ning Hengji was no stranger to the intrigues and deceptions of living in a prominent family. Witnessing Ning Rongrong's exceptional prowess was a bitter pill for him to swallow. As he saw her remarkable talent, Ning Fingji felt a sense of comfort in his heart. He was so pleased that he neglected to attend the upcoming recruitment ceremony and merely instructed Xiao to preside over it on his behalf. The personnel from the Spirit Hall promptly withdrew from the main hall, as their duties were far from finished. They still needed to awaken the martial spirits of those eager to join the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Sadly, they had yet to partake in breakfast. Yet for the sake of the substantial red envelope fees, Su Cha and others mustered their spirits. The red envelopes provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed sect were quite generous. This was precisely why the representatives of these large sects were willing to host ceremonies, as it influenced their assessments, and many were eager to participate. After all, they could never entice the children away from such grand sects to join the Spirit Hall. However, the monetary compensation was simply too enticing, prompting their willingness to engage with the larger sections. The funds were sufficient to bribe the assessors multiple times, rendering the examinations a non-issue, while simultaneously fattening their own pockets. Chapter 11. Climbing through windows in celebration of Ning Rongrong's achievement, Ning Fingji joyfully organized a feast. At his command, servants brought forth several large barrels of exquisite grape wine, followed by an array of delectable dishes. Among these were even delicacies crafted from spirit beasts, with chefs in tall white hats preparing the meals on site. These chefs, all fire element soul masters, worked with an alacrity surpassing that of ordinary cooks. Before long, a splendid array of dishes, including tender roasted rabbit and monkey brain from the wind monkey, along with mighty magic bull beef, emerged, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Jiang Yu nestled in a corner, savoring the roasted rabbit meat. One must admit, this tender rabbit is indeed delectable. Crispy on the outside, yet succulent within. The meat is exceptionally delicious, truly befitting of Xiao Wu's kin. May I offer you a drink? Jiang Yu had just finished gnawing on a rabbit's head when he heard a melodious voice, akin to the tinkling of silver bells. He looked up to see Lin Jing approaching him, gracefully holding 2 glasses of red wine. I don't recognize you, Jiang Yu said, momentarily taken aback. Why are you inviting me for a drink? Lin Jing was surprised by Jiang Yu's abrupt refusal. For the first time, she began to doubt her own allure. In the past, the young boys of the sect would eagerly present her with various exquisite delicacies and precious gems. Why was it that Jiang Yu was so indifferent? I've heard you are a genius with innate full soul power. I wish to engage in deeper conversation and foster a closer connection, she said, her delicate cheeks flushing. No, thank you. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached and promptly declined on Jiang Yu's behalf. He doesn't drink wine. He only enjoys milk, and it must be fresh milk. With that, she casually handed Jiang Yu a transparent glass filled with freshly squeezed milk. Indeed, I prefer milk. Jiang Yu, with a keen sense of propriety, seized the cup and hastily drank from it. In her eagerness, a milky white liquid spilled forth. Well, this is quite the disturbance. Lin Jing observed Ning Rongrong's less than pleasant expression and dared not linger any longer. After all, this little sorceress was the most cherished daughter of the sect leader and often engaged in unexpectedly audacious actions. To offend her would surely lead to dire consequences. Oh, foolish girl, why do you come here instead of celebrating? You have even obstructed my fortunes in love. Jiang Yu teased Ning Rongrong, saying, if I hadn't come, you would have been devoured by others. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to complain that I obstructed your romantic prospects. Truly, you are oblivious to the intentions of a good Samaritan. Ning Rongrong pouted, rolling her eyes at Jiang Yu. Is it not enough that I admit my fault? Jiang Yu did not refute her words. Instead, he raised his cup of milk and smiled. I haven't congratulated you yet. Breaking the record of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with innate soul power at level 9, your brothers can hardly compete with you now. This time, you shall undoubtedly receive the favor of the esteemed Master Ning. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think this is empresses in the palace? Favor? By the way, could you share that story with me later tonight? You haven't told me the fate of Consort Yin yet, and I am eager to know whether she ultimately ascended to become the Empress. Ning Rongrong had never anticipated that she would take an interest in the palace intrigue tales Jiang Yu narrated, considering he had previously indulged in a collection of stories about 1001 princesses. All right, just remember to leave the door open for me tonight. Jiang Yu readily nodded, expressing his reluctance to climb through your window again, feeling as though he were a thief. All right, I shall ensure they are preoccupied today. Upon hearing him mention this matter, Ning Rongrong's face flushed with shyness, for there were maidservants attending at the door. It was rather inconvenient for her to allow Jiang Yu into her room in their presence at such a late hour. As night fell, A solitary moon cast its chilling radiance, illuminating the darkness of the continent's night, preventing it from being utterly pitch black. Jiang Yu arrived at Ning Rongrong's chamber as promised. And indeed, the maid at the entrance was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that she had been discreetly dismissed by Ning Rongrong. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yu knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, Ning Rongrong opened it, peering cautiously outside. Seeing no one was paying attention, she swiftly pulled Jiang Yu inside. Why the rush? He inquired. Hurry, I can scarcely contain myself. With a series of rhythmic claps, Ning Rongrong began cracking walnuts. All the while listening to Jiang Yu recount his tales, popping the nut meats into her mouth. Listening to stories is rather dull without a snack, however. Unlike most who might opt for sunflower seeds, Ning Rongrong preferred walnuts, relishing their delightful taste and health benefits. It was not until 2 full hours had passed that Ning Rongrong finally released Jiang Yu, her face aglow with satisfaction. While she was delighted, Jiang Yu found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. He had become somewhat disoriented from the storytelling and, in his haste to depart, instinctively leapt out of the window instead of using the front door. Ouch! Who lacks civic sense to leave a banana peel in such a place? Upon landing, Jiang Yu slipped on the peel and fell heavily to the ground. Inside, Ning Rongrong heard his yelp and a peculiar expression crossed her face. Oh no! I forgot to have someone clean up the banana peel. She stuck out her tongue playfully, and despite her words, a mischievous grin spread across her face. 3 days later, Ning Rongrong's soul power broke through to the 10th level, which took Jiang Yu by surprise. Logically, it seemed implausible for her to cultivate so rapidly. Even a prodigy could not elevate their soul power by a level in just a few days, as if consuming a potion. Unless, of course, her innate soul power was at 9, merely a hair's breadth from being fully realized. Jiang Yu contemplated this possibility. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Upon reaching the 10th level, one must acquire a soul ring to further enhance their soul power, thereby advancing to the next title. This implies that if Ning Rongrong does not obtain a soul ring, she will remain merely a soul master, regardless of her sufficient soul power. Consequently, when Ning Rongrong's soul power just broke through to the 10th level, Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Douluos took her to hunt for a soul ring. At Ning Rongrong's suggestion, Jiang Yu was also dragged along by the sword Douluo indeed. It was a forceful drag. Jiang Yu was blissfully immersed in slumber beneath the covers when he was abruptly yanked from his bed by the sword Douluo, landing unceremoniously on the floor. Naturally, Jiang Yu was prone to morning irritability, and upon sensing an intrusion upon his rest, he unleashed the Chixiao Sword, activating his first spirit skill in an instant. The sword Douluo was taken aback by Jiang Yu's audacity to strike against his master, despite his swift reflexes. He still suffered the loss of some eyebrows to the fiery attack. By the time Jiang Yu realized it was the sword Douluo, he had no opportunity to offer an apology before being forcefully kicked out of the door. Jiang Yu donned the garments that Xianjian Douluo had cast out from the chamber, changing outside the door. The locale for hunting spirit beasts was not distant. Merely a few hundred meters from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, nestled within the valley behind the castle. The variety of spirit beasts within was limited, and only the direct descendants of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect were permitted entry. The valley's entrance was enveloped by a colossal light barrier, and as Jiang Yu pondered how to gain access, he heard the words, 7 treasures, turn into glazed. As Ning Fengji's voice fell, a resplendent 7-tiered pagoda materialized in his palm. Each tier of the pagoda was adorned with a circle of spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 totaling 7. Go. Ning Fengji gently gestured towards the pagoda, and a beam of light burst forth, merging with the light barrier. Shortly thereafter, an opening revealed itself in the barrier, and the group ventured inside. Not long after entering the valley, Jiang Yu observed an intriguing phenomenon. The spirit beasts were organized into distinct groups, each clearly delineated and refraining from interference with one another. Additionally, each territory was stocked with thousands of pounds of meat, all cured and devoid of spoilage concerns, indicating that these creatures were indeed kept in captivity. Ning Rongrong, the first spirit ring from our 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, typically originates from a power-type spirit beast. Ning Fengji elucidated to his daughter, explaining the rationale behind choosing spirit rings. Through millennia of observation, this was undoubtedly the most prudent choice, as selecting a power-type spirit beast would fortify one's physique, thereby enabling a more effortless confrontation with the impacts of the spirit rings in the future. Within the valley resided 3 varieties of power-type spirit beasts: the mighty King Kong bear, the savage giant ape, and the golden armored elephant. Choose one. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong surveyed the scene, finding all three spirit beasts peacefully resting. Then I shall choose the mighty King Kong bear, Ning Rongrong swiftly decided, finding its appearance the most endearing. Oh my! Jiang Yu could not help but criticize. Is this truly the rationale behind your selection of soul beasts, my lady? Merely their adorability suffices, while other aspects, such as overall strength, are utterly disregarded. Xiao Yu, go fetch me a great strength diamond bear, commanded the sword Douluo without hesitation. Eager to witness the fruits of your training. What? Why must it be me? This old fellow is undoubtedly seeking personal revenge. Is it really necessary to retaliate just because I singed a few of your eyebrows? You two titled Douluos are present, yet I am the one expected to take action? How shameless. Of course, Jiang Yu kept these thoughts to himself. He knew that uttering such words would only invite another round of punishment from the sword Douluo. Master, I must confess that my grasp of the 7-killing sword technique is still rather rudimentary. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for me once more? A mere century-old soul beast. I'm certain you could handle it effortlessly. Chapter 12. The Great Strength Diamond Bear. Enough with the chatter. If you dawdle any longer, I shall toss you in myself, the sword Douluo warned, his brow furrowing. Before Jiang Yu could respond, the sword Douluo produced a small cylindrical device from his robe and tossed it before him. Do not think your master is unkind. This is a soul-binding device. Once you select a soul beast, simply press the button and a rope will appear. After ensnaring the soul beast, channel your soul power into it and pull with vigor. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Yu, Ning Fengji said with a nod and a smile directed at Jiang Yu. Young people should engage in more practical experiences. It is beneficial if not harmless. Your master is merely nurturing you. The Bone Douluo wore a smirk, his expression one of mischief. Ah, these old foxes. How sweetly they speak. Though Jiang Yu incessantly expressed his disdain for the forebears of the three individuals in his mind, he nonetheless picked up the soul-binding device and approached the horde of soul beasts. With no choice but to proceed, he resolved to do it for Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu, persevere. I believe you are exceptional. It was a rare occasion for the little sorceress Ning Rongrong to utter words of encouragement, yet in such dire circumstances. Jiang Yu had no time to revel in joy. The formidable giant golden bear was not to be trifled with. Zhao Wujia, relying solely on his soul emperor prowess, had once faced off against several soul emperors of the spirit hall, not merely due to the configuration of soul bones and rings, but rather the intrinsic quality of his own martial spirit, the giant golden bear. It is crucial to note that the soul emperors of the spirit hall are significantly more powerful than ordinary ones, with their soul ring configurations and martial spirit qualities being far superior. Even so, Zhao Wujia managed to escape through sheer force, illustrating the extraordinary nature of the giant golden bear. Now, Jiang Yu was confronted with a throng of these formidable beasts. Although the old sword master had provided him with auxiliary tools, given his cheap master's grudge-holding nature, Jiang Yu harbored deep doubts about the efficacy of these tools. If they proved ineffective, his situation would be dire. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, his footsteps as slow as an ant's. The giant golden bears ahead remained blissfully unaware of Jiang Yu's gradual approach, appearing utterly at ease. A group of these colossal bears was engaged in idle chatter, and one particularly foolish bear, taking advantage of another's repose, positioned itself above its companion's face and let out a thunderous flatulence. The resounding noise and foul odor startled the reclining giant golden bear, which, upon opening its eyes and spotting the bear's rear, instinctively swiped a paw in its direction. With a comical pop, the foolish bear felt an immediate tightness, leaping high into the air, its paws frantically rubbing its sore posterior. These captive soul beasts enjoyed an excessively comfortable existence, devoid of any sense of crisis. Although their innate talents remained, they lacked the keen instincts of their wild counterparts. Resembling not the ferocious giants they were, but rather akin to the beloved national treasures of the bear family. Jiang Yu pressed the button on the soul-binding device, and with a swift whoosh, a massive light ring, resembling a rope, sprang forth from within. It bore a striking resemblance to the lariats wielded by skilled horsemen. However, Jiang Yu was currently ensnaring a gigantic bear. Fortunately, having never seen a pig but having witnessed pigs running, he was well acquainted with numerous scenes of roping horses depicted in films and television dramas. Jiang Yu's imitation posed no challenges. He swiftly selected a suitable mighty Vidra bear for Ning Rongrong. This colossal creature was not only adorned with a coat of rich brown fur but also sported a small tuft of crimson curls upon its brow, giving it the appearance of a rogue. Its musculature was notably more robust than that of its counterparts, a testament to its rigorous training regimen. The disparity between the physically fit and the untrained is evident, and this holds true even for bears. The mighty Vajra bear chosen by Jiang Yu exhibited sinewy muscles that starkly contrasted with the flabby forms of the nearby bears. Furthermore, this magnificent creature displayed 4 circular markings and 13 horizontal stripes on its chest, indicating that it was a soul beast of 413 years, making it remarkably suitable as a first soul ring. Jiang Yu raised the soul binding device and deftly swung it towards the neck of the mighty King Kong bear. The luminous ring settled firmly around its throat. Seizing the opportunity, he tugged forcefully, drawing the enormous creature closer. This soul binding device proved to be remarkably effective. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yu's current strength would render him incapable of moving such a colossal beast. However, with the power of the soul-guiding instrument, he effortlessly maneuvered the hefty bear, which weighed no less than several hundred pounds. The startled King Kong bear, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, flailed its massive paws in confusion. Regrettably, Jiang Yu paid no heed to its frantic movements. As soon as the bear hit the ground, he began to drag it back. What a formidable King Kong bear! Upon arriving before Ning Rongrong and the others, Jiang Yu eagerly pointed at the bellowing, rotund bear behind him. Indeed, splendid! Jin Douluo nodded in approval, remarking on the bear's firm flesh and impressive strength. Jiang Yu, sensing the old man's satisfaction, let out a sigh of relief. He had no desire to pursue bears any longer. However, to his astonishment, Sword Douluo abruptly shifted his tone, stating, "But in this state, how can Rongrong absorb the spirit ring? You must hasten to severely injure this great strength diamond bear, and remember, leave it with just a breath of life." I was flabbergasted. Jiang Yu could not help but sigh. Well then, what else can I do as a mere laborer? You shall have your way. With a roar, the mighty golden bear, who had been left behind, was abruptly roused from its stupor. Upon noticing the individual who had bounded approaching, it furiously tore off the glowing collar around its neck. Crack! The soul binding device was crushed beneath the wrath of the golden bear and fell to the ground in pieces. My soul binding device! The Sword Douluo's face contorted with anguish. Disciple, teach this beast a severe lesson. Yes, master, Jiang Yu casually responded, yet within his heart, he was filled with joy, even silently giving a thumbs up to the mighty golden bear. Well done. It was time for this old man to experience some consequence for his actions, to learn that he could not merely command others. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu would not relent. The mighty golden bear had already raised its enormous paw towards him, unleashing its innate soul skill, the powerful golden paw. The air was stirred by the immense force, accompanied by resounding cracks that echoed through the atmosphere, showcasing the sheer power behind this attack. At a distance of 3 to 4 meters from the formidable mighty gold bear, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming pressure. The force of the air distorted his handsome visage. In an instant, his hair became disheveled, transforming Jiang Yu's previously genteel demeanor into something decidedly unconventional. His first soul skill, the Chixiao Sword formation, was unleashed. After Jiang Yu unleashed his martial spirit, his soul skills activated instantaneously. Over the course of the past year, he had mastered these techniques to the point of executing them in an instant. Numerous sword shadows gradually coalesced in the air, and a sudden burst of golden flames enveloped the iron sword. At this moment, Jiang Yu had truly harnessed the potential of his soul skills, revealing their steel attribute. The flaming swords had transcended their shadowy forms, becoming genuine weapons. This strike, if it connected, could inflict significant damage. Under Jiang Yu's command, the flying swords surged towards the mighty diamond bear. The enormous creature prepared to swat the approaching swords away. Yet it was taken aback when the flames emanating from the sword blades, possessing an exceptionally high temperature, penetrated its defenses. Renowned for its formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, the diamond bear was astonished that the fiery essence contained within the Chixiao sword could breach its protection, underscoring its extraordinary nature. As the flames seared its fur, the diamond bear's massive paw darkened to an ominous black, emanating a charred scent. More alarmingly, the blade had inflicted a grievous wound, revealing a gaping gash from which blood continuously oozed. This exemplified the formidable combination of fire and steel attributes. Even a creature as fearsome as the diamond bear struggled to withstand such an onslaught, as Jiang Yu's prowess far exceeded its expectations. With a furious roar, the diamond bear retaliated, forcefully deflecting the flying swords. Though its body bore numerous wounds, it had finally managed to neutralize Jiang Yu's assault. Chapter 13. Ning Rongrong's first soul ring. The diamond bear then charged fiercely at Jiang Yu, its momentum more terrifying than that of a rampaging bull. As the colossal beast barreled towards him, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet he understood that maintaining composure in critical moments was imperative. Fear was not an option. With his current soul power, he could unleash his first soul skill 3 times at most. Thus, Jiang Yu opted not to deploy another soul skill, but instead chose to employ the 7 killing sword technique imparted to him by the sword Douluo. The first stance was long rainbow piercing the sun. Jiang Yu wielded the Chixiao Sword, from which golden flames erupted with fervor. He even infused a trace of primordial purple qi into the blade. The fruits of his labor over the past year extended far beyond the mere entries in his journal. However, perhaps due to the formidable nature of the primordial purple qi path established by the divine general Faping, even the cultivation process proved to be exceedingly arduous. When compared to it, the Xianjian technique appeared utterly insignificant. Every morning, Jiang Yu rises to absorb the first wisp of purple aura that emerges with the dawn. However, after a year of practice, he has merely scratched the surface of mastery. Nevertheless, the effects of the primordial purple aura have far exceeded his expectations. Although Jiang Yu has only cultivated a few strands thus far, his physical constitution has significantly improved. Not only have his meridians expanded, but his hearing and vision have also become notably sharper than before. Jiang Yu strode forward with determination, leaping into the air to reach several meters in height. The Chixiao Sword ignited with a fierce blaze, and Jiang Yu seized the momentum to strike at the formidable diamond bear. Bang! After Jiang Yu landed on the ground, he immediately rose to his feet and sheathed the Chixiao Sword, not casting a glance behind him, for he possessed unwavering confidence in that strike. Before long, the immense brown bear collapsed with a resounding crash, creating a sizable crater in the earth. As a swordsman, one need not mention other matters. It was imperative to maintain a strikingly graceful stance. Jiang Yu believed that the pose he struck was quite commendable. Witnessing this scene, the sword Douluo wore a look of satisfaction, as Jiang Yu had not disappointed him. This technique, long rainbow piercing the sun, had already reached a considerable level of proficiency under his guidance, and Jiang Yu's progress far surpassed his expectations. However, feigning a stern expression, the sword Douluo could not tolerate Jiang Yu's display of arrogance. "All right then, master," Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu hurriedly made his way back. Yet a sense of melancholy lingered in his heart. Surely, this old fellow is envious of me. Not even a word of praise has been uttered. Rong. Allow me to perform a little trick for you. Douluo withdrew a silk handkerchief from his pocket, then squatted down, gazing kindly at Ning Rong. "Would you mind covering your eyes first?" "Of course, Grandpa Jian." Without a hint of hesitation, Ning Rong accepted the handkerchief from the elderly man, whom she regarded with the affection of a beloved grandfather, and obediently covered her eyes. Immediately, Douluo produced a dagger, its handle intentionally wrapped in a circle of rubber. "Rong, hold on to this little prop for now." "Oh, Grandpa Gu." Ning Rong's curiosity intensified. Gu handed the dagger to Ning Rong and, alongside Douluo, gently guided her toward the direction of the mighty golden bear. This old man certainly shows an undue favoritism. Jiang Yu could not help but tremble with indignation. Why was she not afforded such treatment while hunting soul beasts? They insisted that this was merely the first step to becoming a soul master. Yet she was still a child. The disparity in treatment was glaringly evident, clearly favoring females over males. Sword Douluo grasped Ning Rong's hand, plunging a dagger into the body of the great strength diamond bear. Before long, a ring of yellow soul rings began to emerge from within it. Bone Douluo was not idle either. A unique aura emanated from him, shrouding the surrounding scent of blood. Rong, sit down, and then release the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Use your mind to sense the changes around you. Although Ning Rong was uncertain about the intentions of Sword Grandpa, she complied and seated herself cross-legged. The 7 treasures turned into glazed light. As soon as the words left his lips, a resplendent 7-layered treasure pagoda materialized above her palm. The yellow soul rings in the air slowly drifted towards Ning Rong, and an immense wave of energy pressed against her body. "Ah, it hurts." Ning Rong's expression gradually turned pained, and before long, she cried out, "Hold on, it will subside shortly. I felt the same during my first experience." Jiang Yu spoke soothingly. "Yes, I understand." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Ning Rong felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Although her expression remained somewhat grave and her face glistened with perspiration, she no longer screamed or panicked. After a brief interval, the yellow soul ring began to contract, ultimately shrinking to the size of a bracelet, yet appearing more refined than before. The yellow soul ring ascended to the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, settling firmly upon the first tier. At last, the sword Douluo released the tension that had been coiling within him, casting a glance towards Gu. The bone Douluo nodded, extending his arms to lift the nearby powerful golden bear and hurling it forcefully into the distance. After clearing the area, The sword Douluo untied the silk scarf that had covered Ning Rongrong's eyes. Rongrong, do you notice anything different about your martial soul? Ah. Ning Rongrong directed her gaze towards the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda in her hand and suddenly noticed an additional ring of yellow adorning it, strikingly bright. Grandpa Jian. What is this? She inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Ning Fingji approached, patiently explaining, that ring of yellow is called a soul ring. It will endow you with a wondrous soul skill, signifying that from this moment forth, you are a genuine soul master. Soul ring. Soul skill. Ning Rongrong felt as if she had unlocked the gateway to a new world, her pupils sparkling with brilliance. Although she had heard others speak of soul masters, her understanding had been superficial. Now, with her father's affirmation that she was indeed a true soul master, a surge of excitement welled up within her. A yearning for the future. Rongrong, quickly unleash your soul skill. Let me see. Jiang Yu suddenly approached Ning Rongrong, eagerly yearning to experience the effects of her soul abilities. Although he had spent some time at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he had yet to receive assistance from a soul master utilizing the seven-treasure glazed pagoda, and thus wished to truly understand the sensation it provided. Wonderful! Ning Rongrong exclaimed enthusiastically as she lifted the seven-treasure glazed pagoda and began to chant the soul ability. The renowned seven treasures had a first ability, strength. In an instant, the first soul ring ascended, enveloping the colorful pagoda. And then with a gentle flick of her left hand, a radiant beam of light was released, enveloping Jiang Yu. This soul ability enhances strength by approximately 30% and can last for the duration of an incense stick. Truly, it is the foremost auxiliary martial soul of the continent. As Jiang Yu felt the transformation within him, he couldn't help but be moved. In mere moments, his strength surged dramatically. Regrettably, my martial soul possesses only supportive capabilities and lacks any offensive power. Ning Rongrong gazed at Jiang Yu, her voice tinged with sympathy. This means I cannot strike you. Oh dear. Jiang Yu displayed an expression of embarrassment, truly befitting of Ning Rongrong, the little enchantress. How could a young girl harbor such perilous thoughts? It would be far more delightful to simply embody the grace of a beautiful maiden. Just think of how charming Kaiwenji is. Rongrong need not fret. If you wish to confront Xiao Yu, simply confide in Grandfather Jian, and he shall assist you in dealing with this rascal. Furthermore, I too shall lend my support to the beloved Rongrong. The two titled Douluos exchanged mischievous smiles. Jiang Yu suddenly found himself weary of the undercover work. He pondered that enduring the tribulations within the seven treasures glazed sect was less appealing than returning to the spirit hall. He even began to reminisce about the moments spent resting on Bibi Dong's lap, listening to her stories, a time when he could still indulge in the comforts of milk. Yet, such thoughts were merely fleeting. After all, he was bound by a mission. Without completing it, there was no chance for him to return to the spirit hall, as Bibi Dong would never permit it. Chapter 14. The Green Vine Giant. A few days later, at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a special ceremony was underway in the expansive square. As widely acknowledged, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, while possessing formidable supportive abilities, were a fatal flaw, its utter lack of offensive power. Even Ning Fingji, with a soul power level of 79, found himself incapable of resisting even the most ordinary of battle spirit masters. Thus, all direct descendants of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were required to select a partner, a bond often lasting for a lifetime. It would be more fitting to refer to them as soulmates, as they would later unite as a pair. Consequently, the spirit masters possessing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower typically chose partners of the opposite sex, with rare exceptions made for those who cherished a particularly special brotherhood. This ceremony was pivotal for the future of the younger generation, allowing disciples from across the sect to register. It represented a prime opportunity for outer disciples to alter their fates. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, the sect's disciples hurried to the square, anxious not to miss this chance. An hour later, sect leader Ning Fingji, accompanied by two titled Douluos, arrived at the square. Even the three honorary elders and the four guardians of the sect, along with the heads of various pavilions, graced the ceremony with their presence. These individuals represented the pinnacle of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect strength, embodying its most crucial core figures. Witnessing the attendance of such esteemed personalities, all disciples resolved to showcase their abilities to the fullest on this day. Whether a wild chicken could transform into a phoenix depended on this moment. Soon, the competition commenced, with Ning Fingji delivering an important address, urging everyone to engage in amicable and friendly exchanges, emphasizing that while competition was essential, camaraderie was paramount. Following him, two elders offered brief remarks. Subsequently, various significant figures took turns to speak, although each held distinct perspectives. They all underscored one vital point: to cherish the sect leader's words and to refrain from harming their fellow disciples. The entire discourse lasted a full hour. Jiang Yu found himself increasingly drowsy, as the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect reminded him all too much of the rigid authorities from his school days. He had grown weary of their monotonous speeches. Today, 100 direct descendants of the sect were to select their partners, which meant only 100 spots were available, urging everyone to strive earnestly for their chance. Just as Jiang Yu was on the verge of slumber, Ning Fingji finally concluded his address. I hereby declare that today's competition officially commences. The rules of the contest were both straightforward and merciless. A total of 3,000 disciples would vie for a mere 100 positions, making the competition exceedingly fierce, far more intense than the struggle among over 100 boys for the attention of a single girl back on Blue Star. In the initial round, a staggering 90% of the participants would be eliminated, leaving only 300 to advance to the next stage. The method of elimination was brutally simple. One merely needed to defeat 10 opponents to qualify. To prevent any form of cheating, one could not engage those with a lower soul power. Failure to adhere to this rule would result in disqualification. However, those with lower soul power could challenge those who were stronger. This time, the requirement was indeed to defeat 10. Although Jiang Yu couldn't help but want to scoff. The competition rules were indeed quite convenient, requiring far less effort than the lengthy rituals depicted in certain novels. While Jiang Yu was lost in thought, the square descended into chaos, with some participants even engaging in physical confrontations. They unleashed their martial souls, declared their soul power, and then commenced battle. The processes they followed were largely similar. Once they encountered a suitable opponent, they would immediately engage, lacking even a modicum of pleasantries. However, Jiang Yu stood in the square for quite some time without anyone daring to challenge him. After all, he was regarded as a prominent figure in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and others were well aware of his strength, making them hesitant to provoke him. Jian Shu. Ning Fingji remarked with a smile as he observed Jiang Yu's relaxed demeanor. Truth be told, I have long wished for Xiao Yu to be Rongrong's companion. Why do you insist on having him participate in this competition? He held a favorable view of Jiang Yu, considering the boy's noble lineage and his lack of support, coupled with his outstanding talent, making him a fitting partner for Rongrong. With Jiang Yu's assistance, his precious daughter would undoubtedly be able to masterfully lead the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and further its legacy. That lad can be rather prideful. While he possesses great talent, such an attitude is not commendable, Xianjian lamented. Moreover, since he is my disciple, he must rely on his strength to prove himself. If he cannot earn the opportunity to be Rongrong's partner through his own merits, it would indicate his inadequacy. Furthermore, if he cannot even compete with his peers, how could he hope to contend with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall in the future? The golden generation. Ning Fingji fell silent, pondering whether it was merely good fortune for the Spirit Hall that the likes of Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina all possessed the potential to become titled Douluos. Especially the young girl, who might shatter the record for the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. At that time, she could very well rival Bibi Dong. Fingji. You need not worry, Jian Douluo chuckled, stroking his beard. With my careful guidance, Jiang Yu will surely be on par with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. In due time, I intend to send him to the Earthfire Rock Valley for a period of training, where his strength will undoubtedly surge. Old Jian. You are being rather harsh, Gu Rong interjected, displaying profound astonishment. The Earthfire Rock Valley was renowned in the Tiando Empire as one of the most perilous locations. The ground there was prone to sudden eruptions of searing magma, and even seasoned soul masters would hesitate to approach, let alone a child like Jiang Yu. After all, he is your disciple. If he misbehaves, a few reprimands should suffice. There is no need to subject him to such trials. He is still just a child. Ah, old Gu, are you feeling a bit mischievous? As a mentor, how could I possibly endanger my own disciple? Jian Douluo's eyes sparkled with determination. He is a naturally gifted talent with innate full soul power, and the might of the Chixiao Sword martial soul far exceeds your imagination. While the Earthfire Rock Valley may be perilous for others, for this child, it will serve as a treasure trove. Jiang Yu in the square would never have anticipated that his seemingly benevolent master was preparing to put him through trials. Finally, he encountered an opponent. Chen Tong, with the martial soul of the Green Vine Giant, was a level 16 assault-type soul master. At first glance, this contestant appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any distinguishing features. However, once he activated his martial soul, a remarkable transformation occurred, captivating the onlookers. A verdant glow emanated from within him, revealing a creature enveloped in vibrant green vines, its eyes radiating a green luminescence. Chen Tong's appearance underwent a metamorphosis, His black hair gradually turned green, and even his skin took on a similar hue, rendering him akin to a miniature green giant. Despite his efforts to suppress his laughter, Jiang Yu found it difficult to contain himself. As a trained undercover agent, seamlessly managing his facial expressions should have been second nature. However, the individual before him was simply too amusing. He could not help but chuckle. Jiang Yu. Martial Spirit, Chixiao Sword, a level 16 assault-type spirit master. Pleased to make your acquaintance, he said, unable to resist a laugh. Go ahead, laugh, Chen Tong replied, exasperated yet accustomed to such reactions. Every individual who had witnessed his martial spirit manifestation bore a similar expression. Jiang Yu was, in fact, quite restrained. Apologies. I shall exert more control. Please, do commence your attack. Jiang Yu politely gestured for Chen Tong to proceed. Very well, then. Chen Tong wasted no time and launched his offensive with his first soul skill, Green Vine Entanglement. Chapter 15. Meat buns. Several thick green vines, as wide as a bowl, surged violently towards Jiang Yu. Although Chen Tong's first soul skill bore a resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit, its potency was incomparable. The blue-silver grass, prior to its evolution into blue-silver emperor, was rather ordinary. The soul skill released by Chen Tong, in terms of size, hardness, and thickness, far surpassed Tang San's diminutive grass. Faced with the onslaught of the enormous vines, Jiang Yu charged forward, sword in hand. Since cultivating the Hongming Purple Chi path, his physical abilities had been enhanced in every aspect, including speed, making him a formidable opponent even without the aid of footwork techniques. This was the advantage of supreme martial arts. One could manifest extraordinary abilities without the need for supplementary techniques. In a mere flash, Jiang Yu's sword cleaved through the massive vines, leaving Chen Tong utterly bewildered, unable to discern the assailant's identity. If only Chen Tong could slow down time, he would witness Jiang Yu executing 10 swift sword strikes the moment he made contact with the vines. Unfortunately, he had not trained in any ocular techniques. Had he possessed the Sharingan or the purple extreme demon eye, he would not have been so defenseless. As Chen Tong stood in stunned silence, Jiang Yu's sword was already poised at his neck. I concede, he exclaimed, astonished that the match had concluded so swiftly, as if it had barely begun. Your strength is commendable. Were it not for my presence, you might have advanced to the next round. Jiang Yu, upon witnessing his opponent concede, lowered the sword he held. The outcome of the match did not come as a surprise to him. After all, if one struggled to contend with a soul master of the same rank, how could he possibly be regarded as a prodigy? With his prowess, swiftly vanquishing an equally matched soul master posed no challenge. The speed displayed by Xiao Yu was astonishing. Gu Rong had been intently observing the battle between Jiang Yu and his adversary, and the events that had just transpired left even him in a state of disbelief. Jiang Yu's speed was truly remarkable. Were it not for his status as a titled Douluo, he might have struggled to discern the actions of Jiang Yu moments ago. Old sword, how about we negotiate? You could share this disciple with me. Gu Rong couldn't help but flash a shy smile at Sword Douluo. Absolutely not. Xianjian replied with a sense of pride, promptly dismissing his old friend's request. He would never part with such an outstanding disciple. You old man. You always enjoy making things difficult for this child, and now you pretend otherwise, Gu Rong retorted, his irritation rising at Xianjian's refusal. Uncle Gu, Uncle Jian. Ning Fingji interjected, fearing a quarrel would ensue. Regardless of whose disciple Jiang Yu is, he belongs to our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Why must you argue over him? Let us instead focus on his upcoming matches and see what further surprises he may bring us. Under Ning Fingji's persuasion, the two formidable titled Douluo ceased their bickering and turned their attention back to the competition. The battles in the square persisted until the afternoon, during which the higher-ups of the 7-treasure glazed tile school enjoyed a leisurely lunch and afternoon tea. The competitors, however, did not share such privileges. Their struggles continued unabated, deprived of even a sip of water, let alone a meal. After all, the hardships faced by the higher-ups should not be mirrored in the lives of the youth. Who would consider this an essential trial? As the saying goes, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it will surely temper their physique and starve their body. This was the moment to put that philosophy into practice, serving as a test for these disciples. With a resounding crash, a robust young man succumbed to Jiang Yu's relentless assault after merely 3 exchanges. 10 down, he exclaimed, finally catching his breath as he observed his fallen opponent. Now, he simply needed to prepare for the next round. The rules stipulated defeating 10 adversaries, and he held no desire to contest with others any longer. Swiftly, Jiang Yu made his way to the resting area, where victors could await their next challenge. Jiang Yu was the 9th to arrive at the rest area. Prior to him, There were 7 men and 1 woman who had already arrived, all older than him. His stomach growled softly, a hollow, insistent sound. Since morning, he hadn't eaten a thing. And the physical exertion from the recent competition had drained him considerably. Hunger crept over him, inevitable and sharp. Here, take it. Just then, a familiar voice reached him from behind. Turning, he saw none other than Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu gazed curiously at the oiled paper package in his hand and inquired, "What is this?" "It is your favorite vegetable and meat bun." Ning Rongrong replied with a radiant smile, her beaming expression exuding a soothing aura. "Vegetable and meat bun." Jiang Yu hastily unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing 2 delectable buns within. Without hesitation, he seized a larger one and stuffed it into his mouth. As he took a hearty bite, the exquisite juices burst forth, flooding his palate and evoking a profound sense of bliss. Gurgle, gurgle. Upon hearing her stomach's protest, Ning Rongrong quickly cupped her small belly, a bashful expression gracing her face. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Jiang Yu paused, his gaze filled with curiosity as he regarded Ning Rongrong. "I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead," she replied, waving her hand defiantly. "Take it. Just eat it." Jiang Yu sighed, skeptical of her words, picked up an untouched bun and shoved it into Ning Rongrong's hands. "I truly am not hungry. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the following parts are even more thrilling. If you do not eat, then neither shall I." Jiang Yu said little more, merely returning the bun to the oil paper bag, thus expressing his stance through action. "Come on, isn't it fine for me to eat?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she stuffed the bun into her mouth. Perhaps due to her haste, oil erupted from within, streaming down from the corner of her mouth. "You silly girl. Eat more slowly." Jiang Yu gently wiped the corner of Ning Rongrong's mouth with one hand while the other hand picked up a steamed bun to savor. "I'm not foolish," Ning Rongrong muttered, her cheeks flushed. Witnessing this scene, the nearby competitors could not help but feel envious. Why was it that Jiang Yu, a mere contestant, was able to enjoy a bun, especially one delivered by the cherished daughter of the sect leader? The infamous little witch who instilled fear throughout the 7 Treasures Glazed tile school? Meanwhile, they stood aside, merely consuming the metaphorical dog food of unrequited admiration. The disparity between individuals was staggering. "I must leave. If they discover that I secretly brought you buns, you will undoubtedly become the subject of their gossip," Ning Rongrong remarked, turning her gaze toward the other contestants. "If I find out any of you dare to leak this, you know what will happen." Her expression suddenly hardened, radiating a chilling authority. "We wouldn't dream of it," the competitors hastily responded, wary of offending this headstrong little princess. Watching Ning Rongrong's graceful figure gradually recede, Jiang Yu felt a warmth spread within him. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful, although he understood the necessity of remaining emotionally detached in his covert role. He could not help but regard Ning Rongrong as a sister in his heart. Chapter 16. Ice Fire. As time passed, the resting area gradually filled with more individuals, each of whom had distinguished themselves among the 3,000 disciples, a testament to their formidable abilities. Their performances were keenly observed by the higher-ups, and at that moment, they were finally acknowledged by the core figures of the sect. Regardless of whether they could secure a place in the top 100, they would undoubtedly receive focused training from the sect. An hour later, the 300th disciple entered the resting area, marking the conclusion of the first selection round. Just as Jiang Yu thought they would enjoy a respite, Ning Fingji unexpectedly announced the commencement of the second selection ceremony. They were afforded no moment to catch their breath. The rules for the second round were straightforward, after Ning Fingji's explanation. A burly man clad in armor brought forth an iron model of the 7 Treasures Glazed tile pagoda to the square. There were only 100 towers available. Among the remaining 300 disciples, whoever could claim a pagoda within an hour would successfully secure a partner's spot. However, once a disciple grasped the iron tower, they could not relinquish it. If someone else seized it, they would be eliminated, and reclaiming it later would be futile. Furthermore, this round imposed no restrictions on soul power, allowing for much greater freedom than the previous round. Though the rules appeared simple, they concealed significant peril. The remaining competitors would undoubtedly exert themselves to the utmost for the pagodas. Having reached this stage, none wished to retreat. Even if one managed to seize a tower, they would likely face a relentless onslaught from others. Within that hour, all would be embroiled in ceaseless conflict, compounding the challenge. There was no time allocated for them to recuperate their soul power. It was evident that everyone's energy was nearly depleted. The gap between competitors was not as vast as it seemed, for those who reached the top 300 possessed formidable martial soul qualities and battle skills. As the iron towers loomed ahead, many contestants hesitated, standing still to observe. They were not foolish. They understood the adage that the first to stand out would be targeted. Yet, Not everyone in this world lacked courage. At crucial moments, there would always be those willing to take the lead. Jiang Yu, observing that no one dared to step forward, emerged from the ranks and strode purposefully towards the direction of the iron tower. Who was this individual? Instantaneously, whispers of speculation erupted around him. One could not ascertain whether he was courageous or merely foolish. How could he be the first to advance without fear of being besieged? Whether he was foolish or not remained uncertain, yet he undeniably possessed a sense of pride. He was Jiang Yu, the first innate full soul-powered genius of our sect. A direct disciple of the sword Douluo, who, it was said, even acknowledged that his own swordsmanship talent paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's. Such a claim seemed excessively exaggerated to some. Dissenting voices arose, questioning this assertion. The sword elder was widely recognized as the foremost swordsman on the continent. Even the title Douluo, known as the Sword King from the Spirit Hall, acknowledged his superiority and refrained from challenging the sword elder. Aside from his handsome appearance, Jiang Yu did not seem to exhibit exceptional talent. Could he merely be a decorative facade? It was not entirely surprising that they harbored doubts. After all, there were many who looked impressive but lacked substance. Besides securing first place in last year's newcomer competition, Jiang Yu had not achieved any notable victories. Furthermore, the level of competition in the newcomer event was relatively low, encompassing only recent entrants into the sect. Its significance was rather limited. If one were to draw a comparison, the newcomer competition could only be likened to a county-level gaming challenge, with a scope that was decidedly confined. Jiang Yu casually selected an iron tower and placed it in the palm of his hand, only to realize that, despite its modest size, it still bore a certain weight, estimated to be at least 20 pounds. While this may not be a significant burden for an adult, one must not forget that many of the competitors are still children. For them, the weight of the iron tower represents a formidable challenge. They are required to bear this tower for an entire hour while simultaneously contending with the challenges posed by other participants. It is evident that even a prodigy of Jiang Yu's caliber would feel a considerable amount of pressure under such circumstances. Those who successfully secure a place in this contest will undoubtedly stand out among the many disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire the rules established by Ning Fengji. He truly deserves to be regarded as one of the wisest individuals on the continent. Not long after Jiang Yu acquired the Iron Tower, an individual charged toward him, evidently with the intention of seizing it. Such individuals were the ones Jiang Yu despised the most. They lacked the courage to approach earlier, but now dared to attempt theft. "That iron tower in your possession is mine," the youth declared, his physique robust and his countenance somewhat menacing, reminiscent of the character Fat Tiger from the beloved cartoon Doraemon. Upon finishing his statement, he unleashed his martial spirit, which manifested as a formidable black elephant, encircled by a ring of glowing yellow soul rings. It was evident that he was a power-type soul master. Handed over willingly, he insisted, his arrogance palpable. "Fool." Jiang Yu spoke little. With a single punch, he sent the man flying several dozen meters. Despite his seemingly unassuming physique, he possessed considerable strength. It is essential to note that Jiang Yu had consumed a wealth of nourishing soul beast meat and precious herbs since childhood, and the milk he drank was of a quality that surpasses even that of Bibi Dong, the esteemed title de law. This nourishment significantly enhanced Jiang Yu's constitution. Coupled with his cultivation of the primordial purple energy, his power at this moment could well exceed 1,000 pounds. The soul master he had just struck would likely have struggled to withstand Jiang Yu's assault, even while fully alert. My goodness, that was astonishing. A disciple familiar with the Black Elephant Soul Master looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. He was aware of the Black Elephant Soul Master's prowess, but never anticipated that he would be unable to withstand even a single strike from Jiang Yu. At that moment, he began to believe that the words of the sword Douluo might indeed hold truth, rather than being mere modesty. Jiang Yu seemed akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who had witnessed his strength, making them hesitant to challenge him recklessly. Having missed the opportunity during the recent newcomer competition, I seized this chance to engage you in battle. Just as everyone hesitated, a striking young man draped in a black cloak emerged from the crowd. With an air of arrogance, he addressed Jiang Yu. "Xiao Fan, with the martial soul of ice-cold fire, a level 16 agility-type battle soul master. I look forward to your guidance." Xiao Fan. Jiang Yu held a profound impression of this individual. During the initial grand competition of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they had the opportunity to engage in a friendly spar, but unexpectedly, Xiao Fan withdrew from the contest due to unforeseen circumstances. Nevertheless, he later gleaned insights into Xiao Fan's situation through the accounts of others. Xiao Fan possessed an exceedingly rare mutated martial soul, initially. His martial soul manifested as a mere flame, but it remarkably evolved into an extraordinary fire imbued with the power of ice. However, this very uniqueness brought immense trouble to Xiao Fan's family. The Xiao clan, originally one of the 3 prominent families in a remote town of the Heavendo Empire, became targets of envy from the other 2 families, who perceived Xiao Fan's talent as a threat. Consequently, they formed an alliance to annihilate the Xiao clan. Only Xiao Fan and his adoptive sister, Xiao Mei, managed to escape. After a series of harrowing experiences, they eventually found refuge in the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Due to their exceptional talents, both Xiao Fan and Xiao Mei quickly ascended to become core disciples of the sect. Chapter 17. Qualification for Advancement. Cold Ice and Fiery Blaze. Xiao Fan shouted, as a brilliant flame erupted from the palm of his right hand. The hue of the flame mirrored that of glacial ice, and as it manifested, the surrounding atmosphere instantly turned frigid. Dazzling yellow soul rings gracefully hovered around the flame. Truly, it was an extraordinary fire. Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim in wonder. Although the strange fire pales in comparison to the ultimate fire, it boasts a remarkable variety and boundless potential. For instance, there exists the fire of the air, the fire within wood, and the fire within stone. Similarly, Xiao Fan's cold ice fire is also a type of strange fire. Xiao Fan's background is truly reminiscent of a protagonist archetype, yet it remains uncertain how formidable his abilities truly are. Jiang Yu experienced interest in another for the very first time. With his martial spirit, the Crimson Sky Sword, he stood as a formidable level 16 assault-type soul master. As he spoke, he unleashed his martial spirit. Let me witness your strength. Jiang Yu brandished her sword, pointing it towards Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao Fan, give it your all. You are the best. In the distance, a young girl suddenly waved her hand and shouted toward the square. Jiang Yu turned her gaze in the direction of the sound. The young girl was adorned in a blue dress, with her black hair tied into twin ponytails. Her skin resembled white jade, subtly radiating a luminous glow. Remarkably, her eyes were a striking shade of blue, gleaming like brilliant crystals. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. Mayor, rest assured, I shall not falter. Xiao Fan's face broke into a warm smile. Mayor, Xiao Mayor. Jiang Yu finally realized why this woman was so extraordinarily beautiful. Within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, there existed a renowned list of beauties, and the top 3 had remained unchanged over the years: Ning Rongrong, Xiao Mei, and Linjing. These 3 were universally acknowledged as the 3 most radiant flowers of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Interestingly, due to her background, Xiao Mei had garnered a considerable number of admirers. Indeed, she was treated like a protagonist. Jiang Yu could not help but voice his complaints. Jiang Yu, if you lose, you'll have to face the consequences. Ning Rongrong urged him, anxious that Jiang Yu might lose his confidence. However, her words sounded somewhat peculiar, yet they were indeed in line with her mischievous nature. Understood. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. This foolish girl, despite everything, brought a sense of comfort. For Mayor, I cannot afford to lose. A resolute expression emerged on Xiao Fan's face as the icy flames in his right hand ignited instantaneously. I feel the same. Jiang Yu tightened his grip on the Chixiao Sword and calmly declared, let it come. The yellow soul ring around Xiao Fan's right hand radiated a dazzling brilliance. And in an instant, the icy flames split into 7 distinct forms. 7 orbs of azure fire erupted with formidable energy, resembling highly unstable explosives, poised to detonate at any moment. Under Xiao Fan's mastery, the 7 fiery projectiles arranged themselves into what appeared to be a flawless formation, charging towards Jiang Yu. As the fierce flames approached, Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. Indeed, Xiao Fan was far from ordinary. The potency of his first soul skill surpassed that of an average soul master. The first soul skill, Chixiao Sword Array. In an instant, Jiang Yu conjured 7 fiery red iron swords. With a swift motion, the long swords surged forth, hurtling towards the 7 blazing fireballs enveloped in golden flames. Observing Jiang Yu's actions, Xiao Fan could not contain a chuckle. He possessed unwavering confidence in his martial soul. For outsiders were utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the ice-cold fire. Freeze for me. As the fire swords made contact with the fireballs, Xiao Fan bellowed, and immediately, a chilling aura emanated from within the fireballs, causing Jiang Yu's unleashed fire swords to be abruptly encased in ice, suspended in midair. You are celebrating too soon. Just as a triumphant expression crossed Xiao Fan's face, Jiang Yu proclaimed loudly, break. The fire swords ignited fiercely, the solid ice upon their blades vanishing in an instant, transforming into vapor that ascended into the air. Then, With a swift whoosh, the 7 fiery red swords pierced through the icy fireballs, hurtling straight towards Xiao Fan. However, just when everyone anticipated that Jiang Yu would deliver a devastating blow to his opponent, the swords abruptly descended, plunging directly into the ground. Jiang Yu had no intention of harming Xiao Fan. He merely sought to subdue him. At that moment, all avenues of escape for Xiao Fan had been sealed off, leaving him with but one choice: to concede defeat. I have lost. Xiao Fan gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, astonished by the rapid reversal of circumstances. Even more incredulous was the sheer terror of Jiang Yu's strength. Judging by the soul skills he unleashed, the fire attribute sword exuded flames of extraordinary caliber. However, Xiao Fan was not one to be petty. Having lost, he chose not to engage in further dispute. Withdraw. Jiang Yu, observing Xiao Fan's swift concession, decided not to press him further. He promptly retracted his soul technique. Although the young man before him appeared aloof, Jiang Yu found himself harboring no disdain. In fact, he felt a hint of admiration. Upon witnessing Xiao Fan concede defeat, Jiang Yu initially assumed he would promptly exit the square. To her surprise, he instead picked up an iron tower and found a quiet corner to stand in contemplatively. This individual possesses a remarkable ability to adapt. He is indeed no ordinary person. Jiang Yu could not help but nod. Generally, individuals with even a modicum of talent tend to possess a rather haughty disposition. Such individuals, upon losing a competition, are likely to hastily depart, eager to evade the scornful remarks of others. However, to his surprise, Xiao Fan exhibited remarkable composure. With such fortitude, he is destined to become an exceptional soul master in the future. Even Gu Rong on the stage displayed a look of admiration. This child, Xiao Fan, though not quite on par with Jiang Yu, is nonetheless a promising talent, indeed a fortunate find for the sect. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Fan was brought back from the outside by Douluo to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Witnessing his outstanding performance, Gu Rong felt a sense of satisfaction, affirming that he had not erred in his judgment. Uncle Bone's words held merit. Ning Fingxi smiled sincerely. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had seemingly been favored by the heavens in recent years. Aside from the talented Jiang Yu, several other promising individuals had emerged. And one could argue that Xiao Fan was hardly inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's twin stars. After defeating Xiao Fan, Jiang Yu awaited the next challenger. However, after a protracted period, no one dared to step forward. Having observed Jiang Yu's performance, they understood the vast gulf between their abilities. Moreover, with so many formidable competitors remaining, why contend with Jiang Yu? Gradually, more contestants began to take the stage, and the battles grew increasingly intense. In pursuit of the final quota, everyone unleashed their most potent techniques. As dusk fell, the final slot was finally filled. Noteworthy among the contenders were several individuals whom Jiang Yu recognized, including Xiao Fan and Lin Jing. As for the results of the competition, naturally, some rejoiced while others despaired. Those who secured a spot were elated, while the majority of the eliminated disciples felt a mix of sorrow and envy. However, the sentiments of these rejectees were of little concern to most. The age-old principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme in the realm of soul masters. Only the strong can reap the greatest rewards. Chapter 18. Ning Yufei. Once the 100 promotion slots were filled, the final segment of the ceremony commenced, pairing. This stage was rather straightforward, reminiscent of an arranged marriage, albeit without inquiries regarding one's house, assets, or vehicles. Adhering to the principle of voluntariness, it sufficed for both parties to find favor in one another. For a forcefully united partnership bears no sweetness. The companions destined for a future together must genuinely wish to embark on that journey for it to endure. Jiang Yu stood there, gazing at the 100 direct disciples before him, and his eyes swiftly fell upon Ning Rongrong, who was discreetly concealed among the crowd. Ning Rongrong, in turn, fixated her gaze upon Jiang Yu, anxious that he might choose another. It is worth noting that among this group of awakened members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile family, she was not the only female. Several of her cousins were present, particularly a few older female cousins whose physiques had developed exceptionally well. One could not help but wonder what purpose their ample figures served. Ning Rongrong glanced down at her somewhat modest bosom and then compared herself to her cousin standing beside her. The disparity was glaring. One was akin to a grape, the other to a cantaloupe. A wave of concern washed over Ning Rongrong. Perhaps he was unlike other men. Perhaps he preferred something less pronounced. Before long, the selected disciples began to approach their chosen partners, with 90% opting for the opposite sex, leaving only a small fraction to select someone of the same gender. Suddenly, Jiang Yu, who remained in place, heard the sound of approaching footsteps, growing increasingly louder. I wish to invite you to be my partner. Would you be willing? The woman before him appeared to be only 2 or 3 years older than Ning Rongrong, yet her figure was strikingly voluptuous. Standing at a height of approximately 1.60 meters, her proportions were impeccable, with every contour perfectly defined, particularly her alluring bosom, which was both fair and firm, captivating countless gazes. My name is Ning Yufei. The sect leader is my uncle. I hope you will seriously consider choosing me as your partner. Faced with such an enchanting beauty's proposal, Jiang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, resolutely declined. I am sorry, but I have already made my choice. Jiang Yu responded calmly, asserting that he was not a superficial individual. Physique was certainly not the sole criterion in selecting a partner. Although Ning Yufei appeared quite attractive, particularly her figure, even Jiang Yu, with his discerning eyes honed by the effects of long legs and enhancements, could find no fault. Had it not been for Ning Rongrong, both emotionally and rationally, Jiang Yu might have considered the girl before him. Alas, precedence holds significance in all matters, and sometimes the timing of one's appearance is equally crucial. Are you certain? Ning Yufei bent down, her charms laid bare before Jiang Yu, completely unobscured. She was indeed a girl adept at leveraging her advantages. In an instant, Jiang Yu formed a judgment in his heart. Rain Fei, I apologize, but he is mine. We had long agreed to choose each other as partners. Ning Rongrong suddenly leaped to Ning Yufei's side, wearing a mischievous grin, and exclaimed, You're late. Rongrong. Ning Yufei instantly understood. Realizing why Jiang Yu had not chosen her, he had climbed the social ladder. Although she took pride in her own merits, she recognized the disparity when compared to Ning Rongrong. After all, the leader of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school was Ning Fengji, and the two esteemed elders of the sect doted on Ning Rongrong as if she were their own granddaughter. It was no wonder that even across the entire continent, few could rival Ning Rongrong's lineage, save for the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall and the princesses of the 2 great empires. So you all had an agreement. It seems I have intruded. Ning Yufei managed to smile and said, Rongrong, please don't take it to heart. I shall seek out others. As she walked away, Jiang Yu turned to Ning Rongrong, playfully teasing, Who agreed with you? I certainly did not consent to being your partner. You. Ning Rongrong's face flushed with indignation, her brows furrowing as she pointed at Jiang Yu, declaring, No, you can only be my partner. I will not allow you to accompany that buxom beauty. Otherwise, how could you, the little lecher, possibly remain in control? What if you? Ning Rongrong's cheeks turned crimson, and she suddenly became bashful, as such matters were not easy for a young girl to articulate. Hey, what are you thinking? Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. He was certainly not that type of person. Moreover, as a competent undercover agent, his self-restraint was remarkably strong. It is worth noting that in order to counter the allure of beauty, Bibi Dong had arranged for various young girls to attend to him since he was 3 years old, with none other than Hu Laiyin soothing him to sleep at night. After being surrounded by so many enchanting beauties, one inevitably succumbs to aesthetic fatigue. Jiang Yu would never be swayed by mere superficial beauty, unless it were a paragon of elegance like Xu Qing. Otherwise, his resolve is unshakable. You underestimate me far too much. Jiang Yu gently patted Ning Rongrong's little head. His touch was so light that it barely registered on her. She may not be as beautiful as you, though she is certainly much larger. But what good is that? It cannot be turned into sustenance, truly. Ning Rongrong's large eyes brimmed with confusion. Why would I deceive you? Jiang Yu then extended an arm, declaring, From this moment onward, we shall be partners. It is settled. The little bit of shyness that Ning Rongrong possessed was washed away by excitement as she eagerly grasped Jiang Yu's hand. From now on, my safety is entrusted to you. If any ill-intentioned individuals dare to bully me, you must stand in front of me. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. So, I am merely a meat shield. Jiang Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Meat shield. Ning Rongrong repeatedly mulled over this phrase, and after a brief moment, a spark of brilliance suddenly ignited in her eyes. From now on, you shall be my meat shield. Ha ha ha. With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong playfully slapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. It must be only me. Well then, if he must be a meat shield, so be it. He could not believe he would fail to protect even a little girl. As Ning Rongrong and Jiang Yu formed a pair, the other contestants, who had been observing them, felt a tinge of disappointment but ultimately relinquished their plans for pairing up. Rather than persistently clinging to a fleeting opportunity, they opted to seek out new targets. To Jiang Yu's surprise, Xiao Fan had teamed up with Ning Yufei, while the stunning Lin Jing endowed with innate soul power at level 8, had paired with Ning Hengji. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the ceremony concluded. Noticing that Jiang Yu had consumed only a solitary bun throughout the day, Ning Rongrong insisted on taking him to her room for a bite to eat. "You should have some grapes first." Upon entering the room, Ning Rongrong promptly picked up a cluster of grapes from the table and handed them to Jiang Yu, assuring him that Xiaoyi would soon bring over the meal. Jiang Yu, unreservedly, seized a grape and sent it to his mouth. After a few fervent chews, he abruptly spat out the seed. How about a contest to see who can spit the grape seed the farthest? With nothing pressing to occupy her, Jiang Yu proposed this light-hearted challenge, and Ning Rongrong, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. In quick succession, the room was filled with a series of spitting sounds. When Ning Rongrong's maid entered, bearing the meal, she was greeted by the sight of grape seeds scattered across the floor. "Oh dear, more cleaning to do," she sighed. Her mood slightly dampened. Nevertheless, she swiftly arranged the dishes and retreated with the tray. "Come, savor some stir-fried rabbit morsels," Ning Rongrong said, delicately placing a piece of rabbit meat, exuding a delightful aroma, into Jiang Yu's bowl. This delicacy was crafted from the tender flesh of the soft-bone rabbit, boasting a flavor that far surpassed that of ordinary rabbit meat. Jiang Yu, disregarding the need for conversation, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. He had previously tasted the tender rabbit, and its exquisite flavor was undeniably delightful, truly a delicacy among meats. Chapter 19, Xiaowu. Tang San. As dawn's light gently illuminated the sky, Jiang Yu's door was forcefully kicked open. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade of curses, a familiar voice quelled his anger. "Get up quickly, I have something to discuss with you." The sharp tone of the sword Douluo resonated throughout the room. "Master, what could possibly warrant your early visit to my door? Might I be granted a little more time to slumber?" Jiang Yu, with dark circles under his eyes and a weary expression, gazed at his inexpensive master before him. The previous night, he had been engaged in revelry with Ning Rongrong until the early hours, and after only a brief slumber, he was rudely awakened by the sword Douluo, leaving his mood understandably sour. However, he found himself unable to express his frustration, as he had always adhered to the principles of respecting his teacher, not to mention the fact that he was no match for the sword Douluo. 3-2. The sword Douluo uttered a few numbers without any unnecessary preamble, and as he approached the number 1, he raised his right hand in tandem. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yu promptly sprang from his bed, fully aware of the sword Douluo's impending intentions. If he were even a moment late, the 7-killing sword would surely be poised against him. Who could endure such a fate? "Gather some clothes, accompany me to Nodding City." The sword Douluo, satisfied, lowered his right hand back into his sleeve. Nodding City? Could it be that his identity had been compromised? Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss. Had the sword Douluo discovered something, prompting him to take him back to Nodding City for a thorough investigation of his background? Although the distance from Tiando City to Nodding City was considerable, under the guidance of the sword Douluo's flying sword, the two swiftly reached their destination. They departed in the morning and arrived in Nodding City by nightfall. However, the sword Douluo did not lead Jiang Yu into the city. Instead, he soared towards the southern outskirts. Jiang Yu, who had been somewhat anxious, felt his worries ease upon realizing that the sword Douluo had no intention of entering the city. What was the sword Douluo truly planning? Jiang Yu felt increasingly perplexed. After a brief interval of several minutes, the sword duelist led Jiang Yu to a valley, which turned out to be an erupting volcano. The valley was shaped like a gourd, with flames surging vigorously within, sparks leaping towards the crater. The brilliant blaze soared into the heavens, illuminating the surrounding area for dozens of miles with a clear and vivid light. Once they dismounted from the flying sword, the sword duelist revealed his purpose. This place is known as the Earthfire Rock Valley, one of the renowned perilous locations in the Heavendo Empire. The valley is rich in intense fire attribute energy. Your Chixiao Sword possesses the essence of fire. While this place may pose significant danger to others, it presents a land of opportunity for you. From this moment forth, you shall enter the valley for training. When your soul power breaks through to level 20, I shall return to retrieve you. How will I do that? Through a phone call or WeChat? Jiang Yu simply refused to believe his master's words. The distance between Nodding City and Tiando City was so vast. How could he possibly relay a message to the distant sword Douluo? What utter nonsense! The sword Douluo snapped impatiently. That's none of your concern. With that, he retrieved a ring from his robes, its gemstone crafted from pure jade. This is a spatial soul guide. Take it. Inside are the items I've prepared for you. The sword Douluo casually tossed the ring to Jiang Yu. The space within this ring, it's enormous. Upon immersing his consciousness into the ring, Jiang Yu was astonished to discover an expansive interior measuring no less than 100 square meters. Within this remarkable space lay an abundance of supplies. In addition to essential living necessities, there existed a comprehensive assortment of medicinal provisions, including wound ointments, fracture powders, and burn creams. Remarkably, the ring also contained an ample supply of cookware, utensils, rice, and various meats, sufficient to sustain one for an entire year without concern. Jiang Yu was taken aback by the meticulousness of the sword Douluo. It appeared he harbored more than mere reprimands for his disciple. Shortly thereafter, the sword Douluo produced a cylindrical object forged from black iron, removing the lid attached with a cord. Instantly, a brilliant light illuminated the area within a 3-meter radius. This was a fire stone, a peculiar crystal that radiated a flame-like glow without possessing the characteristics of fire, serving as a source of illumination. After handing the fire stone to Jiang Yu, the sword Douluo escorted him into the valley, thereafter releasing the 7-killing sword to soar towards the horizon. Bathed in the light emitted by the fire stone, Jiang Yu ventured deeper into the rocky gorge. By this time, night had fallen, and throughout his journey, he encountered no other creatures, not even the highly adaptable flies. As he traversed this path, Jiang Yu gradually discerned the conditions of the area. Where scorching flames occasionally erupted from the ground, Jiang Yu narrowly escaped having the soles of his feet scorched, thanks to his quick reflexes that enabled him to evade the raging mountain fire below. Gradually, he discerned the pattern of the volcanic eruptions. The surging flames burst forth every 10 seconds, their coverage erratic and unpredictable. After an hour had elapsed, Jiang Yu finally located a safe haven. He waited anxiously for several minutes until he felt entirely at ease. Then, he retrieved a tent from his ring, swiftly setting it up before entering its confines. A good rest was in order before anything else. Jiang Yu did not rush to cultivate. At such a late hour, slumber was of utmost importance. And who had the leisure to engage in other pursuits? The passage of time in the valley was monotonous. Jiang Yu devoted himself daily to his training. However, it was precisely this dedication that allowed his soul force to grow rapidly. After spending a month in the Earthfire Rock Valley, his soul force had ascended to the 17th level. Moreover, amidst the abundant fire elements in this environment, Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword became increasingly animated, and his resilience to flames gradually intensified. Even now, he could withstand the searing heat of the earth fire. On this day, Jiang Yu continued his training in the valley as usual. He swung the Chixiao Sword over 1,000 times throughout the morning. Yet he still had not grasped the celestial sword technique. The greater the challenge, the more resolute he became in his determination to persevere. The 3 sword techniques contained within the Chixiao Sword each held their own unique merits, and in Jiang Yu's estimation, they surpassed the 7-kill sword technique taught to him by the sword Douluo, though the difficulty of mastery was significantly greater. Nevertheless, he sensed that he was on the brink of understanding this sword art, believing that with further diligent practice, success would come naturally. Little dance? Let us venture ahead and take a look. Brother, slow down. Wait for me. While engrossed in his swordplay, Jiang Yu suddenly heard the voices of a male and a female. Upon catching wind of their conversation, he promptly set aside his Chixiao Sword. Little dance? Could it be Tang San and the others? Jiang Yu found himself engulfed in astonishment. Before long, 2 figures emerged before the massive stone ahead. The man in front possessed an average stature and an ordinary appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance. With broad shoulders and clad in fiery red attire, he exuded a commanding presence that overshadowed his unremarkable features. Following closely was a girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, yet her beauty was striking. The red garment she wore complemented her dark red hair, making her resemble a flame capable of captivating any man. Her figure was exceptionally well-proportioned, and a gentle smile adorned her face, surrounded by a faint aura of red light. As Jiang Yu observed the 2 figures, realization dawned upon him. Judging by their appearance and attire, these individuals were certainly not Tang San and Xiao Wu. Coupled with their previous conversation, he had deduced their identities: Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang, the captain and vice-captain of the Blaze Fire team, with Huo Wu having caused considerable trouble for Tang San in the original narrative. Without a doubt, both possessed strength and talent that rivaled that of the Shrek 7 monsters. Brother, look, there is someone ahead. Huo Wu, trailing behind, was the first to notice Jiang Yu. Upon hearing his sister's exclamation, Huo Wu Shuang's gaze shifted from the ground to the front. This young boy is quite handsome. What kind of parent would be so heartless as to leave him in such a perilous place as the Fire Rock Valley? A puzzled expression crossed Huo Wuxuang's face. As he found Jiang Yu's appearance deceptively innocent, a mere boy who hardly seemed capable of being a swordsmanship genius with innate full soul power. You're here all alone, little brother? Huo Wuxuang forced a smile to avoid frightening the boy, although Jiang Yu perceived this expression as more terrifying. Huo Wuxuang was rather pleased with his own attempt at friendliness. I am here training. Jiang Yu had no intention of concealing the truth. He spoke candidly. For the world of Douluo was relatively safe, and there existed no animosity between them. The Fire Wuxuang siblings were certainly not inclined to cause him harm. Cultivating? Fire Wuxuang's gaze sharpened as he exclaimed, "This is the Earth-Fire Rock Valley. How dare you venture here to cultivate at such a tender age?" Jiang Yu's response left him utterly astonished. It is worth noting that even as a formidable soul respecter, wielding the advanced fire attribute martial soul known as the Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus, he would not dare linger too long in the perilous depths of the Fire Rock Valley, were it not for the mission to assist his sister, Huo Wu, in acquiring a suitable third soul ring. Huo Wuxuang would not have recklessly ventured into such a dangerous locale. You possess remarkable courage. Huo Wu gazed at Jiang Yu's countenance, genuinely admiring him. This place is so fearsome that even my brother wouldn't dare to enter. I recall the first time our father brought him here. He was so terrified that he nearly wet his pants. Ever since, whenever my brother misbehaved, our father would threaten to bring him back to the Fire Rock Valley, a method that proved unfailingly effective. Clearly, you are far superior to my brother. Humph. Huo Wuxuang, realizing his sister was revealing his embarrassing past, hastily interjected to halt her further disclosures. That would undermine my dignity. Besides, those are merely tales from our childhood. I have grown into a man now. What significance do those memories hold? May I inquire your name and the faction from which you hail? Huo Wuxuang felt a burgeoning desire to befriend him. I am Huo Wuxuang, a level 35 powerful attack-type battle soul master, and my martial soul is the Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus. This is my sister, Huo Wu. The Lord of the Blazing Fire sect is our grandfather. Upon hearing Huo Wuxuang's words, Jiang Yu silently affirmed his earlier suspicions. The only revelation that astonished him was that their grandfather was none other than Huo Yunlong, the sect leader of the Blazing Fire sect. No wonder Huo Wu could persuade the Blazing Fire Academy to relinquish their quota. It was, after all, a family-operated institution. Indeed, a quintessential third-generation sect. From what Jiang Yu understood, the Blazing Fire sect was originally called the Fire Leopard sect. However, following the gradual decline of the sect leader's lineage several decades ago, Huo Yunlong, then the Grand Elder, seized control of the sect's authority. Not long after, he ascended to the position of the new sect leader and renamed the sect to the Blazing Fire sect. Subsequently, during the grand competition of the 100 sects, Huo Yunlong triumphed over the sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect, known as Xianjian, earning the Blazing Fire sect its 5th seat. I am Jiang Yu, a core disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Jiang Yu responded calmly, showing no astonishment at the presence of a member from the Blazed sect. After all, both the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect far surpassed the Blazed sect in strength. The mention of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect elicited surprise from Huo Wuxuang, who had not anticipated that this young boy was a core disciple of such a prestigious sect. It is well known that the selection process for core disciples among the top 3 sects is exceedingly rigorous, far beyond the comparisons with other sections. This underscores Jiang Yu's exceptional nature. He is undoubtedly far more complex than he appears. Huo Wuxuang, with his naturally extroverted personality and a knack for socializing, quickly grew familiar with Jiang Yu, addressing him as a brother after only a few exchanges. Ha ha ha, I wonder how Brother Huo ended up here, Jiang Yu exclaimed, expressing his curiosity. It was evident that the siblings had come to the Fire Rock Valley with a specific purpose in mind. My sister, Huo Wuxuang openly stated, pointing to the young woman behind him, has just reached the 30-level threshold in her soul power. We have come here to seek a peculiar soul beast to serve as her 3rd soul ring. Jiang Yu felt a peculiar sense of confusion upon hearing his words. Why venture to this desolate place for hunting spirit beasts when the Star Doe forest was nearby? He had spent quite some time here. Yet he had not encountered a single spirit beast, nor even a trace of fur. However, the Lava Rock Valley harbored no spirit beast at all. Jiang Yugan expressed his inner doubts, to which Huo Wuxuang promptly elucidated. The habitat of such soul beasts is remarkably unique. They typically manifest only in the vicinity of volcanic craters, embodying the essence of fire gathered together to form these ethereal beings. Fire spirits? Jiang Yu did not anticipate encountering such an extraordinary soul beast in this place. It almost resembles a congenital spiritual entity. Brother Hua, I too wish to accompany you. I have never before laid eyes on such a soul beast. Jiang Yu immediately became intrigued. Although he did not currently require a soul ring, it would be worthwhile to witness the experience. All right. Hua Wushuang readily acquiesced to Jiang Yu's request, recognizing that an additional ally would bolster their efforts. According to their internal records, the fire sprite was exceptionally swift, and it was uncertain whether the two siblings alone could capture it. With Jiang Yu's assistance, their chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Thus, Jiang Yu joined their expedition, and the trio set off towards the valley. Throughout the journey, Hua Wu incessantly chattered in front of Jiang Yu, as if seeking to uncover his entire background, even inquiring about his ancestors. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had undergone systematic undercover training, effortlessly concocting tales without the need for drafts, and soon managed to divert Hua Wu's curiosity. As they drew nearer to the volcano's mouth, the surrounding air grew increasingly sweltering, and the frequency of the Earth's fiery eruptions escalated. Were it not for the fact that all three possessed fire attribute martial souls, they might have been overwhelmed by the environment. Nevertheless, even so, the faces of Hua Wu and Hua Wushuang gradually became grave, their cheeks flushed from the heat. Clearly, they were approaching their limits. Should they fail to locate the fire sprite, the siblings would have no choice but to retreat and settle for alternative fire attribute soul beasts as substitutes for their desired soul rings. However, perhaps fortune favored them. For just as they were on the brink of surrender, a peculiar creature appeared not far ahead. The fire sprite. Chapter 21. The resisting fire ring. Upon spotting the fiery red figure in the distance, Hua Wu leaped with excitement. Their diligent search had finally borne fruit. She had at last encountered the fire sprite. So this was the legendary fire sprite. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a creature no larger than a human infant, its entire form composed of flames. 3 fiery ribbons danced beside its ears, swaying gently in the breeze. Most captivating of all was the crimson gem that adorned its forehead. According to the tome, a millennium-old fire sprite would manifest a red gem upon its brow, while the ribbons by its ears would sprout one every century. This indicated that the fire sprite before him was between 1,600 and 1,699 years old, whereas the absorption period for the third soul ring of a soul master was 1,760 years. Xiao Wu, you can absorb it. Hua Wushuang's eyes gleamed with intensity. This fire sprite seemed tailor-made for his sister, making it the perfect choice for her third soul ring. Brother, hold on. Let me handle this. With that, Hua Wu dashed towards the fire sprite, determined to tame the soul beast herself. Xiao Wu, be cautious. It is not an easy opponent. Hua Wushuang remained vigilant, closely monitoring Hua Wu's movements, ready to assist at the slightest hint of danger. Indeed, this girl's temperament was as fiery as the flames themselves. Jiang Yu silently scoffed. The martial soul, an embodiment. Hua Wu swayed gracefully, and a faint orange-red silhouette gradually materialized behind her, perfectly mirroring her form. The blurred flame shadow evoked a sense of the ethereal, yet it was indeed her martial soul, the flame shadow. In simpler terms, it was a shadow imbued with fire attributes, an exceptionally unique martial soul that neither belonged to the beast martial souls nor the weapon martial souls, and was distinct from the divine martial souls like the six-winged angel, which were also humanoid in nature. Although the flame shadow martial soul may not appear as formidable as the beast martial souls, it possesses the extraordinary ability to maximize the utilization of fire elements. Furthermore, the connection between the flame shadow and Hua Wu transcends the bond typically found between soul masters and their martial souls. It is precisely because of the profound bond between Hua Wu and the flame shadow that she can unleash the full potential of her martial soul. The first soul skill, Flame Whip. The yellow soul ring adorning Hua Wu's body suddenly blazed to life, and a roaring inferno erupted from within her. Ultimately, the diameter of the flames exceeded 3 meters, coalescing into a massive whip. Witnessing the onslaught of this formidable attack, the fire sprite did not retreat. Its eyes blinked in confusion, and a look of profound bewilderment graced its face. With a whoosh and a rustle, the fire sprite scratched its head, emitting an endearing sound, seemingly perplexed by the actions of the human before it. Indeed, this fire sprite was quite adorable. Jiang Yu even felt an impulse to raise one. Such a delightfully adorable creature, merely petting it would be an unparalleled joy. Do not think that this will spare you, Fire Dance said with a cold smile, to her. This enchanting being was merely prey. She would not hold back. Suddenly, Fire Dance unleashed her entire soul power, and an explosive aura emanated from her fiery whip. It seemed she intended to dispatch the fire sprite with a single strike. Kahoo! Kahoo! Just as the flaming whip was about to make contact with its body, a circle of crimson light unexpectedly appeared around the fire sprite. Remarkably, the moment the whip touched the halo, it was violently repelled. How could this be? Fire Dance's face paled in disbelief. She had not anticipated that her full-force attack could be so effortlessly neutralized. It turned out that Fire Dance's third soul skill, the Fire Resistance Halo, originated from this very fire sprite. No wonder it was so extraordinary. Jiang Yu instantly comprehended the extraordinary origin of Huo Wu's enigmatic soul ring. This fire sprite was far more intricate than an ordinary soul beast. Grr, grr. The fire sprite's eyes brimmed with fury, yet inexplicably, it refrained from launching an attack. Moments later, it unexpectedly retreated to a distant position. It appeared that it lacked offensive capabilities, coupled with Huo Wu's resistance to the fire ring's effects. Jiang Yu surmised why the fire sprite chose to abandon its struggle. It turned out that all its innate points were allocated to defense. Martial Soul, manifest. Huo Wuxuang would not allow the fire sprite to escape. At a critical juncture, he unleashed his martial soul. Scales emerged from beneath his skin, and a searing flame erupted instantaneously before extinguishing, leaving his entire being enveloped in a dark crimson hue. A short horn, approximately 3 inches in length, protruded from his forehead. This was his martial soul, the monstrous fire Tyrannosaurus, an exceedingly ferocious manifestation. Third soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation. Without hesitation, Huo Wuxuang unleashed his most formidable soul skill, and a mighty roar resonated from his mouth as surging flames coalesced into a dragon form behind him. Sharp claws materialized between his hands, while his physique expanded dramatically. The previously dark crimson scales erupted with a golden-red radiance. The similarity between Huo Wuxuang's third soul skill and Dai Mubai's White Tiger Diamond transformation was striking, as both their soul rings originated from the same soul beast, the Diamond Tiger. Under the augmentation of the Golden Scale Fire Dragon transformation, Huo Wuxuang's strength, offense, and defense significantly increased. During this half-hour transformation, his power had doubled compared to before. Nowhere to flee, Huo Wuxuang bellowed, pursuing the fire sprite relentlessly, gradually diminishing the distance between them. Second soul skill, Explosive Fireball. Harmoniously, the siblings Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang released their second soul skill. Despite the slight variance in nomenclature, the effects were remarkably similar. This time, the fiery orb Huo Wu conjured was not a searing flame but an intensely explosive white incandescent flame. A white sphere, no larger than an egg, soared forth, hurtling towards the fire sprite. Simultaneously, Huo Wuxuang brought his hands together, and a dark crimson glow surged forth from his palms, condensing into a palm-sized dark red orb. The two spheres raced towards the fire sprite, and under the allure of the white orb, the typically swift fire sprite suddenly halted. The dark red fireball then unleashed a tremendous explosive force, sending shockwaves hurtling toward the fire sprite, propelling it several meters away. Regrettably, despite the impressive effects of Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang's soul skills, they merely repelled the fire sprite without inflicting any substantive damage. All their attacks were deflected by the aura surrounding the fire sprite, failing to impact it in the slightest. Chapter 22. Jiang Yu's encouragement. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. Huo Wuxuang was incensed, despite his considerable efforts. He was unable to overcome a mere 1,000-year soul beast. As a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, this was a blow to his pride. If this were to spread, it would tarnish his reputation. He could only imagine the turmoil if his admirers caught wind of it, for in their eyes, he was nothing short of invincible. First soul skill, Flame Wheel. The first soul ring on Huo Wuxuang's body erupted with brilliant light, followed by a conflagration engulfing him in searing flames. Enveloped in the inferno, Huo Wuxuang bent low, rolling towards the fire sprite like a tire at breakneck speed. He was determined to break through the sprite's protective aura, hoping to create an opening for Huo Wu to exploit. From the sidelines, Jiang Yu could only watch as a massive fire wheel hurtled towards the fire sprite. Bang! Whoosh! Jiang Yu had yet to comprehend the situation when Huo Wuxuang transformed into an arc and plummeted to the ground, coughing amidst the thick black smoke. Huo Wuxuang rose to his feet, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, this creature is exceedingly difficult to handle. No wonder so few soul masters can hunt it down." He turned his gaze towards his sister, who was still engaged in battle with the fire spirit ahead, urging her to abandon her pursuit of the soul beast. "Sister, why not let it go? I can find you a better one." "No way." Huo Wu's eyes gleamed with determination as she fixed her gaze upon the fire spirit, an overwhelming force radiating from her being. "I want this fire spirit. The resistance fire ring it possesses will serve as a formidable means of control. With such a soul skill, I shall become the most exceptional control-type soul master, and I will never relinquish it. Then we shall fight. Seeing his sister's unwavering resolve, Huo Wuxuang refrained from further argument. If it came to it, he would endure severe injuries to capture the fire spirit, providing Huo Wu with her third soul ring. With that, Huo Wuxuang, disregarding his own wounds, charged once more towards the fire spirit. Who would have thought that Huo Wuxuang would be so devoted to his sister? Jiang Yu couldn't help but nod secretly. The original text contained few descriptions of Huo Wuxuang, and he hadn't anticipated that he would also be a doting brother. It seems he and Tang San are kindred spirits. Jiang Yu's preferences diverge from theirs. He has a penchant for mature women, such as Zhu Qing, who embody sophistication and development in every aspect. Under the relentless assaults of Huo Wuxuang and Huo Wu, the fire sprite felt an overwhelming fatigue. However, due to its resistance to the fire ring, it was spared from significant harm. One can only remark that this skill is remarkably overpowered. Nevertheless, let us extend our assistance to them. Only then can Huo Wu create a bit of mischief for Tang San. Jiang Yu seized the Chixiao Sword in his hand and charged forward, yet he was acutely aware that the effectiveness of soul skills was limited. To confront a creature like the fire spirit, alternative methods were imperative. The killing chi slash, derived from the 7 kills sword technique imparted to him by the sword Douluo, proved to be invaluable. This third form was specifically designed to condense the killing intent within a soul master's body into a unique form of mental assault. Fortunately, Jiang Yu possessed considerable mental strength, enabling him to unleash the killing chi slash. A tremendous wave of killing intent erupted from within him, coalescing in the air into a translucent blade. Unbeknownst to anyone except Jiang Yu, the blade surged toward the fire spirit with ferocity. In the midst of combat with the Hu siblings, the fire spirit suddenly sensed an impact, and a breach appeared in the halos surrounding it. Now was the moment. With a fierce shout, Jiang Yu activated the red sky sword formation. Dozens of fiery swords aimed toward the fire spirit through the gap, but unexpectedly, once the first sword pierced through, the opening mysteriously sealed itself. The remaining swords were repelled with force. However, Jiang Yu had achieved his goal. The fire spirit struck by one of the swords swiftly plummeted to the ground, its halo gradually dissipating. By the heavens, little brother, you are astonishingly powerful, Huo Wuxuang exclaimed. Taken aback by the prowess of the seemingly frail boy before him, it was evident that he was a man of few words yet immense strength. The two siblings had struggled for quite some time against the fire spirit, only to have it dispatched effortlessly by Jiang Yu's single strike. How impressive! Huo Wu's eyes gleamed with admiration. Not only was this young boy strikingly handsome, but his formidable abilities surpassed even her brothers. Having idolized the strong since childhood, Huo Wu was deeply captivated by Jiang Yu's display of power. A sudden thought flitted through her mind, making her cheeks flush crimson and her entire body feel slightly warm. The perspiration that began to form was beyond Huo Wu's control. It was merely a physiological response, one that even a soul master could not avert. What are you still standing there for? Jiang Yu noticed Huo Wu lost in her thoughts and quickly urged, you should hurry and capture the soul ring. Huo Wu, still caught in her daydream, let out an involuntary sound. Realizing the seductive tone of her voice, she swiftly altered her demeanor, saying, oh, little brother, thank you. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Jiang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable with this appellation. After all, he was no child. Why did people insist on calling him little brother? Sooner or later, he would prove his maturity to them. Huo Wu approached the fire sprite, her face alight with excitement. After enduring countless hardships, she had finally succeeded. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Though all of this was largely due to Jiang Yu's efforts, she too had exerted considerable strength. The fire sprite gazed at Huo Wu with a pained expression, emitting a mournful wail, cuckoo, cuckoo, kaboo. I'm so sorry. Huo Wu hesitated momentarily but ultimately drew forth a dagger shimmering with silver light from her bosom. This was not her first hunt for a soul beast. Although the adorable fire sprite stirred her compassion, she swiftly plunged the dagger into the creature's body, knowing she must execute this strike with utmost precision to spare the fire sprite from prolonged suffering. Before long, a circle of purple light began to emanate from the fire sprite's form. Without further hesitation, Huo Wu sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and concentrated her will to draw the soul ring towards her, the tumultuous energy surging into her being. She felt an intense fire attribute relentlessly battering her body. At that moment, it was as if she were perched on the edge of a volcano, the roaring flames threatening to engulf her. Ah, it hurts. Huo Wu could not help but cry out. Xiao Wu. Seeing her sister endure such intense agony, Huo Wuxuang felt an immediate pang of anxiety, fidgeting helplessly. However, during the process of absorbing the soul ring, No one could assist her. It was solely reliant on her own willpower. God, please, grant Xiao Wu the strength to endure. Huo Wuxuang prayed fervently. Weren't you claiming you would become the strongest control-type soul master? If you cannot withstand even this minor trial, it would be better to abandon your cultivation and remain comfortably at home. Chapter 23. Huo Wu's kiss. At this critical moment, Jiang Yu interjected, after all, you girls will eventually marry. All you need to do is find a powerful soul master as a husband. There is no need to rely solely on yourself. I refuse to give in. The words of Jiang Yu resonated in Huo Wu's ears, fortifying her resolve. With her competitive spirit, surrender was simply not an option. Faced with the onslaught of the spirit ring, Huo Wu nearly succumbed to unconsciousness several times. Yet Jiang Yu's earlier remarks acted as a stimulant, rejuvenating her will. Xiao Wu, persevere. Do not let others underestimate you. Huo Wuxuang was no fool. He understood Jiang Yu's intentions and fanned the flames further. You aspire to be the mightiest control-type spirit master. How could this mere trial possibly thwart you? Encouraged by both Jiang Yu and Huo Wuxuang, Huo Wu finally summoned a surge of formidable willpower, resisting the relentless waves of spirit ring energy. Gradually, the power contained within the purple spirit ring flowed entirely into her body, ultimately condensing and encircling her, transforming into Huo Wu's third spirit ring. It's done. Huo Wu exhaled deeply. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld her brother's anxious expression and Jiang Yu's warm smile. Xiao Wu, you have finally awakened, Huo Wuxuang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Huo Wu stood up, not approaching her brother, but instead moving towards Jiang Yu. Thank you. No need for thanks. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Huo Wu wrapped her arms around his neck. Before he could even react, her alluring red lips pressed against his. The sensation was warm and soft. This was Jiang Yu's initial impression. He was unexpectedly kissed forcefully by a girl, and it was, in fact, his first kiss. Of course, this did not take into account the countless times he had been kissed by Bibi Dong and Hu Lai Na during his infancy. Jiang Yu was immediately incensed. As a young man, how could he endure such a profound humiliation? He promptly retaliated. Jiang Yu's tongue surged boldly, prying open Huo Wu's lips and launching an ardent assault within. Is this not the conduct befitting a man of stature? Huo Wu found herself caught off guard. She had merely intended to express her gratitude towards Jiang Yu, yet the unexpected transpired. While the sensation was undeniably pleasant, she was acutely aware of her femininity and her brother's presence nearby. After a brief 10 seconds, Huo Wu reluctantly pushed Jiang Yu away. Humph. I never imagined you to be such a scoundrel. Her cheeks were flushed with crimson, having presumed him to be a paragon of virtue. This was your initiative, she retorted. Jiang Yu disagreed with her assertion, stating that it is only proper to reciprocate kindness. It is precisely because I am a gentleman that I cannot allow you to be at a disadvantage. Now, we are even, one kiss each. Huh, Huo Wu exclaimed angrily. This was my first kiss. How can it merely be considered even? Who hasn't experienced a first kiss? Jiang Yu's expression swiftly transformed to one of concern. Do you not realize that your sudden advance startled me? I am but a child. A child? Huo Wu was incredulous at Jiang Yu's claim. Given his remarkably skilled technique, it was evident he was no novice. She nearly succumbed to the moment. Had her brother not been nearby, who knows what might have occurred. Such sharp wit at a tender age. I refuse to believe that was your first time. Huo Wu suddenly faltered, finding it difficult to articulate her next thought. This is an injustice. Jiang Yu gazed earnestly at Huo Wu, declaring, can I simply attribute it to talent? After all, I am a genius. He continued, you must understand. There are individuals in this world who, regardless of practice, can surpass many others due to their extraordinary gifts that are unattainable for the average person. I am one such individual. Really? Huo Wu, observing Jiang Yu's sincere expression, couldn't help but entertain a flicker of doubt. Could it be that he truly possessed exceptional talent in this regard? If so, I would be at his mercy. Ugh, why am I even thinking along those lines? I certainly won't allow this insufferable brat to gain an advantage. Just as Huo Wu found herself in a quandary, Huo Wuxuang suddenly approached, seizing Jiang Yu's hand and refusing to let go. I don't care. Since you have kissed my sister, you must marry her and become my brother-in-law. Huo Wuxuang's decision was not impulsive. Rather, it was made after careful consideration. Jiang Yu's talent was evident, as demonstrated by his swift and decisive defeat of the fire sprite. Furthermore, being a core disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was hardly an unsuitable match for his sister. Adding to this, he was quite handsome. And judging by Xiao Wu's earlier expression, it was clear that she harbored some affection for Jiang Yu. Setting aside other matters, the most crucial factor was that Xiao Wu liked him. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. A mere kiss could lead to marriage, if that were the case. He would probably already have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. According to Huo Wushuang's reasoning, wouldn't Bibi Dong and Hu Laina also have to marry him? Isn't that absurd? Brother Hua, you've hurt me. Jiang Yu had no choice but to resort to a ruse of self-infliction. Brother, let him go. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's cries of pain, Huo Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy, for he was the man who had stolen her first kiss. Oh. Huo Wushuang immediately released Jiang Yu, wearing a foolish grin as he looked at his sister. Brother, this is for your own good. Since you fancy him, you cannot let this opportunity slip away. When it comes to finding a husband, one must act swiftly. In my opinion, we should knock this fellow unconscious, take him back, consummate the union, and then have father propose to the Qibao Liuli sect. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it only gets more thrilling. Brother, Huo Wu, seeing her brother's increasingly ludicrous suggestions, reproached him. What do you take me for? I am not one to forcibly abduct a virtuous maiden. Bah. Realizing her mistake, Huo Wu quickly corrected herself. Forcibly seizing a virtuous young man is no different from bandits and brigands. I was merely concerned he might flee. Huo Wushuang scratched his head, his dark red hair tousled. A look of regret crossing his face as he had not considered this angle. Indeed, if word got out that their Chihuahua sect had brazenly abducted a virtuous young man, their reputation would be tarnished. Huo Wushuang felt a surge of relief. His sister was indeed the more astute one, thinking far more comprehensively than he. Are you two performing a comedic skit? Jiang Yu, upon overhearing the conversation between the two siblings, could not help but interject. One might mistakenly believe you hail from the Yin Society. Yin Society? I have not heard of it, replied the sibling. With an air of pride, Huo Wu declared, I am indeed familiar with the Yun sect. However, it is merely a minor sect. Their esteemed leader, Gua, pays annual homage to our Blaze sect, bestowing lavish gifts in hopes of securing our protection. How could I possibly deign to associate with such a third-rate sect? Is there truly a Yin sect? Jiang Yu could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. It appears that Bosqua's business has flourished remarkably, extending its reach even to the Douluo Continent. It is nothing short of a fantastical collaboration, a veritable delight for fans of both worlds. I wonder if you have ever encountered Master Qian from the Yin sect? Jiang Yu merely inquired casually, but to her astonishment, Huo Wu responded with utmost seriousness. Are you referring to that eccentric old man who enjoys smoking and sporting a permed hairstyle? He is indeed amusing. When I scorched his head with flames, he actually expressed gratitude, claiming it saved him considerable effort. However, how did you come to know about him? Huo Wu gazed at Jiang Yu with a look of skepticism. I merely heard about him by chance. Jiang Yu casually offered an excuse to brush it off. Enough about them, since you have already acquired the 3rd spirit ring. I advise you to return with your brother. This place is not suitable for your stay. Chapter 24, Who Benefits? Since you have achieved your goal, I urge you to depart swiftly. Jiang Yu kindly advised, what a joke. Are you looking down on us? Huo Wu immediately felt indignant. If a little brat like you can stay here for so long, why can't I? I refuse to leave, she declared. Brother, let us train in this fire rock valley for a while, so we won't be belittled by a mere child. Huo Wushuang, initially inclined to decline, hesitated as he contemplated the terrifying environment around them. Had it not been for the pursuit of a soul ring, he would never have ventured into such a place. However, upon seeing the resolute expression on Huo Wu's face, he found himself wavering. He understood his sister's character well. Once she set her mind on something, she would not easily change her course. Well then, if we are to stay, we shall stay. Huo Wushuang sighed bitterly, lamenting his predicament of having such a sister. It's merely a little fire. At worst, I might suffer a few burns and bear some scars. What does that amount to for a man? Don't worry, little Wu. Your brother will protect you. Huo Wushuang put on a facade of calmness, determined to alleviate Huo Wu's concerns, while internally he fervently prayed that she would remain unharmed and that his handsome visage would escape unscathed. After all, he still relied on his looks to charm the ladies. Huo Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, you should take care of yourself. After enduring so many years as siblings, she could easily see through Huo Wushuang's bravado. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he was undoubtedly fearful deep down. After all, the Fire Rock Valley had left him with many haunting memories. Yet, it was precisely this concern that warmed Huo Wu's heart. Her brother truly cared for her. Well, if you wish to stay, then so be it. Jiang Yu ceased his persuasion, recognizing that this was not his domain. Since the siblings wished to remain, so be it, as long as they did not disturb his cultivation. He was indifferent to their presence. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he turned and began to practice his swordsmanship. Thus, the three individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, embarked upon a life devoid of shame, or rather, a life of hardship. In the blink of an eye, several months swiftly passed. On this day, as usual, Jiang Yu, after finishing his sword training, made his way towards a cave. This cave was discovered a month ago, and to their astonishment, it contained a pool of hot spring water. The existence of such springs in this volcanic valley was indeed a marvel of nature. Since then, Jiang Yu had taken to soaking in the hot spring after each training session, washing away the sweat of exertion. Upon entering the cave, he proceeded directly to the spring, and after a short walk, he was greeted by the sight of steaming hot spring water. Jiang Yu did not hesitate. He promptly shed his garments, leaving only a pair of underpants, and then stepped into the spring. Although the hot spring was not vast, it spanned at least a dozen square meters, which was ample enough for his use. After discovering a perfect spot, Jiang Yu immersed most of his body into the steaming hot spring water. He leaned against the stone wall behind him, enveloped by a wave of warmth that brought an indescribable sense of comfort. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, savoring this rare tranquility. The warm steam emanating from the hot spring enveloped his face, rendering it a rosy hue, yet he remained motionless in that serene embrace. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until he finally opened his eyes. After shedding the burdens of fatigue, a contented expression graced Jiang Yu's face as he instinctively stretched his arms wide. What is this? What could it possibly be? Jiang Yu was filled with confusion. Oh. Then he heard a familiar scream. It was over. How did she end up here? Jiang Yu has now come to a startling realization. It is none other than Huo Wu. This situation is rather difficult to explain. It's you. Huo Wu, who was relaxing in the hot springs, was abruptly awakened. As she opened her eyes, she discovered Jiang Yu's hand resting on hers. You lecher scoundrel, she exclaimed in a fit of rage. Although you may find it hard to believe, this is truly a misunderstanding, Jiang Yu hastily clarified. I had just finished practicing my swordplay and intended to come here for a soak. The mist is so thick that I genuinely did not see you here. Then remove your filthy hand at once. Huo Wu's anger escalated as she noticed Jiang Yu's hand remained in place. A misunderstanding indeed. Jiang Yu hastily withdrew his hand. How is it? Not bad. Jiang Yu did not overthink the situation. Upon Fire Dance's inquiry, he spoke the truth candidly, as he was known for his straightforward nature. Jiang Yu. Fire Dance suddenly bellowed, her martial spirit instantly unleashed. With a fierce expression, she cast an angry glare at Jiang Yu, and the flames enveloping her began to surge rapidly. You have tarnished my purity. How shall we settle this score? If that is the case, Jiang Yu understood that although his intentions were not malicious, she was still a girl, and he ought to provide her with some form of explanation. Thus, he rose to his feet, gazing earnestly at Huo Wu, and said, You may freely observe my body. I have touched you once, and now you may reciprocate. As a man, I am willing to endure a minor loss and permit you to touch me 3 times. Despite the appearance of righteousness on Jiang Yu's face, Huo Wu remained unconvinced. How shameless. She quickly covered her eyes, yet even through her fingers, she could still catch glimpses of Jiang Yu's physique. Who knows how many young women he would ensnare in the future. I must not entertain such thoughts about him. Ugh, stop right there. Huo Wu hastily interrupted this line of thinking. How could a young lady of such high status harbor such notions? It is all Jiang Yu's fault for being so brazen. Yes, that must be it. Quickly, crouch down. Huo Wu swiftly closed her eyes, fearing that if she continued to look, she might lose control. Oh. So it is you who refrains from touching. After Jiang Yu submerged himself in the spring water, he remarked, Now we are even. Let's not bring this up again. Indeed, Huo Wu replied, a peculiar expression gracing her face, before an intense flame erupted from within her. Roasted chicken wings, grilled chicken wings. Huo Wuxuang had just finished glazing the chicken wings with honey when he noticed his sister approaching, with Jiang Yu trailing behind, looking somewhat disheveled. Huo Wuxuang was puzzled. His sister appeared to be in high spirits, yet Jiang Yu's countenance reflected a mix of sorrow and indignation, leaving him bewildered. Could it be that Xiao had played too recklessly with this lad? Huo Wuxuang's imagination ran wild. Alas, his sister was too hasty. It would have been better to wait until after nurturing the relationship. Little you, come and indulge in some chicken wings. You look unsteady on your feet, clearly famished. Huo Wuxuang quickly offered Jiang Yu the freshly roasted wings, understanding the unspoken need for replenishing energy after such trials. To his surprise, Xiao had gone to such extremes. Upon closer inspection, He noticed that Jiang Yu's eyebrows were singed and his face coated with a layer of soot. He even felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Nevertheless, such antics were part of young couples' playful exchanges, and having experienced similar moments with other girls, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 25. Troubles 1 year later. Near the Earthfire Rock Valley, in the town of Xianjian, at the Byway Tavern, guided by passers-by, Jiang Yu and his companions arrived at the largest tavern in Xianjian. After a year of arduous living, the trio was in dire need of a hearty meal to compensate for their losses. As they entered the tavern, before Jiang Yu could utter a word, Huo Wushuang bellowed to the proprietor, "Sir, bring us 10 pounds of marinated beef, 30 skewers of grilled kidney, a plate of stir-fried leeks, a whole roasted lamb, a barrel of wine, and some desserts." Huo Wushuang ordered a multitude of dishes in rapid succession, not allowing the others a chance to place their own orders. Many of the selections were specifically chosen for Jiang Yu, considering the tribulations he had endured at the hands of Huo Wu over the past year. It was time for him to replenish his strength. Seeing him order so much food, Jiang Yu chose not to comment further, for he was not picky and would eat anything. "All right, esteemed guests, please take your seats." This was the first time the waiter encountered such straightforward patrons, and he promptly led the trio to a window-side table. It was midday, the tavern was bustling with patrons, and only a handful of tables remained vacant among the hundreds. Fortunately, the waiter, noticing Jiang Yu and his friends ordering so many dishes with such eagerness, took them to a special reserved area for esteemed guests. Otherwise, they might have had to wait. The table was adjacent to the window, which offered a splendid view of a forest outside, the scenery delightful and the air refreshingly crisp. Once they were seated, Huo Wushuang spoke first. "Little Yu, we have weathered quite a bit together during this time. If you find it difficult to continue at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, feel free to seek refuge at the Blaze sect with me and Xiao Wu. I assure you, I can reserve a position for you as a core disciple." He added with a chuckle, "What you say is true. I have heard that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School boasts many beautiful female disciples. You, being the little rogue that you are, will inevitably offend them. When that happens, come to me. Considering your assistance in obtaining my soul ring, I will reluctantly take you in." Huo Wu chimed in, echoing her brother's sentiments. As she spoke, she retrieved a fiery red token from her slightly bulging pocket. Etched upon it were the characters for Blaze, surrounded by a design of flames. This was the Blaze token. Holding this token grants one the privilege to make a request to the Blaze sect, which, as long as it is reasonable, would surely be granted. Although Huo Wu often displayed a somewhat aloof demeanor, her giving Jiang Yu the Blaze token revealed her feelings for him were far from ordinary. In truth, Huo Wu's emotions toward Jiang Yu were quite complex. While she found his nonsensical remarks irritating, she often longed for conversations with him. Moreover, she had entrusted her first kiss to him and even revealed herself to him, creating a bond that naturally prevented any emotional distance on her part. "Thank you for your kindness." Although Jiang Yu held little interest in joining the Blaze sect, possessing the token seemed inconsequential. It merely provided an additional avenue of retreat. Upon receiving the token, Jiang Yu lightly rubbed it against his ring, and the crimson emblem transformed into a radiant beam of light, vanishing into the depths of the ring. Before long, a sumptuous meal was served on the table, and Huo Wushuang promptly offered a handful of roasted kidneys to Jiang Yu. "Here, indulge yourself." "How did you know I had a penchant for roasted kidneys?" Jiang Yu graciously accepted the steaming kidney and began to savor it, an exquisite flavor instantly enveloping his palate. "If you enjoy it, then indulge yourself further," he urged. "You should partake as well." Jiang Yu mumbled to himself, swiftly consuming one kidney and then moving on to the next. "I could not tolerate the taste. I still preferred to eat leeks." Huo Wushuang picked up her chopsticks, selecting some vibrant green leeks to savor. "In my youth, I was unaware of the merits of kidneys, mistakenly valuing leeks as treasures." Jiang Yu couldn't help but silently criticize Huo Wushuang for her lack of discernment. How could leeks possibly compare to kidneys? Nevertheless, Jiang Yu placed the roasted kidneys before him and, before long, devoured them entirely. Delightful. Jiang Yu gently caressed his round belly, a look of utter satisfaction gracing his face. He had truly indulged this time. He had devoured a full 30 skewers of grilled kidneys, an unprecedented quantity for him, leaving no room to sample any of the other dishes. "Who dares to encroach upon my rightful place?" Just as Jiang Yu and his companions were engaged in spirited conversation, a piercing roar suddenly erupted from within the tavern. "My apologies, young Master Xiao. This new hire of mine is unaware of the rules and did not realize that was your reserved seat. Please, be magnanimous. I shall have those patrons relocated immediately." The tavern owner bowed and scraped before a young man, and his obsequious demeanor made it evident that the individual before him was not to be trifled with. Likely a scion of nobility. "There's no need for that. I shall address this myself. I am eager to discover who has the audacity to usurp my seat." Yet another one of those debauched young lords. Jiang Yu could not help but shake his head. It seems that no matter where one is, there are always arrogant bullies who take advantage of their power. Before Jiang Yu could finish his lament, he noticed the young man approaching his table. Behind him followed several burly youths and two middle-aged men, one being the shop owner from earlier, while the other was entirely shrouded in a gray robe, exuding an air of mystery. Trouble was clearly heading their way. Jiang Yu did not anticipate that the young man was approaching them. Yet he was not one to shy away from trouble. He immediately braced himself for confrontation. "Brother Hua, it seems he is indeed coming for us." Jiang Yu gazed at Hua Wushuang with an air of nonchalance, even managing a smile, entirely dismissing the individual before him. Since there were those lacking in discernment, let us extend our assistance. As Hua Wushuang spoke, he tore a piece of meat from the leg of lamb and tossed it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. It would be a shame to ruin such a delectable morsel right before the impending conflict. At that moment, Xianjian, upon directing his gaze towards Hua Wu, found himself rendered speechless. "My goodness, such a stunning young lady. Today, I must indulge myself and revel in this delightful encounter." Xiao Qinshuan's mouth watered at the sight of her. "This beautiful lady, I am Xiao Qinshian, son of the Lord of Notting City, Xiaoyan. Might I trouble you for a drink of fine wine?" A fervent desire glimmered in his eyes, were it not for the crowd. He would have eagerly seized the opportunity to savor the beauty before him. "Begone!" Hua Wu offered no kindness to such a person. How dare the mere son of a city lord presume to present himself in such a manner, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well? "What did you say? Do you know who my father is?" Xiao Qinshian looked at Hua Wu in shock, his previously infallible charm failing him utterly. This woman had the audacity to tell him to leave. After all, he was the son of the city lord, and others typically vied for his favor. He had never before experienced such humiliation. "Today, whether you comply or not, you shall yield to me." Enraged and humiliated, Xiao Qinshian unleashed his martial spirit. Azure-eyed white wolf. Manifest. A layer of azure light erupted from his form, and as it flickered, his muscles swelled dramatically, his eyes gradually shifting to a pale green hue. His claws shot upwards, their nails transforming into razor-sharp points as two circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, revealing his transformed state. How dare a mere great soul master act with such audacity? Jiang Yu disdainfully remarked, "How absurd." Upon witnessing such contempt from a mere boy, Xiao Qinshian was instantly incensed. Extending his arm to sweep the food off the table, leaving it barren in an instant. He could be deemed the new master of table clearing. "Humph, frightened now. Are we? However, today I have no desire to engage in a scuffle. If you willingly present this girl beside you, I shall disregard your insolence. Once she has pleased me, perhaps I shall reward you with some golden soul coins." He cackled lecherously. "You speak nonsense." Chapter 26. Yu Xiaojiang Hua Wushuang, filled with fury, smashed his palm down, shattering the table. Witnessing such humiliation inflicted upon his sister, he could not remain passive. His martial spirit instantly manifested, and upon seeing the three dazzling soul rings, two yellow and one purple, encircling him, Xiao Qinshian was momentarily taken aback. This youth, appearing even younger than himself, was indeed a bona fide soul master. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent and immediately felt a pang of regret. Hua Wushuang paid no heed to Xiao Qinshian's feelings, unleashing his fiery palms towards him. The onlookers scattered like frightened birds, hastily fleeing the tavern, a notorious locale of conflict. It was well known that Xiao Qinshian was the son of the city lord. The reputation of the Xiao family's 8 wolves was known to all in the vicinity of Notting City. Should he engage in combat and emerge victorious, all would be well. But if he were to lose, the spectators would undoubtedly face repercussions from the city lord's estate. Nevertheless, not everyone feared the city lord. A table of patrons remained unperturbed within the tavern. "Third young master, be cautious." A mysterious figure clad in gray robes could no longer restrain himself. As a guest elder of the Xiao family, he felt a responsibility to safeguard Xiao Qinshuan's safety. "Diamond seal," the gray-robed man bellowed, his body radiating golden light as a heavy iron seal materialized in his right hand. For soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple encircled the seal. Though not the optimal configuration, he was undeniably a formidable soul master, his cultivation far surpassing that of the gathered crowd. Third soul skill, giant diamond seal. The iron seal instantly expanded to over a meter in size, hurtling towards Xianjian to block Huo Wushuang's fiery strike. The immense force emanating from the seal sent Huo Wushuang staggering back, nearly propelling him out of the window. "Brother!" Huo Wu rushed forward, anxiously supporting Huo Wushuang. Her eyes filled with concern. "I'm fine." Huo Wushuang spat out the congealed blood from his mouth, his face displaying a mix of defiance and frustration. Had he not been a soul master, I guarantee I could have brought him down. Seeing Huo Wushuang being pushed back, Jiang Yu immediately rushed to assist. The siblings, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, could be considered his friends. Witnessing their humiliation, he could not stand idly by. So what if he is a soul master? I shall still defeat him. As the Scarlet Sky Sword martial spirit manifested, the surrounding air thickened with pressure. A formidable aura erupted from Jiang Yu, astonishing even the mysterious man. It was unprecedented for a mere one-ringed soul master to exude such potent energy, indicating the exceptional quality of his martial spirit. The essence of a top-tier martial spirit. A middle-aged man seated several tables away was taken aback. Having studied martial spirits for so long that he could not fail to recognize the quality of Jiang Yu's, the sword he wielded could hardly compare to the renowned Xianjian hammer, known as the world's foremost weapon. The man's pupils gleamed with intensity, as if contemplating something profound. "Master, should we not assist them?" The elderly man beside him could no longer contain his indignation. Witnessing a soul master bully a child was intolerable. "Patience. Let us wait a moment longer." The man waved his hand dismissively, adopting a spectator's demeanor. "Teacher, what scheme is being concocted here?" The young boy beside him speculated, curious about his mentor's intentions. Seizing the opportunity while the mysterious man was momentarily distracted, Jiang Yu subtly unleashed his first soul skill. A dozen blazing swords, ignited with fierce flames, shot towards the mysterious man's chest, lower body, shoulders, and calves. In a moment of crisis, the mysterious man swiftly maneuvered the iron seal to block the incoming swords. The seal appeared to possess an extraordinary property, absorbing Jiang Yu's fiery swords, holding them firmly in place. "This boy's talent is exceedingly formidable. It won't be long before he surpasses me. I cannot allow him to live," the mysterious man resolved, preparing to strike ruthlessly to eliminate the future threat. Fourth soul skill, 1,000-pound seal. The mysterious man's fourth soul ring ignited, and his martial spirit surged to a height of nearly 10 meters. This soul skill derived from a 3,900-year-old 1,000-pound spirit beast, a rare soul beast known for its immense strength. With this enhancement, the weight of the mysterious man's diamond seal soared to over 1,000 pounds. The colossal iron seal plummeted towards Jiang Yu, and should it connect, even his extraordinary talent would be of little consequence. Sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from the iron seal, Jiang Yu could only muster all his strength to respond. He resolved to attempt that technique. Jiang Yu infused the primordial purple energy within him into the Chixiao Sword, then immediately activated the meridian pathways of the celestial/sword technique. The opportunity was singular. Should this strike fail to withstand the assault of the diamond seal, his fate would be sealed. As the iron seal descended ominously, Jiang Yu roared, drawing the Chixiao Sword with his right hand and gripping it firmly with both hands. He swung it forcefully upwards. A colossal purplish-red sword aura erupted violently from the Chixiao Sword, surging towards the diamond seal. With a resounding crash, the immense iron seal was unexpectedly repelled by the sword aura unleashed by Jiang Yu. Witnessing this spectacle, all present displayed expressions of astonishment. A mere soul master had effortlessly neutralized the strongest attack from the soul sect, an occurrence that seemed utterly absurd. Yet, the reality before them left no room for disbelief. Jiang Yu could not help but feel a sense of relief. He had finally mastered the heavenly slashing sword technique. However, despite its formidable power, the technique consumed an alarming amount of soul energy, draining him entirely with a single strike. While his recent blow had indeed turned the tide, they remained ensnared in perilous circumstances. The mysterious figure had not sustained significant injuries, and with his cultivation at the soul sect level, he was capable of unleashing his fourth soul skill multiple times without exhausting much of his energy. "I never anticipated you could withstand my fourth soul skill." The expression on the mysterious figure's face grew increasingly grave, for Jiang Yu's talent surpassed his expectations. Thus, he resolved that Jiang Yu could no longer be allowed to live. Sensing Jiang Yu's current weakness, the mysterious figure prepared to deliver another strike to eliminate this troublesome opponent. Relishing the thought of vanquishing a genius, just as he was poised to unleash his soul skill once more, A raspy voice suddenly echoed from the tavern, halting the mysterious figure's movements. "Stop." Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon three individuals approaching them. The speaker, positioned in the center, appeared somewhat slender, likely in his 40s or 50s. Adorned with a gray hat, his black hair was parted unevenly, and his features were rather unremarkable. However, he emanated a distinct aura, with his hands clasped behind his back. Bullying the weak. What sort of soul master is that? Chapter 27. Taking disciples. Yu Xiaojiang immediately rebuked, as a distinguished soul master, "How dare you intimidate a mere child? Are you not concerned about the ridicule that will ensue?" Even in the presence of a soul master, Yu Xiaojiang felt no fear. For the elderly man beside him provided him with the confidence he needed to stand firm. "Who might you be?" The mysterious figure hesitated momentarily. "Others refer to me as Master," Yu Xiaojiang replied, deliberately withholding his true identity, wary that his reputation might overpower the enigmatic individual. Instead, he introduced the elder beside him. "This esteemed gentleman is the principal of Notting Academy, a level 42 assault system weapon soul master." "Master!" Both the mysterious figure and Jiang Yu exclaimed simultaneously. "Yu Xiaojiang?" Jiang Yu could not help but scrutinize the important character before him from the original work, though his appearance was rather ordinary. He exuded a unique aura reminiscent of a refined rogue often depicted in literature. It was no wonder that the extraordinary beauties, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, would be drawn to him. Indeed, the master had arrived. The mysterious figure clearly recognized the name Yu Xiaojiang, and his expression shifted to one of utmost respect. After all, he was a legendary figure within the realm of soul masters. Although his soul power could never surpass the 30th level, he had carved out a significant place for himself in the world of soul masters through sheer intellect. In the presence of the master, the mysterious man dared not act rashly, especially with the dean of Notting Academy, a renowned powerhouse, by his side. He had just recently broken through to the soul zone realm, and even his martial soul was suppressed by the master. Not only in this moment, but even at his peak, he would likely have been no match for the elderly gentleman. Would the master be so kind as to spare me, Ding Sanqiang, and refrain from intervening in this matter? The mysterious man forced a smile. "Ding Sanqiang? I have not heard of him," Yu Xiaojiang replied, his straightforwardness leaving no room for the man's pride. "Master, you are unaware," chimed in Dean's son, teasingly. "It is said that this man has insatiable desires. He visits brothels daily, has a strong affinity for alcohol, consuming 3 gin of spirits with every meal, and boasts remarkable skills, sewing and mending better than most women." So, this was the infamous Sanqiang. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled heartily. Ding Sanqiang's expression darkened. He detested having his name used in such contexts. Had it not been for the identities of those present, he would have already taken action. "I will ensure the safety of these children. Be wise and depart," Yu Xiaojiang declared with a firm voice. "Very well, we shall take our leave," Xiao Chunxian said, ushering his companions away before Ding Sanqiang could utter a word. Not even the master or the dean of Notting Academy were adversaries he could afford to provoke, especially since his 5th brother was still studying there. He could not afford to offend the dean. Though Ding Sanqiang was reluctant, he dared not protest further, following Xiao Chunxian out with a dejected demeanor. "Young one, from whence do you hail?" After their departure, Yu Xiaojiang let out a sigh of relief, disregarding the fire dance siblings, and approached Jiang Yu with genuine concern. "Might I inquire about your martial soul?" "Name Jianming, Chixiao," Jiang Yu responded. Although Jiang Yu harbored a disdain for Yu Xiaojiang, it was undeniable that he had just extricated them from a predicament. "The Chixiao Sword?" A look of bewilderment spread across Yu Xiaojiang's face, clearly indicating his unfamiliarity with such a martial spirit. However, in the presence of numerous onlookers, he would undoubtedly refrain from revealing his ignorance, for he was a recognized authority in the realm of martial spirit research. "My dear child, your martial spirit appears to be a variant type. I am the foremost expert in martial spirit studies across the continent. I perceive that you possess commendable potential. Would you be inclined to become my disciple?" Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed with an air of arrogance. In his mind, Jiang Yu was merely a child, easily susceptible to his persuasion. How naive. It should be guidance he offered. "Teacher, did you not declare that you would no longer accept disciples?" A young boy beside Yu Xiaojiang could not help but roll his eyes, astonished by how quickly he had breached his own promise. "I'm sorry, but that is not permissible." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu firmly declined. It would be absurd to consider accepting Yu Xiaojiang as a mentor, for Bibi Dong was his benefactor, and the individual before him was one of the principal culprits responsible for Bibi Dong's current plight. To acknowledge Yu Xiaojiang would be akin to embracing a thief as a father, a notion Jiang Yu could never entertain. Moreover, he held profound skepticism regarding Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge. His theories had never been proven to be accurate. Tang San had ascended to greatness primarily through the innate mastery of Tang Sec's unique skills and his formidable martial spirit, rather than through any significant connection to Yu Xiaojiang. It was utterly ridiculous that a self-proclaimed master, who prided himself on his extensive theoretical knowledge, was oblivious to the existence of the Nine-Heart Lotus. Jiang Yu's martial soul inherently possesses its own techniques, complemented by the guidance of the sword Douluo and abundant resources at his disposal. Thus, there seems to be little reason for him to seek Master Yu Xiaojiang as his mentor. Indeed, the so-called training methods espoused by the master amount to little more than running while carrying stones or participating in competitions at the Great Soul Arena, lacking any substantial value. Jiang Yu could not comprehend why the male protagonists in those fanfictions eagerly sought to take Yu Xiaojiang as their master. He was baffled by their inclination to fawn over an older man. Perhaps they were simply enamored with the art of fencing. Jiang Yu, however, harbored no such interest. Given his innate talent, ascending to divinity would pose no challenge. He saw no necessity to rely on the benevolence of others. Moreover, even if he were to take Yu Xiaojiang as his mentor and become a disciple alongside Tang San, the benefits would be far from guaranteed. One need only observe Tang San's subsequent actions to understand this. Not only did he fail to assist Yu Xiaojiang in attaining a divine position, but he also refused to take his cousin, Bai Qinxiang, to the divine realm. Ultimately, one should rely on oneself in all matters. Jiang Yu does not enjoy relying on others. What? Have you truly thought this through? Yu Xiaojiang questioned whether his ears had deceived him. It was indeed rare for someone to decline his offer of apprenticeship. Historically, it was others who would eagerly beseech him for guidance. No one else knows how to instruct you in your cultivation. I recognized your remarkable talent and wished to avoid letting a rare genius go to waste, which is why I considered taking you as my disciple. Do not make a misguided decision. Haha. In response to Yu Xiaojiang's feigned sincerity, Jiang Yu could not help but laugh. There is no need for your concern, master. I already have a teacher. Who is he? Yu Xiaojiang pressed. I cannot believe he understands martial souls better than I do. Sword Path Qianxin. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically. It was he. Your master is indeed the sword Douluo. The young boy beside his teacher tugged at his garment, inquiring, do you remember the spirit hall token that master once showed you? With a grave tone, Yu Xiaojiang replied, there are a total of 6 spirit markings on that token, one of which is a sword. This sword is known as the 7 Killing Sword, and the soul master who possesses this spirit is among the pinnacle of soul masters, holding the title of a titled Douluo. He is recognized by all as the sword Douluo. Titled Douluo. Tang San's face reflected astonishment. He had not anticipated that the master of the boy before him could wield such formidable power. Thus, he began to scrutinize Jiang Yu closely. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu was also attentively observing Tang San, for the only individual referred to as Xiao San by Yu Xiaojiang was none other than the protagonist of Douluo Continent, Tang San. Jiang Yu was taken aback to encounter Tang San in such a setting, and he could not help but develop a profound curiosity for this future deity. At present, Tang San's appearance was not particularly remarkable, perhaps due to his frequent training under the sun. His skin bore a much darker hue than that of the average person, coupled with his rather simple attire. He clearly emanated the aura of a soul master hailing from a humble background. At most, one could only describe him as clean. However, Jiang Yu was not deceived by his outward appearance. Tang San was far from an ordinary commoner soul master. His father, uncle, and grandfather were all formidable titled Douluos. And Tang Chen was a limit Douluo with a soul power level reaching 99, proving to be a match even for Qian Daolu. Furthermore, his mother was a spirit beast that had transformed after 100,000 years. One could assert that his lineage was undoubtedly among the most distinguished in the Douluo Continent, with only Qian Rinxue being a worthy counterpart. Chapter 28. Tang San. Jiang Yu has perused numerous fantastical novels, and without a doubt, Tang San stands as one of the most fortunate protagonists within these narratives. Essentially, he monopolizes nearly all the extraordinary adventures throughout the Douluo Continent, and his journey is meticulously safeguarded by the formidable Haoyan Douluo, rendering his experiences devoid of peril. Even Zhao Wujia's mere entrance examination for Tang San was later met with a severe reprimand from Tang Hao. Tang San resembles a favored scion of a feudal dynasty, ostensibly embarking on treacherous endeavors for personal growth, yet the elements of danger have long been eradicated. It is merely a gilded fade. He is destined to return, ascending the ranks of power and wealth. A figure like Tang San, blessed with a supportive father, is incomparable to ordinary individuals, for he is born at the finish line, leaving others striving in vain to match his pace. Jiang Yu gazed at Tang San, and an involuntary sense of reflection arose within him. Prior to the grand tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent, Tang San's experiences bore a striking resemblance to the classic film The Truman Show. As everything unfolded according to another script, the so-called perilous encounters were merely trivial interludes. Master, since this young brother has already acquired a minor, we must not impose upon him, Tang San remarked, noticing the fluctuating expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face, indicating his internal struggle over whether to accept Jiang Yu as his disciple. He continued, the bond between master and disciple is a matter of fate. Perhaps you and this young brother are simply not destined to be. If that is the case, why force it? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that a forced relationship would yield no sweetness. Moreover, he already had a prodigy like Xiao San, endowed with a twin martial soul, as a disciple. The absence of Jiang Yu would not hinder his plans, for Tang San could still put his theories into practice. Having come to this understanding, Yu Xiaojiang relinquished his insistence. Since you already have a master, I shall not press further. However, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me out at Nodding Academy. Yu Xiaojiang, a true master of his craft, spoke with both grace and dignity, leaving no room for criticism. Although Jiang Yu harbored a disinclination towards him, he could not deny the man's adeptness in navigating social interactions. We still need to procure a second soul ring for my disciple, so I shall not intrude further. Yu Xiaojiang gestured towards Tang San, pride evident on his countenance, as if showcasing his own prowess. After all, it was indeed rare for someone of Tang San's age to cultivate their soul power to the 20th level. Farewell. Just as Yu Xiaojiang prepared to depart, a voice interrupted him at a critical moment. It was Wu Wushuang who intervened. So, you also seek to procure a soul ring? My brother Jiang Yu has coincidentally reached the 20th level of soul power and urgently requires a soul ring for his advancement. Why not join forces? It would provide mutual support. Recognizing Yu Xiaojiang's extensive knowledge of martial souls, Wu Wushuang proposed his collaboration, especially since the latter was accompanied by a formidable soul master. Given his injuries, his combat effectiveness had diminished, and the Stardow Forest was no ordinary hunting ground. Having more companions would ensure greater safety. Your soul power has reached the 20th level? Yu Xiaojiang turned around, astonished, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yu. The boy appeared only slightly younger than Tang San. Yet he was already on the verge of becoming a great soul master. It was worth noting that Tang San possessed innate full soul power and a twin martial soul, and Jiang Yu's potential was not far behind. This revelation stirred something within Yu Xiaojiang, igniting a fervent interest in Jiang Yu. Then let us journey together. After all, we are headed in the same direction. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment before agreeing, seizing the opportunity to showcase his vast theoretical knowledge to Jiang Yu. Perhaps the young man would be captivated by his formidable charisma and reconsider his stance. Jiang Yu noticed that Wu Wushuang had already extended an invitation and chose not to say much, as his understanding of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San was solely based on the novel. Thus, the opportunity for close contact was indeed a welcome one. Consequently, the group set off towards the Stardow Forest, as one of the most renowned gathering places for soul beasts on Douluo Continent. The vastness of the Stardow Forest surpassed common imagination, encompassing a multitude of ecosystems, including swamps and wetlands. Notably, 2/5 of the forest lies within the territory of the Tiando Empire, with an entrance conveniently located near Nodding City. Upon leaving Xianjian town, the group headed straight for the Stardow Forest, and the closer they got, the more soul masters they encountered. As one of the largest congregations of soul beasts, this place was undoubtedly a coveted destination for many soul masters, as it signified their ascension to the next level. The exact duration of the forest's existence was unclear even to Yu Xiaojiang, yet upon entering the vast woodland and observing the towering trees that obscured the sky, one could easily infer its ancient origins. Immersed in the forest, the group felt the stark contrast to the outside world. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, which was significantly purer than that of the outside. Taking a deep breath, their pores seemed to open wide, inducing an indescribable comfort. The trees within the forest were at least 20 meters tall, and this was merely the outermost layer, with branches and roots intertwining, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. The group had to forge ahead, cutting through obstacles, and after half an hour, they had traveled less than 5 miles. Although they encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, most were only 10, or 100-year-old creatures such as small wildcats, red-eared rabbits, and pink ladies, which were unsuitable for Jiang Yu and Tang San. Having grown weary, they decided to rest beneath a large tree. The Stardow forest was considerably more perilous than the hunting forest, and they needed to remain in prime condition at all times. The group of 6 split into 2 formations, with Huo Wu Shuang and Huo Wu flanking Jiang Yu, as he possessed the weakest soul power among them. Initially, Jiang Yu disagreed, believing that Huo Wu should be in the center. However, he ultimately relented to her persistent persuasion. Just as they let their guard down, the massive vines entwined around the tree began to writhe. Even the master did not anticipate that this great tree harbored a rare plant-type soul beast. Whoosh! By the time the group reacted, the vines had split into 6 tendrils, ensnaring them tightly. The outer green shell of the vine shattered, revealing their original black state. Ghost vine. Upon recognizing the change in the vines, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed drastically. He had not expected it to be parasitic on this tree, indeed cunning, as it was known to be one of the most troublesome plant-type soul beasts. The ghost vine, measuring about 6 meters in length, had existed for at least 600 years. Xiao-san, this would indeed make an excellent second soul ring for you, far surpassing my initial considerations. If I'm not mistaken, the parasitic ability of the ghost vine will manifest as your soul ring skill, making it one of the most suitable abilities for your blue-silver grass. Gradually, Yu Xiaojiang's fear transformed into delight. Despite the perilous situation, he had faith they would emerge unscathed. After all, Dean Sun was a formidable soul master, more than capable of handling a mere 100-year soul beast. Suddenly, Jiang Yu, ensnared by the ghost vine, began to sense something amiss in his body. The ghost vine contained a potent neurotoxin, causing his soul power to stagnate, leaving him feeling weak and limp. Old son, act quickly. The toxin from this ghost vine is terrifying, and its unique parasitic ability is a nightmare for many soul masters. Its seeds can absorb our energy and transform it into neurotoxins that invade our bodies. If we do not act soon, even you may not escape. Yu Xiaojing shouted towards Dean Sunday understood. Sun Zhe immediately unleashed his martial spirit, a powerful crimson glow erupting from within him. A massive red scythe, several meters long, appeared in his palm, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, floating around the scythe. This was Sun Ze's martial spirit, the fire scythe. First soul skill. Flame slash. Sun Ze gripped the scythe tightly and swung it toward the ghost vine beside him, the fierce flames swiftly severing the encroaching vines, which fell to the ground and were reduced to ash. Although plant-type soul beasts have various deceptive attack methods, they share one common weakness, a fear of fire. After freeing himself, Sun Ze rescued Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Just as he prepared to assist Jiang Yu and Huo Wu, he realized they no longer needed his help. They had already discovered their own means of escape. Huo Wu Shuang and Huo Wu unleashed intense flames that consumed the ghost vine entirely. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu summoned the Chixiao Sword, and as the golden flames erupted, the ghost vine recoiled from his presence, though regrettably, it was still a moment too late. The flames contained within the Chixiao Sword were unparalleled, far exceeding those of any ordinary fire. Thank goodness no one was injured. Observing Jiang Yu's response, Yu Xiaojiang grew increasingly appreciative. At such a young age, he remained composed and unflustered in the face of danger, a demeanor not typical for someone of his age. Reminiscent of Tang San's maturity. If only he could be my disciple. Together with Xiao San, they would undoubtedly become the brightest twin stars in the realm of soul masters. Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but indulge in visions of the future, where all would come to recognize him, Yu Xiaojiang, not as a failure, but as a truly great individual. Second soul skill, Flame Totem. While Yu Xiaojiang was lost in reverie, Sun Ze began to dispatch the ghost vine. Unlike the master, who was more theoretical, he was a man of action. A surge of fire erupted from the red scythe, transforming into countless tadpole-like creatures that surged towards the ghost vine. Before long, less than 1/10 of the ghost vine remained, with only its core still intact. After completing this task, Sun Ze produced a short knife from his pocket and handed it to Tang San. This final blow should be yours. Quickly absorb your soul ring. Thank you, Dean. Tang San accepted the knife and bowed slightly to Sun Ze. Although he had initially agreed to assist due to his teacher's request, he felt it was only right to express his gratitude for such significant help. Tang San disliked being indebted to others. Now, they were mutually free of debts. Tang San quickly approached the ghost vine and, without hesitation, plunged the knife into its core. His movements were not only swift and decisive but also executed with precision and ferocity. displaying an intensity more akin to that of a seasoned warrior than someone of his age. Moments later, a dazzling yellow soul ring emerged from the ghost vine, and Tang San seated himself to absorb the soul ring. Jiang Yu gazed in the direction of his thoughts, reflecting on the revelation that Tang San's second soul ring had come to be in such a manner. The character mentioned in the original text, possessing a mysterious martial soul, must undoubtedly be this esteemed Dean Sunday. It was quite unexpected to discover that his martial soul took the form of a scythe, imbued with the essence of fire. No wonder it proved to be a formidable counter against the ghost vine. The combination of fiery attributes and sharp weaponry has always exerted a potent restraining influence on plant-based soul beasts. Dean Sun's martial soul, embodying both elements, bestows upon him a far greater advantage against the ghost vine than that afforded to beast martial soul masters. Tang San has already acquired his second soul ring. I cannot help but wonder what soul beast I shall encounter next. The anticipation is palpable. Regardless of the circumstances, I must surpass Tang San. It is imperative that I secure a soul beast of considerable might, one that has existed for no less than 700 years. A sense of comparison arose within Jiang Yu's heart. After a quarter of an hour, Tang San finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring from the ghost vine. The master's estimation was not erroneous. Indeed, Tang San's soul ring skill was the most terrifying parasitic ability of the ghost vine. Xiao Yu, why not engage in a spar with Xiao San? Yu Xiaojiang shamelessly initiated a conversation with Jiang Yu, soon revealing a benevolent smile on his face. Having just advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master, the gap between him and Jiang Yu was not insurmountable. Their competition would vividly showcase the disparity in their abilities, proving to be immensely beneficial for both individuals. All right, Jiang Yu did not refuse. He too wished to ascertain the true strength of himself in comparison to Tang San. Then, I invite your guidance. A surge of deep blue light suddenly emanated from Tang San's being, and a cluster of deep blue grass abruptly sprouted from his palm. Although each blade appeared quite slender, they were adorned with serpentine patterns, and in an instant, the grass transformed into cylindrical forms. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these blades were covered with fine, sharp thorns. Suddenly, a milky white radiance enveloped Tang San, and under this luminous shroud, the deep blue grass seemed stimulated, expanding rapidly until it reached the girth of a human arm, resembling the ghostly vine from earlier. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The ensuing content is even more exhilarating. Having absorbed the spirit ring of the ghostly vine, his blue-silver grass underwent a remarkable transformation. Black serpentine patterns flickered with light, coiling around Tang San like dozens of great serpents. Tang San, martial spirit, blue-silver grass, level 21 control system spirit master. I appreciate your guidance. Witnessing Tang San's martial spirit, Wu Wu and Wu Shuang were taken aback, astonished that such a seemingly useless martial spirit as blue-silver grass could exhibit such rapid cultivation speed. It was truly incredible. Jiang Yu, martial spirit, Chixiao Sword, level 20 assault system spirit master. Jiang Yu remained remarkably composed. Although his soul power had ascended to the formidable 20th level, he could not attain the next stage of his title without the addition of a soul ring to his martial spirit for an entire day. Thus, he could only refer to himself as a soul master. Before long, a brilliant crimson radiance erupted from Jiang Yu, with searing flames coalescing towards the palm of his right hand, ultimately forming an extraordinarily resplendent longsword. The yellow soul ring unleashed a staggering surge of energy, enveloping the Chixiao Sword in a tight embrace. You may go ahead. With a grave expression, Jiang Yu stated, my Chixiao Sword possesses a fire attribute, which fortuitously counters your blue-silver grass. In the interest of fairness, I shall allow you to strike first. Then I shall not hold back, Tang San replied. Observing that Jiang Yu did not disdain his blue-silver grass martial soul as others often did, Tang San recognized that this opponent was extraordinary. Furthermore, aware that his own martial soul was indeed at a disadvantage against Jiang Yu's, he ceased to be modest and promptly launched his attack. Tang San moved with remarkable swiftness, having cultivated the ghost shadow phantom steps, a technique far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. In the blink of an eye, he was before Jiang Yu. The blue-silver grass he unleashed sprang into action, spiraling blue-black vines encircling and shooting towards Jiang Yu's form from all directions. Meanwhile, Tang San himself melded seamlessly among the vines, appearing as if he had vanished without a trace. Truly, Tang San was impressive, demonstrating unparalleled skill. Jiang Yu could not help but nod repeatedly. However, if this was the extent of the attack, then Tang San truly underestimated him. let Tang Xin witness the full extent of his strength. Jiang Yu gripped the Chixiao Sword tightly and swung it towards the blue-black vines. In an instant, golden flames erupted, surging fiercely towards the blue-silver grass. Ultimately, Tang Xin's martial soul, before its mutation, was merely the humble blue-silver grass. Chapter 30. A fierce beating of Tang Xin as a plant, it was bound to be constrained by its limitations. Jiang Yu's imperial fire was the epitome of flames. Once unleashed, the massive blue-silver vines were reduced to ashes. Tang Xin was taken aback, never anticipating that his attack would be so effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Yu. Alas, blue-silver grass remained blue-silver grass. How he wished he could wield the Xianjian hammer instead. Tang Xin felt a deep sense of frustration at the current predicament, regrettably. His master had advised him never to reveal the secret of the Xianjian hammer unless absolutely necessary. Given the multitude of onlookers, employing such underhanded tactics was not an option. First soul skill, entanglement. However, Tang Xin did not relent. He continued to conjure several thick strands of blue-silver grass, intertwining them to form a sharp, sword-shaped grass. He then executed the techniques from the Hidden Weapons Manual, propelling the sword-like grass forward. Whoosh, 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 the sound of piercing air resonated instantly. Jiang Yu was not one to underestimate his opponent, for he was well aware of Tang Xin's cunning nature. Even after ascending to divinity, Xianjian had suffered considerable setbacks at the hands of Tang Xin's myriad of concealed weaponry. The Chixiao Sword erupted with a brilliant golden flame, while Jiang Yu, sword in hand, remained composed in the face of the sharp, arrow-like blue-silver grass, betraying not a hint of panic. A seasoned combatant, he understood that in the direst of battles, maintaining calmness was paramount. How intriguing! Despite being adversaries, even Tang Xin could not help but secretly commend Jiang Yu's response. Indeed, this world is not devoid of prodigies. The individual before him, though of similar age, possessed an astonishing wealth of combat experience, truly a marvel. Tang Xin's astonishment stemmed from his own dual life experiences, which had endowed him with remarkable prowess. Yet, Jiang Yu's circumstances were not dissimilar to Tang Xin's own, a fact that would elude even the sharpest of minds. If the children of Douluo Continent were all as formidable as Jiang Yu, then even with the protection of Xianjian Gong and the mastery of Tang Xin's secret arts, one could not afford to be careless. Tang Xin found it necessary to temporarily suppress his pride, cautiously observing Jiang Yu ahead. With a shout, Jiang Yu finally discerned the flaw in the airborne arrow. Realizing that its essence was fundamentally rooted in the blue-silver grass, whose internal structure lacked stability. Upon identifying its weak point, he wasted no time and shouted fiercely, "Slash!" His sword struck the gap in the blue-silver grass, the searing flames erupting from the blade, obliterating its insides completely. With the martial spirit rendered ineffective, it was time to showcase the Tang Xin's secret arts. Tang Xin promptly abandoned the blue-silver grass, transforming his fist into a claw, accelerating his speed as he closed in on Jiang Yu. Just as he was about to make contact, he leaped high into the air. The technique controlling the crane and capturing the dragon was unleashed. Observing Tang Xin soaring through the air with claws extended towards his forehead, Jiang Yu could not help but let out a cold laugh. Tang Xin's secret technique? I too possess martial arts. The contest was set. Would your secret arts prevail? Or would my traditional Chinese martial skills prove superior? Although Jiang Yu is not a descendant of ancient martial arts practitioners, he encountered traditional martial arts during his university years. At that time, he chose to study two renowned martial arts forms from the illustrious history of China as elective courses. Jiang Yuxuang spread her legs apart, establishing a firm horse stance, and then channeled all her strength into her arms, clenching her fists with fervor. Tang Xin, under the impression that his mastery of the crane-catching dragon technique, coupled with the immense downward inertia he generated, would enable him to overpower Jiang Yu, overlooked one crucial element, the earth-shattering cannon. Jiang Yu unleashed his arms, and his fist erupted with an incomparably fierce power, striking violently towards Tang Xin. With a resounding thud, Tang Xin was instantly propelled away. Although the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon is renowned for its ability to harness softness to overcome strength, it is not without its limitations. Once the force exceeds what one can withstand, it becomes ineffective. As the saying goes, one force can subdue 10 skills. What Jiang Yu executed was one of the 8 lethal techniques of the 8 extremes fist, a martial art that stands alongside Tai Chi in prominence and is renowned for its fierce power. The two, one embodying grace and the other embodying strength, are undoubtedly the most resplendent pearls among the myriad styles of Chinese martial arts. Unlike Tai Chi, which employs softness to overcome hardness, 8 Extremes Fist is characterized by its hard-hitting approach, utilizing the most forceful strength and an unadorned yet swift style to subdue opponents in a single strike. Although Jiang Yu may not possess the same level of proficiency as a martial arts grandmaster, perhaps only slightly surpassing that of Master Ma, the transformation brought about by the primordial purple energy has endowed him with strength that far exceeds that of any martial arts master. Coughing violently after being propelled several meters away, Tang San realized with dismay that his once proud Tang sect techniques had been utterly defeated. Under the dual onslaught of Jiang Yu's formidable power and his own overwhelming sense of defeat, Tang San could not help but spit out a stream of crimson liquid. Little San. Witnessing his disciple spitting blood, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly rushed to his side, lifting him with a concerned expression. How severe is your injury? Teacher, do not worry. It is nothing serious, Tang San replied in as calm a tone as he could muster, striving to alleviate his mentor's concern. I apologize for not controlling my strength and causing you harm. Jiang Yu hastily approached to assess Tang San's condition, his face betraying a look of guilt. As for what thought swirled in his mind, that remained a mystery to all. Had he known earlier, he would have held back. Tang San, who had initially resolved to let go of his concerns, found himself unsettled upon hearing Jiang Yu's words. What does holding back even mean? Does it imply a lack of respect? He despised the notion of someone deliberately underperforming, rather than triumphing over a feigned adversary who withheld their true strength. Tang San would much prefer to confront a formidable opponent who unleashed their full might upon him. That sensation was truly exhilarating. Wait, Tang San quickly interjected. Please do not hold back. Remember to exert yourself even more next time. Oh dear. Jiang Yu was taken aback to discover that Tang San was, in fact, a masochist. It was his first encounter with someone making such an eccentric request. However, since it was Tang San's wish, there was no reason to hold back. In this manner, both of them could derive pleasure from the exchange, Jiang Yu relishing the act of striking, while Tang San found joy in being hit. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. With neither party at a loss, he had not anticipated that his brother-in-law would be so formidable. Once Xiao Wu married him, perhaps she could persuade him to impart the martial techniques he had just demonstrated. Standing behind him, Hua Wushuang gazed enviously. As a fellow assault-type soul master, he could not overlook the prowess Jiang Yu had displayed. Yet, he was aware that such esoteric skills were typically kept private, despite his envy. He refrained from asking Jiang Yu for instruction. Nevertheless, he did not regard Jiang Yu as an outsider. In his view, it was inevitable that his sister would marry Jiang Yu, and at that time, it would be entirely reasonable to request the techniques. Who says I'm marrying him? Hua Wu retorted, her cheeks flushed, yet she stubbornly declared, if anyone is to marry him, it should be you. I wish. Hua Wushuang replied earnestly. But he wouldn't look my way. Besides, we are both men, how could that be possible? You'll have to rely on Xiao Wu for that. Pa. Hua Wu shot him an exasperated glare, and then stepped on his foot with force. Oh. Hua Wushuang yelped in pain, quickly massaging his injured foot. You've become increasingly ruthless, girl. Can't you show a bit of restraint? He grimaced in agony. Well deserved. Who told you to speak so carelessly? Hua Wu laughed heartily at his discomfort. Chapter 31. Development Path. Through this match, Jiang Yu had gained a clearer understanding of Tang San's strength. Although Tang San had not resorted to using concealed weapons, Jiang Yu had also held back. It could be said that even if Tang San unleashed his true power, Jiang Yu would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt elated. After all, having the opportunity to overpower Tang San was a privilege not everyone could experience. Many protagonists in fanfiction would envy such a status. Following the competition, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze towards Jiang Yu became increasingly unabashed, tinged with a hint of possessiveness, giving off an unsettling vibe. Aware of Yu Xiaojiang's inclinations, Jiang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Xiao Yu, Yu Xiaojiang said with a smile, from the recent match. It is evident that your Chixiao Sword martial spirit possesses not only an extreme fire attribute, but also exudes an air of sovereign authority, reminiscent of an emperor among swords. Thus, your decision to pursue the path of a strong assault-type soul master is undoubtedly wise. In an effort to win Jiang Yu's favor, Yu Xiaojiang launched into a lengthy discourse, embellishing his contributions to the realm of soul masters. Historically, sword martial spirits have been among the most common. Yet no one had systematically compiled knowledge on them, except for him, who had dedicated years to studying everything related to sword martial spirits. Though I am not a sword martial spirit myself, in terms of theoretical knowledge, even your teacher, Sword Douluo, may not surpass me. Yu Xiaojiang wore a proud expression. Confident in his expertise in martial spirit research, which was his singular area of superiority over many soul masters. According to my research, There are over 3,000 sword martial spirits in the continent, excluding the exceedingly low-quality ones. There are more than 1,000 that can enable one to become a battle soul master. The most common are those imbued with elemental powers. Yet those containing extreme attributes are exceedingly rare. As far as I know, besides your mutated martial spirit, the only one on the Douluo Continent that comes close to possessing extreme attributes is Sword Douluo's 7 Killing Sword, with its accompanying Gung Sword Chi. Should the Gung Gold Sword Chi evolve further into extreme sword energy, it could rival the Haotian Hammer, the world's premier weapon martial spirit. But you need not go through such complexities. You Xianjian inhale deeply. All you need to do is methodically cultivate your soul power to the level of a title de law. Generally speaking, the most suitable paths for sword martial spirits are strong assault or agile assault, and with the formidable power of your Chixiao Sword. Pursuing the strong assault path is indeed correct. However, there are various developmental trajectories within the strong assault path. A mysterious expression crossed Yu Xiaojiang's face, as if he were the most impressive individual around. There is something to this. Jiang Yu could not help but reassess Yu Xiaojiang. Setting aside his character and the accuracy of his theoretical knowledge, it was evident that his diligent pursuit of research distinguished him from many soul masters. Jiang Yu had encountered numerous soul masters who were solely interested in combat, with little regard for theoretical aspects. Notably, both Xiaoyu and Yin fell into this category. During their time at the Spirit Hall, their theoretical performance was dismal, with only their practical combat skills shining in the mandatory courses. They could be described as severely unbalanced in their studies, a common affliction among many soul masters. Even within the esteemed Spirit Hall, which many soul masters across the continent revered, the situation was not markedly better. Only a few disciples, such as Hulina, managed to excel in all 6 required courses. Although the Spirit Hall had begun to emphasize the cultivation of theoretical knowledge in recent years, even issuing decrees to enhance the comprehensive abilities of soul masters, the impact was minimal. After all, the pursuit of knowledge and theoretical research is often tedious, far less exhilarating than the thrill of battle. Moreover, combat not only showcases one's prowess but also radiates personal charm, attracting considerable attention and even facilitating romantic pursuits. Esteemed figures in the Soul Master community, such as Squid Luo, Bamboo Stick Lee, and Ladybug King, have become sensational celebrities through their combat exploits, amassing wealth and a legion of fervent admirers. Rumors even suggest improper relationships with numerous young female soul masters. For these reasons, combat remains the most fervently pursued activity among soul masters on the continent. In contrast, scholars like the master, who are devoted to research, are regarded as anomalies. His current achievements can undoubtedly be attributed to his diligence, albeit with some assistance from Bibi Dong and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Noticing the curiosity on Jiang Yu's face, Yu Xiaojiang proudly declared, "There are indeed 2 distinct paths for offensive soul masters. One seeks high burst damage, aiming to overwhelm the enemy with maximum force from the outset. However, this approach has a significant drawback: its lack of sustainability. If one cannot swiftly eliminate the opponent, they risk being countered and falling into peril. Typically, soul masters who adopt this mode have awakened beast martial souls, as they provide a far greater enhancement to physical prowess compared to weapon martial souls. The alternative path I recommend entails a focus on sustainable combat and continuous output. Many offensive soul masters with awakened weapon martial souls tend to follow this route. Unlike the first path, this approach emphasizes endurance and consistent performance, with minimal consumption of soul power. While the initial impact may not be as ferocious, it excels in maintaining a steady and stable stream of attacks. Upon hearing the Master's analysis, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated the depth of strategy involved. "I still prefer the high-burst route," Wu Wuxuan exclaimed, raising his muscular arm. "A true man should vanquish his foes with the most ferocious strikes. That is the essence of satisfaction. Who needs endurance like a woman?" His words were met with collective eye rolls, revealing his simplistic, muscle-bound mindset. While his approach might suffice against mediocre opponents, it could easily lead to a disadvantage when facing formidable adversaries. Ultimately, the choice of path for a soul master is subjective. There is no singular best option, only what suits one's capabilities. For instance, Tang San, with his blue-silver grass martial soul, could hardly pursue an offensive path, as this martial soul is widely acknowledged to be more suited for control. After absorbing Yu Xiaojiang's insights, Jiang Yu finally discerned his desired path, to become a strong offensive soul master focused on sustainability and endurance, which he deemed a true pursuit for a man. In contrast to fleeting bursts, Jiang Yu favored a more enduring approach, allowing him to relish the joys of battle. Chapter 32. The duck-billed flame dragon. Once Jiang Yu resolved on his path, Xianjian volunteered to assist him in finding the most suitable soul rings. As they set off on their journey, they encountered a variety of fire attribute soul beasts. However, either their age was insufficient, or they were unsuitable for Jiang Yu's soul ring. Huo Wushuang, however, was captivated by a fierce fire dragon beast, his desire palpable as he longed to defeat it on the spot. Regrettably, he was still far from reaching level 40 in soul power, rendering him incapable of absorbing a soul ring. The previously encountered fire attribute soul beasts were indeed of decent quality, but given Jiang Yu's choice to pursue a sustainable approach, he could not opt for those lacking in endurance. Xianjian squinted thoughtfully, stating, "I have selected 3 soul beasts that are most fitting for you: the duck-billed flame dragon, the iron-shelled sword beast, and the fire god insect." He paused for a moment before sighing. "There is, however, another soul beast that would be even more advantageous. Alas, it is exceedingly rare and may not even exist within the Stardow forest, so it shall not be considered." "What kind of soul beast?" Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. If there were indeed better options available, he would naturally opt for the best. If none could be found, settling for a lesser choice would suffice. The crimson flame, roaring tiger. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Xiaojiang's pupils. This creature is one of the 6 great monarchs among feline spirit beasts, renowned alongside the likes of the dark demon evil god tiger, the evil eye white tiger, the King Kong tiger demon, the thunder gold-winged tiger, and the radiant holy tiger. Even ranking above the evil eye white tiger. Sihu Wushuang gasped upon hearing this name, clearly aware of such a spirit beast. "I have only encountered this exquisite fire attribute spirit beast in the secret tomes of my sect. It is said that the crimson flame roaring tiger possesses strength comparable to that of a century-old spirit beast upon its birth, and once its cultivation surpasses 100 years, it can contend with 1,000-year spirit beasts. However, due to its extraordinary innate talent, the crimson flame roaring tiger has become a target for many spirit masters. Coupled with its limited reproductive capacity, this mighty lineage has gradually dwindled over time. To this day, it remains uncertain whether the crimson flame roaring tiger still exists on the continent." Xiaojiang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded muscle-bound man was actually aware of the crimson flame roaring tiger's information. He had learned such knowledge during his previous encounters with Bibi Dong. According to Bibi Dong, much of the intelligence regarding specific spirit beasts was gathered by the Spirit Hall from various powerful factions. For instance, detailed information about the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger originated from the most potent fire attribute sect, the Blaze sect. Could it be that this hulking figure and the young girl beside him hail from the Blaze sect among the 7 great sects? Xiaojiang couldn't help but speculate. If this were the case, it would present a rare opportunity to subtly inquire about the secretive information regarding fire attribute spirit beasts preserved within the Blaze sect. "Young man, I see you have some knowledge of spirit beasts. Why not let me test your understanding? Are you aware of the legendary vermilion bird and the sun god beast? The daylight golden crow?" Xiaojiang knew little about these mythical spirit beasts, making it imperative for him to ascertain the authenticity of the legends. Since Huo Wushuang originated from the Blaze sect, perhaps he possessed some insider knowledge. "You have indeed asked the right person," Huo Wushuang responded without hesitation, according to relevant texts. The Vermilion Bird clan resides in a place known as Fengwu Mountain in the southern part of the continent. Unfortunately, for millennia, no one has located Fengwu Mountain. But I can assure you that the Vermilion Bird is indeed a real spirit beast. Our sect possesses feathers that have fallen from it. As for the daylight golden crow, it is said that millennia ago, it was spotted in the region of Tang Valley in the western part of the continent. Historical records state that the daylight golden crow later ascended to the divine realm alongside the sun god and became a deity. However, after so many years of evolution, the exact location of Tang Valley has long been forgotten. Alas, the tides of time have transformed all. Huo Wushuang couldn't help but express his sentiment. As a fire attribute spirit master, not encountering the daylight golden crow, heralded as the strongest fire attribute spirit beast, was indeed the greatest regret. Fengwu Mountain, Tang Valley. With this newfound information, the excitement on Xiaojiang's face became palpable. It turned out that these 2 spirit beasts genuinely existed on the continent, and his conjectures had finally been validated. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a hilly area where the number of spirit beasts surpassed that of the outskirts significantly. Many weaker spirit beasts banded together, for only in unity could they withstand the assaults from more formidable spirit beasts. After Jiang Yu and his companions arrived, the frequency of attacks gradually increased. After all, there were numerous thousand-year spirit beasts in this area, and even the esteemed Dean's son, possessing the strength of the spirit sect, was insufficient to intimidate these formidable creatures. Fortunately, the strength of the group was commendable, enabling them to withstand all assaults with relative ease. Creak, creak. As Jiang Yu and his companions had just repelled the invading spectral wolf pack, they were startled by a resounding cry. Turning around, they beheld a peculiar soul beast. Its entire body ablaze with a vibrant red hue. Its visage bore a resemblance to that of a dragon, yet its mouth was akin to that of a duck. It stood upright on its legs, charging directly towards them. The flames at its tail burned fervently, emanating an overwhelming aura. Look, the duck-billed flame dragon. Upon recognizing the soul beast, Xianjian's expression brightened with joy, for he had finally found a suitable soul beast for Jiang Yu. The duck-billed flame dragon was a high-ranking soul beast with draconic lineage. He recalled that his second sister, Lu Erlong, had acquired her third soul ring from this very creature. However, the thought of Lu Erlong suddenly darkened Xianjian's mood. After parting ways with Bibi Dong, he had lost faith in love until he encountered Lu Erlong, which rekindled his belief in emotions. Yet, fate played a cruel trick on him. Just as he was filled with joy at the prospect of marrying Lu Erlong, his uncle had arrived, revealing that the woman he had cherished was, in fact, his sister. In that moment, his heart plummeted from elation to despair, extinguishing any desire for a wedding night. It is worth noting that marrying a cousin is not unheard of, but marrying a sister is exceedingly rare. And Xianjian was not willing to defy societal norms. Be careful, brother-in-law. The flames of the duck-billed flame dragon are quite formidable, especially with its dizzying negative effects. Huo Wushuang approached Jiang Yu, offering a kind warning, mindful of the potential harm to his future brother-in-law. Brother, I've told you countless times not to call him brother-in-law. Huo Wu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Come now, Xiaowu, don't deny it. We have been siblings for years. I know your feelings. No need to hide them, Huo Wushuang retorted boldly. Xiaowu. Tang San was taken aback, a peculiar expression crossing his face. She shares the same name. His heart softened unexpectedly. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May you enjoy good health. As the battle unfolded, Huo Wu suggested, brother, since you care for him so much, why not help him deal with that duck-billed flame dragon? Seizing the opportunity to tease her brother, she devised a plan for retaliation, intending to teach him a lesson for offending his sister. Huo Wushuang raised a finger to point at himself. Xiaowu, I'm still injured. Don't worry. That duck-billed flame dragon is something your little admirer can handle without my assistance. Go, just go. Huo Wu feigned anger, stamping her foot. Fine, I'll go. Huo Wushuang initially intended to refuse but relented, thinking of his sister's insistence. After all, she was his sister. With that, he charged towards the duck-billed flame dragon, filled with righteous indignation. Thank you, brother Hua. With someone stepping in, Jiang Yu felt no need for hesitation. Watching Huo Wushuang engage the duck-billed flame dragon, he chuckled. Huo Wushuang is truly the epitome of a doting brother. He then glanced at Tang San, who stood nearby with a faint smile. Looks like there are many who dote on their sisters. I, however, am different. I prefer the elder sister type, or perhaps an aunt. Well, I suppose I should focus on strengthening my waist. He resolved to practice the Bajuanjin, a regimen particularly beneficial for waist training. As Jiang Yu pondered, Huo Wushuang and the duck-billed flame dragon were embroiled in a fierce battle. Despite his prowess, hunting thousand-year soul beast was well within his capabilities, yet his injuries hindered him. And the duck-billed flame dragon proved to be a formidable opponent. After a mere exchange of blows, Huo Wushuang found himself scorched and nearly singed. The flames on the tail of the duck-billed flame dragon numbered 7, each representing a century of cultivation, indicating it was a formidable opponent with 700 years of experience, making it a fitting second soul ring. Xianjian closely observed the confrontation. The combat prowess of the duck-billed flame dragon exceeded his expectations. Despite Huo Wushuang's status as a true soul master, he was at a disadvantage, revealing that Xianjian had underestimated the creature. Suddenly, a deep roar resonated from afar, followed by the appearance of a striking red figure, a massive tiger, its muscles rippling, adorned with a black king-like pattern on its forehead, surrounded by blazing flames. This creature resembled a deity. The scarlet flame roaring tiger? It is indeed it. Xianjian immediately recognized the soul beast, astonished to encounter such a rare entity. A true miracle. Is this the scarlet flame roaring tiger? Jiang Yu stared at the imposing beast. Struck by its likeness to the so-called universe's mightiest tiger, they appeared as if they could be twin brothers. However, just as they anticipated an assault from the scarlet flame roaring tiger, to their surprise, it bolted past them without even a glance. Following closely was a stampede of horned cattle, stirring up a cloud of dust that nearly engulfed Xianjian. Moments later, hundreds of soul beasts surged forth from the depths of the forest. Something is amiss. Xianjian's expression shifted dramatically. The behavior of these soul beasts was far too peculiar, especially the scarlet flame-roaring tiger, known for its ferocity, which typically attacked any creature it encountered, particularly humans. Why were they ignoring them? As Xianjian pondered this anomaly, the duck-billed flame dragon suddenly pointed behind them, exclaiming in panic, without any interest in continuing its battle. It leaped over Hua Wushuang's head and fled frantically into the wilderness. This is bad. Realization struck Xianjian like lightning. Something powerful must have caused the soul beasts to panic, driving them to flee. Upon hearing the roars, Xianjian could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Run!" Seizing Tangsan, he dashed away, abandoning his previous composure, appearing rather disheveled. We should also make our escape. Jiang Yu did not hesitate. He trusted that Xianjian would not arbitrarily shatter the persona he had cultivated. He must have sensed an impending danger, prompting him to disregard his own image. Jiang Yu said little, grasping Hua Wu's hand and sprinting towards the outskirts. Despite her small hand being held, Hua Wu offered no resistance at that moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of security. Stop looking. Let's go. Dean's son, noticing that they had fled while Hua Wushuang remained motionless in shock, kindly approached and took Hua Wushuang's hand, urging him to join the others. Moments later, a terrifying soul beast surged forth from the depths of the forest. It measured over 5 meters in length and appeared remarkably robust, resembling a lion but possessing 3 identical heads. Each head had a diameter exceeding 1 meter, with fearsome fangs gleaming with a golden hue, revealing that this terrifying soul beast was, in fact, merely a dog. Where did that wretched creature vanish to? The 3-headed dog. Capable of speech, pondered, I must locate it. Otherwise, the boss. The mere thought of the boss sent a shiver down its spine. Let us catch up with the fleeing humans and inquire, it decided, eyeing the humans ahead with a sharp-toothed grin and a rather intriguing expression. In an instant, it dashed forward, covering over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving only a blur in its wake, faster even than most agility-focused tidal Douluos. Exhausted from fleeing, Xianjian turned around, only to be met with the sight of the soul beast, sending him into a panic. The 3-headed scarlet demon hound. Does such a soul beast truly exist? Could the hell described in books be real? He had never imagined that the legendary guardian of the gates of hell would appear in the Douluo forest. This was a groundbreaking discovery. Yet, Xianjian had no time for elation. The fearsome soul beast was closing in. The hellfire commanded by the 3-headed scarlet demon hound was dreadfully powerful, capable of incinerating souls, its might nearing the pinnacle of destructive flames. Xianjian dared not confront it directly. Instead, he summoned Luo Sanpao, hoping its unique abilities could momentarily hinder the beast's advance. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. With his hands clasped before him, he quickly spread them apart, releasing a light purple soul power from his palms. In that instant, a peculiar creature appeared beside him, resembling a dog but with the body of a pig. Covered in pale purple fur, with floppy ears and large, deep blue eyes that blinked incessantly. Upon seeing Luo Sanpao, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of a corgi. However, a peculiar bump adorned the top of its head, round and mysterious. As it emerged, it eagerly rubbed against its master's leg, nearly tearing his trousers. I'm counting on you, Sanpao, Xianjian shouted, as a second yellow soul ring quietly materialized. With a release of gas akin to smoke, Luo Sanpao unleashed a hypnotic fart. The power of the soul ring surged into Sanpao, propelling it into the air, followed by a resounding puff, as a thick yellow gas erupted from its ample behind, quickly permeating the air. The accompanying stench was unbearable, leaving those nearby, especially Hua Wu and Hua Wushuang, utterly bewildered. Even coming from one of the 7 great sects, they had never encountered such a bizarre martial spirit that utilized flatulence as an offensive technique. It was simply ludicrous. Chapter 34, Primordial Purple Chi. Though the Master's soul technique was somewhat comical, its effectiveness was unexpectedly notable. The 3-headed scarlet demon hound halted upon catching a whiff of Luo Sanpao's foul emission. While not particularly strong in terms of offensive power, its insult was profound. As a dominant creature within the Douluo forest, it had never before encountered a soul beast that employed flatulence as a means of attack. Luo Sanpao had certainly opened its eyes. To Xianjian's delight, the soul beast ceasing its pursuit was a welcome surprise. He had initially held little hope. Well aware of Sanpao's limitations, without Flanders and Erlong present, its capabilities were merely mediocre. Unless the Golden Iron Triangle executed a spirit fusion technique to transform Luo Sanpao into the Golden Sacred Dragon, it would struggle against even a century-old mandala snake, let alone a ferocious beast like the three-headed scarlet demon hound. However, Xianjian's relief was short-lived as the formidable beast resumed its chase. A colossal roar erupted from the three-headed scarlet demon hound, sending a powerful wave of pressure radiating outward. Any creature within earshot collapsed under the weight of the spiritual assault. Even talented individuals like Tang San and Jiang Yu succumbed to unconsciousness. Where do you think you're running? The three-headed scarlet demon hound mocked, surveying the fallen humans with a derisive laugh. But now that they're out cold, whom can I ask about that foul-eyed silkworm's whereabouts? Realizing something was amiss, the beast scratched its massive head. Suddenly, the other two heads expressed their discontent. Why do you only scratch the middle head? I'm part of your body too. That's rather unfair. Exactly. One should not show favoritism, even amongst dogs. Enough. I'll scratch you both. Just hold on, the central head replied sheepishly, extending its limbs towards its companions. Ah, that feels good. A little lower. Ah, yes, a bit higher. As the three heads nearly quarreled, the beast lost interest in devising a strategy and randomly selected a hapless human to stomp on. Ah, the unfortunate victim was Xianjian, who felt the tremendous force of the three-headed scarlet demon hound's foot nearly crush him, the impact reverberating through him, almost shattering his very essence. Human. Have you seen an ice silkworm? It appears plump, with a diameter of over a meter and a length exceeding 7 meters, its body a lustrous white jade, with golden eyes. As it scratched its heads, the beast threatened Xianjian in a harsh tone. If you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for tearing you apart. You can speak human language. Xianjian nearly fainted from excitement. After years of studying martial spirits, he understood the significance of a soul beast speaking. It indicated that this creature had surpassed the 100,000-year threshold. Heavens! 100,000-year soul beast. Even a titled Douluo may never encounter one. If only his father knew, he would be immensely envious. For Xianjian's dream was to possess a soul ring from a 100,000-year soul beast. Though he already held 9 soul rings, he still longed to see one with his own eyes. Quit stalling. Have you seen it, or not? The three-headed crimson demon hound had no time to indulge in idle chatter with Xianjian. If its master were to discover that the foul-eyed silkworm had escaped, the consequences would be dire. Despite being one of the formidable soul beasts reigning over the Douluo forest, if its master were enraged, it would not withstand even a single claw strike. There exists a distinction even among 100,000-year soul beasts. For instance, it could easily vanquish that 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit using merely half of its strength. Moreover, the potent energy contained within the ice silkworm was more valuable to them than any celestial treasure, as its assistance was crucial for swiftly breaking through the 100,000-year threshold. You speak of the ice silkworm soul beast. Upon witnessing the three-headed crimson demon hound's impending fury, Xianjian dared not utter another word and instead divulged everything he knew. However, this particular soul beast resided solely in the extreme northern reaches of the continent. It was inconceivable for it to be found within the Douluo forest. One ought to venture to the northernmost lands. Xianjian assumed that the three-headed crimson demon hound would spare him after hearing his words, yet he was taken aback as the ferocious beast grew increasingly furious. Are you instructing me on my duties? The three-headed crimson demon hound kicked Xianjian aside, disdain dripping from its voice. I loathe it when others dictate to me. You, foolish human, dare to speak so brazenly before me. I shall ask you once more, have you seen that ice silkworm? Should you continue to evade the question? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. No, Xianjian, realizing the gravity of his situation, refrained from further pretense. Faced with a 100,000-year soul beast, he knew that even his beloved Donger could not save him if he provoked it, so he prudently fell silent. No? The three-headed crimson demon hound's brow furrowed, its fury reaching a boiling point. After expending so much effort without uncovering the ice silkworm's whereabouts, how could it not be enraged? What use are you to me? Suddenly, an aura of malevolence erupted from the three-headed crimson demon hound, sending Xianjian flying, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. Under the impact of this malevolent force, Tang San and Jiang Yu experienced an astonishing transformation. A peculiar radiance erupted from within Tang San, emanating a calm and harmonious energy that repelled the dark malevolence, preventing it from encroaching upon his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu radiated a brilliant golden light, soon accompanied by a faint purple aura swirling around him. The moment this aura emerged, the expression on the three-headed crimson demon hound's face shifted dramatically as it felt an overwhelming sense of dread deep within its soul. The desolate and ancient essence, reminiscent of the primordial forces that birthed the universe, compelled it to feel a sense of submission, an emotion it had never encountered even in the presence of its master. the most fearsome soul beast of the Stardow Forest. It was no wonder the three-headed crimson demon hound was astounded. The primal purple chi was the most formidable substance across the 3 realms and 6 paths, a manifestation of the natural resonance of heaven and earth. Revered by cultivators as the foundation of the great Tao, it was an indispensable treasure for attaining the status of a heavenly Tao saint. Not only soul masters from the Douluo Continent, but even the deities of the divine realm could not hope to cultivate such transcendent primal purple chi. Jiang Yu ultimately attained the legacy of the Flying Ping Divine General, gradually cultivating a few strands of primordial purple energy, fortuitously shielded by this power. The 3-headed crimson demon hound dared not take any further action. After weighing the pros and cons, this formidable beast chose to disregard the frantic humans below. Hastening towards the depths of the forest, it was imperative for it to swiftly report to its elder brother. Chapter 35, The Dreaming Ice Silkworm. Jiang Yu found himself engulfed in a profound mental void, the duration of which remained a mystery to him. It was only when a mysterious voice suddenly resonated within his mind that he began to regain his consciousness. To his astonishment, he encountered 2 exceptionally powerful individuals today. Alas, he was incapable of shedding tears, otherwise he would surely be weeping profusely. Nonetheless, you, my young friend, are even more remarkable. The strands of purple energy enveloping you evoke an irresistible urge within me. Perhaps one day you might grant me the chance to restore my corporeal form. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu was abruptly awakened. As he regained consciousness, he beheld a colossal silkworm emerging from a vast crevice in the ground. Its pair of shimmering golden eyes scrutinizing him intently. It was a plump, alabaster giant silkworm, resplendent and translucent. Despite having just emerged from the earth, its skin bore not a speck of dirt. Rather, it was smooth and exuded a luminous white halo. Most astonishingly, beginning half a meter from its head, a series of golden patterns spiraled around its form, amounting to a total of 10 intricate golden rings. What could this possibly be? Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had never encountered such a colossal silkworm before. He found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to roast it or fry it. Such a plump silkworm demanded careful consideration, as any misstep in its preparation could adversely affect its taste, which would be a regrettable outcome. However, Jiang Yu had never tasted this delicacy before, leaving him equally perplexed about how to handle the silkworm. He conceded that he had brought shame to his fellow countrymen. For the Chinese are renowned for their culinary prowess across the globe. They are even known to have driven the once abundant lobster population to near extinction, relying on aquaculture to sustain its numbers. Although Jiang Yu can be considered a seasoned epicure, he has yet to experience the delicacy of roasted silkworms. Why not roast them? This forest is abundant in timber. Skewering them and adding a hint of spices would surely enhance their flavor. What shall we roast? May I partake as well? Upon hearing of a feast, the silkworm's mouth watered in eager anticipation of the delectable treat. Roast you, perhaps? Jiang Yu gazed at the silkworm with a gentle smile. Although he was ready to begin the process of preparing the silkworm for cooking, he did not wish for the little creature to become overly frightened, as that would affect the quality of the meat. How could you possibly eat something so adorable? The silkworm seemed to express in disbelief. It simply cannot be. Jiang Yu found herself somewhat perplexed. What significance did cuteness hold? Ultimately, everything was destined to be consumed, and once ingested, it made little difference, as what emerged was the same. Enough of that, the silkworm pup remarked with evident disdain. Let us set aside this matter for now, and I shall introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, the sole beast of unparalleled wisdom and beauty, the supreme entity among my kind. I have cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for longevity on the Douluo Continent as the heavenly dream ice silkworm. You may address me as Brother Tianming. What on earth? Jiang Yu couldn't help but scoff. Do you fancy yourself as Stephen Chow? How dare you plagiarize such iconic lines without paying royalties? Don't think you can act with impunity just because we're in Douluo Continent. And really, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. 1,000,000-year soul beast? The only creature in the entire continent that comes close to that age is the deep-sea demon whale king, the marine soul beast dwelling near the sea god island. How could a mere fat silkworm like you possibly be one? Jiang Yu had not yet acquainted himself with the second and third installments of Douluo Dalo, and thus remained oblivious to the esteemed reputation of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Consequently, he found it difficult to place any credence in its claims. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, affronted by the disdain of a mere human, retorted with indignation, challenging the so-called deep-sea demon whale king to confront it. It proclaimed that if it did not dismantle the creature's fin to fashion into shark fin soup, it would not consider itself the paramount spirit beast among its kind. Having never set foot on Sea God Island, it dismissed Jiang Yu's assertions. In its view, the most formidable spirit beasts in the entirety of Douluo were merely the denizens of the Stardo Forest. Alongside the three great spirit beast kings residing in the extreme north, the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King, all others paled in comparison. The notion that it, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, had never heard of the deep-sea demon whale king led it to scoff at the idea that this young boy, yet to fully mature, could have encountered such a powerful sea spirit beast. It concluded that he must be attempting to deceive it. Listen here, I detest being misled. Were it not for your commendable talent, I would not be sharing these thoughts with you. Consider yourself fortunate, it proclaimed, its demeanor suddenly shifting to one of arrogance. I shall become your spirit ring. An unprecedented million-year spirit ring in Douluo, and your future will undoubtedly be boundless. Jiang Yu gazed in astonishment at the large flesh caterpillar before him. It was his first encounter with a soul beast so eager to create a soul ring. This was utterly unfathomable. Everything unfolded too abruptly for him to comprehend. A million-year soul ring? Surely, this was a jest. The soul beast before him appeared to be, at most, merely a 100-year-old creature. Furthermore, it did not seem particularly formidable. He had no desire for it. Rather, he would prefer to roast it for a hearty meal. Never mind, he thought. Before Jiang Yu could finish his words, Tianning Binken lost patience and solemnly replied, "This matter is beyond your control. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Although I am quite formidable, you need only endure for a brief moment. It will be resolved in no more than 3 minutes. Tell me, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, do you dare to resist?" Jiang Yu immediately voiced his reproach, yet the Tianming ice silkworm remained unfazed, exhaling an aura of extreme cold that caused Jiang Yu to lose consciousness in an instant. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. He could only faintly discern a plump, white entity rushing toward him before everything faded into oblivion. At that moment, the Tianming ice silkworm had already extended its head to rest against Jiang Yu's forehead, and the 10 golden rings adorning its body seemed to come alive, incessantly swirling around. This young man's physique is quite decent, however, even so, I must impose hundreds of seals upon myself to allow his current body to withstand the surge of power from within me. A layer of translucent mental waves surged forth from the Tianming ice silkworm into Jiang Yu's being, and thereafter, this formidable psychic force rapidly expanded outward, enveloping every corner within a 100-mile radius. As time progressed, the white light emanating from the Tianming ice silkworm grew increasingly substantive, gradually infusing itself into Jiang Yu's body, while its own form became increasingly transparent, with its size diminishing continuously. Due to the influx of the Tianming ice silkworm's power, Jiang Yu's body had transformed entirely, taking on a hue reminiscent of white jade, his complexion appearing even fairer than that of Ningrongrong. Ha ha ha. At last, I am liberated. Those scoundrels who viewed me as mere sustenance shall have no opportunity now, ha ha ha. The Tianming ice silkworm suddenly exuded an air of triumph, and the vast psychic force that had previously enveloped the area rapidly contracted, vanishing entirely moments later. Deep within the Stardo Forest, several soul beasts radiating a terrifying presence abruptly raised their heads, including the previously encountered 3-headed crimson demon hound, as if they had sensed something amiss. A gathering of soul beasts encircled the 3-headed crimson demon hound, initiating the traditional arts of their kind. Before long, anguished cries resonated throughout the core of the Stardo Forest. It seems a strategy must be devised. A strikingly handsome man, adorned with lustrous golden locks, gazed intently towards the forest's exterior, his eyes glimmering with insight. Just then, the clear pool at the heart of the core area stirred with unusual activity. Shortly thereafter, a silver phantom materialized, prompting all soul beasts and the handsome man to kneel in reverence. "Welcome, master. I did not expect to disturb you. Rest assured, I shall retrieve that ice silkworm." "That won't be necessary." The silver phantom suddenly chuckled, adding, "I have discovered something far more significant than that foul ice silkworm. It appears I must venture into the realm of humans." The handsome man was taken aback, yet recognizing his master's determination, he refrained from objection and promptly replied, "I shall arrange for your protection immediately." "Unnecessary." The silver phantom firmly dismissed the notion, stating, "You are not suited to travel to the human world. Besides, has Xiao already transformed into a human? Her presence will suffice." Chapter 36, A Million-Year-Old Soul Beast. After Jiang Yu fell into a coma, he found himself immersed in a dream, wherein he arrived at a vast expanse of pristine white space. In this boundless realm, there existed nothing but countless white light points, so numerous that he could not count them all. Yet, Remarkably, he could distinctly follow these luminescent dots to explore every corner of the space. Just as he was reveling in this ethereal domain, a tempest brewed, and streams of golden light erupted with fervor. Ultimately, these golden rays coalesced into 10 immense golden rings that hovered in the air, causing the previously minuscule light points to swell in size upon their emergence. In a moment of astonishment, Jiang Yu watched as the 10 golden rings began to rotate slowly, each ring emanating a pearlescent glow that intensified until they transformed into 10 colossal orbs of light. The entire expanse expanded several-fold in response. At that juncture, beside one of the luminous spheres, an inconspicuous gray light mass suddenly materialized. This gray orb appeared significantly smaller than the other spheres, and the surrounding light orbs seemed reluctant to permit its presence, fervently radiating brilliant golden light in an attempt to expel it. Yet, astonishingly, the gray orb remained peacefully suspended in the air, impervious to the overwhelming brilliance around it. Eventually, the 10 luminous masses could do nothing but retreat, remaining steadfast in their positions while emitting soft golden glimmers. "So, your name is Jiang Yu," a voice suddenly resonated, disrupting Jiang Yu's reverie. Instinctively, he sought to locate the source of the voice, but after searching for a considerable time, he found no discernible anomaly. "Stop searching. This is the sea of consciousness within your own mind, or rather, the ocean of spirit. This will also be your home from now on. Originally, this place was rather limited, but I have assisted in expanding it for you. You may now reside here for the time being. By the way, I discovered a plethora of enigmatic entities within your consciousness. Who were Teacher Hashimoto and Teacher Mikami? If it weren't for that cluster of purple energy shielding me, I would have been able to perceive your entire consciousness. However, it seems you have quite an abundance of teachers, at least several hundred. I am curious to know, what subjects do they impart to you?" Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu's expression was somewhat awkward. He was reluctant to divulge his personal matters and thus attempted to deflect the conversation with casual remarks. He merely served as an ordinary teacher of firearms and staff techniques. Indeed, Tianming Binkin was rather surprised, noting that young soul masters like him rarely practiced weaponry these days. This lad, however, possessed great potential. Let us not dwell on that. Upon hearing this commendation, Jiang Yu couldn't help but blush. Could it be that you truly are a million-year spirit beast? This was the foremost question on his mind. The Tianming Ice Silkworm's ability to expand a soul master's spiritual ocean was undoubtedly extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary spirit beasts. And even 10,000-year spirit beasts would struggle to achieve such a feat. Jiang Yu found himself increasingly inclined to believe its words. Naturally, who else in the entire Douluo Continent could possess such capabilities besides Go? The tone of the Tianming Ice Silkworm brimmed with pride. Then, if you possess such formidable abilities, why would you willingly become my soul ring? Wouldn't it be more gratifying to cultivate on your own? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu had struck a nerve, and the Tianming Ice Silkworm instantly fell silent, only to exhale a long sigh after a moment. Alas, I suppose I won't conceal anything from you since we will be together for a long time. It's not that I have a choice. If I don't make a decision soon, those fiends in the Douluo forest will drain me dry. You have no idea how perverse those creatures are. After draining the essence from my body, they bind me and incessantly toy with me. The tone of the Tianming Ice Silkworm suddenly shifted to one of indignation, as it recounted the cruel and inhumane treatment it endured. Forget it. Considering your youth, I want to delve deeper into this matter. In any case, if you encounter those perverts from the Douluo forest in the future, make sure to keep your distance and never get entangled with them. All right, understood. Jiang Yu nodded. He certainly did not possess the inclination to frolic with spirit beasts, thus he would never engage in such frivolities. The heavenly dream ice silkworm continued. I was initially just an unremarkable ice silkworm spirit beast, distinguished only by my handsome appearance and greater size, lacking any other notable advantages. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I might have caught the attention of the queen silkworm, subsequently dedicating myself daily to the propagation of our kind. Although our ice silkworm clan possesses dual attributes of spiritual and ice powers, our combat prowess is significantly hampered by our speed. In the frigid northern lands, we are merely ordinary spirit beasts, and due to the numerous natural enemies we face, few of our kin manage to cultivate beyond 10,000 years. Thus, the reproduction of our lineage is of utmost importance to the ice silkworm clan. Each adult ice silkworm must mate with the female worms, with the exceptional ones being offered to the queen, to nurture formidable offspring that ensure the survival of our clan. Originally, I too was destined to be sent to the queen, but unexpectedly, at the age of 13, I fell into an icy abyss while evading a predator. I believed my end was imminent, yet to my astonishment, I discovered a pool of 10,000-year cold marrow beneath. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized the cold marrow had vanished, and I had inexplicably transformed into a 10,000-year spirit beast, leaving me utterly astounded. However, I soon discovered that the icy cavern was filled with impenetrable 10,000-year ice, which I could not overcome, even as a 10,000-year spirit beast. Fortunately, the cave contained numerous crevices for escape, yet I found no exit. Only a larger mass of 10,000-year cold marrow. With no other choice, I consumed it, and thus another 10,000 years slipped by. I remained in that icy cavern, subsisting on the abundant cold marrow, as there was nothing else to consume. I would eat, sleep, and awaken, until the first ring of golden patterns appeared upon my body. This phenomenon signifies the attainment of a 100,000-year cultivation level within our ice silkworm clan, a milestone that had never before been achieved. At that moment, I evolved into a golden pattern ice silkworm, gaining sufficient strength to break through the thick ice and escape the abyss. I had presumed that surpassing the 100,000-year threshold would grant me the freedom to act as I pleased. However, I was soon educated by an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast, realizing that despite my advancement, my combat abilities remained feeble and the outside world was perilously dangerous. Thus, I returned to the icy cavern, reassured by the plentiful cold marrow still available. When I finally consumed all the marrow within the cave, I had developed 9 golden patterns upon my form, emboldening me to penetrate through the bottom of the cavern and drift into the ocean. I traveled from the frigid northern seas towards the southern continent, during which time I encountered a formidable enemy. At this juncture, the heavenly dream ice silkworm sighed. Although I managed to scare it off using my formidable spiritual power, I was still unable to compensate for my lack of combat skills. I intended to return to the northern lands, but I could not find my way back. Instead, I ventured onto land, only to face a more tragic fate. My unique fragrance attracted the attention of spirit beasts, and ultimately, I was captured by a powerful spirit beast in the Douluo forest. It claimed that the energy within me could elevate any spirit beast to a 100,000-year level and liberate them from the constraints of cultivation time. After bringing me to its lair, it tormented me day and night. Unable to endure any longer, I amplified my aura, summoning all the 10,000-year spirit beasts within the Douluo forest. They indeed began to turn against one another, but just as I reveled in my triumph, they ceased their fighting and conspired to absorb my power, transforming my plight from being tormented by one spirit beast to being ravaged by a multitude. As the heavenly dream ice silkworm spoke, its voice trembled with sorrow as it began to sing. The chrysanthemum blooms, plucked with zeal, its fragrance wafts, the chrysanthemum wilts. Scattered wounds abound, whose tears have turned to amber. What a curious turn to song. Jiang Yu developed a keen interest in the experiences of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, eagerly desiring to uncover more tales about it. What transpired next? Chapter 37. Toying with Tang, since certainly, I must devise a means to escape their clutches. The voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm resounded once more, and before long, I conceived a plan. Besides my ice attributes, I also possessed spiritual attributes. Thus I resolved to become a human soul ring. Despite this, through my formidable spiritual prowess, I could retain my consciousness and subsequently utilize a human's hand to deliver a thorough thrashing to the group of bullies tormenting me. However, my scheme met with failure. After much deliberation, I selected a being among you humans, a titled Douluo level soul master. His strength was commendable, yet to my astonishment, he proved to be a mere facade, unable to withstand even my spiritual impact, resulting in his immediate obliteration. I continued to seek other soul masters, but all my attempts were in vain. For thousands of years, I endeavored without success. My soul power had been nearly consumed by those 10,000-year soul beasts, and just as I teetered on the brink of despair, the 10th golden pattern emerged upon my form. At last, I ascended to become the first soul beast in history to attain 1,000,000 years of cultivation, and thus I renamed myself the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. With newfound strength to rival 10,000-year soul beasts, I recognized my inability to confront so many of them. The crux of the matter was that only my innate soul power, spiritual and ice attributes, remained unabsorbed by them, rendering any thoughts of revenge futile. I could only escape stealthily. And in that moment, I noticed you and the little creature by your side. Both of your spiritual powers far surpassed those of others. Furthermore, you both exuded a formidable aura, though the little one was somewhat lacking compared to you, leading me to ultimately choose you. So, in this regard, I am indeed superior to Tang San. Upon hearing the heavenly dream ice silkworm's words, Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy. For this meant a direct superiority over Tang San in terms of innate talent. Should you encounter those 10,000-year soul beasts again, you must transform them into your soul rings and soul bones, allowing them to absorb my soul power for evolution. This is all contingent upon you, brother. No problem. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I had already intended to do so. After all, they are 10,000-year soul beasts. Jiang Yu was resolute in not leaving them for Tang San. Ideally, his divine demon sword could gather all 10,000-year soul rings. Should any remain, they would be reserved for Bibi Dong and Qianren. Even handing them to Hu Liena would be preferable to giving them to Tang San. After all, he is destined to be the greatest adversary of the Spirit Hall, and diminishing his strength, even slightly, is of utmost importance. Rest assured, brother. I will not allow you to suffer any losses. In time, you will come to recognize the wisdom of your choice today. The heavenly dream eye silkworm joyfully proclaimed, now, allow me to elucidate the abilities I bestow upon you. Your Chixiao Sword martial soul, while formidable, is of the fire attribute, whereas I am of the ice attribute. Therefore, I have chosen your divine demon sword, which possesses sacred, devouring, and spiritual attributes as its first soul ring. Though this is a million-year level soul ring, its powers will only be gradually unlocked. However, the other soul rings you acquire in the future will enhance its might. Currently, your body can withstand the force of a soul ring up to 900 years, and for the sake of your physical well-being, the power of this first soul ring will only be around 800 years. Nevertheless, the power within me is sufficient to support you in achieving 10 soul rings at approximately 10,000 years. However, I must inform you in advance that I do not possess any soul bones to offer you. What I can provide is an additional ice attribute martial soul. And this first soul ring will also grant you an unprecedented 4 soul skills. Jiang Yu found it somewhat incredulous that possessing 4 soul abilities was already astonishing enough. Yet he could still awaken another martial soul. This would grant him 3 martial souls, a phenomenon that had never before occurred on the Douluo Continent. This situation transcended mere brilliance. It was as if his grandfather's brilliance was magnified to an extraordinary degree. It is pertinent to note that the addition of a martial soul would inherently bestow 9 soul rings, thereby augmenting his arsenal with 9 distinct soul abilities. Should Jiang Yu ascend to the status of a deity, he would then possess a staggering 30 soul abilities, surpassing even Tang San and Bibi Dong in prowess. The martial soul I bestow upon you is ice. However, it currently lacks a soul, and thus remains formless. In order for this martial soul to take shape, you must absorb a soul ring of the ice attribute. Nevertheless, I recommend you consider choosing a beast martial soul, as this would significantly enhance your physical capabilities, enabling you to withstand the impact when absorbing soul rings. However, there is no need for haste at this moment. Tianming Iceworm's words drew Jiang Yu back to reality. Then what are my 4 soul abilities? Jiang Yu turned to inquire about the information regarding soul skills. The soul skills I bestow upon you are all of a spiritual nature and serve primarily as auxiliary abilities, lacking significant offensive power. They include mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference field, and soul shock. After listening to the words of the dream eye silkworm, Jiang Yu pondered carefully and realized that although these soul skills would not enhance his combat prowess, they could indeed diversify his methods of attack to achieve various objectives. Moreover, with the presence of the Chixiao Sword martial soul, he had no need to worry about issues of combat strength. All right, the others are about to awaken, and you should exit as well. Immersed in immense joy, Jiang Yu forced himself to awaken upon hearing the dream ice silkworm's words. Taking advantage of the fact that the others had not yet regained consciousness, he hastily unleashed his demonic sword martial soul to observe any changes compared to before. A dazzling yellow soul ring encircled the sword's body, and the entire blade emanated a formidable aura. Most notably, the red gem at the center of the hilt faintly released a misty gray vapor, which gradually transformed into a vibrant hue, ultimately shifting to an icy blue. Suddenly, amidst the icy mist, a brilliant light emerged, instantly expanding and coalescing in the air into a graceful figure. The woman was strikingly beautiful, adorned in a flowing blue gown, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down her back. Her eyes shimmered with a depth that seemed to convey countless unspoken words. Yet, before she could utter a single syllable, the icy mist swiftly retreated back into the red gem within the hilt. Who was that figure? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, as the unfolding events grew increasingly peculiar. A striking beauty had seemingly manifested within the divine demon sword, and judging by her appearance, could it possibly be Long Kuei? When Jiang Yu had watched Sword of the Immortal 3, Long Kuei had been his favorite female character, followed closely by Xian. As for the leading lady, Tang Xuejian, he held little interest. If it truly were Long Kuei, it would indeed be delightful. However, the fleeting nature of the figure made Jiang Yu uncertain of her identity. In order to verify his suspicion, he attempted to summon the enigmatic entity from the ruby once more, but regardless of his efforts, the divine demon sword remained obstinately still. At that moment, a commotion arose from Tang San's side, indicating that he was on the verge of awakening. Jiang Yu swiftly sheathed the divine demon sword, then approached Tang San, gazing at his youthful visage with a peculiar smile. A splendid opportunity lay before him, and he had no desire to let it slip away. Jiang Yu seized a handful of freshly muddied blue-silver grass from the ground and stuffed it into Tang San's mouth. Before long, a faint sound emerged from the corner of Tang San's lips, and Jiang Yu realized he was about to awaken. Hastily, he took a few steps away and then lay down on the ground, feigning sleep. Upon regaining consciousness, Tang San was startled to discover his mouth filled with blue-silver grass. Instantly, he performed a somersault and sat up, hastily spitting out the contents of his mouth. Blue-silver grass? He picked up a tuft of the blue grass from the ground, scanning the vicinity for any suspicious figures or soul beasts, but found none. His companions who had come to the Stardow Forest were still in slumber. Who could have orchestrated this prank? Was it the soul beast from earlier? What could its intentions possibly be? Merely to amuse itself at another's expense? How utterly dull. Tang San found himself baffled by the soul beast's antics. Just then, Jiang Yu pretended to awaken from a dream. Noticing the dirt at the corner of Tang San's mouth and the blue-silver grass clutched in his hand, he struggled to suppress a laugh and teased, "Little San, no matter how hungry you are, you can't resort to eating grass. Although your martial spirit is blue-silver grass, this won't replenish your strength. I still have some buns left, albeit they've been around for a while. Their taste remains quite decent." Jiang Yu retrieved a rather appealing bun from the soul guide device and approached Tang San, offering it to him. "Thank you." Tang San, genuinely hungry, did not hesitate to take a bite. However, after a moment of chewing, he realized something was amiss. This was no ordinary bun. It was more sour than pickled fish. Could it be filled with pickled vegetables? The memory of a food he had once tasted while accompanying the Tang sect to the Changbai Mountains surfaced. The locals had an affinity for buns stuffed with pickled vegetables, and he had taken a single bite before discarding it. As a native of Sichuan and Chongqing, he preferred spicier fare, such as hot pot. "How's the taste?" Jiang Yu inquired eagerly. Tang San, caught in a dilemma, felt it inappropriate to spit it out. So he forced himself to swallow the bun while feigning delight, proclaiming, "This bun is fantastic. Who would have thought that a pickled vegetable filling could taste so exquisite?" "Pickled vegetable filling?" Jiang Yu pretended to be surprised. "But this is clearly a vegetable filling bun." Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Had it not been for his lack of grievances with Jiang Yu, he might have suspected a prank. "Oh, I see." He recovered quickly, attempting to save face. "I believe the flavor enhances with age, much like wine, which becomes richer and more refined over time." Chapter 38. The fiery roaring tiger. Jiang Yu found Tang San's forced explanations amusing. He had not anticipated his pride would be so easily wounded. However, he chose not to expose him, as Tang San had already suffered a silent defeat, and his objective had been achieved. It was best to leave it be. Before long, the other companions began to awaken sequentially, with Wu Wu being the first to rise behind Tang San. This indicated her mental fortitude surpassed even that of her brother, Hu Wushuang, allowing her to regain consciousness swiftly. Following her were Hu Wushuang and Dean Sunday. It was not until the very end that Yu Xiaojing finally roused. Albeit still somewhat dazed, his weathered face flushed as if he had consumed several pounds of counterfeit liquor. Undoubtedly, his mental prowess was the weakest among them, and thus he had suffered the most impact. It took half an hour for Yu Xiaojing to regain his composure. Seeing that he and his beloved disciple were unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. The three-headed hellhound they had encountered was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and he had nearly given in to despair. Unexpectedly, they had managed to escape a calamity, blessed by divine providence. In the past, Yu Xiaojing often lamented the unfairness of fate, despite possessing a powerful mutated martial soul. His weak innate soul power had hindered the complete evolution of his golden sacred dragon martial soul, resulting in its current state. He was all too aware of the whispers behind his back, with many claiming that the master relied solely on a dog to fight. Tragically, he truly had to depend on Luo Sanpao. Thus, he found himself unable to retort. This was precisely why he insisted on recruiting only geniuses as disciples. Although he claimed there were no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, it was merely a ruse to deceive others. He was reminiscent of those success gurus who, after lengthy discussions, only sought to sell courses. The difference being that while others pursued wealth, Yu Xiaojiang sought recognition, and his words had inspired countless aspiring soul masters, igniting hope among those of lesser aptitude. Such was the power of dreams. Yu Xiaojiang had become an idol for common soul masters. Even after severing ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he still earned considerable gold soul coins through his lectures across various cities. Although his soul power could not surpass level 30, he still received annual subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang even set a historical record as the oldest Grand Soul Master. He lacked not for wealth, but rather the acknowledgement of the elite. For this purpose, he had taken Tang San as a disciple. After all, with dual martial souls, innate full soul power, and the Xianjian hammer martial soul, anyone but a fool could achieve greatness. After the recent turmoil caused by the soul beasts, the group was reluctant to linger. Yet Jiang Yu had yet to acquire his second soul ring, necessitating a longer stay in the Stardow Forest. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, they began making their way toward the outskirts. The soul beasts that had been frantically fleeing seemed to sense the departure of the three-headed Crimson Hound and were returning to their original gathering place. Even the duck-billed flame dragon that had fought Hua Wushuang had returned, yet Jiang Yu found himself lacking interest in it, having witnessed the fiery roaring tiger. He was resolute in his choice, and Yu Xiaojiang supported his decision. Had the fiery roaring tiger not appeared, he might have settled, but with a superior option at hand, it was worth pursuing. Thus, the group observed the duck-billed flame dragon pass by. It had prepared itself for another bout with the humans, only to find the situation quite different from what it had envisioned. As they neared the edge of the forest, they spotted a fully red tiger prowling nearby, its eyes brimming with vigilance. For Jiang Yu, this was a stroke of fortune, saving him considerable time. An 800-year-old fiery roaring tiger? Yu Xiaojiang recognized the 8 black stripes across the tiger's back and immediately discerned its cultivation level. What a pity, he sighed. This fiery roaring tiger has surpassed the age limit that a second soul ring can endure. If you attempt to absorb it forcefully, your body may not withstand it. Who do you think you were looking down upon? Jiang Yu did not take it to heart. After all, he had absorbed a soul ring of 1,000,000 years. Although it was willingly given by the Sky Dream Ice silkworm and most of its energy was sealed, according to its calculations, he was now capable of enduring a soul ring of approximately 900 years. The Crimson Flame roaring tiger before him was perfectly suitable. There was no need for the master to trouble himself. Jiang Yu, ungrateful, asserted firmly, I am confident that I can successfully absorb the soul ring from the Crimson Flame roaring tiger. Brother-in-law, I believe in you as well. Before Yu Xiaojiang could respond, Hua Wushuang took a bold step forward, his martial spirit instantly manifesting as he charged towards the direction of the Crimson Flame roaring tiger, eagerly anticipating the encounter with this exceptionally rare and formidable soul beast. His third soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation, ignited the purple soul ring, causing Hua Wushuang's power to surge dramatically. It was evident that he regarded this soul beast with utmost seriousness. Hence he unleashed his most potent soul skill right from the outset. Explosive flames soared into the sky, hurtling towards the Crimson Flame roaring tiger, which, sensing the impending danger, swiftly leapt into the air to evade the attack. The chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The Crimson Flame roaring tiger emitted a thunderous roar, embodying the pride of the king of beasts, especially as it was the apex among them. It could hardly tolerate being bullied by a human. A fiery blaze erupted from its mouth, surging towards Hua Wushuang with alarming speed. The counterattack of the Crimson Flame roaring tiger was astonishingly swift. All its actions unfolded in the blink of an eye. Hua Wushuang barely had time to react before he realized that the blaze had already enveloped him. What is this? Such minimal power. Hua Wushuang did not feel the searing pain he had anticipated. Although the flames were intensely hot, they were bearable for him, a soul master of fire attribute. To be frank, Hua Wushuang felt somewhat disappointed. The formidable soul beast described in the books seemed far less impressive in reality. Master had even claimed it was the king among tiger-type soul beasts, and Hua Wushuang now questioned whether Yu Xiaojiang had been embellishing. Another fireball shot towards Hua Wushuang, this time with even greater heat, yet he remained largely unaffected. After 6 consecutive attacks, he began to sense something amiss. The onslaught of the Crimson Flame roaring tiger was not as simplistic as he had initially presumed. It dawned on him that while the initial attacks lacked significant force, they compounded with each successive strike, accompanied by a powerful burning effect. Even someone of his caliber, with a high-level fire attribute martial spirit, could not indefinitely withstand such damage. No wonder the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger was suitable for a sustained assault strategy. Its soul skill was exceedingly deceptive. It was akin to boiling a frog in warm water. By the time the frog sensed danger, it was already too late. Swiftly, the seventh flame surged towards Huo Wushuang, but he realized his movements had become sluggish. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly succumbed to a state of intense heat, compounded by the cumulative effects of the previous attacks, rendering him unable to evade the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger's strike. In this critical moment, Jiang Yu decisively intervened, releasing the Chixiao Sword, which erupted in golden flames. The longsword cleaved through the air, severing the fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Wushuang launched a counterattack. A dark red sphere the size of a palm hurtling towards the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, while the Chixiao Sword continued its trajectory under Jiang Yu's command. The Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger was not idle either. It extended its massive paws in an attempt to intercept their assault. However, it was unprepared for the sheer power of the Chixiao Sword, which pierced through its paw with ease, crimson blood gushing forth and dripping onto the ground. To make matters worse, the dark red sphere erupted with tremendous force, unleashing a violent blaze that further ravaged the already wounded paw of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, almost obliterating it. Fortunately, its thick hide allowed it to endure the blow. Chapter 39. The effect of the soul skill. Tang San, witnessing the scene, rushed forward to assist. Several strands of blue-silver grass lunging towards the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. Second soul skill, Parasite, activate. To his dismay, the blue-silver grass was incinerated upon nearing the blazing body, leaving not a trace behind. Tang San furrowed his brow at this sight. If he did not address the vulnerability of blue-silver grass to fire, he would face severe limitations. Yet, he had promised his master not to recklessly employ the Xianjian hammer martial spirit, and his hidden weapons could not be used indiscriminately either. Thus, he found himself reliant on the blue-silver grass martial spirit, which had numerous limitations. Encountering a soul master with a contrasting attribute would spell disaster for him. Little San, just stay put. Let me handle this, Jiang Yu said with a light smile. After all, it's merely a Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. I am more than capable of resolving this. Jiang Yu's intentions were undoubtedly good, yet his words struck Tang San's ears with an unpleasant sting. To others, the ordinary spirit beast seemed trivial, but for Tang San, the chasm between perception and reality was painfully evident, as he found himself unable to even approach it. Tang San was undeniably proud. In his previous life, although merely an outer disciple of the Tang sect, he had mastered the sect's formidable techniques through covert study, even crafting the legendary hidden weapon, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Such innate talent was truly rare. Yet now, he found himself utterly helpless before the spirit beast, a reality he struggled to accept. Once, he believed that with the Xianjian skill and Tang's sect's hidden weapons, he could conquer the Douluo Continent unchallenged. Little did he anticipate being schooled by a youth of similar age. This was a bitter pill for Tang San to swallow. His fierce pride would not permit such a defeat. In a moment of desperation, Tang San disregarded all else and reached for the soul guiding device bestowed upon him by his master. Under the moonlit night of the 24 bridges, a flash of blue light revealed a sharp nail in his hand. Seeing the jade belt at Tang San's waist, Jiang Yu was reminded of a famous ancient poem. On the night of the 24 bridges, where the jade figure teaches the flute. It must be said that Tang San had a flair for creativity, choosing such an audacious name for the soul-guiding device. With a swift motion, Tang San activated the Xianjian hand and hurled the sharp nail with the Tang sect's hidden weapon techniques. These projectiles, crafted from fine iron, boasted a sharpness far surpassing that of ordinary steel. Coupled with the application of the Tang sect's secret arts, even the formidable red flame roaring tiger, with its thick and rugged hide, could not withstand the assault. The sharp nail pierced deeply into its flesh, and fortunately, Tang San had refrained from applying poison. Otherwise, the consequences of the injury would have been far graver. Seeing the anguished expression on the face of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, Jiang Yu hesitated not for a moment as he activated the Chixiao Sword formation. The yellow soul rings radiated brilliantly, and over a dozen fiery red long swords erupted with intense flames. In an instant, the sword of Jiang Yu pierced into the body of the Crimson Flame Howling Tiger. Under the impact of this tremendous force, its body erupted with a cascade of scarlet blood. With a resounding roar, the Crimson Flame Howling Tiger reluctantly collapsed to the ground, the earth reverberating with a violent thud. After sustaining multiple sword strikes, the tiger finally closed its eyes, and shortly thereafter, a brilliant circle of luminous yellow soul rings emerged from its body. Jiang Yu swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as he directed his consciousness to summon the soul ring closer to him. Before long, his awareness connected with the soul ring, and its power surged into him like a torrential waterfall. Although this force was immense, it remained within the bounds of what Jiang Yu could endure. The Sky Dream Eye Silkworm had previously stated that with his current physique, absorbing a soul beast with 900 years of cultivation would pose no challenge. The Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, formidable enough to withstand a 10,000-year soul beast, could not inflict a soul shock upon Jiang Yu as long as its cultivation remained below that threshold. Thus, the process of absorbing the soul ring presented no peril. Jiang Yu merely needed to proceed methodically, extracting the power from the soul ring gradually, akin to the slow and steady effort of grinding tofu. The pale yellow light emanating from the yellow soul ring gently flowed into Jiang Yu's body, facing no resistance whatsoever, and soon became an integral part of him. As the power from the soul ring continued to pour in, Jiang Yu's soul force began to ascend relentlessly, akin to a rocket, surpassing his cultivation progress from an entire year in mere moments. Jiang Yu possessed an instinctive feeling that after absorbing the soul ring power of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger, his soul power would increase by at least 2 levels. Strangely, there was no sign of any disturbance. Yu Xiaojiang, who had been closely observing Jiang Yu, found it hard to believe that he was absorbing the soul ring with such ease. It is well known that for soul masters, the process of absorbing a soul ring is not a trivial matter. Countless soul masters have failed to overcome this challenge. Jiang Yu's performance is truly astonishing. He is indeed my brother-in-law. How could Hua Wushuang be unaware of the agony associated with absorbing a soul ring? Witnessing Jiang Yu's display, he expressed his genuine admiration, exclaiming, "The physical prowess is remarkable. I never expected such a slight frame to surpass even mine, able to endure the absorption of a soul ring beyond his level." Hua Wu, upon hearing his ramblings, abruptly stomped on Hua Wushuang's foot. Ouch! Hua Wushuang immediately felt a sharp pain, looking at Hua Wu with an innocent expression and lamenting, "Xiao Wu, what now? I told you not to spout nonsense. You truly have a poor memory." "I'm not speaking recklessly." Hua Wushuang was flustered, scratching his head. "Back in the Fire Rock Valley, you often sneaked off with Xiao Yu. Once, I even overheard you two making those kinds of sounds in the cave, with you urging him to apply more force and not to stop. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading. You two are so close. If you don't marry Xiao Yu, who else would you consider?" Aye. Hua Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She had not anticipated that her brother would eavesdrop on her and Jiang Yu, and mistakenly believe they had engaged in something improper. Indeed, on that day in the cave, she had urged Jiang Yu to apply more pressure, but it was merely due to his exceptional massage skills, which left her feeling utterly relaxed. Were it not for her sprained ankle while foraging for wild vegetables, she would never have allowed Jiang Yu to tend to her feet. Although she was straightforward, she was not one to let just any man touch her feet. "Brother, I will explain everything to you later." In any case, Hua Wu glared, stating, "Things are not as you imagine. There is no impropriety between us. Believe what you wish." Hua Wushuang assumed Hua Wu was simply too embarrassed to admit the truth and chose not to press further, offering only a dismissive remark. At that moment, Jiang Yu finally completed the absorption of the energy from the soul ring and slowly opened his eyes. The information regarding his second soul skill instantly became clear in his mind, causing Jiang Yu's eyes to shine with excitement. "Xiao Yu, how is the effect of your second soul skill?" Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly approached to assess Jiang Yu's condition, eager to discover what abilities the soul ring of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger would bestow upon him. This held significant research value. "My second soul skill." Jiang Yu paused momentarily before continuing. "One can condense one's flames into a small sword to assail an adversary, capable of being unleashed up to 9 times in succession. With each successive strike, its potency increases by 10%, and the accompanying burning effect intensifies progressively. However, it is regrettable that this soul skill can only be classified as a single target attack. One cannot redirect their assault to another foe in between, lest the accumulated power be rendered futile, necessitating a fresh start." In truth, Jiang Yu refrained from disclosing the entirety of the second soul skill's effects, for both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San are destined to become adversaries of the Spirit Hall. Why would he reveal all his secrets? By sharing only part of the truth, he could reserve an unexpected surprise for the eventual confrontation with Tang San. Jiang Yu's new soul skill is indeed a single target attack, but it possesses the unique capability to sequentially strike different opponents. Once struck by the flaming dagger, each subsequent hit, regardless of temporal intervals, accumulates an additional 10% in attack potency. culminating in a staggering 90% enhancement after the ninth strike. Most remarkably, while the technique's destructive power escalates with each successive activation, its soul power consumption inversely diminishes, with the ninth execution requiring 90% less energy than the initial deployment. This extraordinary ability, derived from the blazing Roar Tiger's second soul ring, proves exceptionally advantageous for prolonged combat scenarios. Your new soul technique is already extraordinary, remarked Xianjian, observing Jiang Yu's dissatisfied expression with a resigned shake of his head. In this world, there exists no ultimate soul skill, only those most suited to the individual. Stackable attack techniques are inherently rare, and yours already surpasses the effects of ordinary soul masters' third rings. Even Tang Xin couldn't suppress a twinge of envy upon hearing their mentor's words, both possessing second soul skills. Yet Jiang Yu's clearly outclassed his own in potency, making any comparison laughable. The disparity between individuals could indeed be vast. Chapter 40. The Grandmaster of Pretense emerging from Stardow Forest, Jiang Yu's party prepared to part ways with Yu Xiaojiang. Having previously arranged to return to Heaven Do City with the Fire Dance siblings, he saw no need to summon the Sword Douluo for escort. Having spent years in the Douluo Continent, yet seldom ventured beyond the Spirit Hall and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, this journey presented an ideal opportunity for proper exploration. Should you encounter any cultivation dilemmas, remember you're always welcome to seek me in Nodding City, Yu Xiaojiang declared. His persistent desire to take Jiang Yu as his disciple undiminished by repeated rejections. His attitude remained unwavering, not in any peculiar manner, but with the same earnest devotion he'd once shown Bibi Dong, fulfilling every request with perpetual cheer. Ironically, while Bibi Dong had swiftly succumbed to his erudition and charismatic persona, Jiang Yu remained utterly indifferent, a challenge that only fueled Yu Xiaojiang's determination. I remain convinced that across the entire Douluo Continent, none could guide you better than I, he proclaimed with practiced ease, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment, a testament to his seasoned oratory skills honed through countless lectures. Under my tutelage, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the titled Douluo realm and stand atop the pinnacle of soul mastery. Jiang Yu could not help but secretly scoff at Yu Xiaojiang, who seemed to possess a rather peculiar mindset, oscillating between bouts of self-doubt and moments of arrogance. Here was a prominent soul master, day in and day out, presuming to instruct others on their training, blissfully unaware of the potential harm he could inflict on his students. If not for Tang Xin being the protagonist, he surely would have been rendered inept by Yu Xiaojiang's misguided teachings. It was astonishing that such a theoretical master in the realm of soul masters was oblivious to the fact that the soul rings of ancient soul beasts could profoundly impact a soul master's very essence. Had it not been for Xiao mentioning this matter, he might have remained in ignorance indefinitely. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang's only notable trait was his remarkable memory, capable of retaining every piece of information he encountered. Upon closer examination, many of his theories were riddled with flaws. If it weren't for Bibi Dong incessantly boasting about Yu Xiaojiang's erudition, how could anyone else have possibly accepted his theories as credible? It is worth noting that within the entire Douluo Continent, the Pope of the Spirit Hall holds the utmost authority, with such a renowned figure lending credence to him. Even the most mediocre could be exalted. Does he not possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding his own capabilities? To think he considers himself at the pinnacle of soul masters, as if he were of the same caliber as Su Ke, Li Qie, or Chen Beixian. Jiang Yu could not help but roll his eyes. He would never be foolish enough to associate himself with Yu Xiaojiang, lacking both resources and strength. He was merely a disheveled, odious man. Most importantly, he would never betray Bibi Dong, for she was the person Jiang Yu held most dear in the Douluo Continent. As the saying goes, one should repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, and when it comes to the nurturing he received. Jiang Yu had likely consumed a ton of milk over the 3 years. How could he possibly stand against Bibi Dong? To do so would be a betrayal not only of the milk he had received, but also of the deep bond she had shown him throughout their time together. Jiang Yu has always been one to repay kindness, never leaving a debt of gratitude unpaid, even if it means opposing Tang Xin in the future. What significance does the protagonist's halo hold? Ultimately, it is the actions of individuals that matter. He too has his own connections. When it comes to a battle of wills, it is a matter of who will emerge victorious. Master, perhaps you should seek someone else. Jiang Yu resolutely refused, stating, My master's kindness towards me is as immense as a mountain. It is impossible for me to take another as my teacher. Here, the term master refers to two individuals, the esteemed Sword Douluo, who imparted his knowledge, and the enlightening Bibi Dong, though Xianjian is unaware of this intricate background. Indeed, he is someone I have chosen wisely, Xianjian exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. The more resolute Jiang Yu was, the more his admiration for him grew. Tang Xin couldn't help but mutter to himself, is it possible that the master harbors a penchant for masochism? Although reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the master's demeanor was undeniably somewhat shameless, especially considering how many times others had rejected him, yet he continued to persist. Jiang Yu was reluctant to elaborate further. He had encountered many sycophants, yet individuals like Xianjian were indeed a rarity. We shall take our leave now, he declared, turning to depart. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Tang Xin. Jiang Yu, the next time we meet, I shall undoubtedly astonish you. Tang Xin's youthful tone was imbued with unwavering determination. He retained a profound confidence in himself. Swiftly regaining his composure despite the setbacks he had faced in the Stardow Forest. I look forward to your performance. Jiang Yu turned to glance at Tang Xin, noting the proud glint in his eyes. A soft chuckle escaped her lips before she made her departure. Wait for us. Wu Shuang quickly urged her sister to follow. Jiang Yu. Tang Xin observed her receding figure, a spark of intensity igniting in his pupils as his expression grew serious. 3 days later, the trio arrived in South River City, leaving behind the boundaries of the Fasnuo province. After days of arduous travel, they were weary and thus decided to enter the city to rest before continuing their journey. As one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, South River City far surpassed Notting City in its vibrancy. The Grand City Gate towered at a staggering height of 100 meters, its weight exceeding 10,000 kilograms. Upon entering the city, guided by the locals, the three made their way directly to one of the 10 renowned hotels in the city, the Rose Hotel. This establishment was a famous chain within the Tiando Empire, and whispers suggested that its enigmatic owner wielded considerable influence. The ability to secure prime locations in bustling cities spoke volumes about the owner's stature within the empire. Consequently, few dared to cause trouble at the Rose Hotel. However, exceptions existed, such as the reckless young scions like Dai Mubai and the Navi Tang Xin. Nonetheless, the hotel's reputation served as a formidable deterrent against typical bullies and ruffians. Upon entering the hotel, a young girl clad in a high-slit dress approached with a radiant smile, her attire modestly covering only the most essential areas. Her slender waist swayed gracefully as she walked, exuding warmth in her gaze, which sparkled with brilliance. Each smile and gesture from her was imbued with an irresistible charm. The sight of such a rare beauty merely serving as a hostess was enough to astonish Jiang Yu, who mused that the competitive nature of the hotel industry in Douluo Continent rivaled that of the thriving entertainment industry in her home world, Blue Star. Welcome, esteemed guests. To the Rose Hotel, the girl greeted, bowing gracefully to Jiang Yu and her companions. The depth of her allure was striking. Jiang Yu was nearly blinded by the dazzling white light, yet under such circumstances, this future hostess's career is bound to flourish, with a definite possibility of ascending to higher echelons. Well, could you kindly share your name, beautiful? Wu Shuang exclaimed excitedly, insisting on grasping the delicate hands of the young lady. I am Su Su, she replied, deftly disengaging Wu Shuang's hand while maintaining a serene smile. Her calm demeanor suggested that she was not angered by the guest's forwardness. However, her initial reaction indicated that this young woman was not the type to compromise her integrity for professional gain. Furthermore, her approach to handling situations revealed that the girl named Su Su was indeed remarkable. Jiang Yu couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. It is often said that women with ample bosoms lack intellect, yet this assertion does not hold universally true. There are indeed numerous women who possess both beauty and intelligence, such as the present Su Su, as well as Zhu Zhiqing, and perhaps even Hulaina fits this description better. Under Su Su's guidance, Jiang Yu and his companions proceeded directly to the hotel reception to check in. During this time, Wu Shuang persistently attempted to ingratiate herself with Su Su, causing Wu to cover her face in embarrassment. Having such a hypermasculine brother was quite a source of shame. Due to their financial comfort, the trio opted for 3 separate rooms. Initially, Jiang Yu assumed that the Rose Hotel would only have 1 room available and was pondering how to allocate it. However, to his surprise, the front desk staff indicated that there were still dozens of unoccupied rooms. Given this, there was no need for them to squeeze into a single room, which would be both awkward and uncomfortable. A private room was certainly more convenient. Although the Rose Hotel is classified as a luxury establishment, the costs were not as exorbitant as one might expect. However, it remains a significant expense for an ordinary soul master. Nevertheless, for Jiang Yu and Wu Shuang, the price of 3 VIP suites was hardly a burden, for they were not devoid of means. Chapter 41. Blow. It was already deep into the night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet, within a venue of the Rose Hotel, the lights blazed, and the sounds of a man and a woman echoed. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the room was quite effective. Otherwise, their voices would surely disturb all the hotel guests. Again, Huo Wu, clad in a form-fitting outfit, glared at Jiang Yu above her, unwilling to concede. Though her body was weary and covered in beads of sweat, she refused to admit defeat. It had been 7 rounds, each resulting in her loss. She would not rest until she had Jiang Yu beneath her. All right. Jiang Yu withdrew his knee from Huo Wu's body and released his grip on her right arm. To understand the situation, we must go back to an hour earlier. Huo Wu, having noted that Jiang Yu had acquired his second spirit ring, expressed her desire to spar with him. She assured him that she would refrain from using her third spirit skill and would suppress her spirit power to the level of a great soul master. Jiang Yu, eager to assess his own prowess, chose not to decline the challenge. However, once the competition commenced, he realized he had greatly underestimated his own strength. No matter the method of combat employed, victory was invariably his. He triumphed in all 7 matches, exploring various forms of confrontation, even engaging without the use of his martial soul, relying solely on his innate power. Yet, to his astonishment, Huo Wu failed to secure a single win. Jiang Yu could hardly resist the urge to ease up. Perhaps he should take it a bit lighter this time. He had already been sparring with Huo Wu for 2 hours, and while such exertion was trivial for him, it did little to stave off his overwhelming desire for sleep. Jiang Yu now only yearned to return to the large bed in his room and indulge in a blissful slumber. Were it not for Huo Wu's relentless determination, he would have already retreated. His feelings towards Huo Wu remained intricate. He neither harbored affection nor animosity, for she was the first woman he had truly kissed since arriving in the Douluo Continent. In contrast, his interactions with Huliana and Bibi Dong were mere trifles. How could they be deemed genuine without the intimacy of a kiss? Behold my Huo Wu dragon claw. Just as Jiang Yu found himself lost in thought, Huo Wu audaciously launched her attack, transforming her delicate hands into claws, aimed directly at his chest. This technique was one she had learned from Huo Wu Shuang. Unlike the uniqueness of soul skills, techniques could be imparted to others. Although Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang possessed different martial souls, it did not hinder her ability to execute this move. As Huo Wu's petite hands neared their target, Jiang Yu feigned a look of terror, hesitating for a moment before hastily raising his right hand in an attempt to defend himself. Unfortunately, Huo Wu's aim had never been his chest. His preoccupation with holding back only compounded the situation. Huo Wu's little claws swiftly veered downwards, reaching out toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu inhaled sharply, realizing he had let his guard down. The fiery dance was truly formidable. To think, that was his hard-earned abdominal muscle. He never expected to be marked with a vivid claw imprint by her. It certainly detracted from the overall impression. Haha, I win. After a moment, Huo Wu clapped her hands in celebration, surprised that Jiang Yu fell for her diversionary tactic, allowing her to succeed. Hey, not long after her excitement, Huo Wu noticed Jiang Yu gazing helplessly at his abdomen, an expression of vexation on his face. She inquired, "What's the matter?" "This is the result of my hard work." Jiang Yu shot her a glance. "Look at the mark you left." "It's nothing." Huo Wu waved her hand dismissively. Her next action nearly startled Jiang Yu. She suddenly leaned over, directing herself toward his abdomen, and then released a fragrant breath, followed by a soft whooshing sound. It turned out Huo Wu was blowing on his wound. A minute later, Huo Wu lifted her head, smiling at Jiang Yu. "Such a light mark. A little blow from me and it will vanish quickly. Don't worry, it won't leave a scar. Whether it leaves a scar or not is irrelevant. Just give me another one." Surprisingly, after Huo Wu's action, Jiang Yu felt a certain thrill. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Yu rose from his bed. Upon stepping out of his room, he noticed the door next door had also opened. Huo Wu emerged, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Good morning." No sooner had she spoken than the sound of another door creaking open echoed. After some fidgeting, Huo Wu Shuang finally emerged from the room diagonally across. Spotting Jiang Yu and his sister at the door, he couldn't help but remark, "I thought I would be the first one up. I didn't expect you both to rise so early." "Xiao Wu, didn't you rest well last night? You look quite weary," Huo Wu Shuang observed, his heart aching at the sight of his sister's fatigue, assuming she had not gotten enough rest. "Rest wasn't an issue," Huo Wu explained. "I just got a bit tired from helping Jiang Yu last night." "What?" Huo Wu Shuang looked puzzled. "And nothing." Jiang Yu hastily took over the conversation, not wishing for Huo Wu Shuang to discover the events of the previous day. If Huo Wuxuang were to learn of how he had been directing Huo Wu, he would undoubtedly receive a beating. It was merely a few beers, nothing more. Beer. Huo Wuxuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shot a glare at Jiang Yu. How could you drink without inviting me? That's rather disloyal of you. No, you must accompany me for a drink. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it gets even more thrilling. Without waiting for Jiang Yu's consent, Huo Wuxuang darted downstairs like a gust of wind, undoubtedly to fetch some drinks. Upon reaching the dining area, Huo Wuxuang waved his hand, calling out, "Xiao Wu, come here. I've ordered seafood porridge." Hearing this, Huo Wu rushed over eagerly. Once seated, Jiang Yu realized that the breakfast spread was even more lavish than he had anticipated. Seafood porridge, an assortment of buns, spicy chicken feet, and even a roasted suckling pig. Most importantly, an entire bundle of wheat beer was laid out before them. Without hesitation, Huo Wuxuang began uncorking the bottles, clearly intent on finishing them all. "Come, my friend, let me serve you first." With that, Huo Wuxuang seized a bottle of wheat beer and poured it down his throat. Clink, clink, clink. In mere moments, the bottle was emptied. Jiang Yu was taken aback by how quickly Huo Wuxuang drank. But he did not wish to consume beer on an empty stomach so early in the morning. Thus, he picked up a steamed bun from the table and began to eat. After devouring 3 sizable buns and savoring a bowl of seafood congee, Jiang Yu leisurely commenced sipping his beer. The drinking style of Huo Wuxuang was evidently starkly different from that of Jiang Yu. It was not a matter of drinking, but rather a relentless chugging. With his left hand, he seized a bottle and downed it in one go, then set it down to grasp another bottle with his right hand and continued drinking. The motion of alternating hands repeated in a relentless rhythm, characterizing Huo Wuxuang's approach to imbibing. In a short span, the table had already lost 10 bottles of beer, while Jiang Yu had barely finished one. "See, my reputation as the king of alcohol is not unfounded," Huo Wuxuang declared, his face flushed with pride as he continued his drinking spree. "Wah. It would be wise to temper your consumption. Excessive drinking in the morning offers little benefit," Jiang Yu cautioned, observing that Hua had already indulged quite a bit. The atmosphere was familiar and friendly, suggesting that a moderate toast was sufficient without the need for excess. "All right, I'll save the rest for lunch," Huo Wuxuang acquiesced, evidently having had his fill. Just as he settled back down to gnaw on a pig's trotter, he announced his urgent need to visit the restroom. Jiang Yu did not hinder him. It was clear that after such copious drinking, Wu would likely need to relieve himself, yet Jiang Yu chose not to expose him. Understanding that men often value their dignity, Jiang Yu's intuition proved correct. Huo Wuxuang was feeling quite unwell after drinking and urgently needed a place to purge. However, instead of heading to the hotel restroom, he ventured out of the hotel and walked several miles toward the corner. Once assured that no one was watching, he bent down and released the beer he had consumed moments earlier. After 3 minutes, Huo Wuxuang finally finished. Just as he was about to return to the hotel, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Let go of me, you ruffians. I will not return with you. Release me at once, or I will call for help." Huo Wuxuang focused his gaze and realized that the girl not far ahead was Su Su, the hostess from the Rose Hotel. Chapter 42, A Heroic Rescue. Release that girl. If you have a grievance, direct it toward me, Huo Wuxuang shouted, pointing at the several burly men ahead. What kind of hero bullies a girl? Though their encounter had been brief, Su Su had shared a lovely evening with him under the stars, watching goldfish. Huo Wuxuang could not simply stand by and watch her being mistreated. "Oh, is this a case of a hero attempting to save a damsel? Brothers, let us show this young fool the consequences of meddling." The leader of the group, named Crow, was a commander of the Eastern Prosperity Gang, one of the 3 major gangs in Nanjing City. His 2 companions, Ahu and Abao, were formidable as well. Wuhuan manifest. Crow unleashed his spirit, intending to intimidate Huo Wuxuang. He assumed that this young man, being of lesser age, would undoubtedly lack the same level of spirit power. Once the spirit was released and the spirit rings were visible, he believed Huo Wuxuang would be frightened into fleeing. A surge of black light erupted from Crow, and a massive black crow materialized behind him, his spirit, the black crow. This crow, standing about a meter tall, emitted a piercing cry, and as it spread its wings, 3 spirit rings of white, yellow, and purple slowly appeared. Despite being in his 30s, Crow had achieved spirit power at level 39 and was on the verge of advancing to Spirit Master. While this level paled in comparison to the truly gifted Spirit Masters, it was still significantly stronger than the average, explaining his status as a small commander in the Eastern Prosperity Gang. Shortly thereafter, his subordinates Ahu and Abao also manifested their spirits, a common tiger and a leopard, respectively. Their spirit rings displayed a configuration of 1 white and 2 yellow, marking them as spirit masters, yet they were vastly inferior to Crow. With such pitiful spirit rings, you dare to present yourselves before me? Allow me to demonstrate what true talent looks like. Huo Wuxuang roared as he charged forward. A brilliant red light erupted, and a ferocious, malevolent unicorn-fire dragon quietly emerged, dazzling them with its 3 striking spirit rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple. How is this possible? Crow could hardly believe his eyes. This young man was indeed a genuine spirit master, just like them. He harbored no doubt about Huo Wuxuang's strength, for in most people's eyes, the number of spirit rings could not be fabricated. He was merely astonished by Huo Wuxuang's talent. This was a true prodigy. A smirk crept across Crow's lips, a flicker of malice dancing in his eyes. While others feared talent, he reveled in it. He relished in the thrill of exterminating prodigies. Countless so-called rising stars from the Rainbow Prosperity Gang had met their demise at his hands. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. First spirit skill. Black Feather Blade. The black wings behind Crow suddenly unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp black feathers, aimed directly at Huo Wuxuang. Third spirit skill, Tiger's Roar. Ahu let out a resonant howl, producing a disorienting high pitch that momentarily stilled the surrounding air. Second spirit skill, Leopard Flash. The trio had long collaborated, and Ah Bao was well aware of his companion's intentions. His yellow 100-year spirit ring flared to life, conjuring 3 illusory duplicates around him. With that, Ah Bao darted toward Huo Wuxuang, believing that no mere youth could withstand their relentless assault. Third spirit skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation. Huo Wuxuang initiated with a powerful move. Upon manifesting his spirit, his physique expanded significantly, and under the enhancement of his spirit skill, he grew even larger. Facing the blade-like black feathers, Huo Wuxuang raised his claw and slashed horizontally. With a resounding impact, although the feather blades were formidable, they snapped under Huo Wuxuang's strike. Without a moment's pause, he charged toward the figures ahead. Unsure which was the real one, he resolved to attack each in turn. However, he was unprepared for Ah Bao's swift movements. Whenever Huo Wuxuang closed in, Ah Bao would deftly evade, demonstrating a speed that far surpassed other spirit masters, leaving Huo Wuxuang in a stalemate. At that moment, Crow and Ahu joined the fray, and in an instant, Huo Wuxuang found himself besieged by the 3. Despite his remarkable talent, being encircled by 3 equally ranked spirit masters proved daunting. Moreover, the alcohol he had consumed earlier still clouded his senses, gradually placing him at a disadvantage. Soon, Crow's black feather blades had torn a sizable hole in Huo Wuxuang's clothing. Had he not been quick-witted and agile, it might not have been just his attire that suffered. The clamor of their battle grew louder, attracting the attention of passers-by. Witnessing the fight between spirit masters, many gathered around, relishing the rare opportunity to observe a clash without the expense of entering the grand fighting arena. After all, not everyone could afford the tickets. So this spectacle was indeed a stroke of luck. Where's your brother? Why hasn't he returned yet? Jiang Yu, noticing that Huo Wuxuang had been absent for quite some time, began to worry about his well-being. Should we go look for him? She suggested. That sounds like a good idea. Huo Wu replied, gently patting her round belly, which was already full from the meal she had just enjoyed. Burp. As she let out a satisfied belch, she stood up. At that moment, a commotion outside caught the attention of Huo Wu and Jiang Yu. Inquiring with a newly arrived server, they learned that a young boy was outside engaged in a scuffle with local bullies. A boy? Jiang Yu exclaimed in alarm. Oh no. It can't be your brother. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Huo Wu's hand and sprinted towards the hotel exit. As the saying goes, a formidable dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Such local ruffians are indeed the most troublesome to deal with. Jiang Yu feared that Huo Wuxuang might suffer a loss. When he hastened towards the direction of the fighting sounds, he found that Huo Wuxuang was already marked with several bloodstains. It appeared that he had indeed faced adversity. Dare to harm my brother? I shall make you repay 100-fold. Upon witnessing Huo Wuxuang's injuries, Huo Wu was immediately incensed, and without hesitation, unleashed her martial spirit as she charged forward. Jiang Yu, fearing for her safety, summoned his martial spirit. In a flash of crimson light, the Chixiao Sword materialized in his grasp. Get lost. With a flicker of his 3rd soul ring, a brilliant aura enveloped Huo Wu, manifesting the resistance fire ring derived from the fire spirit. The 3 ruffians, upon making contact with the ring, were instantly repelled, and the encirclement was swiftly dismantled. Brother. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Wu rushed in, quickly supporting Huo Wuxuang with a concerned expression. How are you holding up? Are you all right? I'm fine. Wu Wuxuang gritted his teeth against the pain, managing a faint smile, not wishing to alarm his sister. Do not worry, I can handle this. Barely had Wu Wuxuang's words left his lips. Jiang Yu approached him and said, Brother Hua, it is insufficient for you to shine alone. You must also grant us an opportunity to showcase our talents. Jiang Yu understood that Wu Wuxuang possessed an exceedingly strong sense of pride, and with Wu Wu observing it. If he were to directly request assistance, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to accept. Thus, he intentionally framed his words in such a manner. There are 3 of us, and there are 3 of you. 3 against 3 is only fair. We can fight side by side once more. Upon finishing, Jiang Yu extended a hand. And without a moment's hesitation, Wu Wu placed her hand upon his. All right, let us stand together in battle. A warm current surged through Wu Wuxuang's heart. Sharing burdens in times of adversity epitomized the bond of camaraderie among men. He cast aside his earlier reservations and promptly extended his hand, their 3 palms solemnly joining together. Chapter 43. The radiance of the sword shines throughout the skies. Although Jiang Yu had known Wu Wuxuang for merely over a year, their interactions had allowed him to discern his true nature. To put it succinctly, Wu Wuxuang was a congenial companion. Jiang Yu held a deep appreciation for this straightforward, physically adept man with an extreme affection for women. He had no desire to befriend someone like Tang San, who was deeply scheming and ungrateful. After all, this was the very same Tang San who had nearly met his demise upon their first encounter. The second soul skill, Explosive Fireball. Wu Wuxuang's initial target was the crow. The injuries he bore had been inflicted by that detestable black crow feather blade, and now it was time to exact retribution. A dark red orb of light erupted from Wu Wuxuang's palm, soaring directly towards the crow. Black Crow Shield. Sensing the immense power contained within the orb, the crow did not dare to underestimate it and promptly unleashed his Millennium Soul skill. The purple soul rings radiated formidable energy, and the wings behind him unfurled instantaneously, enveloping his form in a protective cocoon. With such an impenetrable defense, the crow finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Wu Wu had also targeted a Bao. As a control-type soul master, her abilities held a significant advantage over an agility-focused opponent. Once her first soul ring illuminated, a thick fiery whip materialized in her hand. Observing the 4 figures before her, Wu Wu had no intention of testing her opponent. Instead, she swung the whip with determination. With a swift whoosh, the fiery whip extended several meters before branching into 3 tendrils, which rapidly elongated. In unison, the 4 fiery whips encircled the Bao, binding him securely. Child, I advise you not to take action, she warned. As his companions engaged in combat, Ahu displayed an unexpectedly relaxed demeanor, for he was merely contending with a Grand Soul Master possessing 2 soul rings. I want to hold back, Ahu declared defiantly towards Jiang Yu. You may certainly try, Jiang Yu retorted. Jiang Yu wore a sheepish grin as the Crimson Dawn sword in his hand erupted with waves of scarlet light. His second soul ring flared to life, and a miniature flaming longsword shot forth from the blade's surface. Third soul skill, Tiger's Roar. With a thunderous bellow, Ahu unleashed a powerful sonic wave from his mouth that reverberated through the heavens. Yet, to his surprise, the small sword merely trembled slightly, seemingly unaffected by the devastating sound. Thud. The flaming blade embedded itself into Ahu's body, but to his astonishment, there was none of the excruciating pain he had anticipated. Nothing but a silver spearhead that's wax at the core. Ahu couldn't help but laugh. This child before him was all show and no substance. His actual combat prowess was decidedly mediocre. I worried too much. How many true geniuses can there be? Ahu mocked himself inwardly, immediately letting his guard down. Yet, underestimating one's opponent is never a wise habit. Jiang Yu smiled, realizing that Ahu had fallen into his trap. He proceeded to unleash his second soul skill. As the fiery longsword struck Ahu repeatedly, inspiration struck Jiang Yu, who decided to bestow upon this new soul skill a fitting name, the sword's radiance piercing the 9 heavens. As the number of strikes increased, Ahu began to sense something amiss. However, he was already dizzy from the searing flames, and the power emanating from the fiery longsword was becoming unbearable. After the 6th strike, Ahu collapsed to the ground, unexpectedly allowing Jiang Yu, the one with the weakest soul power among the trio, to be the first to vanquish his opponent and claim victory. Fire Dance and Fire Wuxuang, witnessing this, were unwilling to be outdone and immediately intensified their assault. Before long, Wuya and Ah Bao also fell to the ground. Fire Wuxuang stacked the 3 of them together and unleashed a fireball, scorching their posteriors bright red. This was their punishment, a lesson to ensure that this group would not trouble other girls in the future. Thank you, Su exclaimed, witnessing the bullies who had tormented her receive their comeuppance. She hurriedly approached Jiang Yu and the others to express her gratitude, saying, "If it weren't for you, I would surely have been sold to the pleasure house." Her face reflected her lingering fear. "There's no need for thanks. It's a mere trifle." Fire Wushuang replied with righteous conviction. "As soul masters, it is our duty to lend a hand when we witness injustice. It's nothing to speak of." He then took Su Su's small hand, and upon feeling its coldness, he expressed concern, saying, "Look at your little hand. It's so cold. You must have been frightened by those bullies. Don't worry, Big Brother will warm you up." Fire Dance looked on in exasperation. Her brother was admirable in many respects. But he had one flaw. He had little resistance to beautiful women. Moreover, his taste was rather peculiar. He preferred mature women over the young. He even argued that mature women had 3 virtues: good figure, good temperament, and exceptional character. Fire Dance was not surprised by Fire Wushuang's interest in Su Su. Considering Su Su's already mature development, it was no wonder her brother found it hard to resist. "Sister Hua, why did those bullies pick on you?" Jiang Yu was not so easily bewitched by beauty as Hua Wushuang. Rather, he was merely curious. Logically, these 3 bullies were also soul masters of the soul master level. Could it be that they were merely captivated by beauty? Although Su Su was not unattractive, she was hardly a rare gem worthy of such brutality. Alas! Su Su's face suddenly fell into sorrow. A few months prior, her grandfather had fallen gravely ill. In desperation, she sought a loan from that crow, only to discover that her grandfather's medication was in vain, and he soon departed this world. Subsequently, the bully demanded repayment, and to her shock, the single gold soul coin she had borrowed had multiplied tenfold, now requiring her to repay 10. The originally agreed-upon interest had ballooned so rapidly that it was impossible for her to gather such a substantial sum. Thus, she resorted to working at the Rose Hotel, hoping to repay her debt, but today that bully threatened to sell her to the Yihong building to settle her dues. Upon hearing Su Su's plight, Jiang Yu grasped the situation. It became evident that this group was engaged in usury, likely intertwined with the infamous Yihong building, preying on young women through predatory loans. Had they not stumbled upon her today, those ruffians would have succeeded in their vile intentions. These brutes! Hua Wushuang could not contain his fury. To commit such heinous acts for a mere 10 gold soul coins was the epitome of depravity. "Su Su, do not worry. I shall handle this matter." Without hesitation, Hua Wushuang approached the trio of crows, who lay unconscious, and roused them, not with words, but through a series of resounding slaps, swiftly bringing them back to consciousness. Once they were awake, Hua Wushuang produced a pouch from his garment, from which he extracted 10 gleaming gold soul coins. "If you dare to trouble Su Su again, it will not be your behinds that will burn," he declared, tossing the coins to the ground. "If you do not wish for your little birds to be roasted, I suggest you act wisely." With that, he turned and departed. "We won't dare. We won't dare," the crows exclaimed, their bodies trembling. After this lesson, they were too frightened to trouble Su Su again. Chapter 44. The sensitive Hua Wu as they left Nanjing City. Their group welcomed a new companion, the former hostess of the Rose Hotel, Su Su. Although 10 gold soul coins were but pocket change for Hua Wushuang, to Su Su, it represented an enormous fortune. His simple act of kindness was a monumental favor in her eyes. Consequently, Su Su insisted on repaying Hua Wushuang through unwavering servitude. Hua Wushuang, pleased, readily agreed, for he was in need of a personal attendant. During his time at the Chiwa sect, his father, fearing premature exposure to matters of intimacy, had only sent muscular men to attend to him. Now that he had matured, it was time to enjoy the privileges befitting a young nobleman, starting with a devoted maid. Upon exiting Nanjing City, the group made their way toward Tiando City. Though Su Su possessed only the cultivation of a soul master, her martial soul was that of a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. This martial soul, while lacking in offensive power, possessed remarkable speed. Oscar's third soul ring was derived from a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Once Su Su's martial soul manifested, a pair of wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to outpace Jiang Yu and the others on their journey. After a day's travel, they arrived at a forested area located in the St. John province. Hua Wushuang consulted the map and realized this forest was the silent forest they sought. By traversing it, they would reach the nearby Hamburg province, significantly reducing their journey by at least 10 days. The nighttime forest was unexpectedly cold. Fortunately, among those present, only Su Su was not a fire attribute soul master. With a swift stroke of his sword, Jiang Yu effortlessly severed the nearby tree in half. He then meticulously refined the wood, fashioning it into 4 slender sticks, each the size of a palm. Observing this, Hua Wushuang hurriedly sought to showcase his abilities. unleashing a burst of flames from his mouth that ignited the 4 sticks with precision. Thus, a bit of effort was spared. Jiang Yu spoke as he handed 3 wooden sticks to Huo Wuxuang, instructing him to distribute the rest to Huo Wu and Su Su. After all, they were his sister and devoted maid. Under the intense glow of the flames, the group finally discerned their surroundings. The ground was overrun with weeds, obscuring the path ahead. Here, even the map proved futile. They could only navigate by the stars in the sky. After approximately 3 hours of travel, Jiang Yu and his companions arrived at a clearing. Consequently, they set up their tents. Jiang Yu then searched for some dry wood nearby and ignited a roaring fire. Finally, he sprinkled some yellow powder around the tents, a substance belonging to a mysterious department of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, developed by the Pharmacy Pavilion. This powder was specifically designed to repel snakes, insects, and rodents, making it an essential item for any journey. From Jiang Yu's understanding, the Pharmacy Pavilion bore similarities to the Tang sect's medicine hall, as its members were all professionals in the field of medicine, including skilled poisoners. The deeper Jiang Yu delved into the intricacies of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the more he admired Bibi Dong's foresight. The school's ability to maintain a competitive edge over the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was not merely due to having 2 titled Douluos. Its extensive subsidiary industries spanned pharmaceuticals, real estate, metallurgy, banking, and transportation, among others. The metallurgy sector, bolstered by the school's formidable strength and support from the Tiando royal family, had established a monopoly throughout the Tiando Empire. Historically, nothing has proven more profitable than monopolization. No wonder the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could become the wealthiest sect on the continent. Internal speculation within the Spirit Hall suggested that their amassed wealth rivaled that of the major kingdoms. Upon entering the tent, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. For individuals in one tent was undeniably cramped, and determining sleeping arrangements was quite challenging, regardless of how they arranged themselves. It was inevitable that Jiang Yu would end up next to a girl. If he lay beside Su Su, Huo Wuxuang would certainly be displeased. However, he wouldn't mind sharing with Huo Wu. Though she appeared somewhat bashful, Huo Wu reluctantly agreed, leaving Jiang Yu in a state of hesitation. What if she acted inappropriately during the night? After all, he was still a child. Yet, his opinion was evidently insignificant. After a 3-to-1 vote, he found himself lying next to Huo Wu. Thus, Huo Wu and Su Su occupied the middle, Jiang Yu lay on the far left, and Huo Wuxuang took the far right. 10 minutes later, the sound of Huo Wuxuang snoring indicated he had drifted into slumber. Feeling an astonishing sensation on his thigh, Jiang Yu became flustered, unsure of how to articulate this feeling. At that moment, Huo Wu surprisingly emitted a soft moan. Jiang Yu was so frightened that he dared not move. He had not anticipated that Huo Wu would be so sensitive. Merely the touch of skin could lead to further actions that might be inappropriate, especially considering that there were 2 other individuals nearby. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to refrain from any further movements. Jiang Yu understood that although Huo Wu appeared somewhat carefree on the surface, deep within, she was a tender-hearted girl. Should others discover her true nature, it was likely she would feel too embarrassed to face Su Su and Huo Wuxuang in the future. Thus, considering Huo Wu's feelings, Jiang Yu felt compelled to accept the situation, enduring a bittersweet pleasure. Time passed unnoticed, and eventually, Jiang Yu fell into a slumber. When he awoke, dawn was on the horizon. Jiang Yu opened his eyes, only to find that Huo Wu had vanished without a trace, leaving him perplexed about her whereabouts. Just as his curiosity grew, Huo Wu hurriedly entered the tent from outside. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating story. Notably, she had changed into a different outfit. Their eyes met, and Huo Wu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her fair cheeks instantly turning crimson as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Igniting a sense of shame, she dreaded the thought of anyone discovering her secret. Huo Wu silently prayed within herself, what if he mistakenly believed she was a licentious girl? Jiang Yu was oblivious to the peculiar thoughts swirling in Huo Wu's mind. Upon her return, he greeted her with a simple good morning before rising and making his way outside the tent. Since he began cultivating the primordial purple qi, he had grown accustomed to rising early, eager to absorb the pure essence of purple energy at the moment the sun graced the horizon. The primordial purple qi, regarded as one of the highest forms of energy in the universe, is not easily obtained. In the relatively low-tier world of Douluo Continent, it is likely that this rare essence only manifests at the precise moment the sun rises. After more than 2 years of diligent cultivation, Jiang Yu had only just managed to refine a few strands of primordial purple qi. His mastery of this celestial technique originating from the divine General Fei Peng of the heavenly realm, could be deemed only rudimentary. Nevertheless, even at this nascent stage, Jiang Yu's physique surpassed that of an ordinary power-type soul master, rivaling that of Tang San, who had cultivated the profound heavenly skill. This illustrates the significant advantages of advanced techniques, as even a novice can stand shoulder to shoulder with those who have mastered more conventional practices. Jiang Yu casually found a massive stone and seated himself cross-legged upon it, channeling his energy as he awaited the emergence of the ethereal purple aura. As the sun began to rise, a resplendent orb of crimson light ascended, around which a faint lavender mist quietly coalesced. The moment that purple aura materialized, Jiang Yu's body responded with a fierce radiance erupting from within him, while the violet mist in the sky seemed to sense his presence, cascading toward him like a torrent. It was this very essence. The slumbering celestial dream-ice silkworm was abruptly roused, yet the purple aura beside the sun soon dissipated, and the celestial dream-ice silkworm, unable to maintain its awareness, fell once more into contemplation. However, through this occurrence, Jiang Yu finally discovered the method to awaken the heavenly dream-ice silkworm. It merely required an ample supply of Hongming purple qi. Chapter 45. Ning Ronron's punishment following the events of the previous night. The relationship between Huo Wu and Jiang Yu had evidently deepened, and her psychological defenses had significantly diminished, leading her to no longer resist physical contact with Jiang Yu. Naturally, it was Huo Wu who took the initiative. Jiang Yu was not particularly famished. After 3 days, the group finally emerged from the silent forest. Although they had not encountered any formidable soul beasts along the way, their journey was fraught with challenges. Jiang Yu began to understand why few dared to traverse the silent forest. Despite possessing a map and the guidance of the stars, they found themselves lost multiple times. Had they not detected their misdirection in time and swiftly recalibrated their route, they would have undoubtedly faced further delays. Upon exiting the forest, the 4 of them made their way directly towards the province of Hamburg, passing by several cities without pausing. Having learned from their previous experiences, they were eager to return to Tiando City swiftly, wishing to avoid any further complications. After a day and a night of travel, they finally approached the vicinity of Tiando City. Upon arrival, Jiang Yu prepared to part ways with Huo Wu and the others, as the Chihua sect lay to the north of the city, while the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was situated 70 miles to the south, rendering their paths divergent. Brother Hua, I bid you farewell. I must return to my sect now. Next time we meet, I shall treat you to a drink. Jiang Yu clasped his hands and spoke, his face brimming with reluctance. I shall not keep you, my brother. After more than a year of companionship, Huo Wushuang had discerned Jiang Yu's character, understanding that he could never abandon his allegiance to the Flame sect. Thus, he had long relinquished any desire to recruit him. However, Huo Wushuang was resolute in his friendship. Brother Yu, do remember to visit me at the Flame sect for a drink whenever you have the chance. Huo Wushuang exclaimed, giving Jiang Yu's shoulder an enthusiastic pat. Absolutely. Jiang Yu responded with a smile and turned to leave, watching the figure gradually fade away. Huo Wu seemed to have something to say, yet the words caught in her throat remained unspoken. Xiao Wu, Huo Wushuang, fully aware of his sister's thoughts, offered comfort. A boy as exceptional as he is cannot be tied down by a single woman. Instead of dwelling on that, it would be wiser to continuously hone your own strength, relentlessly pursuing his footsteps. In due time, you shall stand alongside him at the pinnacle of soul masters, thereby solidifying your position. In the realm of soul masters, strength is paramount, and even emotions are no exception. Strength. As Huo Wushuang's words resonated within her, Huo Wu's expression gradually transformed into one of determination. I shall become stronger. Upon returning to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, night had fully descended. Upon reaching the castle gates, Jiang Yu produced the token representing his status as a core disciple, prompting the guarding disciples to grant him swift entry. As the highest rank of disciple token, its craftsmanship is notably intricate, making imitation exceedingly difficult. Hence, the guards expedited Jiang Yu's entrance. Had he possessed a standard token, they would have conducted a thorough verification before permitting entry. Once inside the castle, Jiang Yu did not seek out Sword Douluo immediately, considering the late hour. It was likely that the elder had already retired for the night. It would be prudent to report to him the following day. Therefore, Jiang Yu made his way directly to his room, taking a good 10 minutes to arrive. This served as a reminder that sometimes residing in a spacious place can be cumbersome, as returning to one's quarters may consume considerable time. Upon entering his room, Jiang Yu closed the door and dashed to his bed, collapsing onto it and succumbing to sleep. Over the past year, He had spent his nights either sleeping on the mountain or in the woods, although he had enjoyed a night's rest on the large bed at the Rose Hotel just days prior. It was marred by the exhaustion he had endured from Huawu's antics. Thus, Jiang Yu now yearned for a truly restful slumber. The following day, the crowing of roosters echoed through the courtyard before dawn, their raucous calls jolting Jiang Yu from his dreams. Jiang Yu slowly opened his hazy eyes, only to realize something amiss as he prepared to rise. A delicate and smooth white leg was inexplicably resting upon his abdomen, and alarmingly, that leg was incessantly rubbing against his sensitive area. Rong. Upon recognizing the person in his embrace, Jiang Yu was taken aback. How did she end up in his bed? He had not noticed her presence the previous evening. Jiang Yu, if you do not return soon, I shall cease to acknowledge you. From Ning Rongrong's murmured words, it was evident that she was still ensnared in the realm of dreams. Awake, Jiang Yu playfully patted Ning Rongrong's little bottom. Unlike Huawu's alluring figure, Ning Rongrong's slender frame left little room for fanciful thoughts. He could only regard her as a younger sister. Upon feeling the sting on her backside, Ning Rongrong abruptly awoke. Yet the moment her furious expression met Jiang Yu's figure pinned beneath her, her anger evaporated instantly. Without a hint of girlish modesty, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You naughty Jiang Yu, you've finally returned. How could you leave without saying hello?" As she spoke, she playfully raised her tiny fist and struck Jiang Yu's chest, adding, "If it weren't for Grandpa Jian mentioning your training in the Earthfire Rock Valley, I would have had no idea where you had gone. Tell me, how should I punish you?" The mere mention of punishment sent a shiver down Jiang Yu's spine. Ning Rongrong, the little enchantress, had an endless array of mischievous tricks up her sleeve. He certainly did not wish to experience her retribution, but that is a matter for another time. Jiang Yu could only navigate the situation for the time being. First, tell me why you were lying on my bed. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. It is all because of you. Ning Rongrong's irritation flared as she recounted. Grandfather Jian said that at your current pace of cultivation, you might break through to the Great Soul Master realm within a year. So, I calculated the days, intending to surprise you. However, I found myself waiting endlessly without your arrival. After waiting too late these past few days, I fell asleep on your bed, forgetting to cover myself with a blanket several times. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she voiced her grievances. Ahem. Soon, Ning Rongrong began to sneeze, indicating that the cold she had caught from waiting for Jiang Yu had taken its toll. Witnessing her condition, Jiang Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Dismissing any thoughts of punishment, he promptly said, "All right, it's all my fault. Rongrong, however you wish to punish me, I shall comply. You said it yourself. A man of honor keeps his word, and you must not go back on it." Ning Rongrong immediately ceased her coughing, a glint of mischief appearing in her eyes as she broke into a triumphant smile. Jiang Yu finally realized that he seemed to have been deceived. He should not have placed his trust in this little enchantress. However, since he had promised to accept Ning Rongrong's punishment, he did not retract his words. It was only after hearing the details of Ning Rongrong's punishment that he began to regret his earlier decision. Ning Rongrong picked up a feather quill and, after dipping it into the ink from the bottle, began to create her masterpiece on Jiang Yu's face, a process that took her over 10 minutes to complete. Jiang Yu approached the bronze mirror and was taken aback to discover a vivid depiction of a 7 treasures glazed pagoda emblazoned upon his visage. You shall bear this mark for an entire day without washing your face or attempting to remove it, Ning Rongrong admonished. Should you falter, the consequences will be doubled. Realizing the gravity of her words, Jiang Yu resigned himself to his fate and stepped out of the room bearing the peculiar emblem. After completing his training in the courtyard, he sought out Sword Douluo to report on the experiences of the past year. The design on his face did not perturb him. He was confident he could concoct a plausible excuse when necessary. As a competent undercover agent, weaving tales and fabricating justifications were his forte. Having successfully deceived even the astute Bibi Dong, and he was certain Sword Douluo would be no exception. Thus, Jiang Yu strode toward the 7 treasures hall, undeterred by the curious glances and whispered comments of passers-by regarding the strange symbol adorning his face, which he regarded merely as a test of his fortitude. In fact, he found that his mental acuity had been enhanced as a result, a most fortuitous surprise. Chapter 46, Exposure. At the 7 treasures hall, the guards were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yu approach. They had not laid eyes on him for an entire year, and his sudden appearance was disconcerting. Rumors had circulated that he had fallen afoul of Sword Douluo and had been dispatched to a perilous location for training. To their astonishment, he had returned today. As Jiang Yu drew nearer, the guards finally disowned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda design on his face. Unable to restrain themselves, one guard muttered under his breath, "Is he engaging in performance art?" Despite their rigorous training, they could not suppress their laughter. "Is my master in the 7 treasures hall?" Jiang Yu paid no heed to the expressions of the guards. His sole concern was whether Sword Douluo was inside. "Ah, little Yu, what brings you back?" One of the burly men quickly stifled his laughter. After all, Jiang Yu was the disciple of Sword Douluo and frequently visited the 7 treasure hall, making him quite familiar with them. "Brother Jinlong," Jiang Yu replied with a smile, "if you want to laugh, feel free. There's no need to hold back. Little Yu, who has done this to you?" Although the man named Jinlong was robust in stature, he was far from a simpleton. Rather, he possessed a keen understanding of human relations. Instead of following Jiang Yu's suggestion and laughing, he wore a concerned expression and said, "Tell your brother, and I shall help you teach him a lesson." Jiang Yu's eyes darted playfully, and without a hint of hesitation, he declared, "Then I must trouble you, dear brother." The individual in question is none other than the beloved daughter of the sect leader, Ning Rongrong. Jinlong, taken aback, thought to himself, "Even with the courage of a leopard, I would not dare to touch Ning Rongrong. If the sect leader and the 2 elders were to find out, would I still have a life to lead? Brother, there's no need to frighten me so." A grimace, more lamentable than a cry, twisted Jinlong's robust features. "Since it is the esteemed Princess Rongrong who has requested it, you might as well accept it joyfully. After all, ordinary folk are seldom afforded such a privilege." Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. The swiftness of this slap in the face was utterly astonishing. Just moments ago, he had resolutely proclaimed his intention to assist him, but upon learning that it involved Ning Rongrong, he immediately faltered. His expression changed more rapidly than the face-changing art of Sichuan opera. It was a pity, given his robust physique. Observing the gravity of Jiang Yu's demeanor, Jinlong realized that his earlier bravado was indeed rather unbecoming. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I happen to possess a collection of the latest beast-eared made illustrations. If you don't find it distasteful, I would gladly gift it to you, hoping it might soothe your wounded spirit. In that case, I shall graciously accept." Jiang Yu had never intended to rely on him to create trouble for Ning Rongrong. Now that Jinlong had presented his cherished collection of illustrations, his objective had been achieved. Moreover, with the exquisite anthology of beast-eared maidens that Jinlong had previously gifted him, he finally amassed a complete set of 9 volumes. Jinlong, taken aback, merely wished to engage in polite conversation. To his astonishment, Jiang Yu readily acquiesced. This newly acquired compendium of cat-eared maidens was the pinnacle of its genre, yet he had not even begun to appreciate it. Parting with it to gift to Jiang Yu was indeed a painful decision. "Brother Jinlong, after I finish meeting with my master, I shall come to your place to collect it. Fear not, I am well aware of the way, so there is no need for you to guide me." Jiang Yu, ever considerate, was aware that Jinlong had duties at the 7 treasures hall and did not wish to impose upon him. "No, my friend, I can certainly take a brief leave." Jinlong promptly declined, for he could not allow Jiang Yu to enter his room alone. It was well known that his collection was extensive, comprising not only cat-eared maidens, but also rabbit-eared ones, among others. Should Jiang Yu inadvertently make off with any of his treasured possessions, it would be a loss beyond measure. "Very well." Jiang Yu, observing the tension etched upon his companion's visage, discerned his thoughts yet chose not to address them directly. After concluding his remarks, he proceeded into the grand hall. At this hour, if the Sword Douluo was present in the 7 treasure hall, it was typically to partake in breakfast with Ning Fengxi. Thus, Jiang Yu navigated his way effortlessly to the dining area. Indeed, upon entering, he discovered Ning Fengxi and the Sword Douluo, as well as the Bone Douluo, partaking in their meal. What a lavish spread! Jiang Yu could not help but gasp at the sight of the sumptuous dishes laid out before them, with dozens of exquisite delicacies adorning the table, reminiscent of an imperial feast. "What brings you back, you rascal?" exclaimed the Sword Douluo, momentarily taken aback at Jiang Yu's unexpected presence, lamenting the lack of prior notice, as if his status as a master held no weight in Jiang Yu's eyes. "Xiao Yu, there's something on your face," Ning Fengxi remarked, his attention wholly fixated on Jiang Yu. "Uncle Ning." Tears cascaded down Jiang Yu's cheeks in an instant. "Throughout the year, I have incessantly yearned for the sect while being in the Fire Rock Valley. Thus I adorned my face with the emblem of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda to alleviate the pangs of longing." Subsequently, Jiang Yu passionately recounted the experiences of the past year, including matters concerning the Hua Wushuang siblings and Tang San, leaving nothing unspoken. Little Yu, I never anticipated that you would feel such a profound sense of belonging to the sect. It brings me great solace, Ning Fengji exclaimed, a smile blossoming on his face. The rapid establishment of Jiang Yu's affection for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect undoubtedly filled him, the sect leader, with immense joy. With Jiang Yu's exceptional talent, it is certain he will surpass the title Douluo realm in the future, ensuring the continued prosperity of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect for another century. Rascal, I never imagined you would swiftly advance to the 20th level. And your second soul ring is none other than the legendary Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. Your achievements rival my own in my youth, remarked the instructor with pride. There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Even Chen Xian had to concede that the cultivation speed of this disciple surpassed his own. However, he would never admit defeat in front of Jiang Yu. Regrettably, the Bon Douluo was more than eager to undermine his old friend. Old Sword, I distinctly recall that you only reached the 17th level when little Yu was this age. And the quality of your second soul ring pales in comparison to that of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. You call that no worse than you? I believe it should be said that he has surpassed you. The Bon Douluo proclaimed with glee. Old Bone, are you itching for a fight? Chen Xian's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized his old friend had unveiled his shortcomings. It was a bitter pill for a dignified title Douluo to admit that his talent fell short of his disciples. Fortunately, before long, a mysterious figure clad in a flowing blue robe entered the dining hall. The individual was enveloped in a voluminous cloak, their face obscured entirely by a mask. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, both the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo remained unperturbed upon the sight of this enigmatic person, as if they were already accustomed to such appearances. The mysterious figure approached Ning Fengji directly and whispered something in his ear, their voice barely audible. Jiang Yu managed to capture some crucial information. The Spirit Hall. A spy? Jiang Yu felt a surge of alarm. Could it be that his identity had been exposed so swiftly? It seemed implausible. He had always prided himself on his caution, never revealing a single flaw. How could anyone uncover the truth? As he observed the smile on Ning Fengji's face gradually fade, replaced by an expression of shifting shadows, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Xiao Yu, accompany Uncle Ning to a certain location. Chapter 47. Strategies. Despite maintaining a calm demeanor as he followed Ning Fengji, Jiang Yu's mind was incessantly devising strategies. The prospect of fleeing was utterly implausible. Given his current cultivation level, it was simply impossible to escape under the watchful eyes of the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. Furthermore, to flee at this moment would undoubtedly reveal his intentions. However, what if? Jiang Yu's thoughts instantly spiraled into chaos, navigating through layers of fortifications. The enigmatic figure led them to a towering iron edifice that soared over 100 meters high. From within his garments, the mysterious individual produced a key, inserting it into the lock with a resounding click, causing the immense bronze door to swing open. Upon entering the tower, Jiang Yu was immediately struck by the vast expanse of several hundred square meters. The entire first floor, aside from the dozens of blue-clad sentinels patrolling, housed but a single room. The mysterious figure guided them into this chamber, arriving at a peculiar apparatus. It resembled a cage, encircled by sturdy hardwood, with the only entrance being a door fashioned from transparent crystal. Once everyone had entered, the enigmatic figure shut the crystal door and then pulled a lever below, sliding it to the midpoint of the number 3. With a hum, the cage slowly ascended, and Jiang Yu could hear the rhythmic whirring of gears turning. Wasn't this akin to an elevator? Jiang Yu harbored secret doubts. It appeared that the Douluo Continent was not devoid of skilled artisans, capable even of inventing contraptions akin to elevators. He had indeed underestimated the ingenuity of the indigenous people. Shortly thereafter, the cage came to a halt, and the mysterious figure opened the crystal door, ushering everyone to the 6th floor. This level boasted dozens of rooms, each secured by robust iron doors, from which emanated the sounds of whip cracks and anguished cries, clearly indicating it was not a place of benevolence. After leading them to the innermost room, the enigmatic figure respectfully invited Ning Fengji and the 2 elders to enter, disregarding Jiang Yu entirely. Upon entering the chamber, Jiang Yu beheld a burly man, his body marred and bloodied, bound to a wooden frame. Before him blazed a fiery brazier, within which a branding iron lay poised. It was evident that the scarlet mark upon the man's chest had been seared by the iron. The enforcers of the sect, upon seeing Ning Fengji and the 2 elders, hastily bowed and greeted. "We pay our respects to the sect master and the esteemed elders." A shrewd-looking, lean man then reported, "Sect master, He has confessed. With that, he presented the signed document from the burly man. Ning Fengji took it, and upon reading, his brow furrowed slightly. Ding Feng, a disciple of the inner sect and a member of the Seven-Killing Pavilion, had repeatedly completed the tasks assigned by the sect with loyalty and bravery. Ding Feng was indeed a rare talent within the sect, and Ning Fengji found himself intrigued by how the Spirit Hall had managed to win him over, especially considering the substantial remuneration he had provided. Upon perusing the detailed records, Ning Fengji suddenly comprehended the situation. It was a classic case of seduction. Throughout history, few heroes have been able to resist the allure of beauty. How many men can truly withstand such temptation? The Spirit Hall was acutely aware of this, which is why they had selected a young, beautiful, and exceptionally talented soul master to ensnare Ding Feng. Thus, this man, once brimming with promise, had plunged into the depths of depravity, unable to extricate himself. After being seduced by the Spirit Hall, Ding Feng had betrayed crucial information regarding the sect on multiple occasions and was subsequently promoted to the position of an undercover agent. He revealed that several other undercover agents had been dispatched by the Spirit Hall, among them Jiang Yu, a disciple of the Sword Douluo. Ding Feng, I ask you. Ning Fengji, unusually furious, demanded, you claim Jiang Yu is also an undercover agent of the Spirit Hall. Do you have evidence? As the threat of exposure loomed, Jiang Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Little Yu, rest assured, Uncle Ning believes you could never betray the sect. I am keen to see how he attempts to sow discord between us. Ning Fengji glanced at Jiang Yu, his smile concealing turbulent emotions beneath. Indeed, Ning Fengji was a master of manipulation. Although he professed his trust in Jiang Yu, the latter was acutely aware of the underlying implications. Should he fail to produce evidence to prove his innocence, he might well meet the same grim fate as Ding Feng. It was clear that those who attained high positions were never simpletons. Evidence. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Feng gasped. All I know is that this lad is my contact within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and he holds the highest rank as a heavenly undercover agent, overseeing all operations. Do I know you? Jiang Yu then realized that Ding Feng was merely fabricating stories. He was utterly oblivious to his identity as an undercover agent. Although the undercover ranks within the Spirit Hall are ostensibly categorized as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, there exists an additional echelon above these. This is the Royal-Level Spy, a designation only the Pope and the Grand Offerings are authorized to dispatch, with identities shrouded in utmost secrecy. No one else could possibly be privy to such information. Prior to sending Jiang Yu to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong had meticulously eliminated all personnel who had previously attended to him, save for Hu Laina. Ding Feng could not possibly be aware of his true identity. It appears that after being captured, this person, realizing escape was futile, randomly divulged the name of an unfortunate soul. Little did he know that he had chosen me, and by encountering me, his cunning scheme would inevitably come to naught. Jiang Yu immediately pondered how to navigate this predicament. The Celestial Spy? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. It is well known that the Celestial Spy is the highest-ranking operative of the Spirit Hall, typically assigned to seasoned soul masters. He could hardly believe that Bibi Dong would commission an inexperienced child to undertake such a perilous task. Fengji could clearly see that he was merely fabricating connections. Although the Sword Douluo often took pleasure in teasing Jiang Yu, he ultimately demonstrated his responsibility as a mentor at this critical moment. I can assure you that Xiao Yu could never be an undercover agent for the Spirit Hall. Chen Xian gazed at Jiang Yu with skepticism, doubting that a child of his intellect could manage such a cunning role. Jiang Yu, initially touched by the Sword Douluo's willingness to vouch for him, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing the latter's subsequent remarks. An issue with intelligence? What a jest! He had been clever since childhood. Whenever Bibi Dong refused to nurse him, he always devised a way to make her relent, ultimately persuading her to comply willingly. In the entire Spirit Hall, he was the only one capable of such feats. Perhaps Bibi Dong chose him for the role of an undercover agent precisely because of his cunning nature. Now, the Sword Douluo dared to question his intellect? This was simply intolerable. However, upon seeing the Sword Douluo's imposing stature, Jiang Yu restrained his indignation. For respecting one's elders is a cherished virtue in Huaxia. Uncle Ning, Master. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly. I understand that you trust me, but this matter cannot be dismissed lightly. This is a blatant affront to my integrity. If a thorough investigation is not conducted, I will find it difficult to maintain my standing within the sect. For the sake of my reputation, I implore both of you to investigate this matter rigorously and restore justice for me. Jiang Yu, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance, took the initiative to propose a thorough investigation. After all, Ning Fengji would undoubtedly conduct a meticulous inquiry. Thus, it would be more prudent to take a proactive stance, which would also reflect his sincerity. Indeed, Ning Fengji's demeanor softened considerably. Rest assured, my dear Yu, your uncle will ensure you receive justice. Matters concerning the sect's grand endeavors necessitate utmost caution. It is not a matter of distrust towards Jiang Yu. Rather, it is prudent to clarify the situation to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to discord among everyone involved. Ning Fengji summoned the mysterious individual before him and began to whisper confidentially in his ear. Moments later, the enigmatic figure turned and exited the room. Subsequently, Ning Fengji fixed his gaze upon Ding Feng and inquired, "You assert that Jiang Yu is your superior. Are you aware of his origins and whether he has any family?" Ding Feng found himself at a loss for words, as he was not particularly acquainted with Jiang Yu. The reason he had implicated Jiang Yu was to undermine the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As a swordsmanship prodigy with innate soul power would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School needed only one swordsmanship master, Chen Xian. His actions were all for the benefit of the Spirit Hall, or more accurately, for the sake of the woman he cherished. Perhaps the Pope would show leniency towards her, considering the great merit he had earned. Observing Ding Feng's hesitance, Ning Fengji began to diminish his suspicions regarding Jiang Yu. It was not until half an hour later that the mysterious figure returned, bearing a small iron box. Chapter 48. Long live the Pope. Jiang Yu had not anticipated that something so well concealed could be unearthed by the enigmatic figure. "Master, I have scoured Jiang Yu's chamber and found this small iron box to be the most suspicious." The mysterious individual presented the box, awaiting Ning Fengji's subsequent command. "Open it." This time, Ning Fengji refrained from elaborating, directly instructing the mysterious figure to unveil the contents of the box. For the truth regarding whether Jiang Yu belonged to the Spirit Hall might very well lie within. "Uncle Ning, please don't." Jiang Yu hurriedly interjected, 9523, unlock. Ning Fengji called out the mysterious person's code name, and upon observing Jiang Yu's anxious expression, he became increasingly convinced that the contents within were of great significance. Indeed. Sectmaster. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light erupted from the mysterious figure, and in his hand, a silver needle materialized. It was no larger than a chopstick, yet it was surrounded by 5 resplendent soul rings of yellow and purple hues. This enigmatic individual was, in fact, a soul king. With a decisive twist of the silver needle in the keyhole, the iron box sprang open, revealing a blue notebook within. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Fengji opened the notebook. June 1st, Sunny. I never expected to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Uncle Ning is affable and kind, and both grandfathers are gentle old men. I am filled with anticipation for life within the sect. June 3rd, Overcast. After absorbing the soul ring, my soul power has directly surged to the 13th level. My master is delighted and has begun imparting his unique techniques to me. I must diligently practice and cannot disappoint him. I wish to bring honor to my master. July 3rd, Light Rain. Today marks the sect's newcomer competition. Others are formidable opponents, but my master holds me in high regard, and I absolutely cannot bring him shame. Fortunately, I did not disappoint his teachings and secured first place. July 5th, Sunny. My master wished to witness my progress, so he sent my senior brother to spar with me and offer guidance. As expected of a senior brother at just 13 years of age, he has cultivated his soul power to the 29th level. I aspire to follow his example and surpass him. After the competition, Princess Rongrong brought me some healing ointment, which delighted me immensely. She is so noble and kind. I find myself developing feelings for her. What should I do? Jiang Yu, awaken. Rongrong is the daughter of the sect leader. What makes you think you are worthy of her? The following year, on the 10th of March, under a gloomy sky, after more than half a year of diligent practice, I finally mastered the first 3 forms of the 7-kill sword technique imparted to me by my master. Moreover, I have also become adept at the 3 apertures heart control. I truly am a genius. Ha ha ha. Allow me a moment of pride. I wonder what my master would say upon discovering my vanity. I imagine he would retort, "You cheeky brat, what are you so proud of? In my day, I was far superior to you." Ha ha ha. On the 1st of April, the sun shone brightly. Today, I engaged in a simulated combat training with Rongrong, only to inadvertently injure her knee due to my excessive force. However, Rongrong did not express anger. Instead, she comforted me. assuring me that she would not inform Uncle Ning or my master. Rong Rong is truly kind. I shall be more careful next time. On the 31st of May, under a clear sky, tomorrow marks the day when Rong Rong will awaken her martial soul. I fervently hope that the heavens bless her with the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, and that her innate soul power reaches at least level 9. So she may not feel disheartened, which would bring me great joy as well. On the 1st of June, splendid news. Rong Rong's talent is indeed extraordinary. I must strive to enhance my skills to protect her from harm, especially considering the Spirit Hall's targeting of talents from other sections. I cannot allow them to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. My master has instructed me to train in the Earth Fire Rock Valley, and without hesitation, I agreed. Only by becoming stronger can I safeguard Rong Rong. Furthermore, Uncle Ning has treated me with such kindness, and my master, well, his treatment of me is passable. I must repay their kindness. Upon finishing the diary, Ning Fingji's smile broadened. Jiang Yu had indeed lived up to his trust. He is someone to whom great responsibilities can be entrusted. The future of the sect and the happiness of his daughter may ultimately depend on Jiang Yu. With this thought, Ning Fingji turned his gaze upon Jiang Yu, smiling. Look at you, child. What is there to be concerned about? Rest assured, I have no objections regarding you and Rong Rong. As long as she is willing, I would be delighted to have you as my son-in-law. Son-in-law? Upon hearing this, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo hurriedly seized the blue notebook to read, with Sword Douluo ultimately gaining the upper hand through his might. After reading the diary, Sword Douluo tossed the notebook to Bone Douluo and then fixed his gaze on Jiang Yu, speaking sternly, "You cheeky brat, daring to jest with your master. However, considering your compliance and that you have not betrayed the sect, I shall overlook this. Remember the words above, and take good care of Rong Rong, otherwise, I shall not spare you." "Yes, master." After this, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to Ning Fingji and could not help but smile. "Uncle Ning, I will strive to do my best." Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. When Sword Douluo sent him to the Earth Fire Rock Valley for training, he feared the secret of the diary would be exposed. Thus, he had prepared another diary in advance and placed it in an iron box, never expecting it would come in handy. Had he not been so cautious, his secret would likely have been revealed today. Everyone knows the fate of an undercover agent. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. Although Ning Fingji appeared amiable, he was far from foolish. How could he overlook someone who posed a threat to the sect? Having presided over the 7-treasure glazed tile sect for many years, he had undoubtedly taken more lives than a professional assassin. To assume he was a benevolent figure would be a grave error. Once he confirmed that Jiang Yu posed no suspicion, Ning Fingji lost interest in toying with Ding Feng. He addressed Ding Feng directly. "I shall give you another chance. If you do not reveal your accomplices, I will have no choice but to send you to the palace. From then on, you may resign yourself to a life as a eunuch." A smile remained on Ning Fingji's face, yet to Ding Feng, it was chilling. A eunuch. Ding Feng feared nothing. But Ning Fingji's punishment was too severe for any man to bear. His betrayal of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect stemmed from a desire for carnal pleasures. If he were to become a eunuch, how could he continue as the vanguard of romantic escapades? "Please, sect leader, show mercy." Ding Feng cried out, roaring. "I will reveal everything I know. Please do not send me to the palace." He then proceeded to name a series of individuals. Ning Fingji was pleased and nodded in satisfaction. "Let us end this quickly." "Yes, sect leader." Two subordinates unsheathed their swords and rushed toward Ding Feng. Moments later, his breath ceased. "Bring those whom he mentioned here." Ning Fingji waved his sleeve, his expression turning serious. These traitors must be eliminated. This was the only way to ensure the purity of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an ant hole. Traitors must be dealt with severely to deter those with wavering loyalties. In this moment, Ning Fingji revealed a decisive demeanor, his aura transforming from that of a cultured gentleman to that of a seasoned warrior. Before long, a mysterious figure and other subordinates brought a group of individuals into the room. Ning Fingji gazed at them, his eyes filled with profound disappointment. He recognized many among them. Take Xiao Guanshi, for instance. He had always diligently managed sect affairs without ever letting him down. Yet, he never anticipated that he too had secretly allied with the Spirit Hall. "Xiao Guanshi, I never expected you to betray me." Ning Fingji was perplexed. "You have been with the sect for so long. I have treated you well, so why this betrayal?" "I am sorry, sect leader." Xiao Guanshi, undeterred by the perilous situation, spoke resolutely. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path cannot conspire together. Only the Spirit Hall can save the impoverished masses. The two empires and various sects merely drain the blood of the common people. Only the Spirit Hall offers a path to soul masters among the common folk. My betrayal of you was solely for the sake of my ideals. A fervent light ignited in Xiao Guanshi's eyes, and his expression turned fervent. Long live the Pope. Long live the Spirit Hall. He hoped that the Pope would unify the realm, allowing the common people to live truly happy lives. Once he finished speaking, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Yu was equally astonished by the unexpected valor displayed by the steward Xiao, which starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Chapter 49. A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. The typically submissive steward, who demonstrated utmost respect towards Ning Fengxi, displayed such audacity. Alas, Ning Fengxi sighed. Had the steward betrayed the 7 treasures Glazed tile school for mere wealth or a woman, perhaps the punishment would have been somewhat lenient. Unfortunately, this betrayal was one of ideology, and such transgressions could not be tolerated. He ordered them all to be dragged out and executed at noon in the central square, instructing all disciples of the sect to attend the spectacle, save for the direct descendants. His words were devoid of emotion. Against such traitors, one must employ ruthless measures, allowing no room for compassion. Understood, the enigmatic figure immediately commanded his subordinates to remove the traitors, as desperate pleas for mercy echoed from the crowd. Only Steward Xiao remained silent, his expression unchanged, embodying a sense of acceptance for his fate. At noon, in the central square, the appointed hour arrived. After the crimes of the traitors were declared, the executioner issued the command, prompting the executioners to pour wine from a nearby jug into their mouths, only to spit it out, the fiery liquid cascading like raindrops onto the sharp blades. Please, spare us, esteemed sect leader. It is all the fault of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, a discordant voice arose from the crowd, Steward Xiao himself, proclaiming, "Long live the Pope! Long live the Spirit Hall!" The executioners paid no heed to the traitors' pleas, their blades swiftly descending to fulfill their grim duty. To them, it was merely a routine task, and they displayed no sign of reluctance, having long since grown desensitized to such acts. Amidst the throng, Jiang Yu's heart grew heavy. The death of Steward Xiao lingered in his thoughts. He was a man of purity, one who harbored lofty ideals. Regrettably, he would never witness the day when the Spirit Hall unified the continent, for he had sacrificed his life for his unfinished aspirations. Even if the Spirit Hall were to achieve dominion in the future, he would not reap the rewards he so deserved. This is the truth. Those who plant trees for future generations to enjoy. Throughout history, great achievements have seldom been realized without individuals like Steward Xiao. Perhaps their contributions remain largely unrecognized. Yet it is the countless unsung heroes like them that infuse the world with warmth. Jiang Yu had no interest in lingering at the central square. Instead, he returned to his room in a state of melancholy. The absence of Ning Rongrong indicated that she had departed long before the mysterious figure arrived to conduct their search. Had she known that someone was coming to investigate Jiang Yu, it is likely that there would have been chaos, rather than the tranquility that enveloped the room now. Jiang Yu approached the bookshelf and gradually selected several illustrated volumes from the hundreds of books available. They included the complete collection of rabbit-eared maid illustrations, the classic illustrated anthology of fox spirits, and the cherished compendium of white tiger maidens. Jiang Yu opened the picture book, not paying attention to the blushing images depicted within, but rather reached for a folding knife from the table. He then turned to the page featuring the alluring figure adorned in seductive lingerie, her legs enveloped in delicate white stockings. With a gentle motion, he sliced open the colorful page beneath and swiftly extracted a thin sheet of paper from within. Fortunately, the pages of this collection were considerably thick, rendering his concealed item discreet. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Jiang Yu meticulously divided the genuine undercover diary into individual sheets, concealing them within these illustrated volumes. Even if someone were to stumble upon them, they would merely regard them as akin to erotic art, unlikely to scrutinize further or suspect hidden secrets within. After all, that young man is untainted by romantic inclinations. Those who understand the nuances do so fully. Although the enigmatic figure serves as an intelligence officer for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he is still a man. And the intelligence system of the Douluo Continent is evidently lacking. In terms of experience, it pales in comparison to the rigorously trained operatives of Blue Star. Not to mention exemplary undercover agents like Yan Shuangying, Bond, and Lafige. Even an ordinary citizen from the imperial capital could easily surpass them. Although Jiang Yu had never served as an undercover agent, he had long been influenced by the espionage and police dramas on television. far surpassing the limitations of the native narratives found in Douluo Continent. Once he had confirmed his suspicions, Jiang Yu deftly returned the paper to the atlas. He then retrieved a small vial from his soul-guiding device, and upon opening it, a subtle yet fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Jiang Yu picked up a small wooden piece and scraped out some of the milky white liquid contained within. He had discovered this substance quite by chance on a remarkable tree. On one occasion, Jiang Yu observed a milky white liquid oozing from a tree and, driven by curiosity, reached out to touch it. To his surprise, the sap was exceedingly adhesive, and he struggled for quite some time before finally extricating himself. No sooner had he sealed the wound than a series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by a resounding voice proclaiming, "Little Yu, your brother has come to deliver something wonderful." The person outside was none other than Jin Long. Jiang Yu tidied up the bottle on the table. Creaking open the grand door, Jiang Yu welcomed the burly man outside. Jin Long abruptly shut the door and, before Jiang Yu could utter a word, stealthily approached the writing desk. Upon noticing the liquid that Jiang Yu had inadvertently spilled earlier, he appeared puzzled. But it did not take long for realization to dawn upon him. Oh no! Jiang Yu was taken aback and hurriedly ran to the desk, grabbing a piece of scrap paper to wipe it off. "Brother Jin Long, this is..." Jiang Yu had yet to finish his words when Jin Long interrupted him, a lewd expression crossing his face. As a seasoned artisan, he instantly envisioned a certain possibility upon glimpsing the collection of illustrations on the table. "This chapter is not yet concluded. Kindly turn to the next page to continue reading." "My dear brother, no need for explanations. I understand." Jin Long chuckled suddenly. "It is only natural for the youthful to seek appropriate outlets for their exuberance. However, do be more mindful next time. After all, this is a place of scholarship, and such displays can be deemed rather unrefined. It would not reflect well should others happen to witness it." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, as the Golden Dragon had evidently misunderstood the situation. However, this serendipitous turn of events absolved him from seeking an excuse. Adopting a demeanor of gratitude, he expressed his thanks to the Golden Dragon for the guidance, assuring him that he would certainly choose a different venue in the future. This was precisely what the Golden Dragon wished to hear, and he gazed at Jiang Yu with evident satisfaction. Subsequently, he reluctantly opened the oiled paper package in his hands and handed over a thick tome filled with illustrations to Jiang Yu. Upon catching sight of the alluring cat-eared maiden gracing the cover, Jiang Yu swiftly accepted it, responding with a smile, "Thank you, Golden Dragon." In the stillness of the night, silence enveloped the surroundings. In Jiang Yu's chamber, the candle still flickers. Even at this late hour, he remains diligently seated at his desk, engrossed in his studies. In his hands lies an introductory text on soul mastery, one of the essential readings designated by the Spirit Hall for aspiring soul masters. This tome, however, is not the work of a solitary author. It is a collaborative effort orchestrated by Bibi Dong, who summoned all high-ranking soul masters within the Spirit Hall to contribute. Subsequently, several titled Douluo meticulously reviewed and refined its contents before final approval. Rich with invaluable insights, this book serves as a profound guide for novice soul masters, which is why even the seven-treasure Glazed tile sect distributes it to its disciples for their education. The Spirit Hall's decision to publicly release this work indicates a willingness to allow other sects to learn from it, as its contents pose no threat to the Hall's secrets. The illustrations within are commendable, surpassing those of previous editions, particularly in their intricate depictions of hair details. Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim in admiration. It turned out that the introduction to Soul Masters was merely a facade, concealing what Jiang Yu was truly perusing behind it, a collection of illustrations featuring cat-eared maidens, graciously bestowed by the Golden Dragon. Jiang Yu's intent in reviewing the materials is to forestall any potential inquiries regarding the contents of his illustrated compilation. Should someone question him and he remain utterly uninformed, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he not only seeks to peruse but also to engage earnestly, committing the information to memory. Chapter 50. The arrival of distinguished guests at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. At the Soul Martial Hall, the once bustling arena, now only a scant dozen individuals remain, indicating that significant matters are afoot. Soul Power, Level 3. A middle-aged man clad in a blue martial artist's attire remarks as he gazes at the intensity of the radiance emanating from the stone tablet. Xiao Fan stands before the stone tablet, momentarily lost in thought, until eventually, a wave of overwhelming joy washes over him. He had not anticipated his strength to surpass 300 pounds, while this figure may seem trivial for a beast soul master. It is indeed remarkable for a tool soul master like himself, whose martial spirit is derived from the elements of heaven and earth. This is especially notable considering that beast soul masters often excel in the early stages over their non-beast counterparts due to the formidable power and robust physique conferred by their martial spirits. Look, Xiao Fan's strength has exceeded 300 pounds. He truly is the brother of our mayor, a burly youth with a Mohican haircut exclaims, unable to contain his admiration. Bah, shameless, another retorts sharply. What do you mean, your mayor? She is my wife. You're even more shameless. I am May's rightful husband. Xiao Fan is my brother. And you have no stake in this. Are you dreaming? As the debate escalates into a quarrel, Jiang Yu, standing nearby, finds amusement in the spectacle. It has been quite some time since he witnessed a group of men vying for the affection of a single woman. Though he had often encountered such scenes on matchmaking shows, the visceral nature of this real-life confrontation is a different experience altogether. Next, Sulinya. No sooner had the words been spoken than a dashing young man stepped forward from the crowd. He uttered little, walking directly to the stone tablet and delivering a powerful punch against it. In a brief moment, the light illuminated 6 squares. Soul power, level 6. Jiang Yu is not surprised by Su Linya's performance. His martial spirit, the purple lightning hammer, is a rare powerhouse among tool martial spirits, augmented by a fierce lightning attribute, making him a standout among his peers. Square soul power, level 5. Lin Gang, soul power, level 7. After several performances, it is finally Jiang Yu's turn to step forward. Truth be told, he remains somewhat bewildered. Having been summoned here for testing without any explanation at the break of dawn, he finds himself uncertain of the purpose. However, since he has arrived, he sees no harm in undergoing the assessment, as he too wishes to ascertain the extent of his current strength. With a swift strike, Jiang Yu's palm struck the stone tablet, which instantly resonated with a powerful sound, its brilliance soaring in an instant. Before long, it filled the 9th position, continuing to ascend toward the topmost tier. Witnessing Jiang Yu's remarkable achievement, the middle-aged man beside him was utterly astonished. This stone tablet was designed to withstand a maximum weight of merely 1,000 pounds. Exceeding that threshold would cause it to shatter on the spot. Initially, he had presumed it was merely a test for the younger generation of soul masters, believing that such a rudimentary tablet would suffice. However, it became evident that he had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated Jiang Yu's extraordinary prowess, who was nothing short of a prodigy, truly deserving of being a disciple of the sword Douluo. Although not a power-type soul master, his strength surpassed that of Su Linya, who wielded the purple electric hammer spirit, and Lin Gang, who possessed the earthly savage dragon spirit. Just as the middle-aged man was poised to intervene and shield against the impending fragments of the fracturing tablet, the light upon it abruptly ceased, falling short of the final target by a mere inch. Jiang Yu's strength was still a fraction short of 1,000 pounds. However, he found considerable satisfaction in this outcome. It is noteworthy that he had not refined much primordial purple chi, yet his strength surpassed that of other power-oriented soul masters by a significant margin. This brought some solace to Jiang Yu, who had previously expressed dissatisfaction. Although the cultivation of this primordial purple chi had delayed his soul power training progress considerably, he finally reaped some rewards. Were it not for the primordial purple chi, the heavenly dream ice silkworm might not have chosen him as a host, nor would his physical constitution be as remarkable as it is now. Even though his soul power cultivation speed had somewhat lagged, it was still comparable to that of the top-tier geniuses. Moreover, his foundation was even more solid, and the quality of his soul power far exceeded that of the average soul master. All things considered, it was not a loss. After testing his strength, the middle-aged man led the group in assessing their soul power. Those present were all outstanding members of the younger generation, with the lowest soul power reaching level 19. To Jiang Yu's surprise, after absorbing the second soul ring, his soul power actually broke through to level 23, a remarkable increase of 3 levels. This was equivalent to an entire year of arduous effort. The power derived solely from the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger Soul Ring could not have achieved such a feat, evidently. The primordial force within the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm not only broadened his spiritual sea but also enhanced his soul power, proving its worth as a million-year soul beast. Jiang Yu's performance once again astonished the crowd. Though those present envied and admired his prowess, there was no trace of malice in their hearts. After all, he was one of their own from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and no deep-seated grudges existed between them. Instead, they regarded Jiang Yu as a benchmark to strive toward. After a series of examinations, bone assessment, physical measurements, and other tests, the middle-aged man finally led the group toward the 7 Treasures Hall. Along the way, he finally revealed the purpose of these evaluations. Upon hearing the man's explanation, Jiang Yu learned that a distinguished guest had arrived at the sect, seeking to borrow the talents of a prodigy. Who could it possibly be? Jiang Yu silently pondered. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Who could possibly seek to borrow talents from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect? Certainly, no other sect would do so, and Ning Fengji would never lend out the prodigies of his own sect. The individual who could persuade him to act thus must possess a high status and share a profound relationship with Ning Fengji. Could it be her? Jiang Yu suddenly thought of someone, but whether her speculation was correct could only be revealed later. If it truly was her, Jiang Yu felt a sense of anticipation. However, she never expected their first encounter would take place at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, reminiscent of a scene from a crime drama. Upon arriving at the Seven Treasures Hall, a middle-aged man led everyone directly to the guest reception area. As soon as they entered, Jiang Yu noticed that, aside from Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, there sat a young man engaged in lively conversation with Ning Fengji. This indicated the young man's extraordinary status. He appeared to be around 22 or 23 years old. While not strikingly handsome, he bore no significant flaws either, with well-defined features and an exceptional demeanor. Although clad in a simple blue robe, his noble aura was undeniable. His neatly tied black hair, secured with a blue ribbon, was so meticulously arranged that it appeared more refined than that of many women. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu had already formed a judgment in her heart. "Allow me to introduce you," Ning Fengji said, rising as all were present and pointing to the young man. "This is His Highness, Prince Xianjian of the Tiando Empire. Please, come and pay your respects." "Master, you are too kind," Xianjian responded with a warm smile. "We are all family. There is no need for such formality. I am merely a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you may call me brother." His words immediately endeared him to many, for he was the prince of the Tiando Empire, a figure of remarkable status on the entire Douluo Continent. Yet, his humility was truly commendable. "In that case, feel free to behave as you wish," Ning Fengji concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. He had accepted Xianjian as a disciple because he recognized the virtues within him, seeing all the qualities of a future emperor. Chapter 51. Xianjian. The Snow Knight Emperor had 13 sons, and aside from those who had perished or encountered misfortune, only 4 princes were qualified to compete for the title of Crown Prince, among which Ning Fengji supported Xianjian. In the past, the Snow Knight Emperor had refrained from naming a Crown Prince to maintain balance among the various factions. However, in recent years, as his health deteriorated, more ministers urged for the early establishment of a Crown Prince. This way, should any misfortune befall the Snow Knight Emperor, the Tiando Empire would not descend into chaos, as there would still be a Crown Prince to inherit the throne and govern the empire. Today, Xianjian's visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was indeed related to the title of Crown Prince. The Snow Knight Emperor had finally resolved to appoint a Crown Prince. Yet which prince would be chosen would still depend on a series of assessments. The first challenge was for the 4 princes to each recruit 7 soul masters to form a team, then determine the victor through battles amongst themselves. This challenge would test not only the princes' discernment but also their connections. Xianjian was aware that Xuebang, supported by Prince Xuexing, had already garnered numerous talented soul masters from the Tiando Royal Academy. Even the renowned genius Yu Tianhing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was among them. It was known that the other genius from the Twin Stars had already been claimed by another prince. Although Xianjian had also invited the Huowu Shuang and Huowu siblings from the Blaze sect to assist him, the quality of his other team members paled in comparison to those of the other teams. Thus, he had come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in search of promising young talents to bolster his team. Ning Fengji handed a roster from his subordinates to Xianjian, saying, "Jinghe, take a look and see whom you wish to select. Choose me." Without waiting for Xianjian to decide, Jiang Yu eagerly offered himself, pleading for an opportunity. This was a golden chance. He was well aware of Xianjian's true identity. Who among those familiar with Douluo knew that he was none other than Xianjian? They were, in essence, allies. Even if Jiang Yu could not reveal his identity, he could still assist Xianjian in securing the position of Crown Prince. After all, they had both been nurtured by the same source. Though Xianjian had been taken away by Qian Daolu rather early on, Jiang Yu had been well fed. Regardless, they had both been nourished by the same influence. Given this bond, Jiang Yu felt compelled to lend a hand to Xianjian, as they could be considered family. "This young brother is?" Xianjian inquired, noticing Jiang Yu's confidence, which piqued his interest. Regardless of Jiang Yu's actual strength, at the very least, he exhibited more bravery than the other candidates present. "Jinghe, this is the disciple of Sword Douluo," the leading figure of our younger generation at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Despite his youth, his soul power has already surpassed the 20th level, and his martial soul is no less remarkable than Sword Douluo's 7-killing sword. Ning Fengji proudly introduced Jiang Yu's credentials. He was aware that the Chixiao Sword was indeed sharper than the 7-killing sword, yet in front of so many people, he had to maintain a semblance of respect for Sword Douluo to preserve his dignity as a title Douluo. Oh, a glimmer of intrigue lit up Xueqing's eyes, as if he were attempting to see right through Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu felt as if he stood before Qianren, utterly exposed. A testament to her status as a wielder of the six-winged angel martial soul. Indeed, she was strikingly formidable. To his astonishment, his younger brother's talent was remarkably exceptional. Would it be permissible for me, your elder brother, to behold your martial soul? Xueqing gazed at Jiang Yu with keen interest, eager to witness the sword martial soul that could rival the 7-killing sword, esteemed by the Sword Douluo. Certainly, he would fulfill Qianren's request without hesitation. Jiang Yu firmly believes that her treasured sword, the Chixiao Sword, will undoubtedly bring her great satisfaction. Jiang Yu let out a resounding shout, striking a magnificent pose as a brilliant radiance erupted from his hand. Gradually, a resplendent great sword coalesced in his palm, a long blade of fiery crimson hue. Its hilt adorned with iridescent pearls and exquisite jade. The blade emanated a chilling gleam, its light as bright as frost and snow. Inscribed with 2 pure golden characters, Chixiao. 2 circles of yellow soul rings encircled the sword, gently oscillating. Xueqing gazed in astonishment at the sword in Jiang Yu's grasp. He had encountered many blades before, yet none could compare to this one. He distinctly sensed that the aura radiating from the Chixiao Sword surpassed that of the 7-killing sword by a considerable margin. It seemed that Ning Fengji's earlier words were not merely an exaggeration but rather a conservative assessment. Xueqing was certain that, at the same level, a Sword Douluo's weapon could not rival Jiang Yu's formidable blade. Thus, he was immediately filled with a desire to ally with him. Master. Xueqing respectfully inclined his body towards Ning Fengji, a hint of apology in his tone. I have decided to choose Jiang Yu as my combat partner, and I must trouble the other disciples. Ning Fengji understood Xueqing's sentiments. He felt remorse for having caused the other disciples to toil, without even a chance to compete. Then let Xiao Yu accompany you, Ning Fengji replied with a gentle smile. This child not only possesses extraordinary talent, but excels in all other aspects as well. His loyalty to the sect far exceeds that of the other disciples. You can trust him as you would trust your teacher, with his assistance. You are bound to triumph in this contest. 3 days later, Xueqing arrived as promised. To welcome Jiang Yu, he even summoned an opulent carriage, rarely employed, and adorned himself in royal attire. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe, coupled with the noble air that emanated from him, he truly bore a resemblance to the Emperor of Snowy Nights. Xueqing lifted the carriage curtain, personally guiding Jiang Yu inside. Though the journey from the 7-treasure glazed tile school to the imperial palace traversed a rugged path, Jiang Yu felt no jolt within the carriage. Thanks to the state-of-the-art shock absorbers developed by the Royal Research Institute. Since the invention of such devices, many nobles had upgraded to carriages equipped with them. Throughout the journey, Xueqing's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu. He either offered him delicacies from the table or inquired about his background. Jiang Yu was indeed candid in his speech, though much of what he conveyed was fabricated. However, given his level of wit, it was implausible that Qianren would uncover any inconsistencies. Jiang Yu had indeed contemplated revealing his identity to Qianren. However, the matter of his undercover role within the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire was known only to Douluo. As for whether Bibi Dong was privy to this information, Jiang Yu was uncertain. To unceremoniously expose Qianren's true identity might inadvertently provoke her suspicions. Furthermore, given the discord between Bibi Dong and Douluo, it was plausible that Qianren would not place her trust in him, as he was aligned with Bibi Dong. After an hour's journey, the carriage arrived at the location of the Heaven Do Palace. As the most magnificent edifice in Heaven Do City, the palace sprawled across an impressive area of 360,000 square meters, encompassing over 70 palatial structures and more than 3,000 rooms. The entire complex extended a kilometer in length from north to south and spanned over 700 meters in width, taking on a rectangular shape. It was encircled by towering walls reaching 10 meters in height, and a 50-meter-wide moat encircled the palace, rendering it one of the grandest constructions on the continent. Even the Xinglua Palace paled in comparison, for the emperors of the Xinglua Empire had historically been engrossed in warfare and cultivation. thus possessing little regard for the splendor of their living quarters. Consequently, the scale of the Xinglua Palace had remained largely unchanged since the era of its founding ancestor. With minimal expansion, before long, the carriage reached the palace gates, where Xueqinghe lifted the curtain to reveal himself. Immediately, the imposing armored guards flanking the entrance allowed the carriage to proceed into the palace. The carriage traversed multiple gates until it finally halted before an ancient and elegant pavilion. Xueqinghe alighted from the vehicle and raised his hand, awaiting Jiang Yu. Upon his arrival, Xueqinghe swiftly pulled him down. Once they entered the pavilion, Jiang Yu discovered that there were others already present, including two familiar figures. He was astonished to find that this brother and sister duo had also made their appearance here, indicating that Xueqinghe had quite an extensive network. Brother Hua, Wu, Jiang Yu greeted warmly, and to his surprise, they met in the royal palace today. How have you been lately, my dear brother Yu? Upon seeing a familiar face, Hua Wushuang excitedly leaped from his chair and swiftly approached Jiang Yu. I never imagined that the genius the prince spoke of would be you, Hua Wushuang exclaimed, gripping Jiang Yu's shoulders with enthusiasm. Once again, we brothers can fight side by side. Hua Wu gazed at Jiang Yu, and though she said nothing, her expression betrayed her emotions. The moment Jiang Yu appeared, a sweet smile graced her face, captivating like a spring breeze. Even Hua Wu failed to notice that this smile was one she only unconsciously displayed in the presence of Jiang Yu. After all, he was the man who had seen her in her most vulnerable state, shared intimate moments with her, and had claimed her first kiss. Naturally, their bond was somewhat deeper. Chapter 52. Teammates. Do you know each other? Xueqinghe, observing the familiarity between Jiang Yu and the members of the fire dance sect, felt a twinge of confusion and curiosity. It was only logical that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the fire dance sect would have little to no interaction. Brother Shui, we have trained together for a period in the past, so we are somewhat acquainted. Jiang Yu promptly addressed Xueqinghe's confusion. So that's how it is. Xueqinghe nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Since Jiang Yu was well acquainted with them, it would certainly alleviate many complications, offering numerous advantages for today's competition. At the very least, their collaboration would be considerably more convenient. Subsequently, Xueqinghe introduced the others to Jiang Yu, among whom there was one individual Jiang Yu had heard of. This was a robust youth, his physique sinewy and muscular, standing approximately 1.70 meters tall, with shoulders as broad as barrels and a head of chestnut red hair that exuded an invigorating aura. Jiang Yu was taken aback to discover that Xueqinghe had even invited Talon, considering that the Li family had previously been a vassal of the Haoyan sect. However, upon further contemplation, it became evident that since the Li family had relocated to the imperial city of Tiando, it must have been with the consent of the Tiando royal family. Moreover, the spirit hall had ceased to trouble the Li family, suggesting the existence of an extraordinary arrangement. It is highly plausible that the Tiando royal family had secretly engaged in clandestine dealings with the Li family, with the price being their ability to securely establish themselves within the imperial city. Although Jiang Yu's speculation is not entirely accurate, it is certainly close to the truth. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall share with you the adversaries you will face today. After Xueqinghe beckoned everyone to take their seats, he began to speak. They are the representatives of the Avalanche, the team from the Tiando Royal Academy, led by Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Royal Combat Team. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. The strength of this team was not to be underestimated. Aside from Yu Tianheng, the Xuanwu turtle martial soul of the Shijia brothers posed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, there was Yu Lingling, whose powerful healing abilities were a source of considerable concern. This team undoubtedly represented a formidable adversary. Representing Xueqin was the contingent from the Thunder Academy, led by the other half of the Blue Lightning twins, Yu Tianqing. The final team was even more troublesome, as it included not only the innate soul power genius, Feng Xiaodian, who represented Xuezhu, but also members from the Elephant Armor sect. Xueqinghe's expression grew increasingly grave. His three younger brothers were no pushovers either, although he had the support of Ningfengxi. Other princes had their own backers, with Prince Xuexing standing firmly behind Xuebing. The other two princes also had significant backgrounds, which allowed them to recruit such talented individuals for their cause. With only half an hour remaining before the competition commenced, it was time for everyone to familiarize themselves with one another, gaining an understanding of each other's capabilities to avoid being caught off guard during the battles ahead. No sooner had Xueqinghe finished speaking than Talon boisterously declared, I am Talon. My martial soul is the mighty gorilla, a level 29 assault system soul master, and I follow the pure strength path. Following Talon's introduction, the others began to share their own situations. Among them, Jiang Yu possessed the lowest soul power, yet he was also the youngest. This team was ranked according to their soul power as follows: Huo Wushuang, Martial Soul, Unicorn Firestorm Dragon, Level 36 Assault System Soul Sovereign. Huo Wu, Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, Level 33 Control System Soul Sovereign. Ouyang Yingjun, Martial Soul, Sword Beak Hummingbird, Level 31 Agility System Soul Sovereign. Talon, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Level 29 Assault System Pure Strength Soul Master. Yashi, Martial Soul, Blood Red Chain, Level 29 Control System Soul Master. Gao Liji, Martial Soul, Gluttonous Beast, Level 25 Food System Soul Master. Jiang Yu, a master of the powerful Assault-type spirit at Level 23, wielding the Crimson Sky Sword. Soon, he formed a clear assessment of his companions. Although the overall strength of this team was not particularly remarkable, their abilities were rather balanced, encompassing various types of spirit masters. The other three spirit masters, despite their less formidable spirits, could potentially transform their perceived weaknesses into strengths if utilized wisely. Notably, the spirit master named Yashi possessed the Blood Red Chain, which exhibited intriguing capabilities and, in certain respects, could serve as a significant counter to Dugu Yan's phosphorescent serpent. In the training arena, as the competition drew near, Xue Qinghe led the group to prepare ahead of time. Upon their arrival at the entrance, a silver-haired youth clad in luxurious silver armor, adorned with a striking red cloak, approached Xue Qinghe to pay his respects. "Your Highness, I am honored," he greeted. "Please. There is no need for such formalities," Xue Qinghe replied, extending a hand to assist the youth to his feet, a smile illuminating his face. "How could I accept such grand gestures from the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guard?" As per tradition, the Imperial Guard was required to conduct inspections whenever the Emperor was to attend an event. However, Xue Qinghe was taken aback by the presence of the commander himself. "Your Highness, you jest?" The youth quickly retorted. "I am but your humble servant." Despite Xue Qinghe's approachable demeanor, he understood the importance of adhering to royal protocol and would not presume to act with superiority in the presence of the prince. "Commander," Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. The young man before him, despite his youthful appearance, was actually the commander of the royal guard. It seemed there was more to him than met the eye. Upon entering the training arena, Xue Qinghe suddenly leaned in and whispered to Jiang Yu, "The gentleman known as Hong Kai should not be underestimated based on his appearance. He is nearing his 60s and has attained the formidable rank of Soldat Law. He is the most trusted inner guard of the Emperor. And along with eunuch Chao from the Imperial Administration, he is renowned as one of the palace's most skilled experts." Soldat Law. It became evident that one should not judge a soul master's age solely by their looks. Who would have imagined that this seemingly youthful individual was, in fact, on the brink of becoming a venerable old man? If he were in the Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be considered an ageless heartthrob, rivaling the likes of Qiu Guan and Lu Hua. Wait a moment, it seems I have overlooked something. Eunuch Chao? Jiang Yu could not help but express her disdain. For it seemed that regardless of the location, those surnamed Chao possessed remarkable prowess. Soon, Jiang Yu and her companions arrived before a colossal arena, constructed entirely from resilient granite, with ropes woven from silken threads of heavenly silkworms encircling it, exhibiting not only extraordinary toughness but also remarkable elasticity. The three princes, sipping tea in a newly erected pavilion, could not help but feel a surge of fierce combat spirit upon seeing Xue Qinghe leading his team. Among the princes, Xue Qinghe undoubtedly stood out as the most capable, enjoying the unwavering support of the Empire's civil officials. Furthermore, his mentor was none other than Ning Fengxi, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the current national advisor, which positioned Xue Qinghe as the frontrunner for the title of Crown Prince. Consequently, the other princes united in their animosity, vowing to thwart Xue Qinghe's aspirations at all costs. For if he were to succeed, what would remain for them in the empire? Born into royalty, they had no choice but to contend fiercely. Although the rivalry among the heirs of the Tiando royal family was not as brutal as that of the Xinglua Empire, it was far from the realm of ordinary imagination. The imperial family is known for its ruthless nature. Their father, the Ninth Emperor Xue, ascended to the throne by treading upon the blood of his brothers. And once he claimed the imperial seat, apart from the supportive Prince Xue Xing, the other princes were either excused under dubious pretenses or exiled to desolate lands. Thus, the quest for the title of Crown Prince was one that each prince was determined to seize, allowing no room for mercy. Jiang Yu also noticed the situation inside the greenhouse. Before long, he recognized the members of the Huangdo battle team. Chapter 53, Huangdo Battle Team. The distinct appearance of Yu Tianhing and his companions made them easily identifiable. The 7 members of the Huangdo Battle Team were seated closely together on a large sofa. In the center sat a young man with long black hair and an exceptionally tall stature. Although his features could not be deemed handsome, he exuded a unique charm, radiating an enchanting aura. His blue attire, emblazoned with the image of a colossal dragon, signified the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Next to him was a strikingly adorned young woman. Her short, deep purple hair conveyed a sense of spirited vigor, yet her captivating green eyes lent her an exotic allure. Coupled with her form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure and the enticing black stockings beneath her skirt, she drew the gaze of the men present. However, Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to another woman. Clad in a black robe, her face concealed behind a black lace mask. She had cascading blue hair that flowed down her back like a waterfall. She emanated an aura of aloofness, leaving an impression of being untouchable. Aside from her commendable figure, she aroused little interest among the others. No man, save for Jiang Yu, seemed inclined to look her way. Yu Lingling remained as perpetually distant and cold as ever. Jiang Yu was well aware of the formidable power of her 9-heart begonia. With such a potent healer by her side, her teammates become virtually indestructible, akin to resilient cockroaches, provided they are not reduced to mere dust like Bibi Dong. They can continually restore their vitality without limit. Jiang Yu harbored a profound admiration for Yu Lingling's abilities, having firmly set his sights on her, leaving no one capable of dissuading him. It was indeed a lamentable waste for such a talented individual to remain within the Imperial Battle Team, ultimately relegated to a mere supporting role, failing to even attain the rank of a deity, thereby squandering her exceptional gifts. In light of this, it would be far more advantageous for Yu Lingling to ally with him, as it could potentially lead to her achieving divine status in the future. After all, unlike Tang San, if Jiang Yu were to ascend to divinity, he would undoubtedly secure a divine position for those around him. Naturally, with the exceptional talents of Bibi Dong and Qian Richue, he need not concern himself. However, he could certainly extend his assistance to someone like Hulaina. Once they reached the divine realm, having someone to warm his bed would be beneficial. These past days without Hulaina's warmth had left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat out of sorts. After half an hour, the Snowy Night Emperor finally arrived at the arena. Donned in a golden-red robe and a crown adorned with diamonds that sparkled like the heavens, his countenance resembled ancient jade, though he appeared somewhat aged. He exuded an undeniable aura of majesty. Standing half a step away was a man whose features bore a resemblance to the Snowy Night Emperor. Elegantly clad in a luxurious brocade robe, it was clear without speculation that he was Prince Xuexing. Following closely behind, the commander of the Imperial Guards, clad in red armor, maintained a synchronized pace with the Emperor. Beside him stood a soft-spoken elder, whose face was as smooth as jade, devoid of even a single whisker, complemented by a mane of snow-white hair. It was evident that he was a eunuch, likely the esteemed chief eunuch Chao Huatian, who held a position of significant authority within the palace. Despite his title, he was a formidable soul Douluo, and his unique status allowed him to devote himself entirely to cultivation. His self-created soul technique, the heavenly rooster-locking sun hand, had garnered high praise even from the title Douluo, known as the Poison Douluo. Once the Snowy Night Emperor and Prince Xuexing took their seats, the 4 princes, led by Xuexing, knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We, your sons, pay our respects to Father." Unlike Jiang Yu, who hailed from one of the 7 great sects and did not bow as deeply as the princes, he merely inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement of the Snowy Night Emperor. They were not imperial officials, and their esteemed backgrounds precluded them from such deference, as maintaining the honor of their sects was paramount. In contrast, noble youths like Ouyang Angjun from the Heaven Do city humbly knelt and performed the grand gesture of respect. Observing the 4 princes before him, a faint smile graced the Snowy Night Emperor's lips. "Gentlemen, there is no need for such formalities. Everyone, please rise. Today marks the occasion for my sons to showcase their talents. Let me see what extraordinary individuals you have recruited. Who wishes to take the stage first?" Prince Xuexing immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Xuebang, recognizing this as an opportune moment to shine. Xuebang quickly spoke up to the Snowy Night Emperor, saying, "Father, I am willing to lead the charge, as I wish to learn from my elder brother." Having reviewed the list of competitors, he knew that Xuexing's team possessed the weakest overall strength, even including a 23rd level Soul Master merely filling the ranks. The other 2 princes' teams were more balanced and comparable in strength to the Imperial Battle Team, so it was logical to target Xuexing's team as the more vulnerable option. "Excellent. It is commendable that you possess such courage, Banger." The Snowy Night Emperor nodded in approval, smiling. "Qinghe, Let your two teams be the first to engage. Yes, father. Shuai Qinghe respectfully replied. Although the Imperial battle team was formidable, he held considerable confidence in his own team, particularly in Jiang Yu. He sensed that the pivotal moment in this battle would not stem from the highest soul power of Huo Wushuang, but rather from Jiang Yu, who possessed the lowest soul power in the entire team. Regarding their debut, Jiang Yu and the others felt no apprehension. Instead, they eagerly anticipated the ensuing battle. Their opponent's strengths were as follows. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, 35th level Assault Type Soul Sovereign, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Douluo Yin, Martial Soul, Phosphorus Snake. 34th level Control Type Soul Sovereign, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, 34th level Defense Type Soul Sovereign, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, 34th level Defense Type Soul Sovereign, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Windbell Bird, 31st level Agility Type Soul Sovereign, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Oslo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, 31st level Agility Type Soul Sovereign, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, 29th level Support Type Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. In terms of overall strength, it was evident that the Imperial battle team had the upper hand, boasting 6 Soul Sovereigns compared to Shuai Qinghe's 3. However, the actual disparity was not as substantial as others might assume. Shuai Qinghe had invited Talon due to his strength surpassing that of the average Soul Sovereign. And the remaining team members all possessed unique abilities that set them apart from ordinary Soul Masters. With Shuai Qinghe's connections, assembling a full complement of Soul Sovereigns was not a daunting task. His considerations extended beyond mere soul power. If that were the case, they could simply disclose their soul power levels and see who was superior, negating the need for such elaborate battles. The profession of Soul Master is inherently fraught with unpredictability, and instances of the weak triumphing over the strong frequently occur. Shuai Qinghe firmly believed that the combination of his 7 team members would undoubtedly be competitive. Soon, the battle commenced. As both teams ascended to the arena, the referee waved a small flag and called out, "Both teams, please introduce yourselves." Huo Wushuang, Martial Soul. One-Horned Fire Tyrant Dragon, 36th level Assault Type Soul Sovereign. You haven't changed a bit, still as hot-tempered as ever. Yu Tianheng laughed. After our many encounters, with wins and losses on both sides, I am eager to see who prevails today. Very well. Huo Wushuang replied eagerly, sharing his intent. Both possessed Dragon-type martial souls, one embodying the attribute of lightning and the other fire. Both were known for their explosive nature, inviting comparison. While others may have feared Yu Tianheng's reputation as the owner of the world's foremost beast martial soul, Huo Wushuang was determined to prove that his fire tyrant dragon was equally formidable. Let the match begin. As the referee's voice faded, both captains wasted no time activating their martial souls. One-Horned Fire Tyrant Dragon, Manifest. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Manifest. Chapter 54. Eating Bananas After the Manifestation of His Martial Soul. Huo Wushuang appeared to have undergone certain transformations, yet he retained his human form. In stark contrast, Yu Tianheng bore a distinctive mark of lightning upon his forehead. And a remarkable alteration occurred in his physique. His right arm swelled dramatically, with the sleeve of his garment reduced to cinders by the surging power of thunder. His robust arm was instantly enveloped in shimmering blue-violet scales, and his hand had morphed into a claw. Each joint of Yu Tianheng's hand had grown exceedingly robust, while swirling currents of blue-violet energy coalesced around his arm. Unlike other beast soul masters whose soul rings hovered about them, his 3 soul rings spiraled around that extraordinary mutated arm. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Once a soul master possessing this martial soul reaches the 30th level, their body undergoes a draconic transformation. With each subsequent soul ring acquired, they manifest more draconic features. And upon reaching the 70th level, a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master can truly transform into a dragon, soaring freely through the heavens. Transformed, Yu Tianheng resembled an invincible war deity, his aura entirely altered as he emanated the presence of an emperor surveying all beneath him. Behind him, Douluo Yin also underwent a transformation, a burst of emerald light radiating from her. Even Yu Tianheng's hair was cast in a green hue. Douluo Yin's body writhed like a serpent, closely adhering to his back. Her green eyes gleamed with a chilling light, her pink tongue flickering forth, and her visage bore an expression of coldness. The diamond-shaped green scales on her forehead glimmered brilliantly, and in the next moment, her legs fused into a thick serpentine tail. The changes in the Black Panther Soul Master, Osro, were minimal. The most significant transformations were observed in the Chixiao brothers and Yufeng. The Xuanwu Turtle Martial Soul. A premier defensive martial soul was of equal caliber to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Upon their martial soul manifestation, a massive dark yellow turtle shell materialized upon the Chixiao brothers' backs. With the emergence of the shell, their bodily structure shifted, and a thick layer of turtle shell began to form before them, their limbs becoming considerably shorter. A grand symbol appeared on the abdominal shell, rendering the Chixiao brothers akin to turtle-like beings. Yufeng's arms transformed into wings, displaying a brown-yellow hue. The feathers appeared distinctively sharp compared to ordinary plumage. Positioned at the rear of the group, Yi Lingling remained composed, her martial soul still dormant, for as a healer, her moment had yet to arrive, as none of her comrades had sustained injuries. While the display of martial souls from the Huangdo battle team was resplendent, Jiang Yu's presentation was equally impressive. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he brandished the Chixiao Sword, complemented by his striking visage and ethereal aura, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. "Who is that? Such a remarkable presence," remarked the Snow Knight Emperor, gazing at Jiang Yu with admiration. "In response to your majesty," replied the chief eunuch, Chao Huatian, with a smile. According to the internal records, that is Jiang Yu from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He is also a disciple of the Sword Douluo. "Oh." The Snow Knight Emperor expressed surprise, realizing he was indeed a disciple of the Sword Douluo, exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth." "Indeed, your majesty," Chao Huatian replied softly. "It is a pity such talent does not join our internal ranks." "Ha." The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled at this remark, playfully pointing at Chao Huatian's head as he laughed. "You are quite audacious. Are you not afraid that the Sword Douluo will seek retribution against you?" Although the internal agency was one of the Empire's largest intelligence organizations, it differed from the Wan Yiwei as its members were all eunuchs. If the Sword Douluo were to discover that Chao Huatian dared to recruit his disciple into the internal agency, it would likely lead to a severe reckoning for him. In such a case, he would find himself utterly powerless against the odds. Achoo! Jiang Yu suddenly sensed a chill breeze sweeping across his back, causing him to involuntarily shiver. It was a bright sunny day. How could the wind be blowing? As he pondered this perplexity, Talon completed his martial spirit manifestation, and black hair abruptly sprouted all over his body, resembling that of a gorilla. A blood-red chain emerged behind Talon, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth. A black cloth was tied around his head, and a matching collar adorned his neck. Upon the emergence of his martial spirit, even his eyes transformed into a crimson hue. The enormous iron chain, measuring 3 meters in length, suddenly radiated a blood-red light. Ouyang Yangjun, possessing the sword-billed hummingbird martial spirit, had already taken to the skies. In addition to a pair of wings sprouting from his back, a sharp spike appeared at the end of his right arm. The simplest manifestation of martial spirits among the entire team was that of Gali Ji. With a chant, he proclaimed, "I possess a banana. I possess a sesame banana." Bang! 6 small bananas materialized in his hand, representing his first soul skill, speed amplification, sesame banana. Consuming a banana would enhance a soul master's speed by 9%. Although it paled in comparison to Oscar's large sausage, it remained quite rare among food-type soul masters. Ugh! Huowu scoffed disdainfully. "How disgusting. I never expected such a bizarre martial spirit to exist. I refuse to eat it." The others, however, eagerly accepted the bananas and swallowed them, while Huowu adamantly refused, unable to accept the peculiar creation of the soul master. To her surprise, the taste was unexpectedly delightful. Just as Jiang Yu swallowed an entire banana, peel and all, he felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, followed by a surge of power stirring within him. Jiang Yu observed that Huowu was unwilling to eat, so he swiftly snatched the last banana from Gao Li Ji's hand and offered it to Huowu. The flavor of the banana was quite delightful. The female spirit master standing at the back of the royal fighting team possessed an exceptionally unique martial spirit. "I have been contemplating that you could potentially eliminate her. However, she is heavily guarded by numerous teammates. Without enhancing your speed, how could you find an opportunity? Be obedient and consume this banana." Jiang Yu, for once, displayed a rare tenderness towards Huowu. "Can I not eat?" Huowu, having never witnessed such gentleness from him, felt her cheeks flush as she accepted the banana Jiang Yu offered and brought it to her lips. After all, it was merely a banana, for the sake of love. What was the harm in indulging? If Jiang Yu suggested it, she would not hesitate to consume not only this insignificant fruit, but even a sausage if it came to that. As the battle commenced, Huo Wushuang engaged in a fierce confrontation with Yu Tianheng, two formidable powerhouses clashing like vibrant colors against a canvas. Observing this, Tai Long swiftly joined the fray, eager to test his strength against the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Although his might did not quite match Yu Tianheng's as a pure attribute soul master, he possessed unwavering confidence in his power and felt no fear in facing him. With his first soul skill, Stone Shield, Tai Long fortified his defenses before unleashing his second soul skill, Explosive Might, launching a powerful punch towards Yu Tianheng. The latter, entangled with Huo Wushuang, could not afford to underestimate the mountainous force of Tai Long's fist. Activating his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, the yellow soul ring on Yu Tianheng's dragon arm shone brightly. The explosive might of thunder coalesced upon his claw, and with a fierce strike, he repelled Huo Wushuang. In that moment, Tai Long's punch arrived, and Yu Tianheng braced himself, spreading his legs for stability. The collision of their attacks sent a ferocious gust of wind rippling outward. Yu Tianheng was taken aback by the sheer power of Tai Long, who, despite being merely a great soul master, exhibited strength rivaling that of a soul sage. Though he successfully blocked Tai Long's assault, Yu Tianheng felt the repercussions. His right arm tingled from the immense force. At that juncture, Douluo Yen also launched her attack. Having collaborated with Yu Tianheng numerous times, she was acutely aware of his current state and immediately released her toxins. First soul skill, Crimson Phosphor Poison, Douluo Yen declared coldly, as a dense crimson mist enveloped her. This mist induced a heightened state of excitement, stimulating the nerves of soul masters and enhancing their attack power and speed by 20%. Thanks to this skill, Douluo Yen, though primarily a control-type soul master, could effectively function as an auxiliary, complemented by Yi Lingling's formidable healing abilities. The Imperial Battle Team was indeed a paragon of synergy. Chapter 55, Assemble. Prepare for team battle. However, even the most flawless teams harbor vulnerabilities. The Imperial Battle Team was no exception. In Jiang Yu's view, the team's perfection was overstated. With only Yu Tianheng as the sole assault-type soul master, he bore the brunt of the team's offensive capabilities. Against an average adversary, Yu Tianheng might leverage the might of the blue lightning tyrant dragon to hold his ground, yet one must not overlook Huo Wushuang's uniquely fiery dragon spirit, which was hardly inferior to Yu Tianheng's. Coupled with Tai Long, a powerhouse of pure strength, Yu Tianheng found himself in a precarious position. Despite Douluo Yen's invigorating poison bolstering his attack power, it remained insufficient. Sensing their leader faltering, Yu Feng, who was on standby in the air, rushed to provide support. His first soul ring flared to life, and a howling gale surged forth, his arms transforming into blade-like wings. This was his first soul skill, Wing Blades. Simultaneously, a shadow, as elusive as a specter, darted forward. Oslo, the Black Panther Soul Master. The two agile assault-type soul masters of the Imperial Battle Team had developed an unbreakable synergy through countless battles, one excelling in ground assaults while the other was well-versed in aerial combat. Their unique tactics had been honed through experience. Huo Wushuang's attention was captivated by Yu Feng in the air, leaving him oblivious to Oslo's rapid approach. Though these two agile fighters had never explicitly conspired, their target was clear: Huo Wushuang, the only one capable of matching their captain due to her equally potent dragon spirit. As the adage goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the leader. Eliminating Huo Wushuang would not only resolve the crisis facing Yu Tianheng but also render their opponents vulnerable, as she possessed the highest soul power among them. Alas, their meticulously crafted plans were destined to fall short. Jiang Yu had long been aware of their movements. Just as the Black Panther Spirit Master was within 10 centimeters of Huo Wushuang, his Chixiao Sword formation was activated in an instant. More than a dozen iron swords, engulfed in brilliant golden flames, were manipulated by Jiang Yu, effectively sealing off Osro's actions. The rising flames emitted an immense heat, making Osro feel as though he were on the surface of the sun. In a moment, sweat covered his body, and before long, a puddle of water, several dozen centimeters wide, formed beneath him, all caused by the sweat that dripped from his brow. At this point, his body had already expended a significant amount of energy. Osro felt utterly fatigued, even finding it difficult to walk. The loss of his once proud speed was undoubtedly the greatest torment for a sensitive attack-type spirit master. With Osro's interference eliminated, Huo Wushuang could fully engage with Yu Feng. Although Yu Tianheng attempted to assist his airborne partner, his plans were clearly thwarted by Tai Long, who, while not as powerful as Yu Tianheng, was more than capable of delaying him momentarily. The truth was, Yu Feng was certainly no match for Huo Wushuang. In this critical moment, Yu Tianheng decided to unleash his full potential, and the purple Millennium Spirit Ring upon him suddenly glowed. The third spirit skill, Thunderous Fury, was activated. Unlike other dragon attribute spirit masters, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit masters could only absorb spirit rings from dragon or sub-dragon spirit beasts. While this may seem restrictive, it also resulted in their spirit skills being significantly more potent. Yu Tianheng's third spirit ring originated from a 700-year-old Thunderbird pterosaur, a spirit beast with the bloodline of a dragon god, known for its audacity even against the king of spirit beasts. The essence of his spirit skill derived from this formidable creature. Upon activation, he entered a frenzied state, doubling his attack power and increasing his spirit power by 50%. Transformed into a humanoid beast of ferocity, Yu Tianheng's dragon claws swiftly sent Tai Long flying, though his robust physique prevented him from sustaining severe injury. Despite it being the perfect opportunity to strike, Yu Tianheng's objective was to support Yu Feng, so he darted toward Huo Wuxuang. The third spirit skill, Golden Scaled Fire Dragon Transformation, was unleashed. Huo Wuxuang, ever unyielding, would not back down. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from his lips as scorching dark red flames coalesced into the shape of a dragon behind him. His hands manifested sharp, claw-like appendages, and his body began to swell rapidly. The dark red scales erupted into a brilliant golden red light. Faced with a dual assault, Huo Wuxuang had no choice but to endure the weakest spirit master's attack, opting to confront Yu Tianheng's dragon claws head-on. The first spirit skill, Binding, was deployed. Observing the unfolding battle, Yaki seized the opportunity at last. Without hesitation, massive blood-red chains erupted from the ground. Before Yu Feng could react, he found himself ensnared, his wings immobilized, causing him to plummet to the earth. Huo Wu, ever mindful of Jiang Yu's instructions, had been edging closer to the rear of the Emperor fighting team amidst the chaos. Just as she prepared to take down Yilingling, two formidable obstacles emerged before her. No, they were more akin to roadblock turtles. The Xianjian brothers appeared abruptly, positioning themselves in front of Yilingling, thus thwarting Huo Wu's plan. The Xuanwu turtle was a top-tier defensive spirit, not easily overcome. Though Huo Wu was proud, she recognized that breaching the defenses of two Xuanwu turtle spirit masters was beyond her capabilities. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The first spirit skill, Flame Whip, was summoned. Though her adversaries were formidable, Huo Wu would not yield easily. She was determined to fulfill Jiang Yu's directive. Intense flames coalesced in her grasp, transforming into a massive crimson whip. With a fierce swing, she lashed out at Shimo. As the whip approached, Shimo quickly recoiled, causing the whip to strike against his hard turtle shell, producing a resounding crash, yet leaving no mark. That accursed turtle! How can its shell be so resilient? Huo Wu thought, her frustration mounting as her attack proved ineffective. She scowled, her mood visibly darkening. How vexing. When I get the chance, I shall remove your turtle shell and make soup from it. No, pulverizing it would be better, she mused. Recalling a folk remedy she had heard, rumors suggested that powdered turtle shell was highly beneficial for men, enhancing their vigor. Perhaps I should apply it to Jiang Yu instead. Just as Jiang Yu arrived beside Huo Wu, he inadvertently overheard her whispered thoughts, sending a chill down his spine. He had never heard of such a remedy and was left bewildered by Huo Wu's peculiar sources of information. Jiang Yu interrupted Huo Wu's reverie, his expression grave as he remarked, "The defense of the Xuanwu turtle is indeed formidable. Do not hold back later." Huo Wu instinctively responded, "How did you get here?" Yet, in the blink of an eye, she grasped Jiang Yu's intent, and with a compliant nod, she replied, "Oh, I understand." Immediately, Huo Wu conjured a brilliant fireball, no larger than an egg, and, with the precision of a table tennis player serving, she hurled the fireball fiercely at the feet of the graphite figure. Swiftly, she crafted another fireball, targeting the legs of the stone mill with determination. A spark ignites with clarity, quite clever indeed. Jiang Yu was quite pleased with Huo Wu's performance. Chapter 56, The Jealous Woman, over 3,000 words. Jiang Yu, wielding the Chixiao Sword, struck towards the individual within the tortoise shell. Upon the blade's contact with the formidable exterior, a resounding impact echoed. The once immaculate tortoise shell now bore a vivid crimson scratch, astonishingly marked by Jiang Yu's sword. Even the numerous talented individuals observing were left in disbelief. Notably, Feng Xiaotian, who, despite being relatively unknown, had managed to breach the defense of the Shi brothers, was particularly impressed. Having previously battled them, he understood the true might of the Xuanwu turtle. Faced with the shell's daunting defensive capabilities, he had merely resorted to using a violent gust of wind to topple the Shi brothers from the arena. What Jiang Yu achieved was utterly unprecedented, leaving an indelible mark on the Shi brothers. Initially, he believed his greatest rivals were the Yu brothers, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yu emerged as a formidable contender. A smile graced Feng Xiaodian's typically nonchalant visage as he prepared to showcase his self-created soul technique. The 31 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. To perfect this powerful technique, he had even delayed his soul power cultivation. Fortunately, his innate full soul power had kept him from falling behind others, though compared to the elite of the martial soul hall, he was still at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Feng Xiaodian held no regrets, for he believed that his meticulously developed technique could rival even the ordinary 10,000-year soul techniques, all while consuming significantly less soul power, an undeniable trump card. In stark contrast to the spectators reveling in the spectacle, the Shi brothers, reeling from Jiang Yu's assault, found themselves in a predicament. Though the surface of the tortoise shell merely displayed a scratch, the force behind Jiang Yu's strike had nearly inflicted internal injuries. Compounded by the recoil from the shell, their situation was further exacerbated when the explosion of a blinding white flame nearly sent them reeling. If not for their profound soul power, they would surely have suffered humiliation. They could not afford to exert their full strength should they lose this battle. What good would their hidden cards be? At that moment, a cool voice resonated from behind, accompanied by a waft of floral fragrance. Petal-shaped beams of white light gently descended, enveloping the members of the Huangdo team. In an instant, the severely injured Shi brothers and Yu Tianheng were restored to peak condition. This was the remarkable ability of the Huangdo team as soul support type soul master. Huo Wu finally comprehended why Jiang Yu had instructed her to deal with that woman before the battle had even commenced. Such extraordinary healing capabilities were indeed rare in the world. As he beheld the graceful figure holding the 9-heart begonia, Jiang Yu found himself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Yilingling appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, an ethereal beauty beyond compare, coupled with her innocent visage. It was hard to believe any man could remain unaffected. Perverted little wolf, what is so captivating? Is she really that mesmerizing? Huo Wu, noticing Jiang Yu's expression, stormed over and pinched his ear. Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Yu exclaimed, dodging Huo Wu's hand and protesting, how can you be so rough, being a girl? Can't you be a bit gentler? Humph. Huo Wu retorted sharply, who told you, you little lecher, to be so unambitious? This is a battlefield. And you've let yourself be charmed by a woman. Have you forgotten this is a place filled with temptations? Moreover, have you considered my feelings while being all infatuated with someone else in front of me? Huo Wu exuded an aura of a rightful queen. Let me make it clear, you can only have eyes for me. Ugh, you're insane. Jiang Yu was at a loss as to why Huo Wu would utter such nonsensical words, truly believing him to be a lecherous man. Enough of this, I am, after all, a scholar. Jiang Yu vehemently retorted, this is an insult to my character. I believe Yilingling is merely pondering how to break the flower in her hand, rather than indulging in the sordid thoughts you suggest. Indeed, Huo Wu gazed at Jiang Yu's countenance with skepticism, attempting to discern any trace of deceit in his expression. However, after an exhaustive search, she found no indications of dishonesty. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Huo Wu was still too naive, after all. Jiang Yu was an undercover agent personally trained by Bibi Dong. Even when Bibi Dong fed him, Jiang Yu maintained an unflinching demeanor. It could be asserted that in terms of facial expression control, Jiang Yu's abilities were certainly on par with Zhao Wei's. And Huo Wu's cultivation level was insufficient to detect any flaw in him. How dare they flaunt their affection in our presence? The Chixiao brothers, both single, felt an immediate surge of indignation upon witnessing Jiang Yu and Huo Wu engrossed in their romantic exchange. Such an affront was intolerable. Shield. The heads and legs of the Chixiao brothers swiftly emerged from their protective shell, and they simultaneously let out a ferocious roar. Their second soul rings began to shimmer, and the edges of their shell radiated a faint glow. Remarkably, the turtle shells on their chests and backs detached and flew into their hands, transforming into 2 enormous turtle shell shields, each with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. As they lost their protective shells, their body shrank considerably, indicating that the shells were an integral part of their being, and their removal had significantly affected them. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Such an extraordinary martial soul evokes a sense of wonder. The most notable member of the Royal Fight team has always been Yu Tianheng, who wields the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. However, in truth, the Chixiao brothers' strength is not significantly inferior to Yu Tianheng's. The Xuanwu turtle martial soul possesses the bloodline of the Xuanwu divine beast, rivaling the quality of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet, the Chixiao brothers have long adopted a low profile, resulting in their lack of notoriety. To underestimate their capabilities would be a grave error. Drink! They shouted in unison, casting their massive turtle shell shields into the air, targeting Jiang Yu and Douluo. The Chixiao brothers intended to make the two aware of the consequences of flaunting their romance before them. The turtle shell shields spun rapidly through the air, emitting a powerful howling sound, and intriguingly, each shield was tethered to the Chixiao brothers' hands by a stream of yellow soul power. As the sharp edges of the shields sliced through the air, they severed the very atmosphere. Watch out. At this critical moment, Jiang Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Douluo, his hands firmly gripping the Chixiao Sword. Earth Shatter Sword technique. A torrent of soul power erupted from Jiang Yu. He swung the sword towards the ground, cleaving the earth asunder, causing the fractured stones to coalesce into a formidable stone shield, drawn together by the Chixiao Sword's allure. Jiang Yu had mastered 2 of the 3 sword techniques contained within the Chixiao Sword. However, the energy consumption of the heaven-splitting sword technique was excessively daunting, making it an impractical choice in this moment, hence his selection of the Earth Shatter Sword technique. The turtle shell shields charged fiercely towards the stone shield, and after enduring the impacts of 3 consecutive shields, the stone structure finally succumbed to destruction, with debris cascading down. The final shield hurtled towards Jiang Yu. In a sudden burst, the Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's grasp erupted with brilliant golden flames, extending nearly a meter in length. As the shield surged forward, Jiang Yu swung the flaming sword, positioning it horizontally before him, effectively obstructing the advance of the Xianjian shield. The intense flames began to scorch the resilient turtle shell, showing signs of melting. These shells were intricately linked to the flesh and blood of the Chixiao brothers, and as the shells suffered damage, they could not help but expel blood from their mouths. Utilizing their 3rd soul skill, Turtle Shell Explosion, the Chixiao brothers exchanged knowing glances before unleashing their most potent Millennium soul skill. The purple soul rings flared to life, causing the Xianjian shield to shatter into 32 diamond-shaped fragments, which hurtled toward Jiang Yu. This was dire. Jiang Yu exclaimed in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Caution was imperative. At a critical moment, Douluo rushed to the forefront, as sharp shards sliced through her arms and calves, leaving wounds 3 to 4 centimeters deep. Just as the remaining fragments were poised to strike Douluo again, her 3rd soul skill, the Resistance Fire Ring, activated instantaneously. The Radiant Ring emerged, deflecting all the shards away towards the direction of the Chixiao brothers. However, the ring's efficacy was short-lived. Soon, Douluo began to falter, her wounds gushing blood profusely. It was evident that she was suffering from the effects of excessive blood loss. She was on the verge of collapse. Douluo. Jiang Yu swiftly extended his left arm to support her frail form, and with a graceful turn, he embraced Douluo tenderly. However, due to the disparity in their heights, his arm inadvertently encircled her formidable physique. Yet, in that moment, he had no time to contemplate anything else. His sole concern was for Douluo's injuries. After all, she had been harmed because of him. You are the first man to witness my body. No one else shall dare to harm you in my presence. Only I have the right to strike you, Douluo declared before succumbing to unconsciousness. The burden of a beautiful woman's affection is indeed a heavy one. And Jiang Yu was not made of stone. Faced with Douluo's fervent and unreserved love, he had long sought to evade it, yet he could not remain indifferent. Now, witnessing her grievous wounds, all of his emotions erupted violently. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and a tempest of rage swiftly surged within him. The red sky sword formation. Jiang Yu hurled the Chixiao sword from his grasp, and in an instant, the blade cleaved the air, resulting in the emergence of dozens of replicas. The Chixiao brothers hastily unleashed their 2nd soul skill, and the fragments swiftly reassembled, soaring back into their hands. The 2 brothers immediately raised their tortoise shell shields, positioning them defensively before themselves. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming force emanating from the Chixiao sword, even the Chixiao brothers could not withstand for long. It is worth noting that in his rage, Jiang Yu held no reservations. This strike was executed with his utmost strength. Despite the protection of the Xianjian shield, the Chixiao brothers were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. With the 2 obstacles removed, Jiang Yu effortlessly approached Yi Lingling. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned the Chixiao sword against her neck. Heal my people. Yi Lingling's pupils flickered with surprise. Chapter 57. Yi Lingling. She found herself threatened by a mere child. As she felt the sting at her throat, disbelief washed over her. This seemingly youthful boy, when enraged, was as terrifying as a demonic deity. Unless you concede. Although fully aware that her life was at the mercy of her opponent, Yi Lingling maintained her aloof demeanor in response. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Jiang Yu advanced the sword in his hand, leaving a vivid scarlet mark on Yi Lingling's fair skin. Yi Lingling was taken aback by the ruthlessness of the child before her. He acted without a hint of hesitation. Is this how treatment is conducted? Why the ferocity? She thought, gazing innocently at Jiang Yu, acknowledging her own cowardice. She realized that resisting this young man could jeopardize her very life. The prospect of him striking her with undue force filled her with trepidation. For a single miscalculated blow could spell disaster. With no further hesitation, Yi Lingling raised the 9-heart begonia flower in her hand, causing her soul ring to illuminate. A radiant blossom floated gracefully into the distance, entering the body of Huo Wu. Moments later, Huo Wu's eyes fluttered open, accompanied by a soft moan. The sensation had been overwhelmingly pleasant. Warmth enveloped her, dispelling all pain, and the blood marks on her skin gradually vanished, leaving no trace of injury. Witnessing Huo Wu's transformation, Jiang Yu could not help but mutter, it would be a travesty for Yi Lingling not to open a beauty parlor with such skills. She could make a fortune. Yi Lingling, however, was indifferent to Jiang Yu's murmurs. Her sole desire was for him to withdraw the sword poised against her. I have treated your beloved as per your instructions. Will you not remove your sword now? She feigned calmness. Thank you. Jiang Yu promptly retracted the Chixiao Sword. And just as he intended to turn away, he suddenly realized this was an excellent opportunity. I'm sorry, but I must trouble you a bit more. What? Yi Lingling looked utterly bewildered, an ominous premonition creeping over her. Before she could react, Jiang Yu lunged forward and delivered a punch to her abdomen. Following that, with a swift motion, he moved behind her and struck her neck with a precise chop. After executing this maneuver, he returned to face Yi Lingling, awaiting her unconsciousness. If you wish to knock me out, just say so. Why strike my belly? Yi Lingling asked, her eyes clouded with confusion. I feared you might resist, Jiang Yu replied. I am merely a support-type soul master. I possess no offensive capabilities beyond healing. How could I possibly resist? With that, Yi Lingling closed her eyes, losing consciousness, and suddenly collapsed towards the ground. It was uncertain whether she fainted from anger at Jiang Yu's response or from the impact of his chop. Regardless, Jiang Yu's objective was achieved. With Yi Lingling's support abilities rendered null, the Huang Do team lost their greatest advantage. Coupled with the fact that the Shijiao brothers were also incapacitated, the scales of victory tilted decisively in favor of Jiang Yu and his allies. Lingling, Du Guyan, witnessing her close friend's merciless treatment at Jiang Yu's hands, was instantly engulfed in fury. She no longer held back. Third Soul Skill, by Lin Zidu. A radiant glow enveloped Du Guyan, her hair deepening into a vibrant green. Her previously neat green locks began to sway uncontrollably. In that moment, she resembled a true sorceress. A purple mist swiftly emerged, spreading throughout the arena. As her first Millennium Soul Skill, by Lin Zidu was undoubtedly exceptional. Du Gubo had gone to great lengths to secure her third soul ring, ultimately selecting the three-eyed purple golden python, which had a lifespan of approximately 1,500 years. This soul beast harbored potent toxins, leaving even Du Gubo exceedingly satisfied. Observing the escalating spread of the toxic mist, Jiang Yu quickly retrieved a gourd and a pouch of powder from his soul guide. His response to Du Guyan's toxic cloud was straightforward. He scattered the powder into the air and hurled the gourd upwards. Finally, with a swing of the Chixiao Sword, a fiery sword aura instantly cleaved the gourd open. The liquor within cascaded down like rain under the searing flames. The threat of Du Guyan's by Lin Zidu was swiftly nullified. For the powder Jiang Yu had scattered was a potent concoction developed by the 7 Treasure Glazed tile school, surpassing ordinary realgar powder in efficacy by more than tenfold. Combined with the strongest liquor contained within the gourd, with Jiang Yu's imperial fire igniting the mixture, even the by Lin Zidu posed little threat, let alone Du Gubo's by Lin Snake Emperor. Of course, this was merely Jiang Yu's speculation. Although Du Gubo was the weakest title de law, he was not to be underestimated. After all, even a rotten ship has 3,000 nails, and how much more formidable is a title de la level expert? Impossible. Du Guyan could hardly believe that her pride, the by Lin Zidu, was so easily dispelled by Jiang Yu. She had never encountered such a situation before. While there had been opponents unaffected by the by Lin Zidu in the past, they had relied on their own martial spirit's innate resistance to the by Lin Snake or possessed formidable soul power. Jiang Yu evidently holds no advantage. Yet, how has he accomplished this? This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Little Tianzi, are you aware of how Jiang Yu managed to unravel Yan Yatu's by Lin Zi poison? The Emperor Shui turned his gaze towards Chao Huaiyan beside him, with whom he shared a cordial rapport, particularly fond of the somewhat headstrong Du Guyan. He was well aware of the terrifying potency of the toxins that plagued his niece, yet Jiang Yu's maneuver left him utterly perplexed. Could it be that the young lady had developed affections for the dashing Jiang Yu, thus allowing him a reprieve? Your Majesty, even with your unparalleled wisdom and might, if you are unable to discern the intricacies of this matter, how could I, a mere servant, possibly grasp its essence? Chao Huatian, not daring to be remiss, promptly replied. His words tinged with flattery yet grounded in truth. Even with his discerning eye, he could not fathom the trickery Jiang Yu had employed moments earlier. I never anticipated that you would continue to surprise me. Xue Qinghe gazed upon the imposing figure in the arena, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his pupils. Jiang Yu's performance truly exceeded his expectations. Although Xue Qinghe had great confidence in Jiang Yu, he was nonetheless astonished by the sheer level of his prowess. Without expending any effort, he effortlessly resolved the issues posed by Du Guyan's biphosphorus purple poison. A talent of such caliber must certainly be claimed. Xue Qinghe immediately resolved to make Jiang Yu his own. He was determined to harness his abilities for his purposes. Xue Qinghe gazed intently at Jiang Yu, for it was the first time he had harbored such profound interest in another individual. Thanks to Jiang Yu's presence, Du Guyan's toxins proved ineffective. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng found himself at a loss against the relentless assaults of Wu Shuang and Talon. As for Osro and Yufeng, they were completely ensnared by Ouyang Ingjun and Yashi. Unable to extricate themselves, with Yu Lingling's 9-heart begonia absent, the Huang Do team found themselves ensnared in a dire battle. In contrast, Jiang Yu was aided by Gao Liji, a food-type soul master, who continuously produced large bananas to help restore their soul power. The moment Yu Lingling fainted, it became evident that the Huang Do team could not secure victory in this contest. After enduring for a quarter of an hour, Yu Tianheng finally succumbed to the sharp claws of Wu Shuang. Talon seized the opportunity to land a powerful strike upon him. This blow was not ordinary. Talon even employed the ancestral secret technique of the Li family, the Wild Diamond Fist. Under the impact of such formidable force, Yu Tianheng, already beleaguered by Wu Shuang, immediately lost his combat capabilities. Had it not been for his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, which endowed him with superior physical strength, he might have suffered severe bodily harm. With Yu Tianheng, their primary attacker, incapacitated, the Huang Do team was left with only 3 remaining fighters still capable of battle. However, Du Guyan's greatest reliance on poison proved futile against Jiang Yu and his companions, let alone the remaining Osro and Yufeng. Although their overall strength surpassed that of Ouyang Ingjun and Yashi, once Wu Shuang and Talon entered the fray, they were left with no choice but to concede defeat. Thus, Jiang Yu and his team achieved a resounding victory, successfully besting the Huang Do team and triumphing in the first match. Xue Qinghe could not help but feel elated. Chapter 58, The Elf. While Xue Qinghe rejoiced, Xue Lang's demeanor darkened. The wrinkles on his face seemed capable of trapping a fly. He had anticipated that with the assistance of the Huang Do team, they would at least secure second place, yet the outcome was far from his expectations, leading to their elimination in the first round. Prince Xueshan clenched his fists, his expression one of barely concealed resentment. He had always been at odds with Xue Qinghe, and the last thing he wished to see was Xue Qinghe ascend to the position of crown prince. Regardless of others' thoughts, the outcome of the competition remained unchanged, and Xue Qinghe undoubtedly edged closer to the throne. Before long, another battle commenced, with Prince Xueshan's team predominantly composed of talents from Thunder Academy, led by Yu Tianxin, while Prince Xueju's side consisted of individuals from Divine Wind Academy and the Elephant Armor sect, both sides possessing formidable strength. The impending clash promised to be fierce, as Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianxin exchanged fierce words before summoning their partners to activate their martial spirits. On Feng Xiaodian's side, apart from himself and 2 muscular warriors from the Elephant Armor sect, the rest were weapon soul masters. The most striking figure was a female soul master positioned at the back, whose martial spirit was a verdant longbow. Even more captivating was her figure. The pure green bodysuit accentuated her curves, particularly her pronounced bosom, which appeared almost ready to burst forth. Remarkably, her ears were pointed, and her flowing golden hair lent her an ethereal quality reminiscent of an anime elf, igniting boundless imagination. It seemed this young lady possessed an elven lineage. Jiang Yu spent considerable time within the Spirit Hall, perusing its confidential tomes, which include accounts of the elven race and other extraordinary beings. These races were once ordinary inhabitants of the Douluo Continent, but for certain peculiar reasons, they eventually withdrew from the annals of history. It was only after this that humanity began its gradual ascent. Thus, unlike the hybrid species that are often shunned by society, these beings possess a legitimate status acknowledged even by the Spirit Hall, which maintains close collaborative relationships with some of these unusual races, the elves being one of them. What surprised Jiang Yu was encountering a girl of elven descent in such a setting. His curiosity for novel experiences compelled him to fixate on the golden-haired beauty on stage. Normally, with Jiang Yu's discernment, such an oversight would be improbable, yet her beauty transcended mere aesthetics. She was an elf, with pointed ears, fair skin, an exquisite figure, and a delightful fragrance. Naturally, Jiang Yu's admiration was rooted more in scholarly intrigue than mere attraction, distinguishing him from those around him who drooled and gazed with fervent desire, some even unabashedly displaying their arousal. At the very least, he understood the importance of restraint and did not engage in any actions that might compromise his decorum. Moreover, with Huowu observing him closely, he was even less inclined to behave inappropriately. It seemed that Jiang Yu's prowess in the arena had thoroughly captivated her, as Huowu now lingered near him without reservation, continuously seeking his company. Just as Jiang Yu became somewhat entranced by the graceful figure on stage, Huowu affectionately pinched his waist. Jiang Yu suddenly awoke. At that very moment, the battle had already commenced. On Yu Tianxin's side, he, along with the Thunder Eagle Soul Master and the Thunder Spider Soul Master, took the lead in launching an attack. Conversely, the situation on the Thunder Academy's side and that of Feng Xiaotian was entirely different. Their team was adorned in protective armor, with only one Soul Master wielding a 5-colored drum. A tempestuous force of thunder surged continuously from within. According to the records, this Soul Master was named Gu Ting, and his martial soul was known as the 5 Thunder Drum. Jiang Yu had shown particular interest in him, for this Soul Master had chosen the path of support, a rarity among those with lightning attributes. It is well known that lightning is one of the most explosive elements, rivaled only by fire. Thus, it is uncommon to find a lightning Soul Master who opts for a supportive role. This indicates that Gu Ting's martial soul possesses extraordinary qualities. As the teammates launched their offensive, Gu Ting took action, raising the large drum in his hands. A burst of multicolored radiance erupted forth, and the yellow soul ring surrounding the drum surged into the light, expanding rapidly to envelop the other beams of light. The drum's booming resonance filled the air, while the crackling electromagnetic force spread outwards, quickly enveloping the arena. Under this influence, Feng Xiaotian felt dizzy and disoriented, his body tingling, clearly affected by the energy. In stark contrast, the members of the Thunder Battle team were invigorated, eagerly preparing for action, their faces alight with joy. This was the effect of Gu Ting's soul skill. Only lightning attribute soul masters could remain unaffected by this electromagnetic field, gaining enhancements instead. However, this soul skill was not without its flaws. It indiscriminately boosted allies and foes alike. Yet, Feng Xiaotian's side evidently lacked any lightning attribute soul masters, which prompted Gu Ting to employ his first soul skill. With a slight grin revealing his sharp teeth, Feng Xiaotian bit down on his own arm, the immense pain sharpening his focus, causing him to develop a certain admiration for the opposing support soul master. Fuya, take action. Feng Xiaotian turned to the blonde girl beside him. Fuya had been at the Shenfeng Academy for 3 years and had collaborated with Feng Xiaotian numerous times. Thus, she understood his intent with just a glance. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. First soul skill, Gale Arrow. As Fuya placed her left hand on the longbow, a vibrant green bowstring materialized. The yellow soul ring glowed, and 3 sharp arrows appeared silently, shooting towards Gu Ting with a swift whoosh. Lightning shield. Gu Ting was not idle. The purple 1,000-year soul ring on him flared brilliantly, releasing dazzling yellow light that culminated in a protective barrier around him. The air crackled with the violent sound of thunder. This 1,000-year soul skill not only served to protect other soul masters, but also provided personal defense. Thanks to the lightning shield, Gu Ting could safeguard himself without relying on his teammates. Fuya's arrows were shattered before they could breach the barrier, obliterated by the powerful electrical force within. Ha ha ha, Feng Xiaotian, your greatest error lies in underestimating our support soul master, Yu Tianxin remarked coldly, as the dragon claw on his right arm surged with formidable lightning energy. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, activate. His skill bore a striking resemblance to Yu Tianxing's, both being blue lightning Tyrannosaurus soul masters, with their first 3 soul skills being nearly identical. This was the strongest soul skill, meticulously honed over centuries by the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus sect to maximize their inherent power. Faced with Yu Tianxin's assault, Feng Xiaotian did not dare to underestimate the challenge. He promptly unleashed his second soul skill, Twin Wolves Manifest. The shadow of the twin-headed wolf behind him gradually merged with his form, enhancing his attack power, defense, and speed by 50%. Although the swift-wind wolf was merely a mid-level martial soul, its mutated form had surpassed the threshold of high-level martial souls, coupled with Feng Xiaotian's innate full soul power. Thus, the quality of the swift-wind twin wolves was not significantly inferior to that of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Feng Xiaotian lunged forward with the wolf claw aimed at Xianjian, moving with astonishing speed. When the wolf claw met the dragon claw, Feng Xiaotian held his ground, as his agility and strength were formidable, allowing him to compete with a top-tier beast martial soul master like Xianjian. At that moment, while Feng Xiaotian and Xianjian were locked in a stalemate, Fuya continued her assault on Gu Ting. Storm Arrow. This time, 3 arrows were launched, emitting a fierce sound. Upon contact with the lightning shield, the arrows began to spin rapidly, creating a violent whirlwind that compressed the barrier's area drastically. With a resounding crash, the lightning shield shattered. Just as the arrows were about to strike Gu Ting, a massive hand suddenly grasped them, halting their trajectory. The hand belonged to a towering man over 2 meters tall, weighing at least 200 pounds. Behind him stood a golden giant ape, crackling with electrical sparks. This man, named Lei Gang, possessed the martial soul of a thunder giant ape, with both control over lightning elements and immense physical strength. Fuya's storm arrow had no effect on him. Such fierce energy. Little girl. Lei Gang snapped the arrow in his hand, licking his lips as he gazed hungrily in Fuya's direction, his eyes ablaze with desire. Just wait. I shall crush you. Lei Gang could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 59. The Charming Yi Lingling. The mere thought of being able to play with the spirit at his leisure filled Lei Gang with unrestrained joy. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. In an instant, Lei Gang entered a frenzied state. However, to his surprise, as he charged into the opposing ranks, he was halted by a burly man even more imposing than himself. Although Lei Gang was already quite strong, he found himself at a disadvantage when compared to this individual. This man stood over 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, weighing at least 500 pounds. His hair was shaved on both sides, leaving a bright expanse, while the hair atop his head was styled into a peculiar ponytail standing upright. This was none other than Huyan, the grandson of the sect leader Xianjian of the Elephant Armor sect. His entire body was encased in a yellow, keratinous layer that shimmered with a dazzling metallic luster. More fearsome were his nose, which appeared to be at least a dozen centimeters long, and his curled upper lip that revealed 2 one-foot-long tusks, presenting a striking visage reminiscent of a beastman. This exemplified the formidable nature of the diamond mammoth spirit, endowing its possessor with innate strength and resilience. As the most outstanding genius of the Elephant Armor sect in nearly a decade, Huyan possessed a congenital spirit power that reached level 9. Xianjian had high hopes for his grandson to ascend to the rank of title Douluo and lead the sect to secure a position among the top 3 sections. Though Lei Gang was formidable, he was still significantly outmatched by Huyan. The moment they encountered each other, Lei Gang found himself forcefully pinned to the ground, sparks flying from the friction. Given Lei Gang's weight, it did not take long for him to wear away the ground beneath him, exposing layers of fresh yellow earth. Once Huyan grew bored, he knocked Lei Gang unconscious with a single punch and continued his rampage against others. His next target was a frail soul master from Thunder Academy, whose spirit was a yellow mole. Seeing Huyan charging towards him, Shaji quickly unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderbolt Flash. Although his spirit, the Thunder Mouse, lacked offensive power, it excelled in speed. Surrounding himself with a ring of lightning, Shaji swiftly fled, taking advantage of Huyan's most significant weakness, speed. How could a lumbering elephant ever catch a nimble mole? Utilizing the advantage of his spirit, Shaji began to evade Huyan's advances. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Xiaotian and Xianjian were locked in a fierce battle, each exchanging blows with vigor. Seeing that his persistent assaults were yielding no results, Feng Xiaotian grew increasingly restless. Suddenly, sharp blades manifested upon his wolf claws. He swiftly swung his claws, launching dozens of wind blades towards Xianjian. This demonstrated Feng Xiaotian's prodigious talent. Typically, the first soul skill of the Gale Magic Wolf would be Wind Blade. However, Feng Xiaotian's Gale Twin-Headed Wolf endowed him with a significantly more powerful array of wind blades. Bring it on, Xianjian shouted, unleashing a burst of explosive lightning energy from his right arm as he raised his dragon claw to meet the onslaught. Meanwhile, Lei Tian, who had been waiting for an opportunity in the air, finally seized his moment. As Feng Xiaotian and Xianjian were engaged in their duel, Lei Tian spread his wings and dove towards Feng Xiaotian from a cunning angle, targeting the area just behind him. He aimed to deliver a painful lesson. Not on my watch. A young soul master in the corner suddenly activated his soul rings, causing his massive trident to swell in size until it reached approximately 3 meters before halting. With a forceful throw, the young man directed the trident towards Lei Tian. Realizing the impending threat from behind, Lei Tian hesitated to continue his assault and quickly wrapped his wings around himself for protection. However, this caused him to lose balance and plummet towards the ground. Fortunately, he narrowly avoided a grave injury, as the sharp trident merely pierced his wing. Though wounded, he was fortunate to escape with his life, but it would take him some time to recuperate, leaving Thunder Academy in a precarious position. Morale plummeted. Even as Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianxin continued their fierce contest, neither could alter the dire circumstances. They could only lament the lack of support from their teammates. Before long, Fuya and Huyan Li coordinated their efforts to eliminate the remaining members of Thunder Academy. Half an hour later, only Yu Tianxin was left fighting on Thunder Academy's side. Of course, Feng Xiaotian's team also suffered losses, with 3 members incapacitated. Nonetheless, Feng Xiaotian's side maintained a considerable advantage, as they still had 4 fighters remaining. Although Yu Tianxin was formidable, he was ultimately outnumbered, and even Feng Xiaotian alone was enough to pose a significant challenge. As both their spirit powers dwindled, Yu Tianxin had no choice but to concede, realizing that with his teammates rendered ineffective, further resistance would be futile. "Well done," cheered Shuizhu from the sidelines, applauding in celebration. I knew I had not misjudged him. Feng Xiaotian's strength is indeed exceptional, and the blue electric twin stars are no match for him. Shuizhu felt a sense of relief for having correctly placed his bets. Although the overall strength of the Wind Sword sect might not surpass that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, their recent growth had been commendable. In contrast, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect had stagnated since the emergence of the incompetent Yu Xiaojiang, and it seemed they had incurred the ire of the Spirit Hall, facing relentless targeting. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Were it not for the presence of a titled Douluo supporting the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, they would likely be besieged by other sections. Following the conclusion of the match, Emperor Shuiyi did not hasten to have the remaining 2 teams continue their contest. Instead, he granted them ample time to rest. The inner court overseer, the eunuch Chao Huaiyan, also wisely instructed those below him to prepare exquisite food, which soon arrived at Emperor Shuiyi's side, as well as at the large tent near the arena. Jiang Yu, without any hesitation, casually picked up a cup of milk tea and took a sip. As soon as it touched his lips, he realized the extraordinary quality of the beverage in his hand. It was far creamier than the usual fare. This milk tea was indeed far superior to what one would find outside. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Of course, Huo Wu elaborated. I have heard that this is brewed using the pre-rain tea leaves from Longjing village and fresh milk transported daily from the outer regions. Just 1 cup alone costs dozens of gold soul coins. How extravagant! Jiang Yu could not help but express his astonishment inwardly. It is worth noting that in the Douluo Continent, the annual expenditure of an ordinary family amounts to merely 1 gold soul coin. The price of a single cup of milk tea is indeed exorbitant. Such extravagance is a grievous burden on the populace. Jiang Yu strongly disapproves of such behavior. Thus he consumed every last drop of the milk tea in his cup, leaving not a single drop behind, as a fitting tribute to the money spent. After downing the milk tea, Jiang Yu still felt parched. Therefore, he reached for a glass of milk. After all, the quantity of milk tea was limited to 1 cup per person, but there was an ample supply of milk nearby, so indulging in a bit more would pose no harm. Zhang Yuguang had scarcely lifted his glass of milk when he spotted Yi Lingling sneaking about outside the greenhouse. What a perfect opportunity! Jiang Yu found an excuse to extricate himself from Huo Wu's entanglement and walked directly towards Yi Lingling. What are you doing here? Startled by the voice from behind, Yi Lingling nearly lost her grip on what she was holding. And even the morsel she had just brought to her lips almost slipped from her mouth, but fortunately, she reacted swiftly. As Yi Lingling turned around, Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle. In her right hand, she held a plate brimming with 9 grilled sausages, while she had 1 more dangling from her mouth, only partly consumed. Do you have such a fondness for sausages? It is rather uncommon to encounter a girl with such a penchant for this type of food. What is wrong with that? Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed crimson. What I choose to enjoy has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you dare to approach me. What score? Jiang Yu's face was filled with confusion. Yi Lingling, noticing Jiang Yu's complete lack of introspection, immediately pointed at his nose and exclaimed, "Why did you knock me out on the arena just now, causing me to embarrass myself? This is unacceptable." Jiang Yu wore an expression of innocence, pleading, "Come on, just now we were adversaries, naturally. I had to resort to any means necessary to resolve our conflict. Would you show mercy to your enemies? However, I am a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. Once we step off the stage, we are all friends. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter to meet in the imperial palace today. And we may take this opportunity to draw closer to one another. Having more friends is hardly a disadvantage." Bah! Yu Lingling offered no courtesy to Jiang Yu, scoffing lightly. "Friends? Just moments ago, you struck me for the sake of your little lover. I refuse to associate with someone like you, who prioritizes romance over friendship. Besides, anyone who has a girlfriend at such a tender age clearly lacks seriousness. You have misunderstood." Jiang Yu's expression abruptly transformed into one of solemnity. "I reminded her that we were merely friends, yet to define our relationship. It was precisely because I witnessed a friend being harmed that I reacted with anger, inadvertently causing you injury. Consider this. If you were to befriend me, and in the future someone dared to bully you, there would be someone to avenge you. Does that not seem quite advantageous?" Indeed, the more Yu Lingling pondered over it, the more she found it reasonable, her face adorned with a contemplative expression. "You make a valid point. Henceforth, we shall be friends." With that, Yu Lingling slowly extended her delicate hand, and we sealed our pact with a promise. "In the future, should anyone dare to mistreat me, you must stand by my side and teach them a lesson." Jiang Yu did not anticipate that Yu Lingling would so readily believe his words. It seems that although this girl presents an aloof exterior, her inner self is quite endearing. Chapter 60. Friends. This made Jiang Yu reluctant to deceive her. Nevertheless, as he watched Yu Lingling extend her hand, he could not resist the urge to reach out in response. However, before he could touch her, Yu Lingling suddenly exclaimed and swiftly withdrew her hand. "Almost fell for your trick." Yu Lingling wore a look of disdain, questioning whether that was how one treats a friend, suggesting instead that he merely desired her figure. If it had been a man who was injured, she doubted he would have acted so impulsively. Ugh! Which scoundrel dared to claim that Yu Lingling was adorable? She was clearly not charming at all. Something seems amiss, but never mind. Let us focus on deceiving her regarding the current situation. Your perspective is flawed. Perhaps we should consider this from a different angle. Jiang Yu quickly devised a retort. "Are you a woman?" Jiang Yu did not immediately respond to Yu Lingling's question. Instead, she posed a question of her own for her to answer. Of course, it is so evident. How could a woman not perceive it? Yu Lingling, fearing that Jiang Yu might doubt her, deliberately accentuated her somewhat slender bosom. "Then you should be pleased, shouldn't you?" As Jiang Yu observed Yu Lingling fall into his trap, a satisfied smile crept across his face. He mused that being kind to women naturally extended to her. After all, even for someone who isn't his girlfriend, he would strive to protect her with all his might. How much more, then, for a girlfriend? Thus, becoming his friend would surely not lead her to misfortune. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Lingling pondered for a moment, realizing that Jiang Yu's words held a kernel of truth. Noticing her conflicted expression, Jiang Yu sensed that he was on the verge of successfully persuading her. Although she was older than him, it was evident that her social experience was rather limited. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Yu was renowned for his silver tongue, back in Blue Star. He had captured the heart of a girl known as the campus belle solely through his eloquence, though their relationship had ended shortly after graduation. With her choosing to embrace the affections of a prominent businessman, he had found himself somewhat bewilderedly transported to the Douluo Continent. Nevertheless, his gift of gab had not diminished. Even the likes of Bibi Dong, an older woman, had been charmed by his persuasive words. How much easier, then, to enchant a Navi girl like Yu Lingling. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yu Lingling came to a realization. She promptly picked the largest sausage from the plate and handed it to Jiang Yu, declaring, "Here. Once you eat this sausage, we shall be friends. This was your promise." Jiang Yu promptly seized the sausage, and the two of them, in a gesture akin to clinking glasses, tapped their sausages together to signify their sincerity. After finalizing matters with Yu Lingling, Jiang Yu, perhaps due to an excess of milk, felt an urgent need arise within him. Even before the competition had commenced, he departed the martial arts arena. Surely, such a grand palace must have at least one restroom. After a 10-minute trek, Jiang Yu finally arrived at a sprawling garden adorned with vibrant blossoms. The garden was dotted with peculiar rock formations, interspersed with pines and bamboos. The ground was artistically arranged with multicolored pebbles, forming various auspicious symbols. Additionally, the garden featured an array of stone sculptures of coiled dragons, as well as fountains and shadow walls. At the heart of the garden stood a colossal stone, 3 meters in height, with an eccentric shape, broad at the top. Narrow at the bottom and intricately contoured, it appeared remarkably exquisite, harmoniously blending with the surrounding scenery, evoking admiration. However, Jiang Yu had no time to admire the beauty. His sole desire was to locate a restroom to relieve himself. Oh dear! Help! Just as Jiang Yu was desperately clutching himself on the distant horizon, he suddenly heard cries for assistance. Could it be? At such a moment, this occurrence unfolds. Despite Jiang Yu's complaints, she acted swiftly and soon arrived at the scene of the incident. It was a vast lake, home to hundreds of white swans, while not far from the shore. A woman was frantically waving her arms and calling for help. How could she have fallen into the water? Jiang Yu observed that a protective railing encircled the shore. Yet the woman had somehow fallen into the lake. Despite his uncertainty regarding how she managed to do so, he leaped over the railing and plunged into the water. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was a proficient swimmer, and within a short span of time, he managed to assist the woman back to the shore. However, instead of expressing her gratitude, she anxiously exclaimed, "My bunny, please save it." It turned out her distress was for a mere rabbit. Jiang Yu finally comprehended the reason why the woman fell into the lake. Well, one must rescue to the very end. Jiang Yu pondered that since he was already soaked, it mattered little. He promptly resumed his search for the woman's rabbit. After considerable effort, he finally located it, and, upon bringing the creature ashore, the woman joyfully embraced the rabbit. Only then did she express her gratitude to Jiang Yu, cautioning him to be more careful in the future. For this rabbit was merely a 10-year-old soft-bone rabbit, hardly worth the peril he had faced to rescue it. Jiang Yu could not help but remind. It was not that he was heartless, but rather that the delicate rabbit of this vintage was typically utilized by various powerful factions to nourish their junior disciples. Ultimately, it was merely sustenance. The young woman, appearing hesitant and faltering, struggled for some time to find a counter-argument. After a while, an idea struck her, and she replied, "This rabbit is the beloved pet of Her Highness the Princess. Should anything happen to it, I, as a servant, could not bear the consequences. You are a palace maid." The young girl before him, though clad in simple palace attire, possessed bright, captivating eyes and a charming countenance. Particularly remarkable was her skin. So tender it seemed one could extract moisture from it. How could such a stunning beauty merely be a maidservant? Jiang Yu truly did not anticipate this. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After all, in the realm of film and television, the palace maids are often portrayed as increasingly unattractive, their appearance is quite unpleasing to the eye. Suddenly encountering such a refined palace maid left Jiang Yu somewhat disconcerted. Indeed, does the young master not believe it? The lady feared that Jiang Yu would see through her true identity. No, I believe. Jiang Yu awkwardly scratched his head and, noticing that the woman had nothing further to say, inquired about the location of the restroom. It's just ahead. In that building with the red roof. Following the direction of her, Jiang Yu spotted a structure 100 meters away, and upon discerning the location of the restroom, he had no intention of lingering. He promptly prepared to turn and leave. "Hey, what is your name?" the woman called out, hastening to seek his response. "Jiang Yu," he replied. Jiang Yu turned his head and uttered a word, yet his steps did not falter. He was truly unable to contain himself any longer. "I am called Aku," the woman said, waving and smiling at Jiang Yu. Aku? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated anyone in the Douluo Continent bearing such a name. "I am also known as Wei Xiaobao." Jiang Yu could not help but silently grumble to himself, and then quickened his pace. Fortunately, his endurance was commendable, as he managed to hold on until he reached the restroom. After comfortably relieving himself, Jiang Yu did not linger in the garden but made his way directly back to the training arena. "Where have you been?" Upon entering, he was greeted by the urgent voice of Huo Wu. "The competition is about to commence, and you still have the leisure to wander about. Nature calls." Jiang Yu answered truthfully. "Hurry up, it's time to go on stage." Huo Wu ceased her chatter and urged Jiang Yu to ascend the arena, for soon they would be facing Feng Xiaodian and his companions. This contest was pivotal for Xue Qinghe's ascension to the position of crown prince. Although Huo Wu's personality was generally carefree, she understood the significance of this match. Chapter 61. The Might of the Wilderness. The decisive battle soon commenced. Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaodian were no strangers to one another, having crossed paths in the past. After exchanging pleasantries, they summoned their martial souls. The stakes of this match, concerning the rightful heir to the throne of the Tiandou Empire, demanded full commitment from both parties, regardless of their previous camaraderie. From the morning's competition, Both teams had gleaned a preliminary understanding of each other, leading to a more cautious approach in their strategies. Aside from Talon, who exhibited a rather foolish demeanor, and the two muscular warriors from the Xianjian sect, the rest of the participants were clearly engaging in tentative attacks. The first soul technique, Rock Barrier. The second soul technique, Explosive Might. Talon initiated the confrontation by unleashing two formidable soul techniques, targeting the Xianjian sect's other soul master, Huyin Zhuang. As for why he did not choose Huyin Li, Talon was no fool. The latter was a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, whereas Huyin Zhuang possessed a comparable level of soul power. By defeating Huyin Zhuang, Talon could demonstrate that the mighty guerrilla martial soul of the Li clan surpassed the inherited martial soul of the Xianjian sect, the Diamond Mammoth. Despite Huyin Li's superior soul power, Talon had no confidence in overcoming him. Thus, Huyin Zhuang was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As Huyin Zhuang, a brawny soul master, approached, he showed no signs of retreating and readily accepted the challenge. The second soul technique, Flying Elephant Charge. Huyin Zhuang's second soul ring glimmered suddenly, and an immense force surged into his body. This technique stemmed from a 600-year-old soul beast, the Little Flying Elephant. Although not exceptionally powerful among elephant-type soul beasts, it was the only one capable of flight, albeit at a modest altitude of just a few meters, thus challenging human perceptions of elephant-type soul beasts. Under the influence of this soul technique, Huyin Zhuang soared from the ground, floating 3 meters above the surface. Enveloped by a powerful gust of energy, he propelled himself forward. Huyin Zhuang opted for the Little Flying Elephant due to its unique soul technique effects, which allowed him to convert all defensive capabilities into offensive power. This was the most fearsome aspect of the Flying Elephant Charge. One must acknowledge that the defensive prowess of the Diamond Mammoth was renowned throughout the Douluo Continent. The transformation of such formidable defense into attack power promised overwhelming strength. As Huyin Zhuang charged forth, Talon swiftly assumed a horse stance, channeling all his energy into his arms. Empowered by explosive might, Talon unleashed a devastating blow with his golden Vajra fist, the resultant force resonating through the air like a howling gale. Thud, thud, thud. Huyin Zhuang's iron head collided violently with Talon's fists, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Truly, the hallmark martial soul of the Xianjian sect was formidable. No wonder his grandfather warned him not to underestimate the Diamond Mammoth. Talon silently marveled, having previously believed that the title of King of Elephants was mere self-aggrandizement by the Xianjian sect. Today, he realized the truth of their reputation. As Talon succumbed to astonishment, Huyin Zhuang, suspended in midair, was equally taken aback by the resilience of the rotund opponent before him. However, he was not one to concede so easily. Talon, unwilling to tarnish the reputation of the Li clan, suddenly radiated an ancient and wild aura. In that critical moment, he did not hesitate to employ even the clan's secret techniques. One reason the Li clan chose to pursue a path dominated by sheer strength was due to this innate secret art. Even though they were aware of the drawbacks associated with a single attribute, they made this choice because the advantages of this secret art outweighed its flaws. As the saying goes, one strength can overcome 10 skills. With a thunderous shout, Talon invoked the power of barbaric might, instantly doubling his strength. And this secret technique's potency would continue to escalate with his soul power. Boom! Talon's full-force strike sent Huyin Zhuang flying. Witnessing this, Huyin Li was consumed by rage. It was a disgrace for their Diamond Mammoth martial soul to be bested by a similar power-type martial soul. You seek death. Huyin Li charged toward Talon. But after taking just a few steps, he was halted by an imposing figure, standing tall like a straight sword. Jiang Yu merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back, without drawing his resplendent sword, yet his presence was suffocating, a true embodiment of a born swordsman. Only Jiang Yu possessed such an aura. Withdraw if you value your life. In the most mundane tone, Jiang Yu declared with a hint of menace, Today, I find myself in a rather good mood and have no desire to witness bloodshed. Ha 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 ha. Huyin Li was instantly amused by Jiang Yu's words, retorting, You, my little brother, should really just return home for a glass of milk? Milk? Do you think I wouldn't want that? Reflecting on the subject, Jiang Yu recalled the enticing allure of milk from Bibi Dong, yet the crux of the matter lay in her unwillingness to accommodate him, insisting that he was now grown and should forego such indulgences. As Jiang Yu fell into contemplation, Huyin Li seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, his purple soul rings radiating a brilliant glow as he swelled in size. The chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Utilizing his third soul skill, Crushing Weight, Hu Yanli lunged towards Jiang Yu with the force of a mountain, just as Jiang Yu readied himself to evade. He found himself ensnared by an inexplicable force, rendering escape impossible. Thinking of fleeing? Humph, Hu Yanli sneered. My soul skill is guaranteed to hit, once locked onto my target. No one can evade. As the massive form descended upon him, Jiang Yu realized he was utterly powerless. Was he truly destined to fall here, succumbing to Hu Yanli? Young man, it appears you are in a predicament. At that critical moment, a familiar voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Heavenly dream, my silkworm. Jiang Yu could not help but display a joyful expression. You are awake. Let us converse later. First, allow me to assist you in dealing with this formidable challenge before us. Quickly, extend your index finger. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the symbiotic bond he shared with the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Understanding that their fates were intertwined, one would rise with the other and fall with the other. Therefore, he harbored no doubts. He immediately extended his index finger forward. In an instant, a beam of icy blue light flashed through the air, soaring towards the immense figure above. In the blink of an eye, Hu Yanli found himself entirely encased in a layer of solid icy blue, transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Jiang Yu suddenly felt the ability to move and swiftly evaded. In the next moment, Hu Yanli fell to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the entire surface to collapse rapidly. Brother Tianming, what is the name of this technique? Seeing the immense power of Tianming Bingsan's strike, Jiang Yu couldn't help but curiously inquire further. With a single gesture, Tianming displayed a proud expression. Unable to contain his boastfulness, during my time trapped in the far north, I practiced this move daily. It would be difficult not to excel. As he spoke, Tianming Bingsan's form gradually became transparent once more, clearly indicating a depletion of energy. It seemed he would need to enter a period of slumber again. Tianming Bingsan hastily advised. Remember to visit the far north when you have the chance. There lies the most formidable ice attribute soul beasts, and even those that command the essence of ultimate ice. Only the soul beasts there can potentially bestow upon you the highest grade martial soul. With that, Tianming Bingsan vanished. Understood, Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu silently etched this in his heart. Even if the heavenly dream eye silkworm did not mention it, he would still make a journey to the extreme northern lands. For Jiang Yu, who had only read the first part of the Douluo Continent, the rarely mentioned extreme northern lands in the original text piqued his interest. Chapter 62. The Blooming Flower. Over 3,000 words. As they witnessed Hu Yanli transform into an ice sculpture, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. How did he achieve this? This question lingered in the minds of all present. Jiang Yu, a soul master of the fire attribute, perplexingly wields the powers of ice. This phenomenon starkly contradicts the established norms within the realm of soul masters. How could both fire and ice coexist within a single individual? Could it be the influence of a soul bone? A figure as erudite as the Snowy Night Emperor suddenly recalled another possibility. Only a soul bone could transcend conventional limitations to unleash such extraordinary powers. Upon further reflection on Jiang Yu's identity, everything began to fall into place. It was likely that the sword Douluo held this disciple in high esteem, thus procuring a soul bone for him. While such an endeavor may pose a challenge for others, it was no trouble for the sword Douluo. With the financial resources of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, acquiring a soul bone from the black market would be a trivial matter. However, judging by the soul bone ability that Jiang Yu had just displayed, it was evident that the soul bone he possessed was derived from an ice attribute soul beast. How unfortunate! If only it had been a fire attribute soul bone. Nonetheless, the Snowy Night Emperor understood that fine soul bones are rare treasures, often encountered by chance. Even with the royal family's vast resources, few soul bones could be procured, as even titled Douluo-level powerhouses may not obtain one, let alone a great soul master. To possess a soul bone is an immense stroke of fortune. No soul master would dare to be choosy. Even a monarch like the Snowy Night Emperor has but one soul bone, and that is a legacy passed down through generations, granted only to the emperor. The Snowy Night Emperor's expression shifted to one of contemplation as he pondered which of his daughters might be suitable for Jiang Yu, hoping to foster a closer bond among them. In an instant, Chao Huaiyan grasped the emperor's intent. Was he suggesting a marriage proposal for one of his princesses to Jiang Yu? Witnessing the emperor's evident regard for Jiang Yu, Chao Huaiyan realized that his aspirations to recruit Jiang Yu for the inner court were dashed. Though somewhat regrettable, he reported earnestly, "Your Majesty, all the princesses possess the qualities of a true phoenix. Any of them would be more than suitable for Jiang Yu." After extolling the virtues of the Snowy Night Emperor's daughters, he transitioned the conversation, however, considering age and character. "I humbly suggest that the 9th princess is the most fitting choice. Chao Huatian, astute as he was, recognized that Jiang Yu represented Xue Qinghe in the competition, thus recommending the ninth princess with whom he enjoyed a favorable relationship. Little Jiao. The Snowy Night Emperor appeared somewhat puzzled. Chao Huatian kindly clarified, Your Majesty. The ninth princess is named Ke, born of the noble concubine Liang, with numerous royal descendants. It is understandable that the Snowy Night Emperor may not recall those princesses who lack prominence. Hence, Chao Huatian elaborated. Although Princess Ke's innate soul power is merely at level 5, her character is remarkably virtuous, treating her subordinates with great kindness. And she is also among the most beautiful of the princesses. The mention of concubine Liang sparked a flicker of recognition in the Snowy Night Emperor's mind. Had it not been for that drunken incident leading to the elevation of a lowly maid to the status of concubine, he would not have acknowledged her. Then arrange for little Jiao to grow closer to Jiang Yu, the Snowy Night Emperor commanded casually. Oh, and tonight, let us retire to concubine Lang's quarters. Yes, Your Majesty. Chao Huatian bowed in response. Perhaps from this point forward, disputes within the harem would re-emerge, yet such matters bore no consequence to him, regardless of which consort gained favor. It would not undermine his standing before the emperor. Chao Huatian gazed at the Snowy Night Emperor, a peculiar glimmer igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, the competition intensified, and the circumstances surrounding Hu Yanli stirred unease among Feng Xiaodian and his companions. No one anticipated he would be bested by a mere child, particularly one with a soul power of only 23. Yet, reality unfolded as such, prompting Feng Xiaodian to re-evaluate Jiang Yu as a peer. This individual was far more formidable than the Fire Wushuang. Feng Xiaodian's apprehension deepened. In contrast, Fire Wushuang was comparatively easier to confront, being a man easily provoked. Whereas Jiang Yu was decidedly different. Judging by the timing of his previous actions, it was evident that Jiang Yu was a formidable opponent, one whose finesse Feng Xiaodian believed he could never replicate. Moreover, what was that icy blue light? Even he found himself at a loss. The enigma enveloping Jiang Yu igniting his curiosity. Whatever your peculiarities may be, take this arrow. Fuya, undeterred, drew her bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows directed at Jiang Yu. As if I lack a sword, Jiang Yu, devoid of fear, brandished his great sword as the soul ring erupted in a dazzling glow. In an instant, the long sword unleashed a brilliant radiance, and the Chixiao Sword formation was set into motion. The sharp arrows were swiftly severed, yet the airborne formation still retained its vigor, hurtling towards Fuya with astonishing speed. Despite Fuya exerting all her strength and resistance, she was unable to halt the advance of Jiang Yu's sword. The keen blade grazed her garments, and in a heartbeat, the fabric around her thigh and waist was violently torn away. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had restrained his power. Otherwise, more than just clothing would have been lost. Nevertheless, this act left Fuya in a state of disarray. She was unconcerned about the wind surging wildly into her attire, but was anxious about the fabric covering her chest. Thus, she instinctively clutched her bosom, finding herself disinterested in further conflict. She did not wish to embarrass herself before the gathered crowd. Jiang Yu, employing tactics reminiscent of Tang San's strategy against Meng Yiran, sought to incapacitate his opponent without a fight. While Tang San's methods were undeniably underhanded, they proved to be effective against women. Moreover, Fuya had initiated the confrontation, and Jiang Yu's actions were merely a slight reprimand. His restraint in not tearing the fabric further was indeed merciful. Little lecher, Huowu could not help but scoff at Jiang Yu, her discontent evident as a fellow woman. However, she merely voiced her disapproval before rushing to assist her brother. The onslaught from Feng Xiaodian was intensifying, and it appeared that Huo Wushuang was on the brink of collapse. She could not remain idle. With her first soul skill, Flame Whip, Huowu swiftly conjured a 3-meter-long flaming whip in her right hand. She gestured forward, and the searing flames surged towards Feng Xiaodian. Crack! Just as the sharp claws were about to make contact with Huo Wushuang's shoulder, they were repelled by the fiery whip, the once fearsome claws now singed and darkened, resembling charred wolf claws. Observing his injured paw, Feng Xiaodian could not help but smile. Good, very good. His gaze towards Huowu was imbued with newfound fervor. It was the first time a girl had injured him, and he realized she was increasingly beautiful. After the competition, perhaps I could treat you to a meal? A confident smile adorned Feng Xiaodian's face, for no girl had ever turned down his invitation. He expected this time to be no exception. Bah, I'm already taken. Whether you can take me out for a meal depends on my little boyfriend's approval. Don't say I didn't warn you. He can be quite possessive. Feng Xiaodian's smile abruptly vanished. To make matters worse, Huowu pointed at Jiang Yu, and through her lip movements, Feng Xiaotian quickly deduced who her boyfriend was. How outrageous. Hasn't he even matured yet, and already has a girlfriend? As he reflected on his own childhood, where he merely played with boys his age, a sense of indignation washed over his face. Why was there such a disparity between people? What was the reason for it? Despite his noble status, he lacked such privileges. While Jiang Yu was fortunate enough to have such a stunning girlfriend, it was an utter waste of resources. If only Feng Xiaotian knew that Jiang Yu had been raised on the nurturing milk of Bibi Dong and had been cradled to sleep by the renowned genius Hulaina, he would likely turn green with envy. I will show you who the true man is. Feng Xiaotian did not retreat. He intended to demonstrate his strength to Huo Wu. Convinced that a mere child could not outshine him, he abandoned Huo Wushuang and lunged towards Jiang Yu with determination. How dare you pursue my girl in my presence? Although his relationship with Huo Wu was not yet defined, Feng Xiaotian's audacity to undermine him was infuriating. Jiang Yu was displeased. He had initially hoped to cultivate a rapport with Feng Xiaotian, as he was a talent that rivaled the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Possessing innate full soul power and a mutated martial soul, credentials that made him a true protagonist. Had it not been for Tang San stealing the spotlight, Feng Xiaotian would undoubtedly have shone brightly. It would have been prudent to foster a connection with such a figure. However, Jiang Yu was taken aback by Feng Xiaotian's lack of awareness, and in an instant, he abandoned any intentions of forming an alliance. Jiang Yu did not wish to don a garish green hat. After all, he and Huo Wu had shared a kiss. So how could he possibly allow Feng Xiaotian to entertain such intentions towards her? Jiang Yu does not possess the habit of sending gifts to certain individuals. Feng Xiaotian's speed is remarkable. His Gale twin-headed wolf martial spirit is in no way inferior to that of an ordinary agility-based soul master when it comes to swiftness. In mere seconds, he arrived before Jiang Yu without the slightest hesitation. Without delay, Feng Xiaotian extended his wolf claw, and dozens of crescent-shaped wind blades instantaneously shot forth from his paw. The target was none other than Jiang Yu, effectively sealing off all his avenues of evasion. Feng Xiaotian's strategy was indeed shrewd and calculated. If he were not facing Jiang Yu, the outcome would be different. Jiang Yu channeled his entire soul force into the Chixiao Sword, subsequently infusing it with a wisp of primordial purple energy. He then unleashed the sword technique of Heaven Severance. As the long sword emerged, it stirred up colossal waves, shimmering with a faint purple glow amidst the golden flames, emanating an aura capable of shattering the heavens from the blade. The elegance of that strike was truly unforgettable. The blade crashed through the air, and Feng Xiaotian's body plummeted to the ground in a parabolic arc. In the audience, Yu Lingling gazed at Jiang Yu in astonishment, not merely captivated by the recent spectacle, but rather by the moment Jiang Yu drew forth the sword. The 9-heart-sea tang flower in her hand blossomed unexpectedly, its petals unfurling beyond her control. Chapter 63. The plans of Qianren after Feng Xiaotian was vanquished by Jiang Yu. Their entire team disintegrated in an instant. Although 2 or 3 members retained their fighting spirit, they were utterly incapable of reversing the tide. Huo Wushuang and Talon effortlessly dispatched the opposing team, securing victory in this round. Undoubtedly, Xue Qinghe emerged as the greatest victor, the position of crown prince now firmly within his grasp. At last, she had helped Qianren secure the title of crown prince of the Tiando Empire. If she could thwart Tang San's interference in the future, she would ascend the throne as a formidable empress. What a remarkable feat. Both mother and daughter would reign as empresses. A bold thought unexpectedly arose in Jiang Yu's mind. If this move were to proceed smoothly, the unification of the continent by the Spirit Hall would be imminent. Even the Star Luo Empire would have no ground for resistance. Although the military strength of the Heaven Do Empire pales in comparison to that of the Star Luo Empire, it still boasts a conventional force of over 1 million troops. Coupled with the Spirit Hall's advantage of soul masters, the Star Luo Empire would stand no chance of counteraction. The most favorable outcome would merely be surrender. However, this scenario represents only an ideal state. Jiang Yu was well aware of Bibi Dong's intentions. She had no desire to unify the entire Douluo Continent. Rather, she aimed to annihilate the Spirit Hall. The principal instigator of all this turmoil, aside from the former pope of the Spirit Hall, was Yu Xiaojing. Therefore, Jiang Yu needed to devise a plan to make Bibi Dong completely abandon her feelings for Yu Xiaojing. How could the most beautiful pope allow herself to be consumed by a man when she could pursue a more illustrious career? What could possibly ignite Bibi Dong's ambition? This was no simple task. Nevertheless, no matter how challenging it may be, a solution must be found. It was imperative not to allow Bibi Dong to fall into the abyss of emotions. After all, He had been nurtured on Bibi Dong's milk. And as the saying goes, one should repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. Jiang Yu was determined to alter Bibi Dong's tragic fate. At that moment, a figure suddenly entered from outside. The individual was clad in a red robe, adorned with silver armor. He appeared hurried as he approached the snowy night emperor. It was the tiki of the Imperial Guard. Upon observing the attire of the individual, Jiang Yu immediately discerned his identity. Though the Wani guards ostensibly served as the emperor's personal security, they held an even more significant role as intelligence operatives. Their functions bore resemblance to those of a certain nation's central intelligence agency and the enigmatic organization known as the Chaoyang Masses. Together with the Internal Affairs Bureau under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Wani guards constituted the most formidable espionage agency in the Tiando Empire. The evident agitation of the mounted officer indicated that a matter of great importance had transpired. Indeed, as the snowy night emperor listened intently to the whispers of the individual, his expression gradually darkened. How outrageous! In a fit of rage, he struck the table beside him, shattering it, entirely disregarding his stature as a sovereign ruler. The audacity of the Liangshan Principality to openly declare its intent to sever ties with the empire and profess allegiance to the Xinglua Empire was intolerable. Such a precedent must not be set. Should this breach occur, other principalities and kingdoms might follow suit, jeopardizing the very foundations of the empire. With utmost gravity, the snowy night emperor commanded, "Summon all high-ranking officials of the empire to the council hall for deliberation." Having uttered these words, he hastily departed from the martial arena, paying no heed to the assembled princes, as matters of state took precedence. Liangshan Principality. Treason. The unexpected upheaval disrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. As this news arrived at the most inopportune moment, far too premature before the formal appointment of Xue Qinghe as the crown prince. Brother Qinghe. Jiang Yu could not resist approaching Xue Qinghe to inquire, "Are you aware of the matters concerning the Liangshan Principality?" With a soft sigh, Xue Qinghe's expression grew somewhat complex. The history of the Liangshan Principality is long-standing. Its first prince had once followed the founding ancestor, Emperor Xue Rong, contributing significantly to the establishment of the empire. Logically, the Liangshan Principality should not have revolted. However, years ago, a soul master discovered a vast purple gold mine in Liangshan City. Purple gold is an exceedingly precious metal, and weapons crafted from this material possess tremendous lethality against ordinary soul beasts and lower-tier soul masters. As the adage goes, a common man is innocent. It is the wall that bears the blame. Such a unique resource naturally could not be allowed to remain solely in the possession of the Liangshan Principality. Thus, the emperor ordered that the purple gold mine be sealed, and that the annual output of purple gold be transported to the Tiando imperial city. Yet, I did not anticipate that the Liangshan Principality would choose this moment to declare independence from the empire. It seems the Xinglua Empire has been instigating matters from behind the scenes. The geographical position of the Liangshan Principality is of paramount importance, and the people of Xinglua have grown increasingly arrogant in recent years. Were it not for the balancing force of the Spirit Hall, they might have long since declared war on our Tiando Empire. Xue Qinghe's countenance suddenly filled with concern, reflecting a deep worry for the nation and its people. I never expected them to exploit our internal conflicts to incite discord. This development renders the Spirit Hall unable to intervene. After listening to Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that Emperor Xue Ye's strategies were insufficient. Although the Liangshan Principality is subordinate to the Tiando Empire, it possesses its own military and governance, thus functioning as an independent entity. This situation is reminiscent of the Zhou dynasty, or numerous vassal states, while acknowledging the Great Zhou as their sovereign and bearing the obligation of tribute, could completely disregard the court's authority. As exemplified by the powerful hegemons of the spring and autumn period who faced no repercussions for failing to pay tribute. Clearly, Emperor Xue Yi has pushed the Liangshan Principality to the brink. The purple gold mine represents a lucrative resource. Who would willingly relinquish such a valuable asset to another? It is no wonder that the Liangshan Principality has chosen to resist. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. However, this matter clearly does not concern Jiang Yu. Now that the competition has concluded, remaining in the palace holds little interest for him. He would rather return to the seven-treasure Glazed tile school to spend time playing games with Ning Rongrong. Thus, Jiang Yu took his leave from Xue Qinghe. In that case, I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School. And I ask you to inform my teacher about the news regarding the Liangshan Principality. Xueqinghe too was keen to ascertain Ning Fengji's perspective on this situation. Observing Emperor Xueye's attitude, it was inevitable that troops would be dispatched to Liangshan Principality to quell the unrest. This presents a significant opportunity for achievements. Could it be that Brother Qinghe intends to lead a campaign to suppress the rebellion? Jiang Yu could not help but indulge in speculation. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had established an intelligence network across the continent that was formidable, rivaling that of the Heavenly Dual Empire's Internal Affairs Office and the Imperial Guard, while exhibiting even greater secrecy. Sometimes, a beggar by the roadside might very well be an intelligence operative for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With the assistance of Ning Fengji, Xueqinghe would undoubtedly be able to grasp the current situation of the Cool Mountain Principality. Once he resolved this intricate dilemma, his prestige would instantaneously surpass that of all the princes, compelling even the Night Emperor to obediently designate Xueqinghe as the crown prince, regardless of his own inclinations. Brilliant. A look of admiration flickered in Xueqinghe's eyes. Indeed, being in the company of intelligent individuals made a remarkable difference. This matter was somewhat arduous for me to tackle alone. I must rely on my teacher's strength to succeed. Understood, Jiang Yu readily replied. I shall return to inform Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji has always been a staunch supporter of Xueqinghe. As a mentor, he would undoubtedly be inclined to assist his disciple with any requests. Moreover, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Do Empire share a robust alliance, and any troubles faced by the Empire would inadvertently benefit other forces, which would not serve the interests of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Thus, it is opportune to leverage Ning Fengji's influence to enhance Xueqinghe's prestige. In this manner, there would be no need for the Spirit Hall to intervene, and it would also prevent the expansion of the Star Luo Empire's influence. After all, for the Spirit Hall, maintaining the status quo between the two great empires is of utmost importance. Regardless of which side gains power, it is not a scenario the Spirit Hall desires to witness. Hence, Xueqinghe must make a trip to the Li Ngish Principality. Chapter 64. The Man in Black. After bidding farewell to the Hui siblings, Jiang Yu, adorned with a face marked by lip prints, climbed aboard Xueqinghe's carriage. The fiery Huowu bore little resemblance to a refined young lady. Instead, she appeared more akin to a passionately spirited foreigner. Jiang Yu wiped the red mark from his face, reflecting on the masterpiece that Huowu had left upon him, and couldn't help but chuckle. How should one put it? He bore no ill will towards Huowu's actions. Such a forthright girl was indeed a rarity, even in Blue Star, where many young women of his time were rather pretentious. Thus, he found himself quite accepting of Huowu. Moreover, it was primarily due to Jiang Yu's tendency to seldom refuse the requests of women, a fact he acknowledged as his greatest vulnerability. Yet, he was also aware that he was still young, and there was no need to rush into matters of the heart. There would be ample time to explore such feelings as he matured. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yu kept his eyes closed, resting peacefully, benefiting from the carriage's shock-absorbing features, which spared him from any discomfort. After an indeterminate amount of time, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, and Jiang Yu immediately became alert. Sure enough, moments later, he heard a whistling sound piercing through the air as a silver arrow shot through the window. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had been prepared, preventing the assailant from succeeding. How audacious to commit such an act of violence within the imperial city. Was there no law to uphold? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in an instant, pondering whom he may have offended, as he wondered who would dare to target him within the confines of the heavenly dual imperial city. Did they not fear the wrath of the royal family? Just as Jiang Yu was engulfed in confusion, several arrows shot towards his carriage in a formation reminiscent of a plum blossom. Were it not for Jiang Yu's extraordinary senses and physical prowess, he would surely have succumbed to such a concentrated assault. He realized that remaining inside the carriage would inevitably make him a target. Jiang Yu understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to navigate through the current crisis. Aware that this was not the time for hesitation, he promptly summoned the Chixiao Sword, extending the blade before leaping fiercely towards the roof of the vehicle, causing the wooden frame to shatter with a resounding crash. Without regard for the identity of his adversaries, Jiang Yu swiftly unleashed the Chixiao Sword array, directing it towards his foes. The 5 figures clad in black ahead were evidently taken aback by Jiang Yu's decisive manner of action, caught off guard in that fleeting moment. However, these individuals appeared to be professionally trained. After a brief astonishment, they quickly devised a countermeasure. The robust archer among them swiftly retrieved 3 arrows from his quiver and released them with great force, continuing to draw more arrows from behind, seemingly intent on denying Jiang Yu any respite. At that juncture, the other black-clad figures also activated their martial souls, all exhibiting the finest soul ring configurations, each being formidable 4-ring soul masters. The third soul skill, Fire Dragon's Roar, was initiated by the central figure among them. He grasped a long flute, exceeding 3 feet in length, and directed the opening towards his lips, beginning to play. The purple soul ring upon the flute shimmered to life, and a resounding melody surged forth, manifesting into a ferocious fire dragon stretching dozens of meters in length. As Jiang Yu beheld the impending fire dragon, a cold smile crept across his face. To dare play with fire before him was akin to brandishing an axe before a master. The very essence of fire attribute soul skills held no fear for him. Who could rival the might of his imperial flames? Not even Ma Hongjun could compare. In an instant, the Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's grasp erupted with a resplendent golden flame, enveloping his entire being. This exquisite fire inflicted no harm upon Jiang Yu. Rather, it bestowed upon him a sense of warmth. Perhaps this supreme flame possessed a certain sentience, or perhaps it was akin to the bond shared by Xiao Ji and his Pikachu, who could withstand the might of 100,000 volts and the fiery breath of a Charizard. In the face of his adversary's onslaught, Jiang Yu found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the nature of the supreme flame. What was even more astonishing was that when the fire dragon lunged toward him, it was drawn into the flames surrounding Jiang Yu, causing him no injury whatsoever. Instead, it enriched his flames, intensifying their fervor. The figure clad in black stood there, stupefied, unable to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before him. His soul skill had been so effortlessly dismantled by a mere great soul master who had scarcely moved. Such an uncanny phenomenon was unprecedented for him. Only now did he grasp why someone would pay a steep price to issue a kill order on an obscure child. How peculiar. The black-clad figure on the left maintained his composure, undeterred by the earlier spectacle. Yet, he could not accept that the opponent's martial soul would impose such significant limitations on other elemental souls. With that thought, he unleashed his soul skill. Behind him appeared a colossal sea lion, its formidable fangs glinting ominously. Upon the manifestation of his martial soul, the black figure's mouth transformed, sprouting a pair of sharp, menacing fangs, a clear indication of the changes wrought by his martial spirit. The sharp-toothed sea lion. Jiang Yu had encountered descriptions of this soul in the Soul Beast Compendium. It is said that the sea lion is a colossal soul beast residing in the farthest northern reaches, and the sharp-toothed sea lion reigns as the king among its kin, appearing only once in every 10,000. Water cannon. A barrage of water projectiles surged forth, instantly targeting Jiang Yu, sealing off every possible route of escape. Even if he wished to flee, there was no avenue available. However, Jiang Yu had no intention of retreating. While water extinguishes fire, the nature of the water is pivotal. If it were the purest of waters, it might indeed suppress Jiang Yu's imperial flame. Yet, the sharp-toothed sea lion could never possess such exquisite power. Were it not for the black-clad figure's soul energy vastly surpassing Jiang Yu's, those water projectiles would likely evaporate in an instant. Nonetheless, even under these circumstances, they would only prolong the encounter by mere seconds before dissipating into the air. Truly formidable, the black-clad figure remarked with admiration, undeterred by the dissolution of his attack. Third soul skill, sharp-toothed lunge. The black-clad figure's teeth suddenly enlarged, doubling in size, and his speed increased significantly. His target was unmistakably Jiang Yu. I shall remove your teeth and see how you maintain your arrogance. Jiang Yu had long wished to extract the sharp fangs of the man in black. After all, he was merely an assassin, not a zombie. Jiang Yu is utterly unafraid of his opponent's sharp fangs, for his martial soul is far from being the worthless blue-silver grass. Jiang Yu, brimming with confidence, believed that a single strike from his sword could effortlessly shatter the teeth of his adversary. The reality proved his assertion was not mere bravado, as the teeth of the cloaked figure were violently crushed under the assault of Jiang Yu's longsword, eliciting a pained cry from him. The remaining 3 black-clad individuals exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with concern. They had embarked on over 100 missions together, yet had never encountered a scenario quite like today's. 5 soul masters were actually unable to contend with a single great soul master. Should this news spread, they would find it impossible to maintain their dignity within the assassin realm. They might be relegated to earning a meager living in the Grand Soul Arena. Retreat is not an option, one of them declared resolutely. Only by eliminating him can we continue our work as assassins. Apart from killing, we possess no other skills. What else could we possibly do if we abandon this path? Indeed, while this occupation carries its dangers, a successful job allows us to rest for an entire year. If we forsake our roles as assassins, we will be left with no choice but to take on menial labor. No, we must not resort to such drudgery. It offers no future, far inferior to the freedom we currently enjoy. In no time, the three reached a consensus. To sustain their comfortable lifestyle, they had to fulfill the mission assigned by their employer. One of the cloaked figures, who bore a quiver, abruptly discarded his bow and arrows, recognizing that his martial spirit would prove more reliable in this critical moment. Martial spirit manifestation. In an instant, he was enveloped in a radiant light, from which a colossal rhinoceros clad in steel armor emerged behind him, for soul rings encircling it closely. This was the martial spirit of the dark-clad assassin, steel-armored giant rhinoceros. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, his physique expanded considerably, with his arms transforming into formidable iron hammers. Third soul skill, mountainous meteorite crash. The assassin swiftly conjured a hefty black stone resembling a small hill, bringing both hands crashing down towards Jiang Yu. Among the five, he was the most formidable, having attained a soul power level of 46. Moreover, his steel-armored giant rhinoceros boasted exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities, making him a standout among peers of the same rank. Coupled with his extensive combat experience, this black-clad figure was unlikely to be any less formidable than the ordinary geniuses from prominent sects, and perhaps even more so. Jiang Yu's prowess is indeed commendable. However, his soul power remains an undeniable shortcoming. As the battle progresses, his soul energy is depleting at an alarming rate. While the group of black-clad individuals, though they too have exhausted considerable soul power, still possess a significantly greater reservoir. Chapter 65. The Support-Type Soul Master. Continuing this way, Jiang Yu will soon find himself overwhelmed. It is only a matter of time before these adversaries drain him of every last drop of soul energy. Should he reach the point of total depletion, he would be in grave peril. He is acutely aware of his precarious situation, yet at that moment, several remaining black-clad figures surged toward him. Faced with their relentless assault, Jiang Yu could only resort to passive defense, unable to achieve a swift resolution. It was at this juncture that he realized there was, astonishingly, a support-type soul master among his opponents. To his surprise, it was the largest of the black-clad men. Though enveloped in dark fabric, the unmistakable stench of sweat and his robust physique, more imposing than that of the average man, confirmed Jiang Yu's suspicions regarding his gender. A burly man, and yet a support-type soul master? This was akin to Cheng Yaojin usurping Kai Wenji's role. Jiang Yu gazed at the yellow chrysanthemum held by the man in black, unable to suppress his ridicule. Indeed, his martial spirit was a chrysanthemum, albeit a rather ordinary variety, far inferior to the remarkable golden chrysanthemum martial spirit of Chrysanthemum Douluo. With a thunderous shout, Zhou Tong unleashed his fourth soul skill. Falling yellow chrysanthemums blanket the ground in gold. Suddenly, the purple soul ring atop the chrysanthemum radiated a resplendent golden light, and the petals hurtled towards Jiang Yu with fervor. The golden-yellow chrysanthemum petals emitted a rich fragrance, tempting Jiang Yu to inhale deeply. However, to his dismay, it was not long before he felt an overwhelming weakness surging through him, rendering his entire body numb and tingly. This was dire. Jiang Yu inwardly lamented the dire situation. This auxiliary soul master possessed a soul skill that not only failed to enhance allies but instead weakened foes. Such abilities are rare among auxiliary soul masters, and Jiang Yu had never encountered one before, resulting in a significant disadvantage. In the current scenario, the opponent's auxiliary soul master, equipped with the capability to initiate an assault, proved far more terrifying than a typical support healer. This left Jiang Yu, already at a disadvantage, feeling utterly powerless. The third soul skill, the city drenched in golden armor, was unleashed. Zhou Tong did not relent. He swiftly activated another Millennium soul skill. The chrysanthemum in his hand burst forth with a radiant golden light, illuminating his companions. In an instant, a faint halo resembling armor materialized around them, enhancing their defenses by 30%. Zhou Tong's intentions were clear. As anticipated, the remaining black-clad figures, fortified by this enhancement, launched an even more ferocious offensive, disregarding their own defenses. This newfound audacity was a grave predicament for Jiang Yu. Although he held an advantage over the Sea Lion Soul Master and the one wielding the long flute martial soul, the enemy displayed cunning, employing flanking tactics. The true powerhouse remained the steel-armored giant Rhino Soul Master, whose strength surpassed 1,000 pounds, matching Jiang Yu's own might. Moreover, the formidable defensive capabilities of the giant Rhino, now augmented, rendered Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword significantly less effective. Jiang Yu was confident that, at equal levels, he would best his opponent. But the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. The enemy had benefited from 4 soul rings, and their physical prowess was not inferior to Jiang Yu's. Coupled with the assistance of several companions, the giant Rhino Soul Master was free to unleash relentless attacks, while Jiang Yu had to remain vigilant against additional threats, inherently placing him at a disadvantage. At that moment, reinforcements arrived. The city guard, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. Hundreds of robust men clad in armor and wielding long spears encircled the area. Moments later, an individual emerged from their ranks, of average stature and possessing a handsome visage. He exuded an air of sophistication. Had he not been clad in armor, one might not have assumed him a martial general. How dare you commit acts of violence in broad daylight within the imperial city? Do you not regard our city guards? Zhao Yi bellowed. Fulfilling his duty as the city guard commander, determined to maintain order within the royal city, he would not permit assassins to act with impunity. Shining silver spear. With that, he summoned his martial soul, silver light surging from his body into his right hand. In an instant, a pure silver spear materialized, its tip glinting ominously. Surrounded by 7 tightly coiled soul rings, an optimal configuration, Zhao Yi was indeed a soul sage. The black-clad figures recognized the perilous turn of events. Though they were assassins, they were not oblivious to their own limitations. Even the most elite assassins from their guild might falter against a soul sage. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's martial soul, the black-clad assassins contemplated retreat. Yet, Jiang Yu could not allow them to escape. Should they flee, future encounters were inevitable. If the mastermind behind this attack remained unidentified, Jiang Yu would be doomed to face ceaseless assassinations. Reveal who sent you, and perhaps I can intercede on your behalf, granting you a chance at survival. Jiang Yu exclaimed with a stern voice, "We truly do not know." Zhou Tong lacked the resolute spirit of a true assassin. He merely engaged in this line of work for monetary gain. When he found himself surrounded, he promptly confessed, "My companions and I were merely hired hands. Every grievance has its rightful owner. Dear brother, we beseech you to spare us, and we assure you that we shall never trouble you again." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Indeed, it is not our affair. Jiang Yu was taken aback by the rapid submission of the cloaked figures. With such cowardice, how could they dare to call themselves assassins? It was utterly disgraceful. While others might consider this a case of the assassin is not so cold, they were decidedly lacking in capability, far inferior even to teacher Wei. Although the dark-clad individuals pleaded for mercy, Zhao Yi had no intention of sparing them. To disturb the peace within his territory demanded consequences, especially given their own evaluations were at stake. This was a matter of significant import regarding his career. Without a shred of hesitation, Zhao Yi activated his weapon soul true form, the 7th soul ring radiating a brilliant light. His body gradually transformed into luminous particles, merging into the shining silver spear. In an instant, the spear surged in size, expanding into a colossal weapon several dozen meters in length, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, as if it sought to rend the heavens asunder. The group of cloaked figures had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation when the spear shot towards them with blinding speed, creating gaping holes in their bodies within the blink of an eye. The once formidable assassins quickly succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a bronze token fell from one of them. Zhao Yi, a formidable soul sage, acted with both swiftness and ferocity. After dispatching the cloaked figures, he dispelled his weapon soul true form and reappeared before the onlookers. He then strode directly to the fallen assassins, swiftly retrieving the bronze token from the ground for inspection. Upon examining the token, Zhao Yi was struck with astonishment. Prominently engraved upon it was the character for Martial. Could it be that they were affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall? A wave of terror washed over him. If that were the case, he had indeed landed himself in grave trouble. To dare to slay those associated with the Martial Soul Hall, even as an official of the Tiando Empire, would afford him no protection. This was the unique status of the Martial Soul Hall on the continent. Assassins dispatched by the Martial Soul Hall? Jiang Yu's expression suddenly morphed into one of bewilderment. Could it be? Are they truly attacking their own? This defies all logic. After all, I am a servant of the Pope. Who would dare lay a hand on me? Gradually, Jiang Yu began to sense that something was amiss. These individuals could not possibly belong to the Spirit Hall, unless Jiang Yu contemplated yet another possibility. Could it be that someone had taken matters into their own hands? Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, I had mentioned that being an undercover agent is no simple task. One must not only guard against the enemy, but also confront the misconceptions of comrades. Here I am, serving the spirit hall, only to be secretly undermined by them. Jiang Yu was exceedingly irate. Were it not for the maternal kindness that Bibi Dong had bestowed upon him, he would have genuinely preferred to abandon the role of an undercover agent. Chapter 66, Bibi Dong. The news of Jiang Yu's assassination by the Spirit Hall swiftly spread across various factions, inciting a wave of unease among numerous sections. The Spirit Hall, as the dominant power in the continent, astonishingly resorted to such underhanded tactics as hiring assassins, leaving many incredulous, particularly the members of the 7 major sects and various aristocratic families. After all, they too possessed their share of talented disciples. If the Spirit Hall dared to eliminate the prodigy of the 7 treasure Glazed school, it would not be long before they set their sights on their own promising youths. Upon learning of Jiang Yu's assassination, Ning Fengxi, filled with fury, immediately set out for the Heaven Do Palace, accompanied by the Sword Douluo and other elite members of his sect, demanding an explanation from Salas. Soon, they arrived before a magnificent edifice within the imperial city, resplendent in gold and grandeur. Fengxi, I have a nagging feeling that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems, Xianjian remarked gravely. Although the Spirit Hall is indeed overbearing, they would not stoop to such despicable acts without a reason. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding at play? Initially enraged at the news of his disciple's assassination, the Sword Douluo began to harbor doubts as they approached the Heaven Do Palace. The identity of the perpetrator matters little, Ning Fengxi declared with unwavering determination. His gaze fixed upon the temple ahead. Someone must be held accountable for this incident. Given the Spirit Hall as prime suspect status, it is only reasonable to confront them. More importantly, the assassination of the 7 treasure Glazed school's disciple will undoubtedly stir dissent among the other sects against the Spirit Hall. A tripartite balance of power is the most favorable outcome. Unfortunately, the Spirit Hall has been growing increasingly formidable in recent years. I have long sought an opportunity to undermine their authority, and now they have unwittingly delivered it to me. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, Ning Fengxi could not allow it to slip away. After all, Jiang Yu had not been harmed. Rather, this incident could serve as a means to strike against the Spirit Hall. Yet, would this not be unfair to Xiao Yu? The Sword Douluo furrowed his brow. Though he often chastised the disciple, he still held a deep concern for him. Ning Fengxi assured him solemnly, I have commanded the intelligence system of our sect to spare no effort in uncovering the true mastermind behind this matter. I shall not allow Xiao Yu to suffer any injustice. Seeing that Ning Fengxi had already initiated an investigation, Xianjian ceased to voice further objections. Finding solace in his decision, he understood the weight of their sect's interests and acknowledged that the welfare of the sect must come first. Stand back, uninvited guests. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, Ning Fengxi was halted by the armed guards of the hall, their spears raised in obstruction. Stand aside. I demand to see Salas. Ning Fengxi's expression was one of palpable fury. The entourage behind him surged forward, confronting the guards. Intruders. The leading soldier, taken aback by the audacity of the group, hastily sounded the alarm from the whistle around his neck, alerting his comrades inside. In an instant, the hall's guards activated their battle spirits, prepared to eliminate anyone who dared to breach the sanctity of the Spirit Hall. They were duty-bound to protect the hall's authority. In the papal hall, all eyes were fixed upon the striking figure seated upon the golden throne, Bibi Dong, the supreme leader of the Spirit Hall. Her stature was modest, clad in a resplendent golden gown adorned with over 100 gemstones of red, blue, and gold, which sparkled brilliantly. The crown atop her head, a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, radiated a dazzling brilliance, while she held a scepter symbolizing the Pope's authority, lavishly embedded with numerous jewels and extending nearly 2 meters in length. Bibi Dong exuded an aura of nobility and elegance, her fair skin and nearly flawless visage captivating all who beheld her. The air of regal grace surrounding her evoked a sense of reverence. The heavens seemed to have bestowed upon her every blessing, for not only was her beauty exceptional, but her figure was equally remarkable, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Who dares to make unilateral decisions and send assassins after the prodigy of the 7 treasure Glazed school? Do they not regard me, the Pope, with any respect? Bibi Dong's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, and those familiar with her knew that the usually composed Pope was genuinely enraged this time. Bibi Dong was indeed furious. She had painstakingly placed Jiang Yu within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, only to discover that members of the Spirit Hall had attempted to assassinate him. This was akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple, an utter betrayal from within. The potential derailment of her plans left her in a state of utmost frustration. Return to your posts. A trembling cardinal named Glazed, who oversaw the Spirit Hall's covert operations, spoke up. As far as I know, there have been no assassination missions launched from within the Spirit Hall recently. There must be a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Glazed's report, Bibi Dong's expression shifted between shadow and light. If the assassination was indeed unrelated to the Spirit Hall, then who could be acting under its name to target Jiang Yu? Was it an attempt to sow discord? Should the Spirit Hall and the 7-treasure glazed tile school fall into discord over this incident, who would benefit from it? Proclaim the Pope's decree, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. Whoever possesses information regarding the assassination of Jiang Yu will be rewarded handsomely, along with the title of cardinal. My lady, Glazed interjected, puzzled. If this matter is unrelated to the Spirit Hall, why offer such a generous reward for the capture of the true culprit? This should be the responsibility of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. All major factions will suspect that the Spirit Hall is behind the assassination, Bibi Dong replied. We must take action. While this may not dispel their doubts entirely, it can silence their tongues and quell public opinion. Bibi Dong refrained from revealing her true reasoning. Not out of distrust for those present, but rather to safeguard the secrecy of Jiang Yu's identity as her undercover agent, ensuring his safety. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lady. Glazed reflected on Bibi Dong's foresight, recognizing her unmatched perspicacity. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Furthermore, Bibi Dong pointed her scepter to the ground. Draft a letter in the name of the Spirit Hall, informing the 7-treasure glazed tile school that we are not involved in this affair, and they should cease associating us with it, lest they provoke our ire. Understood, my lady. Glazed readily agreed. Acknowledging the fortunate circumstance of having a pope in the Spirit Hall who is not only endowed with beauty and wisdom but also possesses a decisive and ruthless demeanor. Compared to the previous, absurd pope, she was infinitely superior. Glazed firmly believed that under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall would inevitably unify the Douluo Continent. After everyone departed from the deliberation hall, Bibi Dong gazed at the setting sun outside and couldn't help but sigh. It would not be difficult for Xiao Yu to conceal his talents from others. However, the only weakness he possessed was women. The reason she had arranged for Nana to accompany him every night and had meticulously selected the most exquisite beauties from various regions to attend to him was to help him overcome this vulnerability. She hoped he would not fall prey to the charms of the 7-treasure glazed tile school as seduction. Would he? Perhaps not. Bibi Dong lacked confidence. For she understood Jiang Yu's temperament well. Each time she fed him milk, he would become particularly exhilarated, even causing her discomfort. This mischievous boy seemed to possess an inexplicable strength. Bibi Dong even heard from Hulaina that every night, Jiang Yu would hold her waist tightly, rendering her unable to move. She hoped he could withstand temptation and refrain from betraying the Spirit Hall. If he could complete his mission, she would consider bestowing Nana upon him. Chapter 67. Adaptable Ningrongrong, 7-treasure glazed tile school. In Jiang Yu's room, upon the expansive bed, Ningrongrong knelt at the edge, her head bowed, seemingly engrossed in some task unknown. Meanwhile, a look of profound contentment graced Jiang Yu's face. Ah, delightful. I had not anticipated that your skills, Rongrong, would be so exceptionally refined. Jiang Yu gazed at the esteemed Ningrongrong before him, nodding in admiration. He had not anticipated that this daughter of a wealthy family would exhibit such proficiency in this endeavor. Her skills surpassing those of the maids who had previously attended to him at the Spirit Hall, showcasing a remarkable talent. Humph. If it were anyone else, I would hardly bother with such tasks. Ningrongrong's expression was one of proud defiance, exclaiming, It's filthy. Just look at how long this place has gone without a wash. It's utterly grimy. She pointed disdainfully at Jiang Yu's odorous feet, unable to suppress her distaste. This was, after all, her first experience in offering such a service to another. Even her father had not been granted such indulgence. Were it not for Jiang Yu's assassination attempt, for fear of leaving behind some psychological scar, Ningrongrong would not have so eagerly attended to him. Why don't you wash my feet later? Jiang Yu, with a sense of entitlement, remarked that after all, opportunities to enjoy such thoughtful service are rare. It would be best to indulge while Ningrongrong was in a position to fulfill any request. You look so beautiful. Yet you're still washing your feet? Ningrongrong, incensed, immediately pushed Jiang Yu's foot off her lap, leapt from the edge of the bed without a word, and swiftly exited the room. This girl, merely a jest, yet she took it to heart. It seems it would be wise to refrain from such playful banter in the future. Jiang Yu contemplated deeply and realized that his previous request was rather excessive. How could he possibly ask a young girl to wash his feet? This was not the spirit hall, and he ought to exercise a bit more restraint. It seemed that this habit needed to be amended, as he had grown too accustomed to the comfortable life in the spirit hall. As Jiang Yu reminisced about the days of yore, a wistful expression graced his countenance. In those times, he was spared the labor of self-feeding. As the enchanting maidens at his side would tenderly feed him, he was attended to by 6 lovely ladies during his baths, 1 scrubbing his back, 2 massaging his shoulders, another adding warm water and scattering petals, and 1 devoted to offering him water and snacks. Yet, his fondest memories were of the beautiful maiden who played with him and the little rubber duckies, those delightful toys that could float in water. Those with impure thoughts should seek solitude. However, nothing could compare to the moment after a bath when he was cradled back to his chamber, where Helena, the esteemed disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, awaited him upon the bed. Even more exhilarating was the ritual of bedtime stories, after which Helena would embrace him as they drifted into slumber. This embrace lasted for 6 years. Who can truly fathom such a sensation? A span of 6 entire years. Jiang Yu continually reveled in the exquisite agony of his predicament, a complex sentiment that few could fathom. Initially, he believed his future would unfold in this manner. However, to his surprise, Bibi Dong insisted on presenting him with a trial. In gratitude for the woman's benevolence, Jiang Yu resolutely embarked on the path of an undercover agent. Although his inability to contend with Bibi Dong played a role, the predominant factor was rooted in his emotional ties. Were it not for such sentiments, how could he have ventured to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, where he was seldom afforded even a meal? The spirit hall had been far more comfortable. Just as Jiang Yu indulged in nostalgic musings, the door burst open with a resounding crash. Ning Rongrong, clad in azure, entered while carrying a large wooden tub. Perhaps due to the excessive water within, droplets splashed forth with each of her steps. Observing Ning Rongrong's careful movements, Jiang Yu could not help but burst into laughter. This girl was truly obstinate. "Extend your foot," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her expression one of reluctance. Yet her actions were resolute as she swiftly pulled Jiang Yu's feet from the bed and plunged them into the basin, beginning to scrub fervently. Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. "Do you really soak your feet in cold water at home?" Ning Rongrong, this young lady, is indeed unreliable. Completely devoid of experience, lacking even the basic knowledge that foot soak should be done with hot water. What else could one use if not cold water? Ning Rongrong's expression of innocent satisfaction revealed her utter ignorance of this matter. Alas, Jiang Yu sighed and refrained from further inquiries. After all, it was exceedingly rare for a young lady like Ning Rongrong to offer to wash his feet. To demand more would be rather excessive. However, soaking his feet in cold water was not in accordance with his usual preferences. A thought struck him. Jiang Yuling's mind sparked with inspiration. After all, he was a sole master of the fire attribute. How could merely heating cold water pose a challenge for him? Ignite. Jiang Yu immediately summoned the energy within his body, and a surge of warmth swiftly emanated from his abdomen, rushing towards his feet. The water in the foot basin instantly heated up. Why is this water getting hotter? Ning Rongrong, who was massaging Jiang Yu's feet, felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that this water is not ordinary? Perhaps the sunlight streaming in from outside is causing it to warm. Jiang Yu pointed to the sunlight on the ground, earnestly babbling nonsense, intending to share a jest with Ning Rongrong. To his surprise, the little enchantress before him believed his words without hesitation. Falling silent as she began to examine Jiang Yu's feet with great seriousness, rubbing them as she observed. It must be said that Ning Rongrong possessed a certain talent in this regard, her ministrations becoming increasingly professional, to the point where Jiang Yu felt inclined to indulge in a brief slumber. While he reveled in Ning Rongrong's attentions, the battle at the Spirit Hall had reached a fever pitch. Ning Fingji and the Sword Douluo, both of high rank, naturally refrained from engaging in public combat. Yet their subordinates, elite members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, were certainly not inferior to the Spirit Hall's knights. Even without participating directly, they maintained the upper hand. Among the charging trio of soul masters leading the charge from the 7-treasure glazed tile school were 3 renowned soul generals: the Chun Long Soul General, the Yin Hu Soul General, and the Shun Ho Soul General. These 3 were celebrated figures, ranking among the top 100 in the Spirit Hall's continent-wide Soul Sage power rankings. Notably, the Chun Long Soul General had once fought a fierce battle against an 8-ring soul master who had just entered the Soul Douluo realm, lasting 3 days and nights without a decisive victor. While the knights of the Heaven Do Palace were carefully selected, They lacked a champion of exceptional prowess to lead them. In contrast, the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, under the guidance of these three soul generals, surged forward with remarkable strength, swiftly subduing the group of knights. Ning Zhongju, are you aware of the consequences of trespassing into my Heaven Do Palace? Do you wish to provoke a conflict with the Spirit Hall? At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows within the door, a venerable elder cloaked in a voluminous red robe, crowned with a five-pointed platinum tiara, with narrow shoulders and a slender frame reminiscent of a javelin. This unassuming old man was none other than the master of the Heaven Do Palace and the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. Celeris was furious. But upon noticing the individual beside Ning Fingji, he quickly suppressed his rage. To his astonishment, the Sword Douluo was also present. Celeris slightly bowed in deference to the Sword Douluo, for even he dared not be disrespectful in the presence of a title Douluo. You have finally shown yourself, Celeris. Ning Fingji wasted no time in addressing the influential platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, rebuking him for the assassination attempt on his talented disciple. Though Ning Fingji was merely a support-type soul master, his years in a high position had cultivated an extraordinary aura. Celeris, a formidable soul Douluo, could not help but glance sideways. I have no idea what you were talking about, Celeris retorted, his tone dismissive. He regarded Ning Fingji with little regard, viewing him as just another soul sage, particularly an auxiliary one. Had it not been for the Sword Douluo's presence, he would not have restrained himself. Ning Zhongju. Slander must be substantiated with evidence, Celeris declared haughtily, arms crossed. With the Spirit Hall's current stature, why would we resort to such clumsy tactics against a mere genius? Humph. Who among the younger generation across the continent could rival my Spirit Hall's golden generation? Surely, Ning Zhongju has misunderstood. Such a silver tongue. Ning Fingji replied with a cold smile. I have long heard that Bishop Celeris is the most sharp-tongued among the platinum bishops of the Spirit Hall. Your ability to twist the truth is indeed impressive. But how do you explain the Spirit Hall's emblem found on the assassin? You claim there is no connection. Yet that raises serious questions. Is it possible that the Spirit Hall's tokens can be stolen so easily? Ning Fingji's words dripped with disdain. Solaris's expression darkened considerably. For Ning Fingji's arguments were not without merit. If even assassins could obtain tokens representing the Spirit Hall's personnel, well, what would that say about the Spirit Hall's reputation? Yet, the incident with the assassin was indeed unrelated to the Spirit Hall, if they had genuinely sent someone to assassinate the genius of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School. Surely they would have consulted him, the master of the Heaven Do Palace, beforehand. Celeris found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter Ning Fingji's assertions, which had decisively placed him at a disadvantage. Just as the two parties found themselves in a stalemate, a resounding eagle cry echoed through the air. In the distance, a winged creature approached the Heaven Do Palace, gradually revealing itself to be a magnificent golden eagle. Lodi Yala recognized the golden eagle at first glance. He was not present at the Spirit Hall to serve the Chrysanthemum Douluo, so what was he doing at the Heaven Do Palace at this moment? Lodi Yala was indeed a notable figure within the Spirit Hall. Initially, his talent was merely average, and he was even absorbed in the pursuit of floriculture, an activity considered unbecoming for a male soul master. Yet, it was precisely this that caught the attention of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Under her guidance, Lodi Yala made remarkable progress in his cultivation and had now ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo. In the blink of an eye, the golden eagle descended. Its radiant form gradually dissipated, transforming into human shape as its wings swiftly retracted. Simultaneously, its sharp talons morphed back into human hands, revealing a soul master of diminutive stature adorned with 8 soul rings, 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. While not the optimal soul ring configuration, he was undeniably a true soul Douluo. The Pope's decree has arrived. Lodi Yala ignored the current standoff, his duty solely to convey the Pope's will to Suddies, with no concern for other matters. Upon seeing the golden token in Lodi Yala's hand, Celeris swiftly bowed, paying his respects to the Pope. This token, the highest authority of the Spirit Hall, commanded respect akin to the Pope's presence, and Celeris dared not offend it. The Pope's edict. Lodi Yala promptly conveyed the Pope's message, leaving Celeris in a state of confusion. What does the Pope mean by this? Celeris pondered, increasingly bewildered. Truly, what a formidable woman Bibi Dong was. Ning Fingji's expression turned grave, realizing he had underestimated her. The schemes of the 1,000 families paled in comparison to her cunning. Throughout the history of the Spirit Hall, the successive popes have relied primarily on martial prowess to command respect, with few possessing both wisdom and valor. However, the current pope, Bibi Dong, has proven to be a remarkable exception. Her extraordinary talent is matched only by her unparalleled intellect. Since her ascension to the papacy, she has swiftly quelled internal strife and guided the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights, garnering support from numerous duchies. This shift compelled the two great empires to cease their hostilities and focus instead on suppressing internal chaos. It is fair to assert that Bibi Dong is destined to be one of the greatest figures among the popes of the Spirit Hall. In the context of Blue Star, she would undoubtedly be celebrated as a legendary figure worthy of the cover of Time magazine and immortalized in history. Under the sparse moonlight, within the sacred hall of Heaven-Do, a group of youthful maidens performed a lively dance, their matching black silk skirts dazzling in the dim light. Seated comfortably, Salas was in high spirits, having enjoyed the spectacle while relishing the embarrassment of Ning Fengji, who had failed to provoke him, providing ample fodder for future jest. The girl at the center of the performance caught his eye. He anticipated a delightful encounter with her later. Despite his advanced age, Salas, having attained the level of Soul de Law, found himself still invigorated by youthful desires, not diminished in his appetites. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside the hall. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in a luxurious robe hurriedly entered, paying no heed to the maidens and approaching Salas directly. The musicians and dancers halted. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, the Duke of Yuxiu requests an audience. The elder whispered urgently to Salas. Allow him to enter, Salas replied, his demeanor shifting towards seriousness. Moments later, a robust elder with white hair and beard entered, exuding an aura of wisdom and vitality, a true embodiment of a youthful spirit. This man was none other than the illustrious Duke of Yuxiao from the Heaven-Do Empire, a figure of charm and intellect. Renowned not only for his prowess as a soul saint, but also for his contributions to poetry. His line, "Where does the jade figure teach the flute?" had captivated the literary circles of the Heaven-Do Empire. Even more astonishing was his extensive harem of over 300 wives and concubines, a number that continued to grow. With his latest acquisition being an 18-year-old who could easily be his granddaughter, having recently become the subject of much admiration and gossip after announcing her pregnancy. "Greetings, Brother Salas," the Duke said as he approached the steps leading to Salas. Their familiarity indicated a long-standing friendship, devoid of any pretense. "Brother Xiao, please take a seat." Salas gestured towards an adjacent chair, remaining seated himself. "What brings you to the Spirit Hall at this late hour?" Given the increasingly strained relations between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven-Do Empire, Salas was wary of the Duke's visit. "I have heard that the Spirit Hall dispatched assassins against the talented disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed School, and today, the Lord Ning even brazenly trespassed into the Sacred Hall. I wish to inquire whether these actions were indeed sanctioned by your esteemed hall. If so, I may be able to assist, as I have many skilled scribes at my disposal," the Duke remarked with a chuckle, stroking his beard. "They possess an exceptional talent for distorting the truth and fabricating tales. Even the most notorious villains can be transformed into virtuous figures through their eloquence. Thank you for your kind offer, but the matter has already been resolved. The individuals in question were not dispatched by the Spirit Hall, and the Pope has issued a decree promising a substantial reward for the capture of the true instigators. It is only a matter of time before justice is served," Salas replied, diplomatically declining the Duke's assistance. Upon hearing of the Pope's decree, the Duke momentarily appeared taken aback, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossing his features before he swiftly masked it. "In that case, I have indeed overstepped my bounds," he laughed. "However, your visit must hold greater significance, is it not?" Salas scrutinized the Duke, well aware that his old friend did not arrive without purpose. "Indeed, you see, the Liaoshan Duchy has openly declared its intention to ally with the Xinglua Empire. His Majesty was incensed upon learning this and plans to deploy troops against Liaoshan, accompanied by several princes. Unfortunately, Prince Xuebing sustained an injury during an outing and must remain in the imperial city to recuperate," the Duke explained, his expression turning serious. "As you know, Prince Xuechen is my disciple, and his mother's family has deep ties with the Duke's household. Given that he is to accompany the imperial forces to confront Liaoshan, I humbly request that you send some experts from the Spirit Hall to protect him during this expedition." Fearing Salas would refuse, the Duke quickly added, "Upon successful completion of this mission, I am prepared to offer you 100,000 gold soul coins. And Prince Xuechen has assured me that he will express his gratitude to those who assist him once he ascends to the throne." Salas contemplated the situation. Having heard of the events surrounding Liaoshan, he recognized the potential dangers that an alliance with the Xinglua Empire could pose to the Spirit Hall, especially given the declining military strength of the Heaven-Do Empire. He realized that aiding the Duke would not only be beneficial but could also forge a valuable connection for the future. Very well, I shall assist you. I will dispatch 3 soul saints and 10 soul emperors to accompany Prince Xianjian. I trust that will suffice? Salas agreed, his thoughts aligning with the interests of the Spirit Hall. Yes, that is more than sufficient. Thank you, my esteemed brother, the Duke exclaimed, elated by the unexpected generosity of Salas, feeling as though he had surpassed his original goal. Chapter 69. The request of Qianren Shui. 7 days had passed since the assassination incident, and a fervent pursuit of justice swept across the Douluo Continent. Ignited by a decree from the Pope, as the position of the Master of the Spirit Hall continued to captivate attention. Upon learning of the bounty issued by Bibi Dong, Jiang Yu finally felt a sense of relief, his last dread of doubt dissipating entirely. As long as the assailants were not assassins dispatched by the Spirit Hall, he remained untroubled. As for the true mastermind lurking in the shadows, Jiang Yu felt no apprehension. He believed that following this failed endeavor, the perpetrator would undoubtedly send others, and in due course, the identity of the hidden figure would be revealed. During his time at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu found himself regaining a semblance of the feelings he once experienced within the Spirit Hall. Ning Fingji and his rather unassuming master seemed to have undergone a change of heart, as they had specially assigned several personal maidens to attend to him. In the past, Jiang Yu would never have dared to even contemplate such a scenario. After all, the Sword Douluo had rigorously trained him, often forbidding him from even having a scholarly attendant. Now, however, his master appeared to wholeheartedly endorse the presence of personal maidens, even sending over the granddaughter of a long-serving maid who had been by his side for many years. Over the past few days, aside from his training, Jiang Yu found himself being pampered by a bevy of maidens eager to serve him. During this time, Ning Rongrong would also come to provide massages and foot rubs, leaving the maidens utterly astonished. The little witch, renowned throughout the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, attending to a man in such a manner was nothing short of astonishing. One day, under the scorching sun that seared the earth, the heat intensified, and even the cicadas in the trees incessantly cried out in discomfort. The sweltering heat was nearly unbearable. Jiang Yu temporarily set aside his cultivation and made his way to the swimming pool situated within the confines of the sect. After swimming a few laps, Ning Rongrong approached him, accompanied by several maidservants. Rather than startling Jiang Yu immediately, Ning Rongrong instructed the maidservants to set up a sunshade and then arranged 2 bamboo loungers beneath it. Once everything was in place, Ning Rongrong called for Jiang Yu to come up, while the maidservants retrieved refreshing beverages from a blue box. Jiang Yu approached Ning Rongrong, while a nearby maid hurried to his side to clean him up. Mango shaved ice. A warm sensation enveloped Jiang Yu's heart. It must have been Ning Rongrong who instructed the chef to prepare this delightful treat. Previously, when she inquired about her preferences for cold refreshments during the sweltering heat, Jiang Yu had casually mentioned her fondness for them. To her surprise, Ning Rongrong had etched this detail into her memory. To honor her thoughtful gesture, Jiang Yu immediately seized the mango shaved ice served in a glass cup and indulged in its refreshing delight. Nearby, the maid swiftly summoned her martial spirit, which, despite varying in color, all took the form of fans. Under the influence of their soul skills, the breezes produced by these fans rivaled the coolness of an air conditioner. The soothing wind promptly dispelled the oppressive heat, and Jiang Yu, reclining on a bamboo chair, couldn't help but exclaim in exhilaration. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been chattering incessantly, began to appear rather endearing. They mentioned that Brother Qinghe had come to seek their father once more, seemingly to embark on some military endeavor. With a fervent gaze, Ning Rongrong remarked, "Do you think warfare is exhilarating? I've heard others say it's the most thrilling game of all." "Indeed," Jiang Yu replied languidly. "It should be more enjoyable than the stimulating battlegrounds, for the experience of real-life engagement is incomparable to that of a game." Wait a moment. It seems I have overlooked something of great importance: combat. Shui Qinghe. Jiang Yu abruptly opened his eyes, rising swiftly from the bamboo chair, and hurriedly inquired of Ning Rongrong, "Are you saying that Shui Qinghe has come to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? It seems he is indeed resolute about heading to the battlefield." To be frank, given Xianren Shui's formidable prowess, Jiang Yu did not harbor concerns for her safety. However, warfare is no trifling matter, even though she possesses extraordinary talent and cultivation. Victory in battle cannot solely rely on individual martial prowess, unless one is a deity. Furthermore, there is another issue at hand. Xianren Shui is advancing to the front lines under the identity of Shui Qinghe, which means she is utterly unable to utilize her seraphim martial soul. The swan martial soul inherited from the Tiando royal family possesses an attack power scarcely superior to that of an ordinary green caterpillar, were it not for its healing capabilities. It would likely be indistinguishable from a useless martial soul. This cannot stand. I must go see her. Jiang Yu hastily donned her attire and rushed towards the Seven Treasure Pavilion. Noticing her urgency, Ning Rongrong could not help but inquire, "Where are you off to in such a hurry?" "To release the water," came the reply. Jiang Yu casually sought a reason. At the Seven Treasures Hall, the teacher remarked, "This expedition to the Liaoshan Principality has already seen His Majesty appoint General Gailong as the commander, leading 100,000 imperial guards to confront Liaoshan. Furthermore, His Majesty has ordered support from several neighboring principalities. As far as I know, the regular military strength of Liaoshan is only around 50,000. So we hold the advantage in this battle." Shuqing spoke with unwavering confidence. "Thus, His Majesty has entrusted us, several princes, to accompany the army. Our performance may determine the rightful heir to the throne, hence I must journey to the front lines." "Qinghe, this matter is far from simple," Ning Fingji said with a grave expression. "The 9 cities of the Liaoshan Principality are situated in perilous terrains, making them easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Moreover, I am aware that the Duke of Liaoshan commands over 100 formidable generals, particularly General Pan Feng, whose valor is unmatched. Liaoshan is also home to many strategists. And importantly, the region is predominantly mountainous, an environment where the Imperial Guards have no experience in combat. This battle may not be as easy as you envision." Ning Fingji expressed his skepticism regarding the decision of the Snowy Night Emperor. 100,000 troops may not suffice to conquer the entirety of Liaoshan. Though the Imperial Guards are heralded as the finest iron army of the Tiando Empire, they have scarcely engaged in battle in recent years, falling short compared to the frontier troops stationed at various military strongholds. In contrast, the Liaoshan Principality has been embroiled in continuous warfare with neighboring principalities, undoubtedly enhancing the combat capabilities of their soldiers through the crucible of battle, coupled with the advantages of fighting on their home turf. The Tiando Empire may struggle to achieve significant victories. "Are you certain you wish to join the expedition?" "Teacher." Shuqing's eyes gleamed with determination. "This pertains to the authority of the empire. If we fail to subdue the Liaoshan Principality, the reputation of the Tiando Empire will suffer greatly, and future principalities and kingdoms may no longer submit to imperial rule. Therefore, I must partake in this battle." Seeing Shuqing's fearless demeanor, Ning Fingji, though somewhat concerned, felt reassured that he had not erred in choosing this disciple. Among the Snowy Night Emperor's sons, only Qinghe bore the demeanor of a true sovereign. "In that case, I shall not dissuade you," Ning Fingji smiled. "In fact, when you had little you convey your message to me that day, I anticipated you would choose to go to the front lines. I also knew I could not sway your decision, so I have already prepared assistance for you. I have arranged for a Soul Emperor, 10 Soul Kings, and 100 direct disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Additionally, I have provided you with 500 flying tiger guards, who frequently hunt soul beasts in mountainous regions and are well-versed in mountain warfare. They may prove invaluable at critical moments. What do you think?" Ning Fingji's personnel arrangements were in line with Shuqing's expectations. Yet he was surprised that the teacher would also assign the flying tiger guards to him. Known as one of the 3 elite guard units of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, this unit, despite its full complement of only 3,000 personnel, possessed combat capabilities equivalent to a 10,000-strong army. "Thank you, teacher." Shuqing bowed deeply to Ning Fingji. With the teacher's support, he felt assured of success in this endeavor. "Uncle Ning, I wish to join as well." At that moment, Jiang Yu rushed in. Upon seeing Shuqing clad in golden armor, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The once somewhat frail figure now exuded an air of valor. "I have heard that the battlefield is highly beneficial for soul power cultivation. Uncle Ning, may I accompany Brother Qinghe? I wish to grow stronger, so that I can better protect Rongrong in the future." A moment later, Jiang Yu jumped before Ning Fingji, expressing his desire to join Qinghe in the expedition. "Little you are still quite young. War is a brutal affair, and I worry you may not withstand it. Perhaps it is best for you to remain at the sect and focus on your cultivation," Ning Fingji replied, withholding his consent. After all, Jiang Yu was a rare talent for the sect, and the thought of sending him so far to the Liaoshan Principality left him uneasy. "Uncle Ning, precisely because of this, I am even more determined to go. A flower raised in a greenhouse cannot achieve great things. Look at my master." He also ventured into the military at a young age, participating in over 300 battles of various scales. It is because of this experience that his soul power cultivation and combat skills have advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing others. Jiang Yu, witnessing Ning Fingji's disapproval, recounted the tale of the sword Douluo, who, in his prime, wielded the 7 killing sword to vanquish thousands of enemy troops. "You make a valid point. It appears I have been overly cautious, Ning Fingji remarked, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Indeed, little Yu, your talent is no less than that of Sword Uncle. Engaging in more experiences will ultimately serve you best. Then, you may accompany Qinghe on his journey. Thank you, Uncle Ning. I shall prepare at once. Upon witnessing Ning Fengji's eventual acquiescence to his request, Jiang Yu could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of joy, his countenance reflecting a palpable excitement. After all, he had never beheld the stark realities of warfare, and the prospect of witnessing it firsthand was undeniably exhilarating. Like many young men, he harbored a certain fascination for the concept of war. Previously, Jiang Yu had engaged in numerous strategy games reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms era, frequently participating in discussions on prominent military forums alongside a myriad of enthusiasts, dissecting the intricacies of historical battles. Jiang Yu believed that, after being immersed in various military knowledge, he might showcase his unique advantages in the impending war between the Tiando Empire and the Liangshan Principality. Furthermore, he could assist Qianrenxue, which made the prospect all the more appealing. Chapter 70. Dream in the early morning. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle breeze blew warmly. Following the oath-taking ceremony, the Snow Knight Emperor handed over the gold seal and the battle axe, symbols of command, to General Gulong. I shall undoubtedly trample the Liangshan Principality. I will not return until it is vanquished. Gulong immediately knelt to accept the order. March. He raised the axe to command the army to advance, and in an instant, the 100,000 Imperial Guards took synchronized steps at his command. With General Gulong leading the expedition against Liangshan, victory was assured. Riding alongside, Qinghe smiled at Jiang Yu, saying, General Gulong is the pillar of our empire. Known as the Nine Lives Divine Dragon, the foremost military figure, the Grand Marshal of the Empire, and the commander of the three armies. His soul power has even transcended the Soul Douluo realm, making him one of the Empire's top 10 experts. Listening to Qinghe's introduction, Jiang Yu instinctively leaned against his chest. He had some understanding of Gulong, as he was to be the commander of the Tiando Empire's forces and had earned numerous accolades in the Battle of Jialing Pass. Jiang Yu had no doubts about his strength. Soon, the vanguard exited the city gates, and after 2 hours, all soldiers had completed their march. The 100,000 troops stretched for miles, captivating the surrounding civilians who couldn't help but pause in admiration. Some, fearing the soldiers might go hungry, frantically tossed vegetables from their baskets to the troops. The Imperial Guards, witnessing the sincerity of these humble civilians, could not help but smile, their morale soaring. Among the ranks were youthful men in their 20s, embarking on their first experience of war, far removed from previous training, their faces alight with anticipation. However, the veteran soldiers in the inner circle wore somber expressions. This expedition might perhaps lead them to never return to the Tiando Imperial City. Yet, for the sake of the Empire, they could do no less than fight valiantly. The Snow Knight Emperor understood the hilly terrain of the Liangshan Principality, thus refraining from deploying cavalry. The 100,000 Imperial Guards comprised only light infantry, heavy infantry, spear wielders, archers, and shield bearers. Every 200 men formed a squad, managed by a captain, while 3 squads constituted a larger unit, overseen by a major. Each major unit consisted of approximately 600 soldiers, including all types of troops, ensuring robust combat capability through this structured hierarchy. As the army set forth, the soldiers marched tirelessly day and night. Each soldier possessed soul power, with even the weakest at level 3, endowing them with far superior stamina compared to ordinary civilians. Even after 3 days without rest, they faced no issues. After traversing 2 vast provinces, Gulong finally ordered the army to halt for a few hours. In just 3 days, they had covered over 600 miles. At this pace, they would reach the borders of the Liangshan Principality in no more than 8 or 9 days. As night fell, the army camped in place, with all food and supplies secured in the central area, surrounded by soldiers to prevent enemy interception. After setting up the camp, Qinghe led Jiang Yu into the tent. Ning Fingji had entrusted this prodigy from the 7-treasure Glazed tile school to him, and he felt it was his duty to ensure Jiang Yu's safety. Moreover, he found great interest in this exceptionally talented young boy and wished to interact with him more closely, due to his status as a prince. The tent allocated to them was crafted from thick, sturdy cowhide, impervious even to arrows. After days of marching, both were fatigued, so they retired early to rest. The so-called bed consisted merely of a thick layer of straw on the ground, covered with a blanket. To Jiang Yu's surprise, the straw bed was quite comfortable. soft and yielding, suggesting that the blue-silver grass did indeed have its merits as a sleeping surface. Given the military setting, Xianjian did not remove his armor. But fortunately, he wore a lightweight golden silk armor, weighing no more than 10 pounds, which did not hinder him. Jiang Yu was quite different. He still disliked sleeping in armor. Although the precious armor bestowed upon him by Ning Fengji was remarkably light, he still chose to remove it. In truth, Jiang Yu's greatest pleasure lay in slumber, yet with Xianjian present, it was rather inconvenient. Thus, he reluctantly donned only a pair of trousers, which was his ultimate concession. Before long, he drifted into sleep. In the midst of his slumber, he felt 2 warm little buns in his hands, appearing out of nowhere. This young lad, even in his dreams, was restless. Noticing Jiang Yu fidgeting against her chest, Xianjian, his cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. However, considering his youth, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Fortunately, her disguise was impeccably executed. Her physique bore no significant difference from that of a man, which allowed her to invite Jiang Yu to share her bed. Yet, Jiang Yu's fidgety behavior during sleep came as an unexpected surprise to Xianjian. Those little buns were round and delightful, truly a delectable treat. In his dreams, Jiang Yu could not help but murmur in delight, for as a native of the north, he held a special fondness for buns, with large steamed buns being his favorite. Naturally, smaller buns were also acceptable. In his dreams, he envisioned an array of colorful buns, leaving him somewhat dazzled, and he could only discern their softness and firmness by touch. This predicament proved to be a challenge for Xianjian, who lay beside him. She had not anticipated that an hour would pass with Jiang Yu's hand showing no signs of fatigue, but rather growing increasingly animated. When dawn broke, Xianjian awoke to discover that Jiang Yu had already vanished from the tent. Where could that rascal have gone? Lost in confusion, Xianjian took a moment to rub her temples, only to notice, whether by illusion or not, some slight changes. She recalled how he had caused her discomfort the previous day. Perhaps it would be wise to arrange for 2 grass beds in the future, to spare herself from further disturbances. Outside the tent, on a large rock, a gentle sigh escaped her lips. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, fully absorbing the primordial purple energy from the horizon. Instantly, his spirit became invigorated, and even his body felt utterly refreshed. Seizing this moment, Jiang Yu began to practice a set of martial arts techniques, his hands reaching down to grasp his feet, thus fortifying his kidneys and waist. Jiang Yu recited the incantation of the 8 pieces of brocade. He recalled how he had achieved a perfect score in this course during his university studies, particularly receiving high praise from his instructor for this specific movement. He positioned his feet parallel and widened them until they aligned with his shoulders, then extended his palms towards his sides, pressing down beside his navel. After several cycles of this motion, he directed his hands along the meridian to his lower back. Upon completing this series of movements, Jiang Yu leaned forward slowly, keeping his knees upright, while his hands traversed down his tailbone to his heels, applying a rhythmic pressure from the outer edge to the inner side of his feet. Although Jiang Yu had not delved deeply into the other forms of the 8 pieces of brocade, he had mastered the kidney-strengthening movement to an impressive degree. Recognizing the kidney as the foundation of innate vitality and the reservoir of essence, he placed great importance on it. Despite his busy schedule, he diligently practiced these movements every day. After all, health is the foundation of all endeavors. Otherwise, his ex-girlfriend wouldn't have sought him out for conversation even after marrying someone else. However, Jiang Yu had lost interest in her and was unwilling to entangle himself with a married woman, leading him to resolutely reject her advances and deliver a sharp reprimand. What on earth is this rascal doing? As Xianjian stepped out of the tent, she observed Jiang Yu's peculiar motions. For some reason, she felt that his actions were neither akin to soul techniques nor typical martial arts. They possessed an unusual quality, as if a powerful energy flowed through him. Stop practicing. We will be breaking camp soon. Come over and have some breakfast. Xianjian called out from a distance. Oh, understood, Brother Qinghe, he replied. Jiang Yu felt a pang of hunger. Despite the seemingly simple movements of the Bajuanjin, they were quite physically demanding. The sustenance from the previous evening had long been expended, and he was in dire need of nourishment to replenish his energy. Upon entering the tent, he was greeted by a tableau of several pristine white steamed buns adorning the table, accompanied by a few eggs, 2 bowls of savory meat porridge, and several enticing side dishes. This morning's repast of steamed buns was truly delightful. The combination of buns with pickled vegetables was an exquisite rarity that he cherished. Jiang Yu seized the bun and began to gnaw at it, oblivious to the fact that Xianjian's petite face had turned a deep shade of crimson beside him. Bun. Bun, how I loathe buns. What? Upon hearing Xueqinghe's murmuring, Jiang Yu could not help but look up, as his attention had been entirely consumed by the bun moments prior. No, Xueqinghe replied awkwardly. I meant, if you enjoy eating them, then you can have them all. I shall manage with a bit of porridge. Then I shall not be polite, brother Qinghe. Jiang Yu swiftly pulled the plate laden with steamed buns closer, complimenting it with pickled vegetables as he continued his meal. Before long, he had consumed every last bun and proceeded to sip from the bowl of porridge beside him. After half an hour, the army set forth once more, marching resolutely onward. 9 days later, they finally reached the borders of the Liangshan Principality, with Yushan City merely 10 miles ahead. However, Marshal Gailong commanded a halt, which persisted for 3 days, inciting a flurry of speculation among the soldiers. Some of the new recruits even dared to question whether Gailong was faltering before battle, fearing the Liangshan Principality. Amidst the wavering morale, Gailong summoned all the generals and several princes to the central military tent. In the heart of the tent, Gailong sat upright, clad in resplendent silver armor, his formidable trident helm resting in his arms. Accompanied by Xueqinghe, Jiang Yu could not resist scrutinizing this commander of the 3 armies. Gailong bore the visage of a middle-aged man, his thick mustache lending him an air of distinction, appearing unremarkable at first glance, yet he was, in truth, a formidable soul Douluo. At his age, such prowess indicated a prodigious talent, one who might yet ascend to the ranks of a titled Douluo. Coupled with his exceptional military acumen, Gailong undoubtedly stood as a rare gem upon the continent, a testament to the discerning eye of Emperor Xueyu. As the sun rose, reinforcements from the neighboring principalities began to arrive. Though their equipment paled in comparison to the Imperial Guard, these soldiers were seasoned veterans, battle-hardened and bloodied, totaling over 50,000. Alongside Gailong's 100,000 troops, the combined force reached a staggering 150,000, thrice the size of the Liangshan Principality's standing army. Moreover, the Imperial Guard boasted the finest armaments within the Tiando Empire, their weapons and armor forged from tungsten steel and meticulously crafted through 100 processes. Provided Gailong's military genius did not resemble that of Sun Shitwan, victory seemed all but assured. The entire Tiando coalition radiated an invigorating vitality, each soldier brimming with confidence in the impending war. It felt as though the conquest of Liangshan Principality would be effortless, with some already contemplating a midday departure and the prospect of celebrating victory within Yushan City by nightfall. All troops, heed the command, march. In the central area of the camp, Gailong, astride a robust white steed, fixed his piercing gaze upon the ranks of soldiers. With a resounding roar, he unsheathed his secret silver sword. I vow not to return until Liangshan is vanquished. The thunderous echo of his declaration reverberated through the air, inciting the soldiers to fervently respond in unison. We vow not to return until Liangshan is vanquished. Even amidst the army, Jiang Yu felt a surge of fervor, an awakening of the hero within. Outside Yushan City, the 150,000 troops stood in formation, a formidable array poised to breach the imposing city walls. Gazing ahead at the fortress, Gailong furrowed his brow. The city was indeed a bastion of the Liangshan Principality, flanked by towering mountains, its remaining walls forged from solid rock. Rising over 20 meters, the city loomed like an iron fortress, instilling a hint of trepidation even in the heart of a commander like Gailong. Yet, as the supreme commander, he understood the necessity of concealing any semblance of fear before the watchful eyes of his men. By imperial decree, I, Gailong, commander of the Tiando Empire's 3 armies, am here to subdue the Liangshan Principality. To the garrison commander within, if you choose to open the gates and submit to the imperial forces, I shall beseech the emperor to spare you from the sin of rebellion. With his sword raised, Gailong's voice rang out with deafening clarity, his steed rearing in response. In that moment, he truly embodied the spirit of a great general. After a brief pause, the city gates began to creak open. To Gailong's astonishment, a group of women was seen drying grains in the road, engaged in casual conversation, their expressions betraying no hint of alarm. Under normal circumstances, with an army at their doorstep, such calmness would be inexplicable. Sensing something amiss, Gailong was left pondering the true intentions of the city's defenders. At that moment, a tall figure appeared atop the city walls, a striking individual with sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in shimmering silver armor, exuding the aura of a renowned general, undoubtedly not an ordinary person. To Gailong's surprise, it was none other than the commander of Yushan City, Zhuge Xian, who expressed his long-held admiration for the marshal's reputation. However, he continued, as one under the emperor's service, I owe my loyalty to the Liangshan Principality for their kindness. I shall not betray them. The gates are open. I wonder if the marshal possesses the courage to lead his troops inside for a discussion. With that, Zhuge Xian drew a jade flute from his waist and began to play, a chilling melody resonating from the instrument, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Are you playing the empty city ruse, Marshal? At that moment, General Hua Wu of the Tonglan Duchy rode forth before Gailong. He had previously faced Zhuge Xian 3 times. The first encounter resulted in the loss of over 1,000 troops, the second, a further loss of 3,000. By the third encounter, he had wised up and avoided Zhuge Xian's schemes, yet still ended up sacrificing 5,000 men. For Hua Wu never anticipated that the enemy would employ a different stratagem. This individual, possessing profound intelligence, was one of the 3 great generals under the Duke of Liashan. And I have faced him thrice, each time finding myself at a disadvantage. As he spoke, a faint blush appeared on Hua Wu's cheeks. In my humble opinion, there must be ambushes within the city. You must not fall for Zhuge Xian's cunning ploy. Gailong, having fought for decades, was not so easily deceived. Zhuge Xian was clearly luring him into the city only to trap him like a turtle in a jar. How could he possibly be ensnared? The general's reasoning was sound. Gailong stroked his beard and chuckled. Although this man possessed some wit, he was overly arrogant, believing that a mere bait-and-trap strategy could fool them into the city, utterly ludicrous. Upon hearing Gailong's analysis, Jiang Yu could not help but roll his eyes. Is this the commander of the Empire's 3 armies? Even he could discern that Yunshan City was evidently lacking in forces, hence the necessity of such a scheme. Marshal Gu. Jiang Yu was reluctant to witness the vast army of over 100,000 languishing outside the city. This was indeed the inaugural confrontation with the Liashan Principality. If they were to withdraw without even engaging in battle, it would deliver a significant blow to morale. Once morale falters, it is exceedingly difficult to restore. It appears that the troops stationed at Yunshan City have been dispatched elsewhere, which is why Zhuge Xian resorted to employing the ruse of an empty city. The women within the city are merely a tactic to create the illusion of an army. Had he not employed this stratagem, I might not have perceived the truth. However, I am now convinced that this is merely Zhuge Xian's calculated ploy to mislead us. Jiang Yu promptly approached Gailong, addressing him as young brother. Gailong, however, was immediately displeased. Having fought valiantly on the battlefield for many years and emerging victorious from over 100 battles, he perceived Jiang Yu's remarks as a blatant mockery of his inability to discern even the simplest of deceptions. Were it not for Jiang Yu's status as a disciple of the sword Douluo, Gailong would have already erupted in anger. The tension between the 2 armies was palpable. And Gailong, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "At your tender age, you ought not to meddle in matters of military strategy." His condescension was evident. It seemed that Gailong could not perceive such a trivial ruse, leading Jiang Yu to reconsider his earlier appraisal of him. Nevertheless, a remarkable opportunity lay before them. One that must not be squandered. Although Jiang Yu exhibited a degree of impatience, he was acutely aware that Gailong was the commander of this formidable army. Without his orders, the soldiers would never act independently. Therefore, Jiang Yu continued to offer his counsel, suggesting that if the marshal harbored any doubts, he could dispatch scouts to the city to ascertain the situation before reaching a decision. Gailong initially perceived Jiang Yu's concerns as somewhat exaggerated, yet upon further contemplation, he refrained from dismissing the suggestion. After all, sending someone to investigate posed no significant risk. "Convey my command," Gailong instructed. "Order the captain of the scout camp, Hiderata, to lead 100 agile strategists to the city to observe the enemy's condition." With a decisive command, a nearby guard mounted his steed and hastened towards the rear of the army. Before long, 101 strategists, all clad in green robes, ascended into the sky. Each of these individuals possessed a flying-type martial soul. Although their soul ring configurations were not particularly exceptional, they all possessed the cultivation of soul respect, granting them considerable status within the ranks. On the city walls, Zhuge Xian's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that Gailong had brought agile strategists into battle. It was noteworthy that the entire Tiando Empire had barely over 300 agile strategists, all of whom were directly subordinate to the Emperor of Tiando. The fact that the Snow Knight Emperor was willing to allocate them to Gailong indicated a steadfast determination to conquer the Liashan Principality. This was dire. As the figures in the sky drew ever closer to Yunshan City, Zhuge Xian found himself deep in thought, contemplating countermeasures. Jiang Yu's conjecture was indeed correct. From the moment the Duke of Liashan declared his secession from the dominion of the Tiando Empire, he anticipated that the Snowy Knight Emperor would undoubtedly dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. Consequently, he had long since ordered the relocation of affluent merchants, robust men, and those possessing soul power to Liashan City. Now, the city harbored only a handful of the elderly, the infirm, and the over 1,000 troops led by Zhuge Xian, tasked with the rearguard. Otherwise, he would not have dared to employ the ruse of an empty city. Initially, this stratagem was meant to be flawless, however. It was unraveled by Jiang Yu. It is unfortunate that Zhuge Xian did not foresee the presence of Jiang Yu, this extraordinary anomaly, who effortlessly penetrated his scheme. Zhuge Xian is indeed a talent, yet he could not have predicted that Gailong had come with an air force this time. Jiang Yu gazed at the countless figures on the horizon, unable to suppress a smile. These agile strategists were all adept soul masters specializing in swift attacks. Even arrows might struggle to find their mark. This time, Zhuge Xian's scheme was bound to unravel. Swiftly, he ordered the city gates closed and dispatched men to transport granite stones to brace the entrance. Zhuge Xian, no longer shrouded in mystery, realized that the element of deception had lost its efficacy once discerned. Now, his only recourse was to rely on the formidable defenses of Yinshan City. Release the arrows. Regardless of their effectiveness, let us strike down as many agile strategists as possible, he commanded. At his behest, the army within the city sprang into action. 500 archers swiftly drawing their bows and launching a volley of arrows toward the approaching figures in the sky. 500 arrows soared in unison. The agile strategists, caught off guard by the sudden assault, suffered casualties, though fortunately, most injuries were not critical. A few plummeted between the mountain walls, crashing down to the ground below. Following this initial onslaught, the remaining strategists grew wary, ascending higher into the sky until they were beyond the reach of the arrows. Could it truly be a ruse? Upon witnessing the enemy's sudden barrage, Gailong shuddered involuntarily, his expression turning to one of doubt. Leading the charge was Hitreda, whose martial spirit manifested as a falcon. Though measuring only 60 centimeters in body length, its wingspan exceeded 1 meter. Surrounding him were 4 soul rings of white and yellow. Despite being over 500 meters above the ground, Hitreda's keen eyesight, bolstered by his falcon spirit, allowed him to survey the landscape below with the clarity of a high-powered telescope. There were no hidden ambushes in the city, merely over 1,000 soldiers stationed at the gates. Report to the marshal. There are no ambushes within the city. Hitreda's voice rang out resoundingly. What? Gailong was immediately seized by a profound sense of dread. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's timely warning, he might have fallen prey to Zhuge Xian's deceptive ploy. Such an ignoble humiliation, if it spread, would forever tarnish his legacy, with Zhuge Xian as the protagonist of this farce, while he would be the one ridiculed. Thank goodness he heeded the words of this young lad. Gailong's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu, astonished that such sharp perception could arise from one so young, a quality that even seasoned generals might lack. Soldiers, Gailong raised his sword, roaring, the city is vulnerable. Now is the opportune moment to launch our assault. Charge. With his command issued, the troops shouted in unison, Hua. Leading the charge were the shield bearers, wielding rectangular shields measuring 90 centimeters wide and 130 centimeters long, crafted from 3 layers of hardwood. The leather covering had been specially treated and overlaid with cloth, reinforced by metallic fittings for added strength. Behind them were the spear wielders, each equipped with a 1-kilogram iron short sword with a razor-sharp tip, designed to fit perfectly in hand. They bore long spears, their tips fashioned from metal, with a wooden shaft coiled with a slender rope, serving both as javelins and short spears. As the siege forces drew near to the city gates, Zhuge Xian, stationed atop the city walls, ordered a counterattack. 500 archers wrapped their arrows in oiled cloth before dipping them into a barrel of black liquid. If Jiang Yu had seen this, he would have recognized it as a precious resource known as oil from the Blue Star. As the arrows ignited upon contact with the spark, Zhuge Xian bellowed, fire. The flaming projectiles rained down upon the soldiers below, and despite their shields, many were struck, their armor igniting. In mere moments, hundreds of soldiers were engulfed by the merciless flames, reduced to ashes. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, they pressed forward, without a retreat order from their commander. They would not yield, a testament to the resolve of imperial soldiers. After suffering significant losses, some soldiers finally reached the city gates, releasing their martial spirits. Although each bore only a single white soul ring, they were primarily beast spirits with considerable strength. Together, they charged against the massive gates, causing them to tremble slightly, though they quickly regained their former solidity. Marshal, Huawu cautioned, this brute force approach may not be prudent. Zhuge Xian is renowned for his defensive prowess. He once led 800 elite soldiers against tens of thousands of foes, stalling their advance for months until they retreated in defeat. Oh, Gailong furrowed his brow. taken aback by the unexpected prowess of the seemingly insignificant Liaoshan duchy. Despite years of combat experience and countless adversaries faced, he had felt no fear even against the so-called four divine generals of the Xinglua Empire. Yet now, he had nearly fallen for Zhuge Xian's trickery. General Hua, do you know this man's background? In all of Douluo Continent, there were but a handful of commanders whom Golong respected, aside from the four from the Xinglua Empire. There was only the Valkyrie Melissa from the Aderlinda Kingdom. Now, it seemed, Zhuge Xian was another figure of note. His origins are shrouded in mystery, Hua Wu replied, his eyes gleaming as he gripped the hilt of his sword. It is said he hails from a hidden sect, though I cannot specify which. His martial spirit manifests as a scroll, known as the Thunderous Scroll, imbued with the ferocity of thunder. Once he reveals his soul's true form, Zhuge Xian can unleash thunder across a radius of hundreds of meters, rendering his attack range exceptionally formidable. A hidden sect. Golong had heard whispers of such elusive orders. Though these sects had long ceased participation in the continent's affairs, they were certainly not devoid of power, their locations and martial spirits steeped in enigma, often eluding even the martial soul hall. Rumor had it that these secret sects forbade their disciples from venturing forth to hone their skills. Zhuge Xian, however, appeared to be an exception. Golong's interest was piqued by the figure at the city gates. A sect capable of nurturing such talent must possess remarkable capabilities. Yet, since he had interjected into the continent's conflicts, whatever his background, he would inevitably face the consequences. I shall meet him, Golong resolved. Golong suddenly roared, a fierce radiance erupting from his form. Shortly thereafter, a colossal dragon-like creature materialized behind him. This was a massive, pitch-black dragon, its body encased in thick, heavy scales. Its robust arms appeared as large as barrels, and its legs stood upright like those of a human. The tail, extending several meters, bore 9 circular golden feathered wings at its tip. This was Golong's martial spirit, the golden feather-scaled dragon. His title as the 9 Lives Divine Dragon stemmed from the unique attributes of his martial spirit. While both the golden feather-scaled dragon and the blue electric tyrannosaurus were classified as subdragons, their abilities diverged significantly. One was renowned for its defense and remarkable regeneration, while the other was celebrated for its explosive power and unparalleled offensive capabilities, earning it the esteemed title of the greatest beast martial spirit in the Douluo Continent. The soul rings adorning Golong's body exemplified the optimal configuration. As soon as the 7th ring illuminated, his form rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into the colossal dragon that had just appeared behind him. The 3rd soul skill, feathered golden scales. Golong's voice emanated from the dragon's maw, and swiftly, the golden wings at the tip of his tail began to spin rapidly, lifting his immense body skyward. Upon reaching the height parallel to the city gates, the golden feather blades shot forth from his tail, targeting the soldiers stationed atop the city tower, with Zhuge Xian being the prime target among them. A multitude of feather blades, numbering in the dozens, surged toward his direction. Thunderous diagram manifest. Zhuge Xian remained calm, summoning his martial spirit with an air of tranquility. A warm yellow glow radiated from within him, converging at the palm of his right hand. Gradually, a grand and majestic diagram emerged, depicting a giant wielding a hammer, adorned with wings and grotesque in appearance. Upon the illumination of his 7th soul ring, Zhuge Xian transformed into a beam of light, merging with the diagram, which then expanded and ascended. The 5th soul skill, Thunderbolt Flash. The giant within the diagram opened its mouth, producing a voice that resonated like thunder across the sky. In an instant, the clouds erupted with crackling lightning, as the feather blades before Zhuge Xian were shattered, redirecting toward Golong. Despite being merely a rank 73 soul sage, Zhuge Xian often triumphed over opponents of equal rank, thanks to the uniqueness of his martial spirit. Even those with higher soul power were not necessarily his match. However, Golong was evidently an exception. The lightning struck Golong, yet it did not inflict significant harm upon him. The defensive capabilities of the golden feather-scaled dragon were on par with those of the armored giant rhinoceros, the diamond mammoth, the white-armored earth dragon, and the scaled crocodile, even ranking first among the 5 defensive martial spirits. While Zhuge Xian was formidable, he was still just a soul sage, whereas Golong was an esteemed rank 83 soul Douluo. Although the golden feather blades had been neutralized by Zhuge Xian, his attack failed to damage Golong, resulting in the immediate loss of approximately 100 soldiers stationed atop the city tower. For the assault of a soul Douluo was not something these lower-ranked soul masters could withstand. Zhuge Xian watched helplessly as Golong wreaked havoc upon the soldiers. Feeling an urgent anxiety within him, he understood the pressing need to thwart Golong's advance. The 6th soul skill, Thunderstorm Tornado. The thunderous diagram unleashed a formidable surge of thunderous energy, a brilliant yellow light soaring into the sky, swiftly forming a tornado with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Within the storm, thunder crackled, and boundless lightning appeared poised to burst forth. This was Zhuge Xian's most powerful strike, and he held great confidence in this sixth soul skill. Chapter 73, Night Assault. The tempest of violent lightning radiated immense pressure, forcing Glazed to retreat repeatedly. Despite his astounding defenses, he felt an unsettling, tingling sensation coursing through his body from the lightning's might. Truly, the power of the lightning element was formidable. Glazed silently marveled. Combined with the aid of the wind element, this strike was indeed extraordinary. Were it not for his advantage in soul power, he might have suffered grave injury. After witnessing Zhuge Xian's prowess, Glazed no longer underestimated his opponent. There were precedents of soul sages defeating soul Douluos within the soul master realm. The former Haotian Douluo Tang Hao had once bewildered a renowned soul Douluo with his nascent soul sage strength. Of course, this was an exceptional case. Glazed did not believe Zhuge Xian possessed Tang Hao's capabilities. The Haotian Douluo's ability to challenge ranks was not solely a product of his power, but also due to the clandestine techniques of the Haotian sect. Nevertheless, prudence is the mother of safety. Glazed had no desire to be caught off guard. Although Zhuge Xian could not compare to Tang Hao, he was certainly not inferior to Zhao Wujie, the peerless warrior known as the immovable Wisdom King. While Zhao had effortlessly carved a path through 16 similarly ranked bishops, he would likely find it challenging against a soul Douluo-level adversary. Zhuge Xian appeared to be in his early 40s, yet he had already achieved the rank of soul sage. Compared to the prodigious soul master P.L. Qinming, who was touted as the most likely to surpass Tang Hao's record, Zhuge Xian was equally impressive. Glazed was immediately struck by a desire to conquer. Zhuge Xian not only displayed remarkable talent and cultivation but also possessed military insights that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, rendering him a brilliant strategist. Should he choose to ally with the empire, the strength of the Tiando Empire would surely advance further. In recent years, the Tiando military had suffered a depletion of talent, falling short of the Star Luo Empire, which was brimming with gifted individuals. While Glazed harbored no fear of any of the four great generals of Star Luo, facing them collectively posed a significant challenge. After all, one cannot support a structure with a single pillar. With Zhuge Xian's assistance, Glazed would face considerably less pressure and could enjoy a more leisurely existence, much like his colleagues. Yet, the weight of the empire's responsibilities rested solely upon his shoulders. Even if he wished to escape, he found it impossible. With this thought in mind, Glazed instinctively tempered his force, although still substantial. His attacks would not inflict severe injuries upon his opponent. He did not wish to harm Zhuge Xian, for he was a valuable asset. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xian, having fully transformed into the thunderous diagram, had no intentions of holding back, instead unleashing an even greater force in the face of danger. As their strengths ebbed and flowed, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, each unable to gain the upper hand. Coupled with the archers atop the city tower providing support, Glazed found it increasingly difficult to subdue Zhuge Xian. Maintaining his martial spirit's true form was exceedingly taxing on soul power, recognizing that further confrontation would yield little benefit. Glazed ultimately descended from the city tower and dispelled his martial spirit's true form. Sound the retreat. Gorin issued a resounding command for the entire army to retreat. Within the military encampment, Gorin, seated majestically upon the command platform, displayed an expression of fluctuating emotions. The generals within the tent were so tense that they scarcely dared to breathe. None had anticipated that a mere 1,000 individuals could thwart the advance of the vast coalition army, preventing them from breaching the gates of Yinshan City. This was, without doubt, an immense disgrace for them. At that moment, a young man clad in golden armor stepped forward and boldly spoke. "I humbly request your command, General. Please grant me 500 elite soldiers. This night, I shall personally lead them to stealthily infiltrate the city from the treacherous cliffs of Yinshan. At the appointed time, I will signal with a beacon, coordinating with you to open the city gates from within." Shuizhu's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Although he was a prince of the Tiando Empire, Gorin was not only a trusted minister of the emperor, but also commanded a 1,000,000-strong army. Possessing formidable strength at the level of a soul Douluo, Shuizhu had long harbored intentions to win him over. Among the princes, Shui Qinghe undoubtedly held the greatest advantage. Bolstered by the support of Ning Fengji and maintaining close ties with the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. However, if he could bring Gorin under his command, he would no longer fear Shui Qinghe's influence. With 1,000,000 soldiers at his disposal, he might indeed have a chance to inherit the throne. Goran raised his eyebrows slightly. Regarding Xianjian with a hint of appreciation, it was rare to encounter such courage. To be honest, he held a certain fondness for Xianjian. For this third prince possessed a martial spirit that diverged from the ordinary swan martial spirit traditionally inherited by the royal family. Rather, he bore the rare and mutated martial spirit known as the explosive swan. This spirit boasted considerable offensive capabilities, and Xianjian was among the few formidable assault-type soul masters within the royal lineage. Nevertheless, Goran was not particularly in favor of Xianjian's proposal. The topography of Yunshan City was perilous, with the cliffs on either side offering no concealment. It was, to put it mildly, an open vista. As a prince, Goran could not permit Xianjian to take such risks. It would be quite difficult to explain to the emperor otherwise. The bravery of the third prince was commendable, truly befitting of royal descent. Yet the likelihood of success for this plan was exceedingly slim, and the risks involved were far too great. Thus, Goran waved his hand, indicating his disapproval. General Goran, I must express my agreement with this strategy. Jiang Yu found merit in Xianjian's proposal, believing that with slight modifications, it could indeed be successful. He then articulated his thoughts. Before the third prince led his elite forces to infiltrate Yunshan City, he suggested that Marshal Ge lead the army to the city gates to challenge and divert the attention of the guards within. This diversion would allow the third prince to scale the sheer cliffs using ropes, enter the city, and await the opportune moment to open the gates. Jiang Yu's plan undoubtedly required further refinement. After nightfall, visibility was inherently low. Even with torches illuminating the city walls, choosing an appropriate spot to infiltrate could still remain undetected. Furthermore, the army outside would surely capture the majority of the guards' attention. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's suggestion, Gailong fell into deep contemplation. After the events of the day, he no longer regarded Jiang Yu as a mere child. This strategy was considerably more prudent than the one proposed by Xianjian earlier. With a significantly higher chance of success, Gailong was indeed tempted. This battle drew the attention of the entire continent. Seizing the moment while the Xinglua Empire had yet to intervene would enable them to conquer the Liaoshan Principality with tremendous force. By the time the Xinglua Empire sought to interfere, it would be futile. Thus, Gailong found himself in agreement with Jiang Yu's plan, albeit still hesitant to make a swift decision. A momentous reward was invariably accompanied by immense risk. The general who hesitated would invite chaos. Although Xianjian was unaware of why Xue Qinghe had spoken on his behalf, he recognized the opportunity to establish his legacy. If he could indeed be the first to enter Yushan City, he would claim the credit for this great battle. When the emperor was pleased, it was not improbable that the position of crown prince would be bestowed upon him. The thought ignited a sense of impatience within him. With resolve, Gailong slammed his hand onto the table. Issuing a military order without delay, he commanded the third prince to lead 500 elite soldiers ahead, while he himself would mobilize the main forces towards the battlefield. Witnessing Gailong's agreement, Xianjian was filled with exhilaration. After receiving the orders, he promptly left the tent to select the finest soldiers from the camp. As the moon shone amid sparse stars, fierce combat transpired outside Yunshan City. Soldiers on both sides brandished torches, illuminating the surrounding area as bright as day. As before, shield bearers formed the front line, while archers readied their arrows to support their comrades advancing towards the city walls. Gazing at the multitude of soldiers below, Zhuge Xian's expression darkened. What scheme did Gailong harbor? Night battles were a taboo in warfare. It was well known that visibility was severely limited at night. Typically, sieges were conducted during daylight. Given Gailong's recent failed assault, Zhuge Xian had anticipated at least a day of respite. Yet, to his astonishment, he led his forces to attack once more. Was he intent on denying them a moment's rest? Zhuge Xian speculated that, despite their victory in the earlier battle, they had lost over 100 soldiers. Although the Tiando alliance sustained greater losses, their ranks numbered a staggering 150,000. Such losses were negligible, while for Zhuge Xian's side, it represented 1/10 of their strength, an unsustainable toll. Gailong underestimated him. He would not fall for such a trivial ruse. Calling for his loyal guards, Zhuge Xian ordered that only archers remain stationed atop the city walls, while the remaining soldiers rested near the city gates. In this manner, even amidst dire circumstances, they could swiftly come to each other's aid. Just as Zhuge Xian believed his strategy foolproof, a hidden troop appeared on the right cliff of Yunshan City. Xianjian had brought along all the agile strategists, and the remaining soldiers predominantly possessed agile martial spirits akin to leopards, rabbits, and cats. They were bound with thick ropes. The ends equipped with sharp claws, capable of embedding themselves into solid stone, though not as formidable as Tang San's flying god claws, they sufficed to ensure safety. These soldiers also wore wolf-like claws on their hands, allowing them to secure themselves against any accidental slips. With his gear assembled, Shuizhu hooked his claws onto a massive rock, fastening his safety latch, and descended rapidly down the steep cliff of 1,000 meters. To avoid alerting the enemy, he refrained from activating his martial spirit, yet he adeptly maneuvered with the power bestowed upon him by the explosive swan. Seeing the third prince lead the charge, the other soldiers were greatly inspired, swiftly descending the cliff with ropes. General, intensify the assault, redirect the enemy's focus entirely towards the base of the city wall. Jiang Yu promptly alerted Gulong. Although the distance was shrouded in darkness, he could still discern the silhouettes of hundreds of figures upon the cliffs. Although Jiang Yu had not cultivated the purple extreme demon eye, the transformation of his body due to the primordial purple chi was remarkably astounding. Perhaps not inferior to the legendary thousand-mile eye. Shuizhu had already commenced his actions. This was the most critical moment, and should Zhuge Xian discover it, the consequences would be dire. All troops charge. Gulong commanded decisively, drawing his sword and issuing the order for the army to advance, the clarion call for battle resonating immediately. The 100,000 Imperial Guards launched a fierce assault in a well-coordinated formation, while the remaining 50,000 allied forces, being composed of various principalities, displayed a noticeably disordered march, lacking the cohesion of a unified front. However, Gulong did not concern himself with them. In his eyes, these allied forces were merely for show. Not good. They're launching a full-scale attack. Zhuge Xian sensed the anomaly. The enemy was evidently in a desperate situation. Despite increasing casualties, their pace of assault showed no signs of slowing, and soldiers had begun to set up ladders, preparing to scale the city walls. Although the archers had timely noticed and shot arrows to thwart their advance, as more enemies surged forth, the number of soldiers on the ladders only increased, quickly ascending several meters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhuge Xian hastily issued a series of military commands, instructing the resting soldiers below to ascend the walls for support and ordering that oil be poured onto the ladders. Yet, as he remained focused on the scene below, Shuizhu had already infiltrated the city. Observing the massive stone at the city gate, he disregarded the risk of exposure. He had brought 500 elite troops, and with the support of the tens of thousands outside, even if discovered by Zhuge Xian, they could still hold their ground for a time. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. In an instant, a fiery crimson light emanated from Shuizhu, and a majestic swan engulfed in flames appeared behind him. The swan boasted a pair of red wings and an exceptionally sharp beak, with 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, aligned perfectly on its body. As the explosive swan spirit manifested, Shuizhu's muscles began to swell rapidly, transforming him into a larger figure. Third soul skill, fiery assault. The purple soul ring on Shuizhu's body flared to life, enveloping him in fierce flames. With a powerful flap of the wings behind him, he surged forward. Although the massive stone at the city gate was heavy, it was merely an ordinary rock, and under Shuizhu's assault, it shattered instantly, sending debris flying in all directions. What sound is that? Zhuge Xian heard the commotion within the city and hurriedly moved towards the source. Upon peering down, he saw flames and the 500 elite troops led by Shuizhu. This is terrible. How did they infiltrate the city? Zhuge Xian realized he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Gulong's delayed assault was a diversion to draw his attention, while the foes had taken the opportunity to sneak in from the cliffs on either side. Regret washed over Zhuge Xian. He had not anticipated that the enemy would enter the city from the towering cliffs. Now, he faced 2 choices. Either split his forces to confront the attackers at the city gate or concentrate all efforts to defend against the outside enemy. But neither option could salvage the situation in Yinshan City. At that moment, Gulong was already soaring towards the city walls. At this juncture, I can only repay the Duke's kindness with my life. With a sense of inevitable demise, Zhuge Xian summoned the thunderous diagram. Although he was no match for Gulong, he chose to initiate the attack. As the thunderous diagram unfolded, his third soul ring gradually illuminated, unleashing bolts of lightning that transformed into golden birds, surging forth with ferocity that surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts. Third soul skill, Iron Wall. Gulong was undeterred, conjuring a massive stone wall from solid rock to shield himself. Although the lightning birds were formidable, they could not breach Gulong's defenses. While the two were locked in a stalemate, Shuizhu had already led his men to open the gates of Yinshan City. The Tianshou allied forces surged into the city. An hour later, at the Lord's Manor in Yinshan City, Galong gazed at Zhuge Xian with a triumphant smirk. Though you are formidable, you have become my captive. Given your talents, I shall spare your life. After I petition His Majesty, you will serve in the army. Galong spoke with an effort to maintain a calm demeanor. There's no need for that. Although Zhuge Xian was bound, he maintained an air of defiance, showing no signs of fear. A loyal subject does not serve two masters. The Duke of Liashan has shown me kindness. How could I betray him? Besides, I am merely a defeated general under the marshal, with your abilities. You need not rely on my assistance. Galong, upon hearing Zhuge Xian's words, found himself appreciating him even more. Who does not admire a loyal minister? This only intensified his desire to recruit Zhuge Xian. You cannot say that. Galong smiled. I have fought countless battles over the years, yet I have rarely encountered such a dire situation. If it weren't for a young brother's insight, I might have fallen for your scheme and failed to breach Yinshan's city. You mean to say it was a child who saw through my ruse? Zhuge Xian was incredulous. What nonsense! He could not believe Galong's words, thinking it was merely a ploy to insult him. Indeed, this young brother. Galong pointed to Jiang Yu. Chapter 75. The Choice of Qianren Shui. When Zhuge Xian learned that the one who had exposed his scheme was a mere child, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Had it been Galong, he would have been less surprised, considering the latter was a renowned military god of the Douluo Continent, commanding an impressive army. Yet now, Galong revealed that a child had turned the tide. For a moment, Zhuge Xian found it difficult to accept. General Zhuge, you are indeed astute. It is no wonder you bear the surname Zhuge. Had you not encountered me, perhaps you could have successfully defended Yinshan City. Jiang Yu spoke with an expression of calm indifference. As a competent citizen of Huagua, he possessed a certain understanding of the esteemed for great classical novels, particularly Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin. But it should be Jin Lian in the intricate affairs involving three men. Ultimately, Jiang Yu, steeped in the essence of traditional culture, was more than capable of surpassing the brutish warriors of Douluo, who relied solely on brute force. Although Zhuge Xian exhibited some intellect, he was evidently inferior to Jiang Yu. After all, there were individuals who once regarded Romance of the Three Kingdoms as a military treatise. Although this was Jiang Yu's first experience on the battlefield, he merely contributed ideas from the sidelines without engaging in actual command, thereby significantly avoiding the pitfall of Zhao Kuo's theoretical rhetoric. Zhuge Xian was so disheartened that he felt reluctant to utter a word. He usually prided himself on possessing extraordinary talent, yet he never anticipated that he would be schooled by a mere child. Zhuge Xian, I truly do not wish to overlook such an exceptional talent, Galong continued, urging him. I value your remarkable abilities, which is why I offer you this counsel. The trivial principality of Liashan does not merit your unwavering loyalty. You appear to be an astute individual. Why not join the empire and achieve magnificent feats alongside me? Haha. I appreciate your good intentions, Marshal, Zhuge Xian retorted with evident disdain. Zhuge Xian will never align himself with the Tiando Empire. I implore you to cease this fruitless endeavor and grant me a swift resolution. Recognizing that this was a person of steadfast resolve, Galong quickly concluded that such a character would never surrender. Thus, he determined that this individual could not be spared. Execute him immediately, Galong commanded, his expression tinged with regret. Although it was somewhat lamentable that such talent would not ally with the empire, it was imperative that he not fall into the hands of rival forces, particularly the Xinglua Empire. Marshal Gu, please allow me to speak a word. Jiang Yu hurriedly interjected. I implore you to spare his life. We can temporarily confine him within the camp and then disseminate news that Zhuge Xian has defected to our Tiando Empire. In doing so, the morale of the Liashan army will surely waver. It is essential to understand that while conquering a city is a means, winning hearts is paramount. As soon as Jiang Yu's voice fell, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xueqing's eyes. He had initially thought he held Jiang Yu in high regard. Yet he realized he had underestimated the latter's intellect. It appeared he had stumbled upon a treasure. Xueqing began to calculate in his mind, given Jiang Yu's innate talent, it would not be a formidable challenge for him to ascend to the rank of title de law. Coupled with his formidable military prowess, he would make an exceptional commander when the Spirit Hall vanquished the two great empires. I must devise a strategy to ensure he firmly stands by my side. But how can I persuade him to sever ties with the seven treasure Glazed Tile School? Wealth and status likely hold little appeal for him. Could I perhaps employ the allure of beauty? Xueqing has swiftly conjured a solution. Recalling the age-old adage that even the most heroic of men often falter in the presence of enchanting women. Yet, where could he find such a beauty for Jiang Yu? The young man clearly had exceptionally high standards. Only a stunning beauty would suffice to capture his attention. Would it be appropriate for me to take matters into my own hands? Xueqing quickly dismissed this notion. After all, she was a direct descendant of the noble six-winged angel family. How could she resort to seducing a man? Such actions would tarnish her family's reputation, and her grandfather would likely disapprove. There was no rush. It would be prudent to first cultivate a good relationship with Jiang Yu and see how things unfold in due course. She reflected that perhaps she had been too hasty. After all, Jiang Yu was still just a child. It would be wiser to wait until he matured. Having already been concealed within the Heavendo Empire for quite some time, she possessed ample patience. Goran, pondering deeply, found merit in Jiang Yu's words and resolved to adopt his strategy. Indeed, it proved to be an ingenious plan, although he had initially regarded Jiang Yu with skepticism. The unfolding events revealed the young man's extraordinary capabilities, leading him to set aside any disdain. He began to heed Jiang Yu's valuable suggestions. 7 days later, the news of Zhuge Xian's defection had spread like wildfire throughout the Liangshan Principality. Initially, the Duke of Liangshan refused to believe that Zhuge Xian would betray him, even issuing a decree threatening death to anyone daring to discuss the matter. However, as more soldiers returned from the front lines to Liangshan City, Zhuge Xian's allegiance to the Heavendo Empire seemed increasingly certain. Even the Duke began to harbor doubts. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. The persistent murmurs of the populace can erode even the strongest of bonds, especially for a seasoned figure like the Duke. At that moment, Goran led the Heavendo allied forces to the next city, Liangshan City. Throughout the journey, Goran was in high spirits. Reports from scouts indicated that under Jiang Yu's guidance, the Duke of Liangshan had become thoroughly convinced of Zhuge Xian's defection. Now, Goran understood why Jiang Yu had advised him to discreetly allow some rebels to return to Liangshan City. It was a clever tactic designed to sow discord between the Duke and his subjects. This stratagem of division was nothing short of masterful. Goran now regarded Jiang Yu with newfound admiration, his gaze filled with reverence. Were it not for his own status, he would have earnestly wished to take Jiang Yu as his mentor. In his view, learning knows no precedence. Merit prevails over age. However, the continent placed significant importance on such traditions, and Goran deemed it inappropriate to disrupt these customs. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu's stature in Goran's eyes had undeniably elevated. Little brother, Liangshan City lies just ahead, Goran said with a warm smile, turning to Jiang Yu for his counsel. How do you propose we proceed? I shall follow your lead. Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. How could a dignified commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces rely on a mere child to wage war? Such a revelation would surely provoke uproarious laughter from others. Let us observe further before passing judgment. Jiang Yu refrained from making an immediate decision, as his understanding of Liangshan City was rather limited, rendering him hesitant to form a hasty judgment. After all, war is no trivial matter and must be approached with caution. Upon reaching the vicinity of Liangshan City's gates, Jiang Yu found himself somewhat astonished, for there were not even a single soldier atop the city walls, and the gates stood wide open, revealing an eerie emptiness within. This was indeed perplexing. Could it be yet another instance of the empty city ruse? No. That would be illogical. The first application of such a stratagem is clever, but its repetition borders on folly. What exactly was the commander of Liangshan City plotting? Jiang Yu found himself unable to deduce the answer. General Hua, sensing something amiss, summoned Hua Wu and inquired, "Do you know who the commander of Liangshan City is?" "I possess a modicum of knowledge on the matter," Hua Wu replied with a respectful gesture. "The commander's name is Pan Yu, and his brother is the renowned General Pan Feng of the Liangshan Principality. Although Pan Yu may not possess the same innate talent as his brother, he is indeed a formidable warrior. His martial spirit manifests as a wolf-toothed club, and he has achieved the realm of Soul Emperor, having once cleaved a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds with his weapon, a testament to his prodigious strength. However, it is rumored that while he possesses great valor, his strategic acumen is lacking. His combat style does not suggest one who would employ cunning tactics." This was indeed perplexing. After hearing Hua Wu's words, Jiang Yu found himself puzzled. If that were the case, why was Liangshan City devoid of inhabitants? Could it be that Pan Yu had fled without a fight? That seemed improbable, for his brother was a general of the Liangshan Principality. Surely he would understand the consequences of such an action. "Marshal." Although Jiang Yu could not discern the intricate nuances, he nonetheless proposed, "I implore you to dispatch scouts to inspect Liangshan City. Should they ascertain the absence of ambushes, let us send our troops in batches, at staggered intervals, to enter the city." In response to Jiang Yu's counsel, Gailong was now entirely deferential, promptly sending forth all of his agile strategists into the city. Half an hour later, Hidalata returned to report the findings. Indeed, there were no hidden adversaries within the city. Only a number of harmless civilians remaining. 2nd Battalion Commander. Gailong commanded the robust man beside him. Lead your battalion into the city first, to pave the way for our forces. Yes, Marshal. Shin Quan immediately accepted the order, guiding the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion towards Linshan City. This Thunderbolt Fire Brigade excels in dismantling traps and executing small-scale assault missions, Gailong elucidated to Jiang Yu. So they are experts in explosives and swift strikes indeed. Jiang Yu instantly comprehended the advantages of the Thunderfire Battalion, and it was indeed a wise choice for Gailong to lead their charge. Chapter 76. Ripples of Snow, over 3,100 words. Surprisingly, there were no ambushes from enemy forces in Linshan City. Not a single soldier from the Liaoshan Principality was sighted even after the entire Tiando allied forces entered the city, as if they had retreated long before. Without exerting any effort, Gailong was exceptionally elated to have captured a city. However, Jiang Yu's brow remained furrowed. What could have prompted the city's defenders to abandon their post? What schemes lay hidden within this situation? Gailong did not dwell on such thoughts. After reassuring the remaining citizens of the city, he stationed 1,000 imperial guards to garrison Linshan City, and then continued their journey. As noon passed, the sun unleashed its fierce rays, and a thick wave of heat enveloped the air. The ground gradually became scalding under this intense energy, and even the leaves by the roadside began to emit wisps of smoke after being exposed to the sunlight. It was not long before they ignited. Clearly, the heat of the day far surpassed that of ordinary times. The various principalities had long since acclimatized to such sweltering conditions. Yet it was the imperial guards of the Tiando Empire who suffered the most. Situated in the northern part of the continent, Tiando Imperial City did not typically experience such scorching weather, and this group of guards, accustomed to the cooler climate, was encountering such heat for the first time. After marching barely 100 meters, dozens of guards began to succumb to heatstroke. Gailong, with no other option, had to send the accompanying physician to escort them back to Linshan City, while the remaining soldiers were compelled to press on, striving to reach the vicinity of Yinshan City before nightfall. As evening approached, the sun dipped low on the horizon, and the heat in the air was no longer as oppressive as it had been at noon. The Tiando allied forces were finally nearing Yinshan City. Marshal Huawu pointed towards a dense thicket ahead and remarked, "Beyond this forest lies the territory of Yinshan City." Gazing at the lush woodland, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if foreboding danger lurked within. Although he could not articulate the reason, he was convinced that peril awaited them in the forest. Gailong, the marshal, Jiang Yu could not help but remind, the military texts advise against entering the forest. Perhaps we should consider an alternate route. That is not advisable, Huawu immediately countered. General, if we take a detour, we would have to traverse an additional 500 miles, and I fear we may not reach Yinshan City by tomorrow. Is that so? Although Gailong held great trust in Jiang Yu, the thought of delaying their march led him to opt for the path through the forest. He reasoned that the garrison of Linshan City might have already retreated to Liaoshan City with their troops, and thus, the journey would likely be devoid of peril. The commander has decided. We shall continue our advance forward. However, as Jiang Yu's words hung in the air, Gailong interjected, reassuring him, "Fear not. The forest is not overly extensive. Even if there are ambushes, their numbers will be few, and we have an army of over 100,000 on our side. With such a significant advantage, there is no cause for concern." Under Gailong's resolute command, the troops commenced their advance into the woods. Although this forest was smaller than the common soul-hunting forest, the trees grew exceptionally tall, with the shortest reaching around 20 meters and many towering over 100 meters. The underbrush flourished, rising to the ankles of the soldiers. However, the soul beasts here were relatively young, mostly mere 10-year-old beasts, with rarely a 100-year-old soul beast in sight. Upon witnessing the advance of the vast Tiando coalition, the soul beasts scattered in fear of capture. Even the typically ferocious, violent bear soul beasts refrained from obstructing the army, wisely retreating from the path. After half an hour of marching, the army had yet to encounter any perilous situations, suggesting that there were indeed no ambushes lurking within. Gailong began to feel that Jiang Yu was overly cautious. "Stay vigilant," he urged, noticing the weariness etched on his soldiers' faces. "In another half hour, we should emerge from this forest. Once we reach the vicinity of Yinshan City, we will make camp for the night, allowing you all to rest before we launch our assault." Hearing Gailong's words, the soldiers, though still fatigued, found renewed determination at the prospect of respite and pressed onward. Suddenly, a volley of fiery arrows, numbering in the hundreds, pierced through the foliage, striking the ground. Almost instantaneously, a foul-smelling rain began to fall, igniting upon contact with the flames. Oil fire. Gulong's expression darkened ominously. This was a grave situation. They were under a fire attack. He had not anticipated that the people of the Liaoshan Duchy would dare to commit such a heinous act. It was well known that water and fire were merciless. Across the continent, nations had an unspoken agreement to refrain from using water or fire attacks, even in the fiercest of wars, as such tactics were deemed excessively wicked. Historically, those who employed such strategies faced dire consequences, with even titled Douluos warning that national fortunes could be severely affected. No one doubted the wisdom of the titled Douluos. Thus, even in conflicts between the two great empires, the use of such nefarious tactics was avoided. Gulong had chosen this forest route precisely because he believed the Liaoshan Duchy would not resort to fire attacks. Little did he anticipate such a swift rebuttal. Due to the sweltering heat, even a spark could ignite the forest, let alone the hundreds of flaming arrows enhanced by oil. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in roaring flames, and in a matter of moments, thousands of soldiers were charred. Witnessing comrades transformed into tormented beings engulfed in fire, moaning in agony before becoming lifeless husks, even a battle-hardened general like Gulong felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This was Jiang Yu's first encounter with the brutal reality of war, far removed from any romanticized notions he had entertained. Just as he stood frozen in shock, an arrow hurtled towards him. "Watch out!" Snow Qinghe, ever vigilant, noticed Jiang Yu's dazed expression and swiftly pushed him aside. Thankfully, her reflexes were quick, and the arrow missed its mark as she rolled him forward. Remain calm. In this critical moment, Gulong maintained his composure, a testament to his status as the supreme commander of the Empire's forces. He quickly issued orders. All those with water-type martial souls, extinguish the flames. Those with defensive martial souls or higher soul power, take positions on the periphery. Gulong bellowed. Among the vast army, although only a small fraction possessed soul power, there were still over 1,000 capable individuals, most with but a single soul ring. In this dire situation, they could only rely on their soul abilities to combat the encroaching inferno. The seventh soul ability, as the soul's soul Douluo present. Gulong unhesitatingly activated his martial soul's true form. Transforming into a colossal dragon, he charged into the heart of the blazing inferno, using his body to stem the spread of the flames. His martial soul, the golden feather scale dragon, was renowned for its formidable defense. Though the flames raged furiously, they were merely ordinary fire and could not harm Gulong, a soul Douluo of his caliber. Water barrier, water bullets, call of the tide. Numerous water-type soul masters unleashed their abilities. Captain Jia He of the Tiando Imperial Guard's 3rd Battalion, a level 39 soul master with a water-type martial soul, summoned forth his powers. His martial soul, a water-blue frog-like creature, bore resemblance to a human in form, with disproportionately large frog-like limbs. On its back rested a sword forged of condensed water, known as the water sword frog. Upon activating his martial soul, Jia He's arms morphed into frog-like appendages, and the water sword manifested at his right arm. As his purple 1,000-year soul ring illuminated, he raised his arm, launching the water sword skyward. In response, torrential rain cascaded from the clouds, falling precisely where the water sword pointed. Although Jia He's 3rd soul ability lacked overwhelming offensive power, it proved immensely effective in this moment, even surpassing the capabilities of the golden feather scale dragon. Thanks to the rain, the flames within the forest began to subside, and the arrows raining from above were extinguished by the downpour. As long as the arrows did not strike their bodies, the soldiers remained unharmed. With the assistance of the water-type soldiers, the blaze gradually diminished. Though it had not been fully extinguished, the extent of the destruction was far less than at the outset, allowing the troops to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you all right? This is no time for daydreaming," Snow Qinghe inquired, her concern directed at Jiang Yu. Oblivious to their rather awkward position, a delicate fragrance enveloped Jiang Yu, bringing him back to consciousness, and he found himself gazing into the close proximity of Qianjian, causing his breath to quicken. Although she appeared as a young man at that moment, Jiang Yu recognized the exquisite talent and beauty concealed beneath this guise. The future angel goddess. The subtle scent emanating from Qianjian stirred his senses, drawing him into a state of rapture. "How delightful!" Observing Jiang Yu's entranced demeanor, Qianjian chuckled softly. "While your martial soul may be fire-based, assisting in this situation would only exacerbate the flames. However, you must take care of yourself. You came to aid me, yet it seems I must now protect you." She seldom lowered her guard, yet she began to jest about Jiang Yu. However, coupled with her somewhat feminine visage, it seemed less like a critique and more akin to a playful display of affection. The image of a dignified, aloof goddess indulging in such endearments is truly enchanting. It seems that only Jiang Yu could elicit such treatment. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yu turned over, pinning Qianren beneath him, and a smile blossomed on his face. Thank you. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's sincere gaze, a hint of crimson crept across Qianren's cheeks. And for the first time, her once frosty heart experienced a flutter of confusion, beating erratically. What is happening to me? He's merely a child. Qianren suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over her. Was she not akin to those lecherous men who prey upon the young? Qianren, you are the heir of the angel martial soul. Such behavior is unbecoming. Jiang Yu was unaware that his simple expression of gratitude towards Qianren had stirred a subtle ripple within her. He merely wished to extend his thanks to her. Chapter 77. The flaw of Qianren. Please move aside. You are pressing against me. Qianren's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Oh. Jiang Yu finally realized the awkwardness of their posture and hurriedly scratched his head before standing up. However, he unexpectedly stepped on a dry twig on the ground, causing him to trip and fall once more onto Qianren. Fortunately, Qianren swiftly turned her head, avoiding an intimate collision of lips, yet even so, she felt the immense force pressing against her, rendering her chest as flat as a pancake, devoid of any curvature. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel. It appeared that Qianren's disguise was not without its flaws. Perhaps it was due to the soul bone not having surpassed the 100,000-year threshold. The angelic armor of the Spirit Hall comprises 6 soul bones, each precisely 99,999 years old, all sourced from the same species of soul beast. Jiang Yu speculated that Qianren had absorbed the soul bone from the head, the ever-changing disguised skull. Had this head soul bone truly evolved to the 100,000-year level, Qianren's disguise would undoubtedly possess no discernible weaknesses, unlike its current state. Fortunately, it was Jiang Yu who pressed upon her. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have immediately questioned her identity. What are you pondering? Qianren inquired, noticing the contemplative expression on Jiang Yu's face. I find myself craving grape jelly. Jiang Yu remained oblivious to any discrepancies and casually voiced his thoughts at that moment. Once he became aware of the situation, he was contemplating how to cleverly navigate the conversation. However, to his surprise, Qianren appeared genuinely perplexed. Grape jelly? What is that? She inquired. I have only heard of grape wine and grape cake. What is grape jelly? Is it delicious? Observing Qianren's innocent demeanor, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. This was not merely a matter of taste. Undoubtedly, it was quite palatable. Those who had tried it all praised its flavor. Drink, drink, drink. Jiang Yu could only awkwardly reply, it's quite delicious. Is that so? Qianren responded, somewhat skeptical. I won't believe it unless you can prepare it for me. That might be a bit challenging. Just as Jiang Yu and Qianren were conversing, a soul emperor from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School hurried over from a distance. Your Highness, Xiao, Ningling inquired with concern, how are you both faring? The previous scene had been utterly chaotic, and by the time he regained his composure, Xueqinghe had already vanished. He had searched for quite a while before finally spotting Xueqinghe's figure, along with Jiang Yu, the direct disciple of the sword Douluo. Jiang Yu hastily extricated himself from Qianren, having learned from his previous experience, and this time he did not stumble. Upon noticing the approaching Ning Lang, he promptly waved and exclaimed, Uncle Lang, we are fine. The middle-aged man ahead was a vital member of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, having rendered considerable service to the sect, which led Ning Fengji to bestow upon him the surname Ning. Due to his association with the sword Douluo's disciples, Jiang Yu had developed a certain rapport with Ning Lang. Despite being merely a soul emperor, he could contend with most soul saints, who would find it challenging to best him in battle. Ning Lang's martial soul, the Lang bird, bore the bloodline of the divine phoenix, inherently wielding the 9 nether mystic flame, which was undoubtedly superior to the phoenix evil fire controlled by Ma Hongjun before he consumed the 10 sunfire pills. However, Ning Lang's Lang bird martial soul had not undergone a reversion phenomenon, thus he could not fully harness the power of the 9 nether mystic flame. Nevertheless, Ning Lang's strength should not be underestimated. Jiang Yu had even heard the sword Douluo mention that Ning Lang possessed at least a 50% chance of breaking through to the titled Douluo realm. Should he experience a fortuitous encounter and obtain a supreme fire attribute treasure, that probability would rise to an astounding 90%. a truly formidable prospect. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is currently recognized as the foremost among the seven great sects, with disciples numbering in the thousands, only 1.5 possess a realistic chance of ascending to the title Douluo realm, one being Jiang Yu himself, and the other half belonging to the disciple of the Bone Douluo, Xianjian, who possesses the powerful Taodai divine count martial soul, Jiang Yu. As the favored disciple of the sword Douluo, often engaged in duels within the sect, the earth power embodied in Xianjian's Taodai divine bull was exceptionally potent. Jiang Yu speculated that it was hardly inferior to the ultimate level of power. After all, according to the Bone Douluo, the Taodai divine bull possessed the bloodline of the earth elemental holy dragon, certainly not weaker than the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Were it not for the rarity of such a martial spirit, a unified force would have likely formed by now, preventing the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect from basking in its glory alone, should Ninglang experience a fortuitous event. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would then have two semi-humans with the potential to break through to title Douluo. Ning Fengzhi's decision to send Ninglang to safeguard Xueqinghe along the way was not without ulterior motives. The climate of the Liaoshan Duchy was exceedingly hot, presenting a considerable chance of discovering fire attribute treasures. He hoped Ninglang might find fortune there. Unexpectedly, the ruffians of Liaoshan Duchy resorted to fire attacks. Fortunately, Marshal Gulong responded swiftly. Otherwise, the casualties could have been far more severe. Ninglang sighed deeply, although he too wielded fire. He had never directed it towards the innocent, unlike those shameless individuals from Liaoshan Duchy. Their relentless pursuit of victory was utterly despicable. Uncle Lang, rest assured, they will certainly pay the price. Jiang Yu's expression turned icy in an instant, when the time came. Neither the mastermind behind this idea nor those who executed the plan would escape unscathed. This was the first time he felt such intense fury. Even Ninglang shivered at the sight of Jiang Yu's countenance, astonished at how terrifying his anger could be. Once the flames were completely extinguished, Gulong eagerly led the army forward at great speed. The soldiers, having passed through this ordeal, became united in their enmity, igniting a fierce fire of anger in their hearts. The previous fatigue was replaced by a fervent desire for vengeance, invigorating them all. A journey that would typically take half an hour was accomplished in a mere 10 minutes. Upon exiting the forest, a vast valley entrance greeted their eyes. According to Huawu, they would be near Yin Mountain City once they traversed this opening. Itrata, lead the way to scout for any danger. If there are issues, sound the whistle to alert us. This time, Gulong dared not take any chances. Yes, Marshal. Hitrata immediately unfurled his wings and, accompanied by the remaining agile scouts, set off to explore the path. Half an hour passed before a whistle echoed from the valley. This is terrible. We are under attack. Gulong's brow furrowed instantly. Drawing his sword and commanding, form ranks. Moments later, Hitrata stumbled out of the valley in disarray, his agile scouts reduced to merely a dozen or so. The rest presumably lost to dire fate. Indeed, there was an ambush in the valley. Despite my utmost effort, I could not bring all my comrades to safety. Hitrata cried out in anguish. Gulong could no longer contain his fury. It is worth noting that these agile scouts were not easy to cultivate. It was due to the trust placed in him by the Snow Knight Emperor that he received 100 soldiers. Now, however, he was left with only about 10. And to think they fell in such a place as Liaoshan Duchy. For the proud Gulong, this was an immense disgrace. He vowed to cleanse this humiliation with the blood of his enemies, refusing to relent until he achieved his goal. All units, attack! Gulong mounted his steed and charged boldly into the valley, a brilliant light erupting from his form as his martial spirit enveloped him. He intended to show these arrogant ruffians just how fearsome the wrath of a Soul Douluo could be. Marshal Gu. Jiang Yu observed that Gulong was blinded by rage and hastily urged Xueqinghe, who was behind him, to spur their horses onward. Ninglang and the other disciples from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School accompanied them, providing protection, as their strength was sufficient to thwart any enemy assaults. The situation on Xueqin and Xuezhu's side mirrored that of Xueqinghe. They too were well guarded. These individuals were all high-level soul masters, undaunted by the trivial skirmishes of the battlefield. At their level, ordinary soldiers posed little threat, and given that the standing army of the Liaoshan Principality numbered only 50,000, even a nationwide mobilization could not rival the strength of the Tiando allied forces. The valley ahead was not particularly vast, limiting the number of ambushes that could be concealed. With their defenses in place, the hidden troops had lost their element of surprise and were rendered ineffective. Perhaps the enemy was aware of this, for the ambushers within the valley had already retreated. The Tiando allied forces successfully emerged from the valley. A massive fortified city loomed ahead, astonishingly dominated by a volcano within its confines. As they approached Yin Mountain City, The temperature escalated, rendering even their breath scorching. The ground was so hot that a raw egg would likely sizzle upon contact. However, the Tiando allied forces did not voice the anticipated complaints. They persevered, their fury rivaling the sweltering heat of Yin Mountain City. The desire for vengeance eclipsed all else. Before long, Golong arrived at the gates of Yin Mountain City, demanding to know who had laid the ambush and dared to confront him. He roared at the figures atop the city walls, his patience for idle chatter exhausted. The city gates swung open with a resounding crash. Moments later, thousands of fully armed soldiers emerged, and once they had exited, the gates closed behind them, splitting the formation in two. 3 middle-aged men clad in general's attire rode forth, steadily advancing towards Golong. Truly, you are the illustrious Marshal Golong. Your title of the 9 Lives Divine Dragon is indeed well-deserved. The burly man in the center, his muscles taut and sinewy, could not help but admire Golong's formidable vitality, having survived even the blazing inferno. Marshal, this man, known as Pan Yu, stood against the Liaoshan Principality before. Huawu promptly informed Golong. To his left is the city guard Niu Jin, and the man on his right is unfamiliar to me. But given his position alongside the other two, he must possess considerable skill. Whoever they are, I shall ensure they pay the price, Golong declared, his teeth grinding in fury as he gazed at the figures before him. This was the first time he had felt such rage. I am Pan Yu, brother of. The burly man began, but before he could finish, Golong charged forward on his steed, his hand resting on the jade pendant at his waist. A brilliant golden light erupted as a crescent-shaped blade, measuring over 2 meters in length, materialized in his grasp. Golong aimed the blade at the ground, tugging on the reins to accelerate his mount, causing sparks to fly as the blade scraped against the earth. How outrageous! Pan Yu seethed, wishing to fiercely retaliate against the blue-silver grass beneath him. Such conduct was utterly against the principles of martial ethics. According to battlefield protocol, both commanders were supposed to announce their names and boast before engaging in combat, taking turns in a measured exchange. Yet Golong's reckless haste to attack was unprecedented, even to someone as brash as Pan Yu. Do you think me easy to bully? Pan Yu, now exasperated, unleashed his martial soul despite knowing the disparity in soul power between himself and Golong. A surge of dark energy erupted as a shadowy wolf-fang mace appeared in his right hand. Before anyone could react, the mace swelled in size, extending over 2 meters. Its spikes sharp as true wolf fangs. 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, swirled around the mace, their luminescence captivating. Though Pan Yu's innate talent paled in comparison to that of his brother Pan Feng, his innate soul power had reached level 7. And coupled with his wolf-fang mace martial soul, he was a renowned figure amongst several principalities, even earning the title of the first mace of Liaoshan. Liaoshan Principality, as one of the top 3 large principalities under the Tiando Empire, boasted a population of over 1 million. Pan Yu's reputation as the first mace was thus well-earned. 6th soul skill, Wolf-Fang Mountain Crusher. Pan Yu unleashed his strongest soul skill to counter Golong's sudden assault, the weight of his mace amplifying dramatically under the skill's enhancement. This 6th soul ring was derived from a 2,000-year-old powerful magic ape soul beast, renowned for its immense strength and possessing the bloodline of a Titan giant ape. It was a hybrid between the Titan giant ape and the diamond ape, surpassing even the great strength diamond bear in sheer power. Pan Yu swung the wolf-fang mace toward Golong, confident that despite Golong's rank as a Soul Douluo, being a defensive type, he would not be able to overpower him, a strong offensive soul emperor. Alas, Pan Yu's assumptions were overly simplistic. Golong wielded his blade in a state empowered by his martial soul, and with the added velocity, the force of his strike was formidable. As he approached Pan Yu, Golong's steed leaped into the air, and with all his might, he swung the crescent blade downward with great speed. Bang! Pan Yu raised the wolf-fang mace to block above his head, but upon contact with the crescent blade, the power radiating from it nearly rendered his hands powerless. It was then that Pan Yu realized the terrifying strength of a Soul Douluo. Golong had not even employed his soul skill yet managed to dominate him in strength. Niu Jin, do not hold back. As Pan Yu felt himself faltering, he disregarded the battlefield rules. After all, it was Golong who had broken them first. Brother Pan, hold on. Niu Jin wasted no time and unleashed his martial soul, a massive black axe, approximately 3 meters in length, adorned with a fearsome golden horned black bull insignia. Black flames erupted, enveloping the entire axe. Niu Jin, a level 63 soul emperor of the assault type, wielded the flame black bull axe, which contained black flames known as black demon fire, capable of impacting the soul. Black bull's breath. The 6th soul ring atop Niu Jin's axe illuminated instantaneously, and a jet of black flames erupted from the weapon, though it may seem merely a flame. The power it wielded as the most formidable soul skill of a soul emperor was far from superficial. The temperature of these black flames soared to over 10,000 degrees, accompanied by a unique force that impacted the soul. A piercing wail echoed wherever the flames swept, causing even the tiniest particles in the air to diminish rapidly. Gaelong sensed the formidable nature of the black flames and promptly unleashed his sixth soul skill, the Golden Scale Dragon Armor Shield. A rich golden light erupted from within him, gradually enveloping his body with golden scales. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The black flames surged toward the scale armor shield, yet they could not penetrate Gaelong's defenses. After all, the Golden Feather Scale Dragon was a pinnacle defensive martial spirit. Moreover, Gaelong's soul power greatly surpassed that of Neo Jin. Even a titled Douluo would struggle to breach his Golden Scale Dragon armor shield. When Gaelong faced Du Gubo, it was precisely this defensive skill that enabled him to withstand over 100 exchanges. Ultimately, it was only when Du Gubo, in a fit of rage, released the terrifying toxins within him that the match concluded. Otherwise, Gaelong might have endured for another 100 rounds. Neo Jin was merely a soul emperor. How could he hope to breach Gaelong's extraordinary defenses? Li Rue, stop dawdling. Pan Yu, seeing Neo Jin's attack thwarted, urgently called upon another comrade. At this juncture, he could no longer hold back, wishing to show Gaelong what true justice in a collective assault looked like. Alas, it seems I must take action. Although clad in shining armor, the individual named Li Rue appeared somewhat frail, his aura lacking that of a seasoned warrior, instead exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Mirror Demon, Li Rue shouted, instantly enveloped by a thick black mist. The area surrounding him, within 100 meters, suddenly filled with a chilling atmosphere, as if all warmth had vanished in that moment. When the black mist dissipated, an unusual being emerged behind Li Rue, a black copper mirror. Astonishingly, the mirror bore a human form, with a reflective surface adorned with human features. Everything appeared exceedingly bizarre. Ordinarily, a mirror martial spirit would belong to the category of tool martial spirits. However, the mirror demon exhibited distinctly unique traits. The soul rings enveloped Li Rue. 6 in total, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rising from his feet to his head and then continuing their cycle. What sort of martial spirit is this? Even Jiang Yu, witnessing such a peculiar martial spirit for the first time, found no record of it in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Intrigued by this novelty, Jiang Yu was eager to uncover its capabilities. 5th soul skill, Mirror Space. The 5th black soul ring on Li Rue glimmered brightly, and a vast expanse of reflective surfaces materialized around him, sealing off the area within 100 meters, creating a peculiar realm. Everyone, unleash your attacks. As Li Rue finished speaking, hundreds of soldiers enveloped within the space hurled their javelins. Wolf Fong 1,000 pounds. Pan Yu swung his Wolf Fong club. Black Demon Earthbreaker. Neo Jin, unwilling to be outdone, raised his massive axe and struck the ground with a mighty blow, sending a torrent of black demonic flames straight toward Gaelong. Remarkably, these attacks multiplied in reflection upon the mirror surfaces. Even the javelins, upon passing through the glass mirrors, became abundant. The entire mirror space became awash with the attacks from the javelins and the strikes of Pan Yu and Neo Jin. Chapter 79, Gaelong, 3000, faced with an unavoidable onslaught. Gaelong had no choice but to retract his long knife, focusing intently on the barrage of assaults. Marshal, observing this scene from outside, the leader of the Imperial Guards could not help but worry for Gaelong's safety. The people of the Liangshan Principality were utterly shameless, resorting to such disgraceful tactics as a collective assault. It was a new low for soul masters. All troops, charge. Retrieve the marshal. The leader of the Imperial Guards and vice commander of the Tiando Alliance, Shangguan Xianjian, hastily brandished his sword and rode forward. Surround and overwhelm. It was time for these brazen individuals to witness the true meaning of a collective assault. With over 10,000 troops charging forward, it was a rare spectacle. Clouds of dust rose, visible even hundreds of meters away, a stark contrast to the dramatized portrayals of mere hundreds claiming to represent vast armies. Meanwhile, the mirror space was gradually collapsing. Although Li Rue's soul skill was extraordinary, it was not without its flaws. Even those of title Douluo would exhibit vulnerabilities, let alone a mere soul emperor. This mirror space was also bound by time, and with Li Rue's current cultivation, he could sustain it for no more than 3 minutes. True to his defensive prowess, Gaelong persevered against the overwhelming assault. Though his arms bore some shallow cuts, for a seasoned warrior, such injuries were trivial. The combined onslaught of 3 Soul Emperors failed to vanquish Gaelong, and soon the mirror space shattered. The Tiando alliance surged forward at that moment. With over 10,000 against a mere 1,000 in direct conflict, the outcome was crystal clear, as a dozen individuals overwhelmed a single opponent. The defenders of Xianjian City quickly realized who represented justice. Who the hell broke the rules? Is there still law to speak of? When the beleaguered side was their own, the soldiers of Xianjian City regretted their previous actions. Just as it seemed everything had concluded, another round of relentless beating ensued. Spatial transfer. Just as everyone believed their efforts had borne fruit, Li Rue's 6th soul ring flashed brightly. The mirror behind him suddenly levitated into the air, erupting with a brilliant light that shot towards a point 500 meters away. At that moment, another beam of light descended upon Li Rue, transforming him into a point of light as he flew into the mirror, vanishing before the eyes of all. Was this mirror truly so formidable? Jiang Yu was somewhat astonished to discover that it contained the power of space. Generally speaking, both the power of space and the power of time are formidable abilities that far surpass other elements. No wonder the Liaoshan Principality dared to publicly declare its separation from the rule of the Tiando Empire. It turns out they have extraordinary individuals assisting them. Both Zhuge Xian and Li Rue, from earlier encounters, are capable heroes in their own right. And such talents are rare even among the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall. It is not surprising that the Liangshan Principality has maintained an advantage in conflicts with several neighboring principalities. This person's martial soul is indeed peculiar. As Li Rue made his escape, a flicker of intrigue crossed Gaelong's gaze. Although martial souls on the continent are diverse and astonishing, he had never before encountered such a unique mirror martial soul. Spare me, General Gu. Pan Yu, who had been subdued by the joint efforts of Gaelong's subordinates, was the first to plead for mercy. All the schemes were conceived by Li Rue, and it was Niu Jin who executed them. Everything was unrelated to him. So he implored General Gu to grant him a chance at survival. Bah! Niu Jin spat contemptuously at Pan Yu's face. Astonished to find that the younger brother of Liangshan's foremost general was a coward, he had expected him to be impressive. Pan Yu, you spineless wretch. General Pan Feng must feel utterly humiliated to have you as a brother. Niu Jin wore a proud expression, declaring, as men of Liaoshan, our heads may roll and our blood may flow, but we shall never relinquish our dignity. Pan Yu's complexion turned crimson in response to Niu Jin's insults. He could not think of a retort, and even he felt a twinge of shame. If not for the sake of his life, he would not have wanted to be in such a position. However, the circumstances were overwhelming. At this juncture, it was evident that survival was far more important than mere pride. The children of the Tiando Empire. Those who set fire to the forest were merely following my grandfather's orders. Every grievance has its source, and this matter does not involve anyone else. If you have the courage, come at my grandfather alone. Niu Jin shouted, inciting the surrounding imperial guards to become furious. Their expression suggested they longed to tear Niu Jin apart. It was unprecedented for the esteemed Tiando Iron Army to be referred to as mere children. It was no wonder they were enraged. A true man. Gaelong turned his gaze toward Niu Jin, sneering, it seems not all from the Liaoshan Principality are cowards. However, such provocations will not work on me. Gaelong's expression suddenly grew stern. From the moment you initiated the fire attack, you should have been aware of the price to be paid. Issue my command to flatten Xianjian City. Once the city falls, let none of the defenders escape. Execute them all. Gaelong displayed no signs of compassion. Warfare is far more brutal than duels between soul masters. In a certain sense, a merciful general is not a qualified one. General Gu, spare me. Pan Yu's face turned ashen as he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. He did not wish to perish in Xianjian City. He still had a fortune and 19 wives in Liaoshan City. If he were gone, all would belong to others. Gaelong could not even be bothered to glance at such a spineless character as Pan Yu. Had he chosen to die with dignity, he might have earned some respect. Now, however, Gaelong felt nothing but disdain for such a cowardly general. With Gaelong's order, the army surged aggressively toward Xianjian City. The remaining defenders atop the city walls, upon witnessing several generals captured by the enemy, instantly lost all morale, each bearing a dejected expression. Half an hour later, the once impenetrable walls were finally breached. Gaelong fulfilled his promise, forcing all defenders of Xianjian City into the nearby forest, then commanding his soldiers to dig a 100-meter pit to bury them alive. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Although he wished to halt Gaelong's actions, the thought of the young soldiers who had fought alongside him rendered him unable to speak against Gaelong. Had the people of Yinshan City not ignited the fire first, those soldiers would not have been eternally entombed within that forest. As the last clod of earth filled the pit, Gulong knelt solemnly before the horizon, bowing his head repeatedly to the ground. Everyone understood he was paying tribute to those unfortunate soldiers whose remains would never be found. After completing this act, Gulong picked up a piece of wood from the ground and, using his sword, scraped off the excess surface. He then carved a few large characters into it, Forest of Heroic Souls. Once finished, Gulong walked 100 meters forward, taking each step slowly, appearing as if it required great effort, resembling an ordinary old man rather than a formidable soul master. Upon reaching the charred earth, Gulong finally halted and inserted the wooden piece into the ground. It was likely that those soldiers would find solace in witnessing their fallen comrades being honored 100 meters away. After breaching Yinshan City, the troops did not rejoice as one might expect. Instead, they were eager to swiftly conquer the Liangshan Principality and avoid prolonging the war. Strangely, the next few cities were unguarded by Liangshan soldiers, and Gulong's coalition occupied several major cities without losing a single soldier. In the stillness of the deep night, while all was silent, the flickering candlelight remained visible in Gulong's central tent. "Little brother, what do you think?" Gulong offered a plate of shelled walnuts to Jiang Yu, then pointed at the route map on the table, seeking his counsel. The Liangshan Principality had a total of 9 cities. They had already captured 6, leaving only Dushan City, Yashan City, and Liangshan City to achieve a significant victory. Gulong understood that the challenges ahead would not mirror the ease of the previous encounters. The remaining 3 cities formed a triangle, and they were not far apart. With Gulong's experience, he could discern that the Duke of Liangshan had intentionally abandoned the earlier cities, concentrating all forces within these 3 fortified strongholds. Although our campaign has progressed relatively smoothly, we have not annihilated many enemy troops. The Liangshan Principality still possesses at least 40 to 50,000 regular soldiers, Gulong stated solemnly. Meanwhile, our Tindo coalition has lost nearly 10,000 troops, and the advantage is not as evident as it seems. Historically, those who attack cities face far greater pressure than those who defend them. Furthermore, the Liangshan army has the innate advantage of fighting on their home turf. While our supply lines stretch too thin, although we receive some support from neighboring principalities, it is not a long-term solution. Gulong recognized that siege warfare is the most time-consuming and may not yield progress for years. The Liangshan army could afford to wait, but they could not. Should they remain stalled for too long, it could prove detrimental, particularly if the Xinghua Empire seized the opportunity to make a move. The marshal fears a protracted conflict. Jiang Yu immediately discerned Gulong's concerns. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of admiration appeared on Gulong's face. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual eliminates much unnecessary effort, significantly enhancing efficiency. Gulong gazed at Jiang Yu with eager anticipation, inquiring if the young man had any strategies to propose. Chapter 80. The conflict triggered by the tender-boned rabbit. No ideas at the moment. Jiang Yu deftly tossed the walnut into his mouth, and with a crisp crack, the plump kernel fractured into small pieces. Jiang Yu swallowed with satisfaction. These walnuts originated from the outer regions, where sunlight is abundant and the vegetation flourishes. The soil itself is more fertile than in other areas, yielding fruits and nuts that are truly unparalleled on the continent. This region is referred to as the granary of the Tindo Empire, which has stationed 100,000 elite soldiers there to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Xinghua Empire. Gailong's brow furrowed into a dark line. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Yu, but to his dismay, Jiang Yu could not conjure up a good idea either. What to do? They could not simply linger here idly. After all, this was a matter of finances. Gailong could already envision the expression on the face of the imperial treasurer, his old friend, who was notoriously miserly. Yet, one could hardly blame him, given the empire's stringent annual financial assessments. If the reports fell below expectations, the treasurer would find himself in dire straits. Spending too much time in the Liangshan Principality would undoubtedly impact this year's imperial financial income, which would be a dire situation for the citizens of the empire. Even the ministers would be affected, as year-end bonuses and allowances would be significantly reduced. In years when the empire's finances declined, many of the funds that were supposed to be distributed were curtailed. Despite Gailong's high status, he still had a family to support. The daily food expenses for his 3,000 tribesmen alone consumed thousands of gold soul coins, and even noble families had no surplus provisions. Fortunately, noticing Gailong's dazed expression, Jiang Yu offered him a suggestion, which somewhat restored his spirits. The following morning, just as dawn was breaking, a 1,000-strong contingent set out from the central camp towards Xianjian city. Petrada also took to the skies to scout the situation. Upon reaching a short distance from the city gate, the guards of the imperial army halted, setting up several wooden racks to ignite charcoal fires right before the eyes of the garrison. They then retrieved some tender rabbits and grass chickens from their bags and began roasting them on the racks. Before long, the fragrant aroma of meat wafted up to the city walls. Brothers on the other side, come down and enjoy some roasted rabbit. A clever soldier, recalling Jiang Yu's teachings from the previous day, exclaimed, "This is some plump and tender rabbit." Upon hearing this, a robust man in a general's attire on the city wall could no longer contain his anger. "Bah, how can you eat such adorable rabbits? What difference is there between you and beasts?" Jiao Wu, who had a particular fondness for rabbit-eared maidens, had collected nearly every illustration of them, with his favorite being the one featuring tender rabbits. Seeing the enemy roast his cherished delicacy, Jiao Wu felt an overwhelming urge to rush down and thrash them to quell his fury. Just as he was about to act, the lord of Xianjian city restrained him. "Don't fall for their trick. Can't you see the enemy is doing this intentionally? Someone must have cunningly learned of your fondness for tender rabbits and employed such a despicable tactic to provoke you." The soldier who had shouted earlier observed every movement on the city wall with keen eyes. His martial spirit, though merely that of an ordinary hawk, granted him exceptional visual acuity. How strange. Why are the people on the wall so furious even before I have begun to curse? Could it be that they do not enjoy rabbit meat? As the saying goes, an unintentional act can yield unexpected results. Even Jiang Yu had not anticipated that the vice commander of Xianjian city was a devoted fan of tender rabbits. Before he could utter the crude words he had taught the soldiers, words that would not even air on television, the people on the wall were already incensed, almost falling for the trap and rushing out of the city. To exacerbate the situation, the clever soldier quickly identified the vice commander's weakness and added fuel to the fire, saying, "These are all fresh female rabbits, raised on a dedicated ranch, fed only on pure blue silver grass. The meat is exceptionally delicious." He then tore a piece of rabbit meat, savoring it with an expression of pure enjoyment. Enraged, Zhao could no longer suppress his fury. He immediately unleashed his martial spirit. "Ironclad Lion Hawk, manifest." Zhao Wu roared, and a rich yellow light radiated from him, revealing a massive eagle behind him. This magnificent creature, with a lion-like physique, stood firm on all fours, its back adorned with gray and white wings, while its hindquarters were cloaked in golden fur. Its eagle-like head and forelimbs were covered in golden feathers, resembling a suit of armor. Its beak and talons gleamed a brilliant gold, particularly its sharp claws, which were several centimeters long, exuding a terrifying presence. Zhao Wu was soon enveloped in 5 brilliant soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Zhao Wu, the vice commander of Xianjian city, ranked among the 4 valiant generals of the Liaoshan Principality with a martial spirit of ironclad lion hawk. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, extending over 9 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the city wall, flapping his wings as he soared toward the Tiando army. Zhao Wu, the lord of Xianjian city, seeing his impulsiveness, feared for his safety and hastily commanded his subordinates to rally the soldiers to provide support at the city gate. Young lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more thrilling. First soul skill, Feather Blade. Zhao Wu's wings shot forth sharp feather blades, indiscriminately raining down upon the ground. Eagle, manifest. Ho Liang responded instantly, summoning his martial spirit and activating his first soul skill, Eagle-S Cry. A tremendous shriek erupted from his mouth, affecting a radius of 100 meters, causing flocks of birds to scatter from the trees and flee into the distance. Even the feather blades were nearly dislodged by the force of the eagle's cry, narrowly held in place by the fluctuations of soul power surrounding them. Feather blade. Cleaving through the air, Ho Liang deftly flapped his wings to evade the close-flying feather blades, but others were not so fortunate, unable to dodge in time. This moment showcased the disparity between the two martial spirits. Although both were eagle type, Zhao Wu's first soul skill, with its formidable offensive capability, far surpassed Ho Liang's simple roar. This is the advantage of a high-level martial spirit, and thus the clash was inevitable. Shattering slash. Zhao Wu was astonished to see Ho Liang evade his initial soul skill, prompting him to swiftly unleash a new technique. As the third soul ring illuminated, a brilliant radiance erupted from the wings behind him. He beat his elongated feathered wings vigorously, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. Before Ho Liang could react, he found himself adorned with several vivid crimson scars, as if he had been slashed multiple times. Zhao Wu's third soul skill was derived from a mystical soul beast known as the Void Bird, whose signature attack involved compressing air into an exceedingly fierce, intangible assault. Such an attack was nearly imperceptible to the average person, and Ho Liang had inadvertently fallen victim to it. The morale of the defending troops at Yashan City plummeted, and over 1,000 soldiers stationed nearby hastily seized their weapons and charged forward. Although the Imperial Guard was reputed to be the most elite force of the empire, they had primarily remained in Tiando City for training and had never experienced the brutal reality of battle. This expedition to the Liaoshan Principality marked their inaugural encounter with true combat. In contrast, the defenders of Yashan City were seasoned veterans, drawn from major cities, exuding an air of ferocity. In a single charge, the Imperial Guard was scattered, and under Ho Liang's leadership, they fled in disarray. Upon returning to the coalition's main camp, Ho Liang counted the remaining soldiers and was dismayed to find only around 700 left. In such a brief span, the Imperial Guard had suffered a loss of 300 men. Ho Liang could hardly fathom the repercussions of this news reaching the marshal. Yet he steeled himself and entered the central command tent, bracing for Gelong's wrath. After reporting the outcome of the battle, he lowered his head, preparing to accept the marshal's punishment. To his surprise, it was the young boy seated beside the commander, who had been munching on a chicken leg, who spoke first. Continue. Do not stop. Jiang Yu spoke in a low voice, instructing, every 3 hours, I would like Captain Ho to lead the soldiers to challenge at the city gate. Remember, do not win at all costs, but also do not lose too disgracefully. The nuances of this task will depend on Captain Ho's discretion. Ho Liang hesitated, as he had never heard of such a peculiar approach to warfare, one that entailed such a request. As you wish, Commander. After observing the situation for several days, Ho Liang realized that the true decision-maker of the coalition was this handsome young boy before him, a notion that struck him as somewhat comical. Yet, as a soldier, obedience to orders is paramount, and Ho Liang, having risen from the ranks of the Imperial Guards, understood the essence of unconditional compliance. However, he lacked experience in losing gracefully. To avoid jeopardizing the commander's grand plans, he cautiously proposed, regarding how to lose without revealing any signs or leaving a trace, I must confess my inexperience. I fear I may not manage it well. Perhaps the third team could be dispatched, with Captain Pan Hai assisting. He has considerable expertise in such matters. Ho Liang earnestly pleaded. The Uncle Pan he mentioned was a legend among the Imperial Guards, notorious for his battles, which invariably ended in defeat, earning him the moniker of the perennial loser. Nonetheless, being of noble lineage, others refrained from voicing their opinions, allowing him to remain in the Imperial Guards, and even rise to the rank of captain due to his seniority, a situation not uncommon within the ranks. Gelong was somewhat familiar with Pan Hai and, out of respect for his noble background, felt powerless to intervene. Now, however, it was time to put their capabilities to use. Granted, proceed, Gelong declared. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he had not anticipated that such a scion of privilege could prove useful. Clearly, Jiang Yu's assertion held merit. Every individual has their purpose, and resources should be utilized to their fullest potential. Gelong's admiration for Jiang Yu grew ever more profound, akin to a spring gushing forth, nearly overflowing. Brother Yu, if our plans unfold smoothly, how long do you think it will take to capture Yashan City? Gelong inquired, crouching down to seek his counsel attentively. Jiang Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he tossed the chicken bone in his hand onto the plate. Upon witnessing this, Gelong promptly picked up a nearby towel and handed it to him. Jiang Yu accepted it without hesitation, wiping his greasy hands clean. Within 3 days, Jiang Yu leaped from his chair, striding towards the tent's entrance. The sunlight outside cascaded upon him, refracting a brilliant silver glow. At that moment, Jiang Yu resembled a deity. Even Gelong could not help but exclaim in wonder. Truly, he is an extraordinary child. Chapter 81. Delectable Abalone. With the addition of Pan Hai, the lucky charm, the Tiando allied forces indeed fulfilled Jiang Yu's directive to ensure defeat in every battle. Initially, the commander of Yashan City suspected it to be a ploy by the enemy, yet Pan Hai's dismal performance gradually lulled him into complacency. A foolish general can exhaust 3 armies. Pan Hai vividly illustrated the truth of this adage. With each successive victory, the defending forces of Yashan City became increasingly overconfident, unaware that the so-called elite Imperial Guard of Tiando was merely a fade, ineffectual in practice. In a situation where troop strength was equal, they proved inferior to the local garrison, a situation both ludicrous and tragic. In the span of 3 days, the Imperial Guard made numerous attempts to challenge the defenders, all of which ended in utter humiliation. After yet another defeat of the enemy below the city walls, the commander of Yashan City, Lu Lian, could not suppress his joy. He promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare some light dishes and a pot of fragrant, rich tea. Had it not been for the ongoing conflict with the Tiando allied forces, he would have ordered wine as well. Brother, allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine. Lu Lian personally filled a cup of strong tea for Jiang Yu. Although his rank was slightly higher, Jiang Yu was one of the 4 valor generals of Liangshan Principality. Were it not for Lu Lian's early recognition of his talent, Jiang Yu would not have remained in Yashan City as Lu Lian's deputy, assisting him without complaint. Lu Lian understood this well, treating Jiang Yu as a brother without any semblance of superiority. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yu raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp, then candidly remarked, people on the continent say Gailong is the divine general of Tiando, yet in my humble opinion, he is merely a silver-plated wax-headed spear, relying solely on his soul Douluo cultivation. When it comes to strategy, he pales in comparison to you, brother. Hearing his younger brother's flattery, Lu Lian felt a swell of pride, managing to outmaneuver the divine general of Tiando, although he had contributed little, still brought him a sense of satisfaction. In the camp of the Tiando allied forces, following consecutive defeats, the morale among the soldiers was dwindling, and even the vice commander, Xianjian, was perplexed as to why Gailong did not directly lead the army to besiege the city, opting instead to send troops in batches to challenge Yashan City, creating unnecessary complications. It is time. After listening to Gailong's report, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, their gaze sharp as lightning. Upon witnessing this, Gailong felt invigorated, although he recognized it was a ruse to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. The frustration of enduring so many losses over the past few days weighed heavily on him. Overjoyed at the prospect of venting his frustrations, Gailong instantly became animated. This time, he would take the field himself. General Ge, I entrust you to don the attire of a lowly soldier and lead over 1,000 elite troops into battle, while instructing Vice Commander Shangwan to be ready to support with the main army at any moment. Jiang Yu's face revealed a smile as he awaited the opportune moment after 3 long days. I've got it. I'll prepare right away. With that, Gailong immediately exited the tent and, after ensuring all was in order, donned the attire of a lowly soldier. He personally selected the elite troops to launch an assault on Xianjian. Just as Lu Lian and Jiang Yu finished their celebration, they noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. A glance at the banners confirmed that the Tiando allied forces had come to challenge them once more, stirring their annoyance. This ragtag group of defeated soldiers dared to disturb their peace again, showing utter disregard for their authority. Brother, this time I shall ensure they are utterly annihilated, and we shall see if they dare to cause trouble again, Jiang Yu fumed, seizing his weapon and galloping out of the city on his black steed. A throng of soldiers swiftly followed, eager to once again reap the spoils from these audacious imperial guards, who had previously been a source of significant wealth for them. The guards of Xianjian, upon seeing the enemy approach, rushed out to confront them. Who among them was unaware that the imperial guards were mere paper tigers? Such a lucrative opportunity was too tempting to resist. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that this encounter was unlike any before, as Gailong led the charge. Once he lured the Xianjian defenders out, Gailong refrained from revealing his identity, patiently waiting to ensnare them within a trap. When the moment was ripe, Gailong unleashed his martial spirit, unfurling his wings and soaring toward the city gates. A soul Douluo. This is bad. Lu Lian, observing from the city tower, realized the gravity of the situation upon spotting a soldier adorned with 8 radiant spirit rings. He understood that this was Gailong. Just as Lu Lian prepared to command the gates to be shut, Gailong had already breached the city, and by the time reinforcements descended from the tower, it was far too late. These soldiers stood no chance against the might of a soul Douluo. Gailong's soul technique claimed dozens of lives in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the walls, the elite imperial guards overwhelmed the defenders of Xianjian, leaving them in utter disarray. How had they become so formidable? This question echoed in the minds of the Xianjian defenders as they grappled with the sudden strength of their foes. They could hardly comprehend the ferocity of a group of pent-up, vigorous men unleashed in battle. Even the blue silvergrass underfoot could be crushed, let alone mere mortals. In less than 10 minutes, the imperial guards had reduced the Xianjian defenders to a state of desperate pleas for mercy. Jiang Yu, one of the 4 fierce generals of the Liangshan Principality, found himself in a particularly precarious situation, besieged by 3 soul kings. Just as this chapter was unfolding, Xianjian led his army toward Xianjian, causing Lu Lian's face to pale, realizing that the Liangshan Principality's fortunes were waning. With the fall of Xianjian, their remaining two cities would no longer form a strategic triangle, and even Liashan City would be indefensible. Lu Lian found himself ensnared in a painful dilemma. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its tree. Since the Liashan Principality was crumbling, why not seek refuge elsewhere, perhaps aligning with a more powerful ally? Within a minute, clarity dawned upon Lu Lian. It mattered little where one served. Perhaps allegiance to the Tiando Empire would yield even greater rewards. He was not a man of outdated principles. The notion of a loyal minister serving two masters was mere folly to him, overshadowed by the allure of self-interest. Soon, Xianjian fell to the imperial guards, and Lu Lian's first declaration upon his capture was a desire to defect to the great Tiando Empire. Resolutely severing ties with the Liangshan Principality and even volunteering to attack Liangshan City. At that moment, Xiao Wu finally saw Lu Lian's true colors, shocked that the brother he had esteemed could stoop to such treachery. Bah, Lu Lian, I never imagined you would be such a person, devoid of any integrity, willing to betray the principality that nurtured you. Xiao Wu exclaimed in righteous indignation, to associate with you was the gravest mistake of my life. The disparity in their characters was now glaringly apparent. Jiang Yu indeed holds a profound admiration for the loyal and righteous, yet in the current circumstances, a petty individual undoubtedly possesses greater utility. Gulong is acutely aware of this fact and promptly orders the execution of all obstinate and unyielding elements. As for Lu Lian, what harm is there in sparing his life for the time being? Once everything is settled, Jiang Yu instructs Gulong to send men disguised in the attire of the Yashan garrison to pose as fleeing soldiers on their way to Dushan City. Should they successfully infiltrate the city, the subsequent assault on Dushan City by the Allied forces would become exceedingly effortless. What a brilliant stratagem! Gulong is already deeply impressed by Jiang Yu's sagacity, marveling at the extraordinary intellect possessed by one so young. In comparison to Jiang Yu, the minds of others appear woefully simplistic. Gulong is immensely grateful that Jiang Yu hails from the Tiando Empire. Had he been from the Xinglua Empire or the Wuhuan Hall, Gulong would have found himself at a complete loss. After ensuring the affairs within the city are in order, Gulong hosts a banquet at the city lord's mansion to honor the valiant contributors. However, Jiang Yu is not inclined to attend such gatherings. He prefers to maintain a low profile. After all, should everyone become aware that all the strategies were conceived by him, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir, which would, in turn, affect him adversely. Therefore, a cautious approach is warranted. Noticing Jiang Yu's reluctance to partake in the celebration, Gulong does not press him, instead arranging for the most exquisite maidens from the city lord's mansion to attend to Jiang Yu's dining needs. Understanding the situation, Jiang Yu graciously accepts their service. Upon entering the lavish chamber that Gulong has prepared for him, he is greeted by several alluring maidens of exquisite beauty. Once seated, the maidens engage in their respective duties. One gently wafts a fan behind him, another delicately picks food from the platter with chopsticks to personally feed Jiang Yu, while yet another holds a golden basin, awaiting the bones Jiang Yu may discard. Such a hedonistic existence truly deserves scrutiny. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Even during a mere meal, there were so many beautiful young ladies attending to him, ready to serve at the slightest request. It was simply excessive. Sister, I desire abalone. With a critical demeanor, Jiang Yu pointed at the plate of rich and fragrant fatty fish beside him. The maid promptly delivered the abalone to Jiang Yu's lips, allowing him to savor it delicately. Unexpectedly, despite a slight fishiness, the abalone proved to be exceptionally delicious, with a delightful texture that was quite resilient. Sister, from where is this abalone sourced? Jiang Yu casually inquired. The maid smiled, observing Jiang Yu's delight in the abalone she had served, and felt a sense of joy herself. Each piece had been meticulously selected by her, and the exquisite flavors were decidedly unparalleled. My lord, these are all chosen by me. While I may lack expertise in other areas, I am somewhat familiar with abalone, the maid replied with a gentle smile. Gaelon had long instructed them to ensure Jiang Yu's utmost comfort, and they were keen to comply, recognizing that this young child must possess an extraordinary identity. Given the highest command had been issued, the maids understood their role well. Perhaps if Jiang Yu were to express satisfaction, their own circumstances would improve as well. Originally, it was envisioned that Zhu Zhiqin would make her entrance when the protagonist acquired the second soul ring, leading to various engaging encounters favored by the masses. However, upon further reflection, it seemed the protagonist was still too young, thus Zhu Zhiqin's appearance was postponed. Nonetheless, it would come soon. As per tradition, I seek your collections and recommendations. Chapter 82, The Hercules. On the day of the vertical sun, after leaving a contingent of 10,000 imperial guards in Yashan City, Gailong led the army towards Dushan City. Just after dawn, the troops assembled in the training ground, and Jiang Yu, supporting his waist, accompanied Xue Qinghe to the gathering. "What is wrong with your waist?" Xue Qinghe asked, a look of confusion on his face. "Did you strain it?" "Ah, it's nothing," Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yulu felt a hint of embarrassment, primarily due to the excessive enthusiasm of the maidens last night. After dining, they insisted on competing to offer him a massage. And fearing to hurt their feelings, Jiang Yulu acquiesced. Little did he anticipate that one of the maidens possessed considerable strength, resulting in a slight discomfort in his waist this morning. Naturally, he wished to keep this mortifying incident from Qian Ruxue and could only offer a vague excuse. The bed in the Lord's mansion was rather firm, and his waist was unaccustomed to it. Was it so? Qian Ruxue evidently doubted Jiang Yulu's explanation, as she instead found the bed in the Lord's mansion to be excessively soft. Jiang Yu, realizing she could not evade the inquiry, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "What does your back pain have to do with me? Why ask so many questions? Brother Qinghe, let us make haste to the training grounds. We cannot afford to be late," she said, dashing out the door before Xue Qinghe could respond. "That rascal." Qian Rinxue shook her head in exasperation. Since Jiang Yu was unwilling to elaborate, she felt no inclination to press further. After all, it was not a matter of great consequence. Even if she had indeed injured her back, it would not disrupt the overall plan. Once everyone had gathered, Gailong announced that the three armies would march towards Dushan City. He had specifically brought Lu Lian along, and had it not been for the necessity of maintaining the identity of the Mountain City Lord, Gailong would have long since eliminated that shameless scoundrel. He harbored no fondness for traitors. Dushan City, one of the three major strongholds of the Liangshan Principality, was primarily constructed of granite, with imposing walls reaching approximately 30 meters in height, flanked by dozens of watchtowers housing the city's archers. Its defenses were second only to Liangshan City among the Principality's 9 fortifications. Upon receiving intelligence from Lu Lian, Gailong raised an eyebrow. Dushan City was akin to a fortress of steel. Had Jiang Yu not devised a comprehensive plan, even an army of 150,000 might struggle to breach such a stronghold. As the army traversed a hilly terrain, Gailong led the spirit masters and elite soldiers in donning the uniforms of the mountain garrison, as per Jiang Yu's strategy to coordinate with their companions who had previously infiltrated the city. Gailong understood the principle of capturing the leader before subduing the followers. Seizing control of Dushan's commander would render the garrison incapable of mounting any significant resistance, thereby facilitating the conquest of the city. Notably, the three princes had eagerly volunteered to join, understanding the significance of this endeavor. None wished to be left behind, and they harbored no concerns regarding safety, as formidable allies would accompany them. Xue Qinghe was flanked by members of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, and even Jiang Yu would be present. Although Xue Qin lacked combat prowess, he had his retainers and personnel from the Spirit Hall for support, while Xue Zhu possessed a mutated spirit that granted him considerable fighting ability, ensuring his self-preservation. After transferring command of the army to Shangwan Qianxin, Gailong set forth with his retinue. After crossing hills and traversing a vast plain, they arrived at the gates of Dushan City. Another wave of fleeing soldiers. A burly middle-aged man atop the city walls furrowed his brow at the sight of the familiar uniforms below, his expression severe. What are Lu Lian and Zhao Wu doing? In just a few days, they allowed the forces of the Tiando Empire to breach Yi Mountain City, utterly disgraceful. Cheng Feng held a rank higher than Zhao Wu in the Liangshan Principality, being the foremost general among the 5 tigers of Liangshan, second only to the 3 great marshals. The elite Jing Tian army, one of the principality's most formidable forces, was trained under his direct supervision. The 10,000 soldiers of Dushan City were all elite members of this army, and Cheng Feng was confident they were not inferior to the so-called imperial guards. For their usual adversaries were fierce spirit beasts, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. General Cheng, Lu Lian bellowed in accordance with Gailong's instructions, addressing the figure atop the battlements. "I am Lu Lian. The enemy breached Yi Mountain City days ago, and I fought my way through the siege to bring my men here to ally with you." Indeed, it was Lu Lian. Cheng Feng scrutinized the figure below and soon confirmed his identity. They were both court officials, so they were well acquainted with one another's characteristics. Cheng Feng even knew that Lu Lian's concubine bore a mole on her thigh. How could he not recognize him? Seeing Lu Lian approach, Cheng Feng had no reason to doubt him, especially since multiple fleeing soldiers had entered the city in recent days. The immediate priority was to repel the Tiando allied forces. Discussions regarding Lu Lian's accountability could wait until later. Open the gates, Cheng Feng commanded, and the massive black iron gates began to creak open, requiring over 100 robust soldiers to push the weighty door, which weighed thousands of pounds. As the gates swung wide and the enemy showed no signs of preparedness, Gulong felt a surge of elation. This endeavor was proving even smoother than anticipated. Upon entering the city, Lu Lian was invited up to the battlements, and Gulong, as his personal guard, accompanied him without hindrance. No sooner had they reached the battlements than Cheng Feng was about to speak when Gulong unleashed his spirit. 8-ringed Soul Douluo. Cheng Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. The Liangshan Principality had no Soul Douluo. Lu Lian's personal guard was a Soul Douluo, which was simply impossible. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Lian had defected, and that personal guard was none other than Gulong, the commander of the Tiando Empire's 3 armies. Spirit of the Hercules Ape, manifest. Cheng Feng roared without hesitation, pounding his chest with his fists. Upon unleashing his spirit, his height surged from approximately 1.8 meters to around 2 meters. His powerful muscles strained against his armor, and his exposed skin darkened to an iron-like hue. His eyes shifted from black to yellow, and his teeth protruded from his already thick lips, while the muscles of his limbs appeared as solid as steel. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings rose dazzlingly from beneath his feet. Cheng Feng, a level 69 assault-type soul emperor, wielded the Hercules ape spirit, renowned for its immense strength and formidable physique. While there were various types of primate spirits, few reached the ranks of high-level spirits. Besides the Titan giant ape, which had never appeared among human spirit masters, only 10 species were recognized as high-level spirits. Cheng Feng's Hercules ape was even superior to the legacy spirit of the Strength clan, the mighty gorilla, and was considered a twin star of primate spirits, the sovereign of monkeys. Logically, the ruler among ape spirits should be the Titan giant ape, but this soul beast was exceedingly domineering, and to date, no spirit master had awakened the Titan giant ape spirit, thus, it was not included in the count. 5th soul skill, Power Hammer. Cheng Feng suddenly leapt forward, his feet striking the ground with resounding thuds, a testament to his immense strength. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Gulong, and an orb of yellow light, as substantial as a miniature sun, erupted from his fists. Under the orb's targeting effect, Gulong, despite multiple attempts to evade, could not escape Cheng Feng's onslaught. Realizing there was no escape, he had no choice but to channel all his soul power and brace himself for the impact. Cheng Feng had invested considerable effort to acquire his 5th spirit ring, sacrificing hundreds of soldiers to successfully restrain a 10,000-year-old iron ape spirit beast, subsequently slaying it to obtain the formidable soul skill, Power Hammer. With this skill, his strength could be amplified by 150% in an instant. This was undeniably advantageous for a power-type soul master, allowing Cheng Feng to contend even with the renowned General Pan Feng. As Cheng Feng's fists descended, Gulong felt an overwhelming force collide with his body, akin to being struck by a massive hammer, causing his armor to tremble violently. Fortunately, Gulong possessed profound soul power. Had it been otherwise, he might have been forced to retreat from that impact. Although he was not a power-type soul master, his soul power surpassed Cheng Feng's by several levels. The cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, with years sometimes passing without a single level increase, making even a slight disparity in soul power a chasm of difference. Thus, despite Cheng Feng's Titan giant ape martial spirit, he was not necessarily Gulong's match. After several exchanges, Cheng Feng found himself at a disadvantage and was soon thoroughly suppressed by Gulong simultaneously. The Imperial Guards had secured the city gates. Although the defenders of Dushan City attempted to reclaim control, they were invariably repelled by the Imperial Guards. Shangguan Qianxin then led his forces towards Dushan City. Despite the guards atop the arrow towers continuously raining down sharp arrows, the sheer number of troops was overwhelming. For every soldier that fell, dozens advanced closer to the city gates. Before long, the elite soldiers with higher soul power reached the gates first. With their arrival, control of the city gates decisively shifted to the Tiando allied forces. The defenders of Dushan City, despite their desperate attempts to resist, could achieve little more than suffering heavy losses. Once Gulong had subdued Cheng Feng, the curtain fell on the conflict. The outcome was clear. Although the defenders of Dushan City were reluctant, they could no longer alter the situation. In the blink of an eye, Dushan City fell. The next target was Liangshan City. and the spirits of all soldiers soared with excitement. Capturing Liangshan City would bring promotions and wealth, allowing them to revel in their triumph. The mere thought of it spurred them on, eager to rush to Liangshan City and indulge in their desires once the city was breached. Chapter 83. 1,000 sharp arrows target Tang San. 10,000 strong men strike the breach. Liangshan City lay less than 500 miles from the border of the Star Luo Empire. Beyond the city, a further 300 miles led to the border fortresses controlled by the Tiando Empire. Thus, Liangshan City had become a vital hub for trade between the two empires, particularly due to the dragon fruit that thrived within, which had become a popular delicacy in the Star Luo Empire. Given Liangshan City's strategic significance, Emperor Shui Yi could not afford to let the Liangshan Duchy slip from his grasp. Initially, he intended for the border troops to subdue the Duke of Liangshan. However, due to the Star Luo Empire's continuous troop reinforcements to Longxing City, displaying a menacing posture towards the border, he abandoned this plan. One misstep could lead to a domino effect. Should the border fall, the Star Luo army could easily link up with the Duke of Liangshan, endangering several duchies under the Tiando Empire's banner. Should they ally with the Star Luo Empire, it would threaten the empire's rule. Thus, after careful consideration, Emperor Shui Yi dispatched Golong to quell the unrest. In the Duke of Liangshan's manor, an elderly man clad in luxurious brocade sat upright in the grand hall, his face etched with deep concern. He had not anticipated the Tiando allied forces would arrive so swiftly. Gentlemen, do you have a strategy to repel this formidable foe? Golong has besieged the city for 10 days. Although the supplies within are ample, this situation will only incite panic among the populace, which is not a sustainable solution. My lord, do not fret. A robust man, akin to a mountain, responded with composure. Clad in resplendent golden armor, adorned with a magnificent crimson cloak, and wielding a massive axe weighing over 100 pounds, he was none other than Pan Feng, the mightiest general of the Liangshan Duchy. A renowned soul master of the 77th level in the assault category, the very pillar of the duchy. With my subordinates present, Liangshan City shall remain secure, Pan Feng assured confidently. The Duke of Liangshan sighed in relief. He held great faith in Pan Feng's abilities. Just then, another figure stepped forward. This man, with a face like a jade crown and a tall, imposing stature, exuded an air of valor. My lord, I have already arranged for the crafting of 100,000 sharp arrows. With Liangshan City's robust defenses, we need only to hold the city. Should the Tiando allied forces attempt to breach, our archers will handle them. This individual was Li Guang, one of the 3 great generals of the Liangshan Duchy. His soul power not much inferior to Pan Feng's. Ever since Zhuge Xian allied with the Tiando Empire, the Duke had regarded these two as his right and left arms. He heeded their strategies without question, recognizing his own limitations in military affairs and delegating all military matters to his trusted subordinates. Meanwhile, at the Tiando army camp, stationed just 100 meters from Liangshan City, the forces had lingered for several days. Golong had only dispatched troops to encircle the city, making no further moves. For the eager soldiers yearning for achievements, this was a significant test. It felt akin to a beautiful maiden standing before them, alluring yet unattainable. How could anyone endure such a torment? Were it not for Golong's high standing in the army, it is likely the troops would have disregarded orders and acted on their own. In truth, Golong too bore the weight of unspoken frustrations. He longed to assault Liangshan City, yet Jiang Yu had instructed him to maintain the siege without attacking. Golong was curious about the rationale behind this decision. But Jiang Yu remained enigmatic, revealing nothing. Golong had no choice but to place his trust in him, knowing Jiang Yu would not act without certainty. He believed that following Jiang Yu's guidance would ultimately lead to the city's breach. At this moment, Jiang Yu was engaged in a game of Go with Xue Qinghe within the tent, patiently waiting for the right opportunity. Xue Qinghe understood that Jiang Yu was biding his time, thus he chose to remain by Jiang Yu's side in the tent, enjoying the game. Besides Go, they also explored other games, though Jiang Yu consistently emerged victorious, leaving Xue Qinghe somewhat dissatisfied. It wasn't until he suggested playing Go that he realized Jiang Yu was not particularly skilled at it, leading to Xue Qinghe regularly coaxing him into playing in the tent. For reasons unknown, she delighted in witnessing Jiang Yu's struggles. The more he faltered, the more joy it brought her. Jiang Yu began to suspect that Xianren Shui had been undercover for too long, resulting in a distorted mentality. As evening descended, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the skies, shrouding the entirety of Liangshan City. This was precisely the dense mist that Jiang Yu had been anticipating. Upon arriving, he had inquired about the local weather patterns and learned that Liangshan City experienced heavy fog once a month. Consequently, he advised Glazed to refrain from attacking the city just yet. In a manner reminiscent of Zhuge Liang's clever tactics with borrowed arrows, Jiang Yu orchestrated a ruse with straw dummies. When the fog thickened, he instructed Glazed to push out the 1,000 straw figures they had meticulously crafted. Surrounding the camp were abundant quantities of blue-silver grass, more than sufficient for their purposes. To enhance their authenticity, Jiang Yu had them adorned with a thin layer of armor, and even their faces bore the likeness of a singular individual. Those familiar would undoubtedly recognize it as Tang San, the perfect embodiment of blue-silver grass, a detail that amused Jiang Yu. Once the straw figures were neatly arranged on carts, Glazed commanded heavily armored soldiers to push them towards Liangshan City. Under the concealment of the fog, these armored dummies swiftly deceived the guards atop the walls. The commander of the city's defenders, seeing the enemy advance, wasted no time in ordering his men to rain arrows down upon them. A volley of 1,000 arrows soon filled the straw dummies with projectiles. With their task accomplished, the heavily armored soldiers retreated back to the camp. The defending forces, witnessing the enemy's withdrawal, beamed with self-satisfaction, reveling in their apparent victory. However, as the arrows ran out, they soon realized something was amiss. The enemy had suffered no losses. Once the fog cleared, the sight of the 1,000 straw figures below dawned on the commander, who comprehended the cunning ploy of the enemy, who had audaciously employed straw dummies to impersonate soldiers. This revelation was astonishing, explaining how the enemy had breached their defenses in such a short span and approached Liangshan City with relentless fervor. As the heavily armored soldiers withdrew with the straw figures, Glazed led a coalition of 50,000 from various duchies to launch an assault on the city gates. The royal guards, who had primarily been responsible for the siege, were now joined by these coalition forces. Meanwhile, the main contingent of the royal guards busied themselves digging tunnels within their encampment, aiming directly toward Liangshan City. With the defenders out of arrows, they resorted to hurling stones downwards. Fortunately, the city was rich in stone resources, ensuring their supply was not quickly exhausted. However, this presented an issue. While stones had significant impact, the enemy could easily evade them when forewarned, rendering their accuracy inferior to that of arrows. Half an hour later, the coalition forces managed to scale the city walls, yet the defenders were equally formidable, repelling wave after wave of attackers. The defenders exhibited remarkable expertise in their defensive strategies, promptly dispatching reinforcements to any breach that appeared in their lines. Fortunately, Glazed heeded Jiang Yu's counsel, preparing for contingencies and not placing all his hopes on the coalition forces alone. Amidst the fierce battle at the city gates, the extensive tunnel was steadily advancing forward. Thousands of robust men exerted their strength at one entrance, and the tunnel grew deeper with each passing moment, promising to breach the city soon. In the Duke's residence at Liangshan, upon learning of the enemy's fierce assault, Pan Feng departed from the Duke's estate, rallying his elite troops towards the city walls. Meanwhile, Li Guang deployed his finest soldiers to establish strong defenses at critical points around the Duke's estate, erecting wooden barricades and spikes, fortifying the streets. Every soldier was prepared for battle, and even significant siege engines were positioned strategically, ensuring that even if the enemy breached the city, they would struggle to penetrate the defenses surrounding the Duke's estate. As night fell, the moon hung faintly in the sky, casting a subtle crimson glow. As the battle for Liangshan City reached its crucial juncture, at this stage, both sides unleashed relentless assaults fueled by fervor. The battlements were strewn with the fallen. Yet the expressions of the combatants remained unchanged, not from a lack of feeling, but from a numbing acceptance of death at this stage of the conflict. One side fought to protect their last bastion, while the other sought to uphold the empire's authority. Both like frenzied beasts in a struggle that could not cease until a victor emerged. Though the coalition forces were somewhat under-equipped, they were composed of youthful, spirited soldiers. The Liangshan military, previously faltering, began to rally with Pan Feng's timely support. After several hours of fierce combat atop the walls, neither side had gained the upper hand. Then, a thunderous rumble shifted the balance of the stalemate. The royal guards had finally breached Liangshan City. As the soldiers entered, Pan Feng sensed impending disaster. His earlier bravado crumbled in an instant. Despite his overflowing confidence, he had to concede that the fate of Liangshan City was sealed, beyond the reach of human intervention. Yet, as the pillar of strength for his warriors, he could not show a hint of fear. "Brothers, follow me." Pan Feng erupted with a courageous resolve, rallying to reclaim their ground and drive the invaders back. With fervor igniting the spirit of battle, the troops of Liashan charged forward, their homeland at stake, with no retreat remaining. As the final line of defense crumbled, some surrendered to despair, while others resolved to fight till the last breath. Clearly, the Liangshan army belonged to the latter. All commanders beneath Pan Feng displayed the resolute resolve of true leaders, charging to the forefront, unflinching in the face of death, inspiring their soldiers to press on without hesitation. In the heat of battle, some had lost their weapons, their spiritual energy long depleted. Yet they continued to resist with sheer tenacity, resorting to fists and teeth in their struggle, despite the fall of their city. The advance of the Tiando allied forces was agonizingly slow, having gained merely 3 meters in 2 hours. The brutality of this war far surpassed Jiang Yu's imagination, eclipsing the bloodshed of any game. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with sweat and desperation, inducing a sense of nausea. Even seasoned guards from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, including Xueqinghe, found it difficult to endure, though many among them had tasted the horrors of slaughter. The cumulative experience paled compared to the chaos of the battlefield, their shock palpable. The conflict between soul masters seemed trivial in comparison, as their skirmishes rarely escalated to life and death stakes. On the battlefield, humanity faded, replaced by primal instincts of ferocity. Hesitation meant certain death, and maintaining composure became increasingly rare. The fighting raged on throughout the night, relentless and unyielding. As the gates of Liangshan City fell, Gulong refused to let this opportunity slip away. Retreating now would render any future attempts to breach the city nearly impossible. The glimmer of victory loomed ahead, compelling them to persevere without faltering. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possessed a martial soul, though not all wielded spiritual power. Their physicality surpassed that of ordinary people from Blue Star. After a night of warfare, they bore only fatigue, their spirits ablaze with fervor. Failure to capture Liashan City would result in collective punishment for the entire army. Gulong, driven by urgency, roared with fury, unleashing his soul skills with abandon. The Liashan soldiers, far from foolish, recognized the futility of confronting a tidal Douluo alone. They resorted to hurling stones from the periphery to create chaos. The real challenge for Gulong lay in facing Pan Feng and several formidable generals, each at least a soul king. With his 6th soul skill, Mountain Shaker, Pan Feng wielded a colossal silver hammer, 3 meters in length, adorned with the image of a fierce beast and patterns reminiscent of lightning. 7 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, encircled him, crackling with energy. Once activated, the hammer soared from Pan Feng's grasp, unleashing a tempest of electrical energy that disrupted the surrounding space. Following Pan Feng, a middle-aged soul master executed his most powerful strike. His martial soul, an unusual creature composed of lightning, bore antlers reminiscent of a deer and a body akin to a goat. Upon manifestation, elongated antlers sprouted, shimmering with electric sparks. This was his martial soul, the lightning magnet. A successful mutation evident from its formidable aura. With a sudden eruption of radiant lightning, the antlers unleashed a massive electric sphere towards Gulong. Empowered by his companion wielding a yellow circular shield, the soul master amplified the lightning's might. The hammer and the sphere collided with Gulong, whose golden scales offered little protection against their ferocious impact, forcing him to retreat. The terrifying force of the thunder hammer instilled a sense of trepidation in Gulong. Were it not for his superior spiritual power, he too would have been felled by that cataclysmic blow. It was clear why Pan Feng was revered as the unparalleled general. Gulong could no longer afford to be careless. With his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, Gulong's body swelled rapidly, transforming into a colossal dragon. Pan Feng's 7th soul ring flared to life, signaling his own Martial Soul Avatar's emergence. The advantage of the Weapon Soul Avatar often allowed it to surpass Beast Soul Masters, granting Pan Feng the confidence to charge forward, undaunted by Gulong's strength. As he surged ahead, the Thunder Hammer followed suit, and Pan Feng executed an audacious maneuver, leaping into the air and curling into a spherical shape, drawing the hammer into himself. The Thunder Hammer expanded dramatically, reaching a length of approximately 10 meters before halting its growth. Everyone retreated, recognizing that this was a battle beyond their participation. The arena transformed into a stage for the clash between Gulong and Pan Feng, where the hammer and dragon engaged in a fierce aerial duel, the shockwaves radiating outward. Ordinary soldiers were instantly knocked to the ground, only soul masters capable of withstanding the tempestuous winds. Gulong's dragon claws lunged toward the hammer, but the thunder hammer evaded effortlessly, rendering his attack futile. Yet, he swiftly initiated a new offensive. Chapter 85. So this is the true nature of Qianren. A mighty roar erupted from the dragon's maw, immediately illuminating its third soul ring. The atmosphere became saturated with formidable pressure. As an overwhelming force bore down upon the thunder hammer, Pan Feng's consciousness desperately sought to escape this gravitational pull, yet he found himself inexorably drawn closer to the dragon. This was Gelong's third soul skill, gravity compression. Although he pursued a defensive path, his soul skills were not without immense potency. With his current soul power, Gelong could unleash a gravity tenfold out of normal. Thus, even the formidable thunder hammer succumbed to the loss of control under such immense weight. The dragon's claws seized the massive hammer and executed a full 360-degree rotation in the air. After completing this maneuver, Gelong hurled the hammer towards the mountainside beyond the city. Meanwhile, Pan Feng remained in a dazed state, utterly incapable of responding. With a thunderous crash, the colossal hammer collided with the mountainside, sending fist-sized boulders plummeting downwards. A sharp pain surged from the depths of Pan Feng's soul. Since his martial soul was intrinsically linked to him, the severe impact on the martial soul reverberated back to him. This close connection was precisely why some soul masters had succumbed to their martial soul's backlash, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Pan Feng was in a most unpleasant state. Yet this very discomfort helped him shake off his dizziness. In moments like these, panic must be avoided. Calming his mind, Pan Feng unleashed the true form of his weapon soul, granting him unfettered access to all soul skills beneath the 7th soul skill for a duration of 30 minutes. During this time, the power of his soul skills would increase to 130%, and his defenses would amplify by 190%. However, the drawback was that each use would diminish his attributes by 50%, requiring 7 days for recovery. Third soul skill, Thunder Dragon Drill, he silently intoned. Activating the third soul ring upon the hammer, violent lightning erupted forth, enveloping the entire hammer and gradually forming the shape of a dragon. Under Pan Feng's mental command, the hammer spun rapidly and launched towards Gelong. At the city gate, Jiang Yu was locked in fierce combat with the enemy when he noticed the enormous hammer soaring overhead like a colossal electric drill, crashing into the dragon with a resounding thud. The residual shockwave sent hundreds of soldiers tumbling over the castle's railing, cascading down like hailstones. From a height of several dozen meters, the sound of their bones shattering was unmistakable, leaving them in a gruesome state, unfit for the faint of heart. In the clash between deities, mere mortals suffered. These lowly soldiers, possessing minimal soul power, found their lives extinguished merely by the aftermath of a battle between powerful soul masters. It was indeed a lamentable tragedy. Nonetheless, some continued to fight valiantly, including Xianjian, who summoned his swan martial soul. Though the Tiando royal family's inherited martial soul lacked offensive capabilities, it possessed remarkable healing abilities. Xianjian unleashed 3 consecutive soul skills, sending healing light waves to the fallen soldiers. As the radiant energy entered their bodies, their wounds began to mend. A vast circle of light appeared within a 100-meter radius around Xianjian, instantly alleviating the negative conditions of those within its bounds, awakening them from their stupor. Simultaneously, beams of light emanated from Xianjian's eyes, dispersing a refreshing aura wherever it traveled. Upon inhaling this essence, the soldiers felt their fatigue dissipate, and their vitality was restored. The first 3 soul skills of Xianjian were Healing Light Wave, Purifying Light Circle, and Powerful Light Beam. In the heat of battle, these skills proved far more beneficial than offensive techniques, significantly reducing the casualties among the soldiers. Witnessing Xianjian's healing prowess, the enemy swarmed towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Yu and the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School shielded him, preventing the frenzied Liangshan troops from breaching their defenses. All unleashed their formidable soul skills, and Jiang Yu was no exception. Activating the Scarlet Sky Sword formation, each beam of sword energy claimed the life of an enemy. His heart, once filled with excitement, gradually settled into a calm resolve. In this battlefield, there was no room for leniency. Through his recent trials, Jiang Yu had transformed from a trembling child into a seasoned warrior capable of slaying soul beasts. His resilience had strengthened. If the Earth-Fire-Rock Valley had honed his cultivation, this journey through Liangshan had fortified his will. To conserve soul power, Jiang Yu meticulously channeled his energy into every facet of the Scarlet Sky Sword. After multiple applications of soul skills, he realized his control over them had matured remarkably. The previous inefficiencies in soul power expenditure had seen significant improvement. What once required 10% of his soul power to execute the Scarlet Sky Sword formation now only consumed 90%. This revelation brought him great joy. With his soul power enhanced by the transformation of the Hongmeng Purple Qi, and now reduced consumption, facing challenges beyond his current level seemed more attainable. Jiang Yu estimated that confronting a soul master would pose little difficulty for him now. To test his newfound strength, he sought out a high-ranking soldier of soul master caliber. The enemy appeared to be in his early 30s, equipped with a rather unimpressive configuration of soul rings, merely 3 yellow rings, lacking even a millennium ring. His martial soul resembled a blue crocodile, with remarkably developed muscles. The sharp claws of the crocodile glimmered ominously, while jagged blue bony plates adorned its head and tail. Thanks to the martial soul's augmentation, the soldier's arms were significantly bulked, his fingernails extending several centimeters, though they did not transform into crocodile claws. However, his mouth was lined with sharp teeth, emitting a terrifying sound as he opened and closed it, undoubtedly inheriting the crocodile's formidable biting power. Jiang Yu recalled having seen a record of such a martial soul in the Martial Soul Hall. If memory served him correctly, it was called the Strength Crocodile. That's the one. Jiang Yu brandished the Chixiao Sword and swiftly appeared before the Strength Crocodile Soul Master. The blade emitted a flurry of radiant sword lights that shot towards him with great velocity. The Strength Crocodile Soul Master remained unfazed. With a mere opening of his mouth, he shattered the steel-like sword bodies into fragments. However, to his astonishment, the terrifying flames contained within did not extinguish. Instead, they erupted with unparalleled ferocity. The Chixiao Sword wielded by Jiang Yu harbors the essence of imperial fire, the sovereign of all flames, far surpassing the phoenix flames of Xianjian. The most grievous error committed by the Strength Crocodile Soul Master was to receive the Chixiao Sword's assault with his mouth. Despite the fact that the musculature of his jaws had fortified to a hardness and strength akin to that of a crocodile, yet, under the relentless onslaught of imperial fire, he was left scorched and disfigured, his mouth utterly obliterated. Enraged, the Strength Crocodile Soul Master lost all semblance of reason, launching himself toward Jiang Yu with fervor. This was the manifestation of his third soul skill, Fierce Push. The Strength Crocodile Soul Master's arms surged once more, his power amplifying instantaneously by 1.5 times. Jiang Yu did not evade. Instead, he opted to wield his sword and strike forward. The powerful Crocodile Soul Master, upon witnessing the formidable force emanating from the Chixiao Sword, refrained from confronting it head-on with his arm. At the moment the sword swung horizontally, he swiftly withdrew his arm and began to navigate around. This individual is indeed quite astute. Jiang Yu heaved a sigh, never expecting that even in the throes of fury, he could still weigh the pros and cons and devise an appropriate strategy. It seemed he wasn't entirely a reckless brute. Thus, the two became locked in a stalemate until Jiang Yu deliberately left an opening to lure the Crocodile Spirit Master into attacking. Predictably, the latter failed to recognize the trap. As the Crocodile Spirit Master lunged forward with his arms outstretched, Jiang Yu leaped nimbly into the air, landing behind him in a single fluid motion. With a swift,